and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He has walked twice, struck out, and grounded into a double play. Lefty to lefty, a swing and a ground ball back to the mound. Heaney's got it. He will flip to low, and the ball game's over. The Rangers have won it 9-2, and we will be seeing you tomorrow for a Game 7.
Wow, so much excitement there.
Yeah! Yes! Screw you, Houston. Boy, how many? There were like 2 opportunities yesterday for Kyle Tucker to rob a home run. He did rob one with the third opportunity. Yeah. But there were like 2 opportunities, and he missed them early in the game. And I'd like to think that it was my just relentless harassment of him in right field on Friday that
could be it.
Stuck in his head a little bit and really ruined him.
We will definitely get into that with Bobby Bell at the game at Game 5. A crushing, terrible, painful Game 5. It was. But they forced a Game 7.
Hell
and
yes, they did.
Erase a lot of that sting. All that sting. Well, no, I shouldn't say all of it. Series could be over. It could be over. They'd be saving all these guys. But they erase a lot of that sting. And now they force a Game 7, which likely will be without Brian Abreu, who's going to go before the appeals board today. Is it going to be a Zoom call? They're going to zoom in on that one, Skype. I feel like MLB is more of a Skype group of people.
Oh, no, they're Microsoft Teams for sure. That's definitely an MLB thing. Like, we're on Teams, which a lot of NFL does Teams, too. A lot of NFL.
Yeah?
Yeah, Cowboys for a while did Teams during
Old
the COVID
people.
stuff when they would have us in there.
Yeah, that's old people stuff.
It is.
Nobody uses Microsoft anymore. So the Rangers get the 9-2 victory that really was busted open. It was really busted open in the ninth inning by 2 things. One, Leclerc getting out of that 8th inning jam.
Oh, my gosh.
And then Adolis Garcia hitting the grand salami.
Boy, that was how many times do you think in a game period you've had a guy get the golden sombrero in his first 4 at-bats and then hit a grand slam in the 5th? I mean, that can't have happened very often.
I'm sure it has somewhere. I'm sure it has. It's 150 years of the sport.
I got to see if I can find it.
Go scoreagami that bad boy. But 150 years of this sport, a lot of things have happened. But yeah, it's a bad game for him until then.
Oh no, it was awful. He was total like I don't know about you. Did you feel the same? He was pressing. It felt like every time he got up there, he was just I am going to hit a home run here, damn it.
I mean, that's what he is. That's what he does.
It does, but it felt especially this time around. Like, you know how Jose Altuve takes the booze and he turns it into fuel. It feels like it felt like it was getting to Adolis at first, but now he's a fuel guy.
Yeah, he is. I mean, like I know people on social media are like, well, just put the bat on the ball. It's like that's not his game.
No. He's not going to bunch you over or anything like that.
This was his game. His game is not to advance the runner. Adolis, you do not have Adolis Garcia on your roster to advance the runner. You have him to advance the runner all 3 bases. When that runner's on first, you have him there to let the guy jog home. That's why he's there.
He is. I mean, at this point, obviously, we don't know what will happen in this Game 7 tonight, which I'm very excited for. I'm not excited.
You're going.
I'm not going. I had an invite to go.
No, you're going.
I wish I could. I genuinely wish I could. Shout out to the 2 Tolos who upgraded my seats on Friday, who invited me to go hang out with them tonight, and I know they'll hold it down. Tyler Deary and Colt Heron, 2 of my buddies that I met in Friday's game, they were like, we're getting a PJ, baby. We're getting a PJ, and we're getting seats tonight, and we are going to continue to just harass Kyle Tucker in right field. Are you in? And I was like, I wish I could, but I can't, unfortunately. But I know they'll hold it down. So we got 2 Tolos, I know for sure. I'm certain there are more, but 2 Tolos for sure going to this game tonight to harass and mock the Houston Astros. But if, obviously, pending the outcome of this game, Adolis Garcia, if you win this series, he's LCS MVP. 3 straight games with a home run. Big time home runs.
I mean, 2 of them they lost.
They did. Evaldi?
It'll probably be Evaldi.
You think so? Okay.
I mean, he would have gotten 2. He would have gotten 2 wins in the series.
I mean, Himes had 2 giant home runs in this series.
Yeah, I don't think enough of the media members even know his name that are covering this series.
You and I know him because we're big fan. We're presidents of the Jonah Heim fan club. We identify as Hymens. That's what we are.
We are, yes, big time Hyman. I think it's Evaldi. I think it'll be Evaldi. I can't imagine nobody from the bullpen. That's for damn sure.
Which is interesting because both games that he's started now, he hasn't been like dominant, but he's battled.
No, he wasn't dominant, but he was. I mean, you're getting 2 victories in a season in a series. I mean, that's half the wins.
Yep.
I mean, it could be Adolis, but I mean, look, they were already up by 3 runs when he hit the home run last night. So it wasn't a game winner. Yeah, I think probably Evaldi. Get ahead of ourselves here.
I know. I'm just trying. I obviously I'm not trying to jinx anything. You've done enough jinxing for everybody.
Yeah, I have
at this
point. Apparently, I have.
That's what you did. But
they can sit on that bad boy. You dopes out there.
Dang, 10 RBIs in an LCS is a lot, though.
It's a lot. I still think it'll go to Evaldi. Yeah, way ahead of ourselves.
I know.
That game though had so many ins and outs to it. Like from the start, with why it's Robbie Grossman hitting third in a winner go home game. So many things from the start of this thing. To Mitch Garver coming up huge with a couple of hits, the RBI to make it 4-2, the home run. Both those home runs, Hyman and Mitch Garver's basically the same spot.
Yeah,
that guy may have caught the same.
Like I said, Kyle Tucker robs Jankowski at the end. He was in that. He damn near robbed the. It was the Heim one.
Yeah, the Heim one.
That was right. Yeah. That was right over his glove.
It was, and the fact that Adolis' home run paid dividends because it allowed them to take out Leclerc. Otherwise, Leclerc's getting 5 outs yesterday, and then he would have to come back today. Now you got Chapman, who they obviously have no faith in.
No, if you're asking for 5 outs from Leclerc after blowing a save, that says a lot about how much you trust Aroldis Chapman's mentals right now.
Spores was fantastic. Striking out Alvarez. I was a little surprised that they brought Leclerc in there over Chapman, but I get it because Chapman doesn't come in and with guys on. I loved Bocchi letting Nate stay out there in the 6th inning to get out of it. Absolutely loved that. I thought that was a big deal. So there was a lot of issues in this game, like they were good that worked out in their favor, and then some like don't get a gross one there. I would please when they made the World Series, leave them off the roster.
Look, there are so many things that I really respect about the way Bruce Bocchi manages a game.
Yeah, that isn't one of them.
Man, the over reliance on that. The lefty matchup, like the aggressive buy-in on we got to go lefty, or gotta try and cancel out that lefty issue in this case. I hate that aspect of it.
It's tough. I mean, it's baseball's been doing that for years. Like La Russa just completely hung on to that forever. So it has always played a role, at least since I don't know mid '80s. It's been massive.
Absolutely. I'm not saying it's not anything that like just Bocchi's guilty of.
I don't like it. To me, if you're in the major leagues, now there are some guys like there are some pitchers that are just murderous on lefties.
But I mean, we talked about it in that article from a couple weeks ago. Jankowski had never been allowed to do it. He had bad numbers doing it.
Yeah.
And as soon as he was given an opportunity to hit against a lefty, this year was the first time he was in the lineup for a lefty in 5 years. He went 3 for 5 in that game, and he said like half of that was just the confidence Bocchi gave him. It made him believe.
There's some guys that just keeps the front shoulder in, and it helps them out as a hitter overall just by having a lefty up there. So Rangers get the 9-2 victory. We'll dive deep into this game a little bit later on. Obviously, throughout the entire show. The whole show is going to be basically, Rangers fun. A little bit of NFL.
Yeah, like how the Cowboys spent their bye week trying to fix the offense.
Why Jared Sandler called up, wants to come on the show at 8 o'clock this morning.
Because he knows that's going to lead into our college football segment at 8:20, right. And he's got to defend USC for me since I had totally blown that one again.
The only good thing about the Eagles was those uniforms last night. Those were tremendous.
I love the throwbacks in general. They're so nostalgic. Like you get the Giants. I just like the simplicity of the Giants spelled out as Giants
like
instead of the NY. Okay. And I know the NY is actually technically the older one.
That is the older one, yeah.
And so they actually wear essentially throwbacks now. But those Kelly Green, they looked pretty slick last night, I got to say.
That should be their uniform.
Worst uniform in professional sports, by the way, is those black helmet Colts uniforms. I hate those. Those ones the Colts were wearing yesterday.
Not a fan?
No, I was watching it. I was talking to one of our listeners, Steve.
Who will?
And Alan yesterday. And Steve nailed it. He was like, yeah, when you watch the game, you keep unconsciously thinking you're watching the Titans play. Like with those helmets.
Yeah, I can see that.
And you do. It's just way too similar to the Titans, especially when you're already in that division. It's just too similar.
All right. So Rangers get the 9-2 victory. Keep talking about this game coming up next. Also, how'd the Stars do over the weekend? They played, and they went to overtime. That's next on the Fan.
Hey, Scott. What brings you?
Couturier unable to get it out. Now all alone in front. Pavelski backhand. He scores. So Couturier lost the draw, lost the battle. Dallas gets it to Joe Pavelski in front, and he ends it in overtime with his third goal of the year. What an effort, though, in Dallas tonight. The Flyers get a point, but lose in overtime. 5-4 Stars winning.
Stars win 5-4 in overtime
Stars,
on
baby.
Saturday. Let's go Stars, baby. I say it all the time. Sarah gets so mad at me.
I love that. That's a good bit because you were doing it at the Rangers game, right?
Yeah, I do at the Ranger games.
Let's
go Stars, baby.
It's just it's a fantastic use of the term. I love it.
5-4 in overtime over the Flyers.
Yep, 3-0-1 now, and it's good. You're actually able to get the first two overtime games. You didn't let yourself get overwhelmed. You're able to get to the shootouts. Okay, you won one, you lose one, but to actually pick up a victory in overtime now, there's 3 of the first 4 games now that have gone to OT for them, and Pavelski is playing fantastic. It's honestly incredible what he's doing at the age of 63.
I don't know. Oh, there you go. I don't know that he's actually 63.
I think he's close.
He's got a 3 in his age.
Yeah. Well, that's basically 60. He's what, 39?
Yeah, 39.
Yeah, that's basically 63.
Yeah. In professional sports terms, that's 63. You're at the end of your career. You're ready to retire.
It's impressive, though. It's impressive what he's doing. It's impressive what the Stars are doing early on. It's a big one over the Flyers at home. And, I mean, they've played really well to start the season here. And you feel like that game against the Golden Knights was one that was definitely within their reach. They very easily could be 4-0 starting the season. But great start to the season here. Got the Rangers in the ALCS. You got, the Mavericks about to start with Shaq picking them as the world champions. And then, you've got McCarthy's offense.
Yeah. Speaking of Vegas, I had a buddy ask for tickets for the Vegas game coming up. And, like in another month. And I'm like, I don't think we're going to be able to get you Vegas
Just at
tickets.
me, bro.
Yeah.
Just at me. It's me. I asked you for the tickets for Super Bowl week.
Oh, no.
I know.
No. This is when Vegas comes here. And I was like, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think we're going to be able to get you Vegas. But get Red Wings. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the year in our Lord, 2023, that you could get Red Wing tickets easier than Vegas Golden Knight tickets?
I mean, I certainly wouldn't have thought that 10 years ago, mainly because Vegas didn't have a team.
Right.
And so I would not have anticipated.
It's like saying you can I get you Dodger or Yankee tickets easier than Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah, now that is basically what you've just said, which is wild to think about. But,
right.
I mean, it's, the Stars are off to a good start. Vegas is obviously really good. There's the rivalry that's built in there. And so, yeah, it totally makes sense. Detroit is gross.
Yeah. Absolutely are. How much have you paid attention to this series over the weekend?
0 for 3 tonight. The pitch swung on, hit deep down the left field line. That ball is gone into the Diamondbacks bullpen. And JT Realmuto expands the lead. It's his third homer of the postseason, a 2-run shot. And it's 6-1 Phillies in the 8th.
All right. Phillies wind up winning that game, and they are up 3-2 on Arizona.
It's complete reverse of what you got in the ALCS, where it's just home team can't win a damn game in the ALCS. Meanwhile, in the NLCS, road team can't break through at all.
And on Friday, it was a big 3-run 8th inning from Arizona. They were down 5-3, and they wind up winning that one 6-5. That evened the series at 2. And then in the next game on Saturday in Game 5, Diamondbacks lose 6-1 to Philadelphia. So the Phillies have a 3-2 series lead, and that thing will be over tonight. This afternoon, 4 o'clock start.
I don't know.
Philly ain't losing at home. I can't imagine Philly loses at home. They are the complete opposite of the Houston Astros, who can't win at home.
No. The Astros, it is wild. This whole series has been wild for Texas and Houston, just the inability for anybody to win at home. And then it's wild to think that, you've got nobody has broken through at home for, Texas and Houston. Philly a road team doesn't win. What do they say? Series doesn't begin until the road team wins.
Yeah, well, in this one, it's the home team.
So it finally got started yesterday for Phillies or on Saturday for the Phillies and the Diamondbacks. And it's been a series since Game 1.
Yeah,
for the Rangers.
It's odd because in the World Series of 2019, the same thing happened. Washington and Houston, the road team won every game, and the Nats won Game 7 in Houston. That never happens. And then it's about to happen to the same franchise twice in 4 years.
Yeah, what is this now? So in the Rangers along the way, it's the road teams and games the Rangers have played now during the playoffs. Road teams are 10-1, right? Because the only home team to win was Texas won against Baltimore.
Yeah, that's it.
That's been it. So it's been an awful run for the home teams in this playoffs.
God, I can't believe the Rangers played 4 home games. They're gonna wind up going to the World Series playing 4 home games.
That's
in 3 rounds.
Unreal. And they're I mean, honestly, how many teams, especially when you talk about playing 3 rounds, how often can you say
you made the World Series by winning one home game?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty stunning. It really is. It's road warriors, man. That's what they really are. Real quick, let's have some fun here real quick. Do you have an office job? Have you used the term out of pocket?
I have.
What does that mean?
Out of pocket would mean out of line.
Okay. So out of pocket in office world means I'm out of pocket. I'm not going to be available.
That too.
Right.
But if somebody's you're out of pocket.
Yeah.
That's out of line.
It's context. So the Gen Z and Gen X group are fighting over the term and the use of the word out of pocket.
Oh,
Brian Abreu was out of pocket. on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
And guess what? He's also going to be out of pocket tomorrow. Or today. He's not going to be able to play.
Both of them are going to be true.
And both are going to be true.
You fit in both here because you are Gen X, and yet
I have Zoomer children.
You just lean into the Gen Z language.
I do.
You love it.
I do love the Gen Z language. But in the office place, it's like, okay, so I do. There has to be a compromise here, and I'm ready to give you the compromise.
Okay.
The older folk have to adapt to the younger folk style of dress. Younger folk set the trend.
Okay.
The younger folk have to adapt to the older folks' language that they use in the office.
Wow, that's an interesting take from you.
I
would have thought that you would say the language needs to adapt to the new school.
Because I think the younger people are more adaptable. Once you get to a certain age, you're done adapting. You're just done. You're not finding a new thing. You don't have a mom.
Nope,
but
she's dead.
If you did,
once upon a time I did. She no longer is here.
Like if you had, if your parents are like in their late 50s or 60s, like they didn't start using cell phones till their 40s or whatever.
Yeah, like, my dad's still, he's in his early 60s now, and he's just refused to.
Is he still working?
He is, but he won't use texting. Like he doesn't have texting available on his phone.
So like, you came up in a completely different world. I used to work with a guy, didn't have a cell phone, didn't have an email address.
How do you
You had to call him and leave a voicemail. He still does not have this to this day.
Is this one of your Italian things? Like, is this a mobster thing? Like, you have to leave him a voicemail at this place.
And then he'll call
he
may have been part Italian. He may have been part Italian, but I don't think it was. No, it was just he's an idiot thing. But yeah, you had to call him and leave a message, and he would call you back eventually.
See, and I'm I think I've got it right here. So I had this happen a couple weeks ago. Is this I'm technically You're
millennial, probably.
Yeah, I'm millennial. So that's what, Gen Y. So I'm not Gen Z, but you see that here? It says I got a voicemail. I think the last time I checked my voicemail, it said that I had 37 voicemails. I don't check voicemail, RJ Choppy. I won't do it.
That's why you gotta get the visual voicemail, and where it just translates for you.
No, I don't even want to see it. Like, I hate. If it's important enough, you will text me or you will call me again. I don't want to listen to a voicemail. And I will say,
I just do this one, and it just pops up. There's
the
message.
I used to have it.
Yeah.
And like, what I hate now is these phones used to let you clear off the notifications. Like, I wouldn't even get notifications I had a voicemail. I used to be able to shut that off. I used to be able to swipe it away. Yeah. Not anymore. I don't know what it is. The Androids, they won't let you do it anymore.
Yeah.
So like, it refuses to let me get rid of it. But I bet if I call it, hold on, let's see.
Does it want you to check it?
Let's see how many. Let's see how many voicemails I have.
You have 4 new voicemails.
Oh, that's it.
Okay.
Just 4.
Just 4 right now.
Yeah, you're fine.
Probably all collections.
Yeah,
calls.
probably. Are you bad at that?
No. I'm actually on top of stuff.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay. Except for getting a house.
Well, I mean, yeah, not that. But I mean, other than getting the house, I mean, that's everybody.
I mean, other than getting a house, you're doing pretty well.
Can I hold $1? Can you give me a down payment, Chop?
Yeah, I got some cash on me. Not much. I think I spent most of it over the weekend. I got a 5, a couple of 1s.
You struck me as a guy who just carries 1s. You know what I mean?
Nah, I know. You know what I mean? Make it rain, baby. Make it rain with those dollar bills, y'all. Rangers get a 9-2 series Game 6 victory. They are heading to a Game 7. This series should be over already. It should be over already. They take Game 6. They force a Game 7. What happened last night? What happened on Friday? We're getting into that. Coming up next, it's the 6 a.m. Club next to the Fan.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Adoli swings and hits a high drive to deep left field. That ball is way back, and that ball is history. Adolis Garcia clears him off with a grand slam after 4 consecutive strikeouts. Not quite the celebration he had 2 days ago, but another slow jog around the bases as Adolis has broken this ball game wide open. It's 9-2.
Eric Nadel with the call at a game you heard right here. Rangers 9-2 victors over the Astros in Game 6, and they force a decisive winner-go-home Game 7. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Sean and RJ. Sean's back tomorrow. He's on a barbecue tour or some crap. I don't know. That's what he's doing this weekend or today. It only did that on Friday. So that's where it's going on. Rangers win 9-2. And I think Dusty Baker made a big boo-boo.
Did he?
Abreu's going to be suspended today. Why didn't he just pitch him in the 9th? Why burn more relievers? You didn't need to. Now you're going to have guys a little bit gassed. Bocchi gets the benefit of not having to use Leclerc in the 9th inning. He only threw, 8-10 pitches? I'll go check on the box score on that one. He didn't throw many pitches. He got 2 outs.
Heaney, I know, threw 4. Let me see how many Leclerc threw. Leclerc threw
11?
16.
Damn.
Yeah, more than I thought.
Yeah, that was more than I thought. I mean, that was like a 6-pitch at bat to Singleton. But what a finish. What a finish to this game. The start of this game, I think the most impressive thing was they were able to get down 1-0 after that crushing Game 5, and they bounced right back.
Yeah.
That was huge.
I mean, we were talking, especially, and we'll do this at 7:20, but we were talking about where that Game 5 ranks in the history of just gut-wrenching losses for the Rangers. I mean, gut-wrenching DFW sports losses. And obviously the context matters because if you bounce back, you win Game 7, you bounce back, you win 6 and 7. It doesn't sting nearly as much. But I think in the moment, it ranks way up there. And, man,
this is in the moment sting. It's just in the moment sting.
That was sitting out there for that home run. I was out there joking around, messing around. It's 4-2. The go-ahead run comes up, and it's Altuve, and Kristen was trying to joke with me about something. I was just kind of stone-faced, and she was like, what? What's wrong? And I was like, oh, the go-ahead run's at the plate, and the guy at the plate is Altuve. And I was like, so this is serious time. I'm not in a joking mood right now.
I know, right? We were in the car on Friday heading out to Rocker B, which is it's a baseball tournament out in Grayford, out by PK Lake, and that home run, it was just like I was right off the road. We almost drove off the road.
I've never heard the ballpark get that quiet that fast.
So there wasn't a lot of Astro fans there.
No. We actually, Rangers fans showed up and filled that place out, and it's probably the loudest I've ever heard the ballpark when Adolis hit the 3-run homer. And it's the quickest I've heard the ballpark go quiet when Altuve hit his. But I did have a feeling when Altuve hit that home run, I was just saying to myself, okay, series over. I didn't even think they were going to win Game 6 because it just feels like such a crushing blow. And for them to come back and fight the way they did, I mean, the Adolis grand slam was a huge aspect in terms of just you end up feeling like completely confident. But before that grand slam, even at 5-2, I was like, I don't feel comfortable with 5-2. They need more runs. I didn't feel comfortable at all.
That to me was the best part of the grand slam, was that you could breathe.
Yeah.
Because until that, at 5-2, I felt okay. At 4-2, I was like, man, I mean, they're literally, it's hard to load the bases. To get 2 guys on, it happens a lot. I mean, load the base happens too, but then you got to load the base with the right guy up. Because you knew that in the 9th inning, after Singleton struck out, you knew they were going to turn the lineup over.
Yeah.
Right? So you knew it just took a couple of guys getting on before Jordan's up. All you needed to do was get Altuve and Bregman on, and then here comes Jordan. And it's like, oh, boy. So at 5-2, it's still a lot better than 4-2. 4-2 is like, all right, whatever.
They had 11 base runners last night, the Astros did. They didn't have a single extra base hit. It was 6 singles and 5 walks.
I mean, the team that's won the home run battle of the night is now, 20-3 in the playoffs this year?
Yep.
Something like that. It's pretty remarkable. And that happens. Sandler's had this stat, like the team that has the biggest inning of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever team scores the most runs in any single inning in an entire baseball game wins like 90% of the time. So if your best inning was 3 runs, the other team's best inning was 2 runs, the team that scores the 3 runs, they win like 90% of the time.
Damn.
And it's just a wild, wild stat. And the same thing so far this postseason with the home run. Now, the Rangers, I mean, they got that home run early on. The Garver home run, the Heim home run, then the Adolis Garcia home run, the grand slam to salt it away, 9-2. And again, huge. You get to take Leclerc out. You put Heaney in. You haven't used Chapman. Gosh, when was the last time you used Chapman?
I mean, the last time you used Chapman was 2 batters on Friday.
Yeah.
Or whatever it was.
He's barely pitched.
And then you brought Leclerc in to finish out the 8th.
And prior to that, I mean, it'd been a few. He has barely pitched in this series.
He was okay, I thought, actually, on Friday.
I was surprised.
As soon as the guy got on base, they took him out. But
I was surprised. I was surprised they took him out on Friday. That quick. That was a quick hook.
That shows just the lack of confidence they have in him right now.
Absolutely.
Though.
There's no doubt about that. It's apparent they have ultimate confidence in Robbie Grossman, who continues to get, I know it's just one game, penciled in there. And it's not like Fromber is some brutal pitcher on lefties. He's not Randy Johnson. But I got to say, Houston lost a game where Fromber actually didn't pitch all that bad.
No, he was not. He was better than he was the other night.
Yeah, he was not terrible in this one. And
he must have got the right cleats.
He must have. Evaldi wasn't lights out, but he was good enough. He gave you innings. He got out of some big jams. I love that Bocchi allowed him to pitch and get out of that jam in the 6th. I absolutely love that. Love that you sent him out there in the 7th. And it's just like, okay, we'll just see. We'll see. And then you bring Spores in. Spores gets a let him hang strikeout of Yordan. I mean, fastball up. Just let's go. Me versus you. There's nothing more. I don't think there's a. I'm trying to think. Is fastball up to a hitter the most challenging me versus you play in sports?
I don't know. Put a receiver in a corner out on an island. Like just one-on-one man coverage. That would be up there. Obviously, I mean, the isolation at the top of the key in basketball. Like, I mean, those sorts of things. But, or no, you know what? It's the breakaway probably in hockey. If you've got a breakaway, that's incredibly tough to defend.
It is. There's no doubt.
But I will say last night, several moments, you talk about the Spores strikeout, the double play with Lowe in the 7th inning where Simeon turns it to Seager and Seager throws it, and that ball could have sailed into right field very easily. And he leans forward, keeps his foot on the bag. That was huge when Spores came in and they get that double play. And you saw Evaldi. Evaldi was so amped for that. And then you get the Adolis grand slam in the 9th. And I looked it up, Chop, okay, because I was asking you during the break.
Oh,
like, I actually looked it up.
How were you able to find this?
Baseball reference, baby. Okay, so only one other time in history has somebody struck out in their first 4 at-bats and then hit a grand slam in the 5th at-bat. And that was Derek Norris in 2015, did it against the Pirates.
Oh, yeah, Derek Norris.
His was actually a walk-off grand slam in a 2-2 game. And so he hit it in the 9th after striking out the first 4 at-bats. And this is the first time, though, what we can claim is we can say it's the first time in playoff history. In fact, it's the first, forget any order, it's the first time in playoff history a guy has struck out in 4 at-bats and hit a grand slam in the same game, in a playoff game, ever.
So they've hit home runs. Other guys have hit home runs.
Other guys have hit home runs, but nobody's ever struck
slam
out 4 times and hit a grand slam in a playoff game.
Man. The 150 years of the sport, I'm stunned. We still have scoregamis. I really am. That's cool. That was a cool moment, though. That was a cool moment. That ball got out of there quick.
Now, were you just certain after Friday that, okay, this series is over?
I think I think at that point I was like, all right, Astros will win. I thought, though, Game 6, was going to be kind of a Ranger advantage just because of the pitching. And then I think clearly the Astros have the advantage today with the pitching.
You anti-Max Scherzer? Is that what you are?
No, I'm just pro common sense. And Christian Javier has been a beast in the postseason. I have to go. Going into this series, it was 16 plus innings. In the last 16 plus innings of playoff baseball, he'd allowed 2 hits and 0 runs.
What's your expectation from Scherzer tonight?
Nothing.
You have zero expectation?
Zero. I zero. I have no idea what to expect. He could go out there and be great. He could be awful. I have nothing to expect. I'll tell you what I expect. I expect a very short leash on both these guys.
Houston being minus 130 is what?
Expected.
But what is that? Like roughly? Like if you were to
55%.
Compared to Philly tonight being minus 190.
75%.
Okay. All right. Now they've got the over-under. The over-under tonight, by the way, is a 1.5 higher than the Philly game. It's 9.5.
They probably don't expect.
Is that Scherzer?
It could be. Why did my voice crack? It could be. Let's see.
So what is the plan?
Oh no, Philadelphia is 60%.
What is the plan tonight with Scherzer for you?
I think the plan is going to be the first sign of trouble. Someone's warming. I think that's the thing for both teams. This is Game 7, man. Everybody's available today. Everybody's available. You will have a quick hook. Generally managers have a very quick hook at Game 7. These two may run it differently because they're more gut guys. They're not analytics guys. They're more gut. So who knows how they're going to do it. There's no real way of knowing how they're going to play it. With analytics guys, you could be more predictable because you're kind of just going by what the book says.
Who's the first guy out of the pen for you? Is that Dunning? Is it Scherzer Dunning? Dunning has not pitched. Dunning last pitched on Thursday. So he's on 3 days of rest.
I mean, and so is Heaney. I mean, what do you think, 4 pitches?
Heaney could come back out there, I'm sure.
So it's both those guys. I mean, this is going to be you're going to have your long relief game available. I bet you Verlander's available tonight. In fact, I know he will be.
So if Verlander's available, is Montgomery available?
Yep.
Okay. All hands on deck.
It would probably be their throw day. I bet you they're available. I generally what happened. I mean, you saw it. Game 7 of the World Series. Randy Johnson pitched Game 6. He came back in Game 7.
Yeah. I mean, that's end of the year. Like you've got to put it out there. This is something and the World Series starts Sunday, or is it Thursday? It might be Thursday. But because the World Series start date is set, it's just like we were looking at with the ALCS. That's starting on a specific date, no matter how long the other games go.
It's Friday.
And so Friday. So I mean that's enough time. If
you have plenty of time.
You need to just put it all out there tonight.
Yeah, you have plenty of time. And let's just say you bring Montgomery in today. Let's just say you do. It's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I mean, you could, I suppose, pitch him on Saturday in Game 2. You may push him to Game 3. I doubt it. It'd be a throw day. He should be ready to go.
I would start with Scherzer. If things turned somewhere in if you only get 3 innings out of Scherzer, I would go to Dunning, I think.
I'll probably go to Dunning, Scherzer, Dunning, and then figure it out. It's a mix and match, man. It's gonna be. You could throw 9 guys out there.
I mean, Scherzer and Dunning should get you. I would.
They should get you to 6.
Scherzer and Dunning should get you through 6 innings.
Yep.
I would hope.
You have to. You have to get 6 innings out of those 2. That's who's your starting pitcher tonight? It's Scherzer and Dunning, I think. And then and figure out Heaney, what you want to do with him.
Does Aroldis Chapman pitch tonight?
I wouldn't touch him
in any scenario.
With a 5-run lead.
That 5-run lead is the only way you throw him out there.
I mean, I suppose you have to at some point throw him out there, but not me, man.
Does it change for the World Series at all for you? Is this a Houston specific thing for you?
It's there. Okay. It's a Houston specific thing for me. I don't trust him. I don't trust him against Houston. I wouldn't trust him in Philly either. Home against Philly.
So that's the only way he's pitching for you the rest of the series, which you have home field if you get Philly. So, I mean, you get potentially 4 opportunities with him.
Yeah, they talked about this last night. Why wouldn't the Astros have home field if they play Philly? Because they said if the Rangers win, they have home field. Houston will find out. And I'm like, wait a second. Houston won the division. I figured baseball just went with whoever wins if one's a division winner and the other one is not, the records don't matter. Because they all have the same record. They're all 1972.
Let's see here.
That's
Why is that? What is the tiebreaker?
Yeah, so we'll see. But the 9-2 victory, Adolis with the home run, the grand slam in the ninth inning to bust this thing wide open. They didn't have to worry about using Leclerc again. If he doesn't hit that home run, Jose Leclerc ain't available today.
No.
If he does not hit that home run, I mean, he may have been. I mean, they probably would because it is Game 7. But Leclerc threw 16 pitches. You figure another 15 to 16 to get through that inning.
It's a lot, man.
That's because at 5-2, Houston was taking completely different at-bats in the ninth inning. They were just like, all right, we're just swinging at the first pitch. I mean, he threw 4 pitches for crying out loud.
I'm saying Scherzer is nails tonight.
And he is?
Yep. It's just it's setting up for a magical run.
I mean,
we've had too much heartbreak in the history of this franchise. We need some magic.
Does he know his slider?
Man, that slider and that change. If that slider and that change look like it did the other night, then they're not winning this game.
If he doesn't know where it's going, that is going to be a big time problem. Hey, there was some NFL football yesterday. We're gonna keep doing a lot of Rangers all day, but a little NFL football yesterday. We may do the fastest 15 minutes in the NFL. Ooh. Coming up next year at 105 through the fan. Let's get you over to K-Post Roofing.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Sean and RJ here, 105 to The Fan. Sean back tomorrow. Bobby Belt and myself, RJ Choppy, and Roscoe is in for Peyton. Carter is in for Ryan. Everyone's taking vacation.
Yeah, what is this skeleton crew? What is that?
Why do they call it a skeleton crew?
I don't know. Is it just like because I guess it's bare bones or whatever? But it's like I have to sit in Sean's chair. I have to play the role of Sean. We got Ross. You're the only one who's in your normal position today.
No, I'm not in my normal position.
No, we're all out of place today.
I hate this. I hate talking.
You hate talking in general?
In general.
Yeah.
If I could just come to a radio show and just mime my way through it, that'd be the best thing for me.
Hey, you're doing a great job. You're doing a great job.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate every minute of it. But whatever. We're here. We're here. We're having fun. We are having fun. Let's go around the NFL. What do you say about that one?
Let's do it.
Now, you are our NFL insider guy.
That's what I am.
And
for you guys in G-Bag, not KNC.
Huh?
For you and G-Bag, not KNC.
No.
I'm the NFL insider for you and G-Bag, not KNC.
No, they use Mickey.
Yeah, that's Mickey.
Well, we'll find out. It's a good thing. All right, let's start it off right here. This was I think a pretty brutal game. Nobody had any love watching the Giants and the Commanders, but Tyrod Taylor under center for the G-Men.
Taylor over center, play fake, back to throw. Steps up, dumps it underneath, completes it to Barkley, runs out of a tackle, he's to the 10, he's to the 5, he's in for the touchdown! Saquon from 32 yards out, and the Giants take the lead 13-0.
Giants radio with the call.
This was ugly. This was an ugly football game, and of course, no Daniel Jones. He was out, missing in this one. Tyrod Taylor, like you mentioned, playing quarterback there, and did a good job. Was pretty efficient, moved the ball well, but this was an ugly game. Washington 1 for 15 on third down yesterday.
Now, is that good?
That is not good.
Okay.
No, generally you don't want to be, anything below. If you're going to have 15 attempts, you'd probably want to get at least 6 of those chopped minimum. Definitely don't want to be 1 for 15. But such is the game when it's the Giants and the Commies. It's not.
Is that what we're going to go with, the Commies?
That's what I've been going with lately.
Okay. We can do that. We can go with the Commies. So the Giants with that 14-7. Ugly victory. I don't like the helmets. I don't like the helmets that say Giants on them.
Oh, I love them.
I know you like those. They're so 80s. So 80s. We don't like to play kicking highlights, but we will anyway. Atlanta gets the victory.
So it's a 51-yard try from Koo to win. Pinion will hold, McCullough will snap to win the game for Atlanta. Snap, spot, kick from Koo is away, and it is good. Fly home safely, Atlanta. 16-13 is the final in Tampa.
Okay, 16-13. Tampa winds up losing this game. Falcons win. That's a bad loss for the Bucs.
It is a bad loss, but you know what's even worse is that you lose this game without Bijan Robinson being involved at all for the Falcons. Bijan Robinson plays 11 snaps in this game and touches the ball 1 time. Like there was a lot of discussion on Twitter of like, what is Arthur Smith doing? Is Bijan in the doghouse? Has he done something? Because he's been an impactful player for them the first few weeks. And he gets 11 plays yesterday, touches the ball 1 time, just 1 catch, 3 yards, 1 carry, 3 yards, no passes his direction. He's been really big for them in the passing game so far this year, but really odd usage of Bijan Robinson there. But Atlanta coming away with the victory, 16-13. Another ugly game. It was a slate of ugly games yesterday.
Oh yeah, there was. We'll get to the ugliest of ugly in a little bit. Man, speaking of bad losses, I don't know how Buffalo recovers from this one.
Henry, Bourne, and Stevenson flex left before Jones summons Stevenson to the quarterback's right hip. A second and goal to go from the left hash one. Andrews over the football to snap it back. Jones has it, looks to his right, throws it to the right. Got it! Touchdown! He's got it! Patriots!
Yoga pants! Froyo! Patriots radio with the call. Patriots somehow, I have no idea how this happened. They were up 13-3 at half. They wound up winning this one 29-25, over Buffalo. This is the Patriots have no business winning a football game.
No,
they are so slow.
What was it Sean said last week? He's like, I think if Dallas and New England played each other 100 times, Dallas beats them 100 times. And Buffalo was a team that was just on a roll there a few weeks ago. They won 3 straight games by 28
destroyed
or more.
Miami.
Yeah, they absolutely walloped the Dolphins. And they go ahead in this one just inside the 2-minute warning. Josh Allen gets the 1-yard touchdown run. They're up 3. You have a feeling like New England's not going to be able to move the ball down the field on them, and then they do. And then Mike Gesicki with the big touchdown catch there at the end of the game. 8-play, 75-yard drive from Mac Jones in 1:46, and the Patriots stun the Bills. And my power rankings are going to look ridiculous from last week.
Oh my gosh! And then the 300th win for Bill Belichick.
Yeah, Bill Belichick, by the way, who the news broke. Ian Rappaport had it that he got a contract extension this offseason, which is very odd timing to it, leak that with all the questions about his job status. But I don't know. Does that mean that he's not on the chopping block? Does it mean that is it just to get reporters quiet about it right now? And Robert Kraft doesn't want to discuss it at the moment, and so he's trying to quiet it with this, but he's still maybe evaluating it. It's just very odd timing.
Very odd. Hopefully for him, he hasn't signed it yet. You mentioned this earlier today. The worst helmets in the NFL were worn by the Indianapolis Colts in a loss to Cleveland.
Minshew stands on the goal line and waits for the shotgun snap. He stands 3 yards deep in the end zone. Under pressure from Miles. Ball out. Fight for it to the end zone. Miles got home again. Who's got it? Browns do. Touchdown.
What a game for Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett's going to be the defensive player of the week. He has the strip that they recover. They score a touchdown off that. He had the blocked field goal, which was just a superhuman play. Cleveland, though, man, they've had such a good defense, and they really gave it up yesterday. 456 yards of offense from Indianapolis. Colts just were moving the ball much better than you would think from a Gardner Minshew-led offense. They were able to run the ball. They were able to pick up stuff on the ground with Zach Moss, Jonathan Taylor-Thomas, Gardner Minshew. That whole group was able to move the ball effectively down the field. Minshew had 2 touchdown runs. But a big victory for Cleveland, who bounces back after Deshaun Watson gets knocked out of this game with a concussion in the first quarter. We had wondered if he was going to play. When he was out there, 1 for 5, 5 yards, and an interception. So maybe you do want P.J. Walker.
The over hit by halftime.
Yeah, this was an unreal scoring performance. Yeah, because at halftime, what was the
20? Score? It was 27-21 at half.
Unreal.
The over was 42.5. The over hit by halftime. That's insane. That is insane. So, big ups there to Cleveland. I still they're winning.
They are.
They're winning. They're winning games,
Shout
man.
out to Derek Holland.
Yep. The Rams hosted Pittsburgh. Could have been a Steelers home crowd. Who knows? Felt like it. Steelers get the win.
Pickett steps in, hands it off. Najee into the end zone. Pittsburgh Steelers go-ahead touchdown. The Iron Horse, Najee, goes into the end zone.
It was another crazy performance from Puka Nacua. 8 catches, 154 yards. They threw up the graphic during this game, Chop, that his best season of his college career, he had 48 receptions at BYU. He has 58 receptions through 7 games now.
Wow.
He is just playing out of his mind. But Pittsburgh gets the victory. We talk about they keep on winning like you did with Cleveland. Same thing with Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's 4-2 now. They keep finding a way, even with Kenny Pickett and that boring-ass offense. They scored 3 touchdowns on the ground yesterday. And the Rams don't look like any sort of world beaters as they head into AT&T Stadium this weekend.
Pittsburgh has the best coach in the NFL, man.
He's right up there.
He's right there. Right there. He's fantastic. I know you guys hate him. I like him, but I like Sirianni. He's
of course you do.
He's just douchey enough for me. But the Eagles get a big victory on Sunday Night Football.
2nd down and 3. Hurts takes the gun, goes to Gainwell. Gainwell spins. He's in. Touchdown.
Not to be denied. Kenny Gainwell takes this thing off the left tackle, and he gets hit on about the 2-yard line, but he smells pay dirt.
Man, 5 straight games with 125-plus receiving yards for A.J. Brown. That ties Calvin Johnson for the NFL record. He has been
10 for 137 and a TD.
He has been playing insane, and Philadelphia was really good in this one. This is probably the best defensive performance they've had, especially when you consider who it was against with the Dolphins. They were just smothering yesterday. a big victory for them. In fact, out of the 17 that Miami scored, 7 of them came off of a pick six. And so it was hardly a impressive game from Tua or the Dolphins running game, but big ups to Philadelphia. Eagles are definitely going to be in the top 5 this week.
Does Miami scare you on the road? Is there something different about them on the road, their offense, just in general?
Like when they're do they look like a fish out of water?
It's a mammal.
Oh my gosh.
Are dolphins actually fish?
No, they're not. They're mammals.
Yeah,
but the joke remains the same. We call them
it doesn't remain the same.
People call them the fish, or actually that's the Marlins.
They call them the fins.
Yeah, they call them the fins. Never mind.
Are Marlins fish? Marlins are fish, right?
Marlins are fish for sure.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what the whole thing that is.
Anyway, Philly wins. Screw Philly.
Oh man, did anybody care about Broncos Pack?
4-man rush, Love in the pocket, bounces around, throws a ball deep down the field. That ball is intercepted by PJ Locke, and this one is going to end with the Broncos winning the home game.
Hook 'em horns, Texas legend PJ Locke.
Radio.
Ugly game. The only person interested in this one would have been Sean Sharif to see his man crush Jordan Love, who was so again. He's cooled off significantly, but this was an ugly football game. I did not enjoy the little bit that I saw this one on Red Zone.
All right, we're gonna skip Bears, Raiders. Oh,
just like the rest of America
did. And we need to get. I got to take. Both Bobby and I are taking one here. My gosh, the Lions looked awful, and Lamar looked fantastic.
Lamar to throw on 2nd and goal. Halftime, slings it back in the end zone. Touchdown, Ravens! Mark Andrews in the back of the end zone, and the Ravens are back on the scoreboard.
It was 35-0 after 3.
Whew. This was a brutal performance from the Lions. Again, my power rankings are going to take a serious hit. Now, I was starting to trend up on Baltimore a little bit. And look, I'll say this. I know I got tweets already that people are like, "You going to give Lamar's credit?" Absolutely, Lamar was good yesterday. The problem is not that Lamar's not good occasionally. The problem is that Lamar's not consistent as a passer, and he hasn't been good for most of this year. But yesterday, he was incredible. 21 of 27, 357 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks.
That was the Lions wanted to go 1-1 on their 2-game road trip. They had Tampa and Baltimore. They went 1-1. They go to the bye week. That's an awful stink to go in the bye week, though. That's terrible for them. They were down 21-0. And they had run 6 offensive plays. Baltimore scored 3 and out. Baltimore scored 3 and out. Baltimore scored.
Just brutal. I mean, that makes you start questioning, okay, what is the legitimacy of Detroit that they just get embarrassed like that? They're still a good football team, but it does make you wonder.
It does.
The talk of best team in the NFC that some people were trying to throw out there, it definitely makes you cool on that. Now, you got San Francisco and Minnesota tonight. Rest of the scores around the NFL yesterday, like you mentioned, Chicago 30-12 without Justin Fields. That was incredible.
Yeah.
The fact that they just absolutely beat down the Raiders, a mess of a team there. Seattle 20-10 over Arizona. And then, of course, Kansas City 31-17 over Kellen Moore's Chargers. Dude, Justin Herbert still is missing people. There were like 3 different times yesterday where he was just sailing throws. And, of course, we got the meme moment of Taylor Swift and Brittany Mahomes doing some patty cake dance and chest bump, and all of America cringed. We all died of cringe at that moment.
They were doing some kind of a weird thing. She's got the 87 bracelet on. He's playing nails ever since they got together, so maybe.
He
bought a $6 million house for more privacy. I don't know, maybe the $4 million house was too public. I mean, I don't know what that means, but that's what the story says.
There's different standards when it comes to Tay-Tay.
Yeah. So Rangers, there's your little fastest 15 minutes in NFL history or whatever the hell we wanted to call it there. Rangers get a 9-2 Game 6 victory. We got Game 7 tonight. We will preview that coming up next. Plus, Bobby's got a little, what do you want to
both my daughters are
Bobby's kids are from California. Bobby's kids are from California. We'll tell you exactly what that means. Coming up next year at 105 through the fan. Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Singleton steps away now, settles back in from the left side, feet wide apart, straight up stance. Pinwheels the bat twice and loads up. Leclerc the set, the payoff pitch. He struck him out swinging on a 92-mile-an-hour high cutter. Singleton strikes out, and the Astros leave the bases loaded in the eighth.
Oh, man. What a performance by Jose Leclerc in that situation. What a fantastic finish to this game as the Rangers get the 9-2 victory in Game 6 over the Houston Astros, and now we are heading, Bobby Belt, to a win-or-go-home Game 7. This is back-to-back win-or-go-home games for this team now, today and yesterday.
I cannot wait. I am so excited. Yeah. I'm so down with this one. This is going to be I'm pumped for Scherzer to be out there specifically. I think he's going to show up in a big way tonight. But, man, where does this rank on the list of, do you think the most intense winner-go-home games that you've had set up in Dallas sports history? Because you've had a couple Game 7s for the Mavericks. None of them, I don't feel like any of them rise to this level totally. I mean, you did have West Finals, Lakers, Mavs in the 80s. That was a Game 7.
Yeah, Clippers, Mavs, a couple years ago in the bubble, right?
Yeah, and I mean, obviously every NFL game is a winner-go-home, so those Super Bowls and things like that. You had the Game 7.
It wasn't the bubble. Mavs. I mean,
no, they did have one in the bubble, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
But you had
baseball Game 7s to me have such a different level of intensity than any other sports Game 7.
Which we've only had one in Rangers history. It was the Cardinals World Series coming off of the
that's
Game
enough,
6.
isn't it?
Yeah, and that one just felt like the juice got sucked out of it with the Game 6. The Game 6 was the game of that series
for sure.
That was the one that and by the time Game 7 rolled around, Cardinals were in control most of the night of that one.
Wait, did the Rangers take like a 2-0 lead in that game?
They got the lead early in the game, and then Cardinals went up pretty quick after that, I think, and then they just maintained the lead the rest of the game.
They had a Game 5 against Tampa.
They did, yeah. That was the one where Cliff Lee had the crazy pitching performance. That's another one.
Beltre had a home run in that game, I think.
That was Game 4. That was the year
4.
after. Game 5 was the one where Kinsler, they were up a run or two, and then Kinsler hit a home run off Rafael Soriano to ice it in the ninth.
So they've had winner go home games in franchise history, obviously.
This is the biggest to me.
Bigger than the World Series.
I felt the World Series obviously is bigger stakes on the line. I just felt like that was over.
Okay,
when
I
Game 7 rolled around.
I mean, look,
this one just feels the most intense.
This one felt like it was over going into yesterday for a lot of people.
It did, but it's changed. It's a new day.
Hey, listen. You want to talk about things playoff baseball momentum is a wild thing. It is wild. Like, it is literally the cliche. I hate cliches. I hate old adages. But it is true. Momentum is next day starter, man. And the Rangers feel great right now. And Max Scherzer can go out there and allow 4 runs in the first inning. Christian Javier can go out there and allow 4 runs in the first inning. And whatever momentum you think you have going into that game is gone.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like baseball that's why it's my favorite sport, especially playoff baseball. Regular season, whatever. But playoff baseball it's the boobies.
This is it.
I can't say the other word.
This will be tomorrow. Will be like we are going to be completely bipolar tomorrow. Like
yes, sir, Bob.
It is either going to be incredibly exciting and we're going to be on an absolute high, or we are going to be absolutely depressed.
We're going to be wondering either tomorrow what's going to happen is we're going to be very, very depressed, or we're going to be very depressed that we didn't get credentials for the World Series.
Don't we have them? I think we do have them for the World Series.
Wow, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
We'll see. Maybe we fly to Philadelphia next week. We should do the show from Philly.
Oh, my gosh, that'd be great.
Can we do that? Can we do the show from Philadelphia next week?
I'd love to, personally, but who knows?
Yeah, we could actually take you to a place that's got decent cheesesteaks as opposed to the one Alibaba or whatever it is that you went to. Where'd you go? Ishkabibble?
Ishkabibbles. Yeah, I did.
Isn't Alibaba like the Amazon? I think it's Asia. I think it's like Chinese Amazon. Alibaba.
Know. Yeah, it was definitely Ishkabibbles. It was not Alibaba.
I think you're thinking of AliExpress. Yeah, because.
Is that what that is?
I think so, because a couple years ago, let's just say I got a Halloween costume that wasn't exactly what I ordered.
Oh no.
Oh no. What? Hang on. Keep talking.
So
Yeah,
I'm
but
a nerd.
don't talk yourself into getting canceled. Let's be careful.
Oh, no. Quite the opposite. I'll be canceled because I'm a geek. I bought a Jedi robe from Star Wars, and the quality was way worse than what they presented it as.
What did you pay for it?
I think like $150. It wasn't
Whoa!
too much. But
that wasn't
Hang
too
on a
much.
second. Hang on. You spent $150 on a Halloween costume?
But I will say I bought it for the
Life?
I mean, more or less, yeah. I got it in 2015 when the newest batch of Star Wars movies came out, and I've worn it to each and every premiere that I've gone to see it at, as well as Halloween. So it's not exactly a one and done, but it doesn't exactly justify the $150 cost.
You're one of the dress up people
at
Star Wars. That's okay. When I go to Fast and Furious premieres, I used to wear a jean jacket with the sleeves cut off, just like dressed like Dom Toretto.
No shame. What will provide me some shame is the fact that when we first got the outfits, me and a friend who was also a big Star Wars fan, he wore a Stormtrooper onesie. I wore my robe, and we went and we took our finals in our outfits, and then went and saw the movie afterwards.
This is where if Peyton were here right now, we would hit that drop. Are you embarrassed?
Are you embarrassed?
Are you embarrassed?
Are you embarrassed? Are you embarrassed?
Yeah. So.
Wow. Okay.
Game 7 tonight, though.
He's single, ladies.
I'm ready. I cannot wait for tonight.
This will be fun. This could be a fun night. Game 7 right here, 105.3 The Fan. You're going to have Phillies, Diamondbacks at 4 o'clock. That's the schedule tonight. Phillies, D-backs at 4. And then at 7:03, so 6:30 pregame show right here on The Fan. At 7:03, you're going to have Rangers, Stros, Max Scherzer, and Christian Javier, who won the playoffs this year, is 2-0 with a 1.69 ERA. What means he is due.
Yep, that's how we say it. He's due.
He's due.
Exactly.
All right, Bobby, take it away real quick.
All right, so a couple of distressing things happened in my home this weekend. First off, Chop, I was going back to that old New York Times quiz from a decade ago. That it's a dialect quiz. You basically answer 25 questions about what do you call these things, and it tries to guess where you're from originally. And so it's always nailed it for me. It either gets where you're from or it gets like where your family's from, even if you didn't grow up there. So you grew up where?
I grew up in New Jersey for the most part.
Okay, yeah.
I lived in Tennessee. I lived in New York.
We just had you do the quiz. It says
I'm probably all over the map.
It said Newark/Patterson, New Jersey.
It did not say that.
Right
I never lived in either place.
But it's Jersey. It nailed it. It nailed
never
your
lived
top
in either
3
place.
answers as Newark, Patterson, Philly, and then oddly enough, you don't have any Louisiana family, do you?
No.
Because it says Baton Rouge. But that may just be Texas, Baton Rouge,
Texas,
kind of
Knoxville
blending a little
kind of
bit.
thing.
So we had my daughter take this quiz, my 10-year-old. She was wanting to do it. And it's always nailed it. Where either we're from or our family's from. She filled it out. And do you know where it said she was from?
Cleveland.
Bakersfield and Fresno. And what this indicates, Choppy, is the California takeover because she has all these kids in her class that are from California, and she's starting to talk like the California kids that are populating her class.
Instead of saying no, she's saying nar.
Yeah, exactly.
Nar.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, she tested it. This has always nailed it, and this time, like I've never had anybody take it who it didn't get them close to where they're from, and she was California.
I hate that. I hate hearing that, man.
So that's depressing one. The other thing that was tough was my wife was telling me yesterday, she's like, we've got a problem. I was like, what's the problem? And if you want to get on the fan cam, you can see what the problem is. I'm going to show Choppy this here in just a second. We had my daughter has to pick a book, and based on picking the book, she has to then, she's in 2nd grade, they want her to create a mask that represents the book, and then she goes into class wearing it. So the book she chose was called The Name Jar. And Carter, if you could put that up on the fan cam right there, that's what we have to create a mask for. And as soon as she showed it to me, I'm like, are there any pictures in there that aren't little Asian girls? Because that feels like something
Bobby.
I shouldn't do. It feels like something I shouldn't make a mask of.
No.
And so I was like, we can't. So Kristen's like, what do I do? Because the whole idea of the book is the name jar is she doesn't like her name and she's trying to pick names out of a jar to change her name. And then she comes to realize I'm proud of my heritage and where I'm from and I like my name, and she keeps her name after all. Like that's the whole point of the book is being proud of where you come from, whatever. But Kristen's like, I can't make a mask of like another race and then ever wear that into school.
No, you probably can't.
And
probably
so
can't.
we're
No.
gonna. What she's going with is she's going with a jar. She's making a jar,
Okay.
and she's like, they're gonna call her Jarhead. I was like, I'd rather have her be confused for a Marine than a racist. And so
Yeah, you don't want that.
But that was as soon as I saw that.
Now,
I was like,
which child is this?
This is the 7-year-old.
And what's her name?
Laura.
Laura.
Yeah. And
My
so
sister's name.
Yeah,
It's
the name
sorry
jar
name.
there. So we
Terrible name.
were into that where it was like, could you have picked another book, child? Now we got to create a mask for this. But that was the stress we had over the weekend.
I don't know what to do about that one.
I have Californians and kids who have no awareness of present day sensitivities.
No, they don't. That's surprising too. Kids should have a great awareness of present day sensitivities. All right, that's part of Bobby's world right there. Rangers win, Stars win. Unfortunately, so do the Eagles. We will get you caught up on what happened yesterday in the world of sports coming up next here on 105 through the Fan.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Short lead for Garber, who does not run well. Abreu holding him on. Valdez comes home, and there's a high drive hit to right field. Angling back toward the corner is Tucker. He is at the wall. He leaps. It's history. He didn't get it. It's a two-run homer as Tucker went up there, reaching into the fans, and did not come down with the ball. Jonah goes the opposite way, and the Rangers lead 3-1.
Man, Nadell with the call at a game you heard right here. Rangers, a 9-2 Game 6 victory, heading to Game 7 today, right here on 105 through the Fan, 6:30 pregame, 7:03 first pitch. It was a fun night of baseball last night as the Rangers blow this one open in the ninth. You get the Heim home run to break a 1-1 tie, and that basically in the same spot, pretty close to the same spot that Garver hit one earlier in the game.
Yeah, and where Jankowski almost went out in the ninth. Kyle Tucker, he finally got it on the third try. Was finally able to rob it, but
man, just get the ball in the air to right field.
Man,
things that park. You can lose a baseball deep in the center, like center field and left center. Like those are tough to get out of. Right field and left field there. That's the sweet spot.
Man, that Heim home run, it's such a huge clutch moment. But I mean, the other thing there with that Heim homer is just I really thought Tucker was going to snag it. It was so incredibly close. I thought he was going to steal that one, and that would have completely changed the game. But I mean, a huge victory, obviously forcing the Game 7. The giant grand slam from Adolis after, man, he was getting just boos raining down on him.
I mean, let's be fair. Like he should. Like if Houston guy did it to one of the Ranger players, he'd be getting booed. Like that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
As a fan, you're supposed to do. They're supposed to boo the guy who bowed up to their guy. It's just what you're supposed to do.
But man, that had to be super satisfying for him to hit the big grand slam, and I cannot wait to see tonight who steps up. Like I mean, this is a big opportunity. I feel like Adolis is a big Game 7 player. I think Scherzer's a guy who you could see elevate in a Game 7. We've seen so much from Evan Carter elevating throughout the playoffs. He's obviously had his struggles in this series at times, but man, it just feels like a big opportunity to write a lot of historical narratives for guys on this team tonight.
I think this is one of those games where you got to score. I mean, they need 6.
Probably. Yeah.
They need 6, man.
What is to you tonight? What is the best possible? Obviously, perfect game, whatever. But what is the best, most realistic possible outcome for Max Scherzer tonight for you? I would say if he could go 5 innings and not allow a run, that would be.
That's realistic.
That's I think that on the very high end of what's possible for him. I don't think it's likely necessarily, but I think that's fine. More likely is probably he goes 3 innings and
allows 3
a run or 2. Like that's probably your best case scenario. But within his ability, I think would be if he could get through 5. If that slider is biting, if that changeup's working for him, then I think he could go 5 and get through that scoreless. I just don't see him getting out of more than 5 innings though, no matter how well he's pitching.
I don't know, man. Like I have no expectations. Like anything you get to me, it's like anything you get from him is a bonus. Anything you get's a bonus. It's it's all it is. Like you're out there just praying he gets you something.
Look, you felt good about the fastball velocity. I think the curveball looked good in his last start. It's all going to be about those. The second and third offense.
Yeah, that's what it is.
The slider's the biggest part of it, but obviously the changeup too. He's got to have the changeup working. He's got to be able to locate the slider. If that slider is just, looking like a meatball, if it's not moving at all, then you've got a problem.
Yeah,
this game will be won or lost on Scherzer's slider, I think.
Yeah, it absolutely will be. because you're right. His velocity was there. His command was not, though. He did not know where that ball was going half the time. That was a tough thing to watch at Game 3. What was that, on Tuesday or Wednesday of last week? So we'll see. I mean, obviously we'll see. I have no expectations. My expectations are very, very low, which I like. I like keeping expectations low. Makes me happier when things go well.
That's a good way to look at it.
My entire life is based off of undersell and overdeliver.
That's a good philosophy, I think, to have.
Undersell, overdeliver. That's all you gotta do.
Manage expectations, and that's what Max Scherzer has done with his Game 3 performance.
I mean, if I was going to be a head coach,
do you think he did that?
Give me the worst team possible.
Do you think he pitched like that in Game 3, like on purpose to manage expectations?
I think he
for Game
did.
7,
Yeah,
so
because he knew Game
deliver?
7 was coming, and then it was going to happen.
That's a veteran move.
It's absolutely big time. This team was very resilient, though, and I thought the resiliency showed really, really early. It was 1-0. Houston got on the board very early in this game, first inning, and bottom one, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, all right. After Game 5,
which the first 5 games of the series, wasn't it the team that scored first one?
That's basically Houston's MO. Like, if they score first, they win. If they don't score first, they lose. But Rangers bounce back real quick. They are very resilient. Here's Bruce Bocchi.
They're amazing. They really are. They just don't let the adversity get to them. We've had injuries, tough streaks, and they keep getting up. And that's what it's about in this game. You got to bounce back. You got to be resilient. Came out, played well today. Of course, Nate set the tone out there. How many times has he done that? And we just had great at-bats throughout the lineup.
So Altuve scores in the first inning to make it 1-0. First pitch at the top of the second. It's tied up. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. That's kind of how you do it. And the Rangers tied up, and they took the lead, 2 innings later, 3, and all of a sudden, it's 3-1, and now it's a chess match the rest of the way. Game 7 tonight.
Tonight, can't wait. We got Jared Sandler at 8 o'clock to preview it, and it'll either be the happiest morning show you've heard tomorrow, or it'll be the saddest. We'll just be all down in the mouth. But I'm hoping, or I'm gonna believe in this baseball.
You're gonna believe in the team.
I'm gonna believe in the Magic finally going their way, and the I think it's gonna hold what we've seen throughout the series. Road team gets the win.
Astros are a -130 favorites, about a 55% chance.
Yeah, what is Vegas?
I know, right? They've been pretty wrong on this series, basically in every game. Diamondbacks and Phillies have a Game 6 today. 4:07 is the first pitch. That'll be on TBS on the television set. It's a 3-2 series lead for the Phils. What?
Just the television set. You make it sound like we're going to watch Jackie Gleason.
That's what I was going for, man. Stars get a overtime win over the weekend.
Couturier unable to get it out. Now all alone in front. Pavelski backhand. He scores. So Couturier lost the draw, lost the battle. Dallas gets it to Joe Pavelski in front, and he ends it in overtime with his 3rd goal of the year. What an effort, though, in Dallas tonight. The Flyers get a point, but lose in overtime. 5-4 Stars winning.
Wow, what a loser. Talking about moral victories. Flyers radio with the call. Stars win, Stars win.
Yeah, boy, and this could have really gone the opposite direction for the Stars. Pavelski, obviously, with the big goal in overtime, being able to get an overtime victory, without having to get into the shootout was big for them, because that's an area that they struggled a lot last year, was in that 3-on-3 stuff. And so, big goal from Pavelski. But this is something where the Stars were up, and the Flyer, they were up 2, and the Flyers come back and tie it on 2 shorthanded goals in the span of a minute.
Shorties.
And, that it was a game where if you would have lost that one, you definitely would have been looking back, I think, and saying that was a missed opportunity against a good team. And, they end up pulling through. And that's now, I think Pavelski has scored a point in every game so far this year. He's got 5 through 4 games, but he's now up to 3 goals, 2 assists. He's played really well. It's just he is the 39-year-old marvel.
Stars give up 3 short-handed goals the first time in team history. They still get the 5-4 overtime victory. They are in Pittsburgh tomorrow night.
Taking on Yager and Lemieux.
Right, absolutely. Let's go around the NFL a little bit. Avert your eyes. That was an ugly game between the Giants and the Commanders.
Taylor over center. Play fake, back to throw. Steps up, dumps it underneath, completes it to Barkley, runs out of a tackle, he's to the 10, he's to the 5, he's in for the touchdown! Saquon from 32 yards out, and the Giants take the lead 13-0.
Giants ready with the call, and they win 14-7 over the Commanders. Tyrod Taylor, 279 and 2 TDs.
Yeah, he played well. I'm really interested. In fact, I need to look it up at some point here. I need to see if the New York Post headline has some back page of, Daniel who or something like that, because I imagine that with as much as Daniel Jones has struggled and then Tyrod Taylor stepping in and playing like he did, it's not going to be very difficult to see some people start trying to argue that, well, he should be out there. Daniel Jones, you made a mistake, correct it. So I'll be interested to hear if that noise starts the same way it does when it's, Cooper Rush. He needs to start over Dak Prescott, but we'll see. But I mean,
they're paying him $40 million a year. They're not gonna bench him.
Yeah, they shouldn't. But I'll be interested to see if they start trying to do something like that in terms of the New York media, if they start clamoring for it. But good victory for the Giants. They finally, get on in the win column outside of the one they had against Arizona, which was just a feverish comeback. So good victory for them. Washington just continues to puzzle me. That seems like a team that can make things really difficult on you in some games, and then there are other games where it's just they're going to roll over. And they did it again yesterday. That was definitely a rollover. They are better than that team. They're better than that Giants team, and they did not show it yesterday in an ugly game.
No. Good game on Sunday Night Football. The Eagles wearing, I have to say, very cool uniforms. I love their light Kelly green, whatever they are, throwbacks.
They're beautiful.
Much better than the uniforms they wear now. And the tush push happened again. The Eagles win 31-17.
Second down and 3. Hurts takes the gun, goes to Gainwell. Gainwell spins. He's in. Touchdown.
Not to be denied. Kenny Gainwell takes this thing off the left tackle, and he gets hit on about the 2-yard line, but he smells pay dirt.
31-17, Eagles win. Sirianni after the game said about the tush push, because that's 16 one-yard touchdown runs for Jalen Hurts since 2020. Tied with Zeke for the most in the league. He said if everybody could do it, they would. Yeah, if everybody's quarterback squatted like 800 pounds, they'd do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, and ours can. Dak is a
Dak's a hoss.
Dak is a hoss, but they don't want him running the ball. They don't want him getting hurt. I find it interesting. Last night, Miami's been a really efficient running team. They've been really explosive. They're obviously without Devon Achane now, and that's something that is going to make things more difficult for him. But Raheem Mostert,
and my fantasy team.
Raheem Mostert was a guy who was on pace, I think, to tie the NFL single-season touchdown record heading into this game. Because, he had 11 touchdowns through 6 games, but last night there was a point where he had 3 carries for -8 yards, and his long was -1. But this is somewhere Eagles get as many first downs off of penalties last night as Miami got running the ball.
Stop it.
3-3.
Stop it.
And here's what's wild. Miami, 10 penalties, 70 yards. How many penalties did the Eagles have?
10 penalties, 70 yards. 3.
0.
Not
a single penalty from the Philadelphia Eagles.
Refs were in the bag.
Yeah.
Refs were in the bag. Lamar was Lamarvelous. 38-6. They beat the Lions. A bad loss for Detroit. That was the Bills. That was a bad loss for them. They lose to the Patriots 29-25. Chiefs 31-17 over the Chargers. How did your Longhorns do?
The Longhorns won. Look, was it a game that was completely fair with, when it comes to spotting the ball?
Quite a bad spot Houston got on that one.
And, was it an impressive victory? No, but it's a victory nonetheless. And we will remain in the playoff conversation until we ultimately lose to like Tech or somebody, because that's what the Texas Longhorns do.
The Longhorns, man, they beat OU in the Big 12 championship game or whatever, right? Because it's 1 versus 2. They stay in that 1 versus 2 category. They got a chance. Your boys got a chance. OU, Carter's OU Sooners. That was close. Y'all were clenched. Y'all were clenching your booty.
I mean, this is what it is. Like, this is what I've become used to with Texas, is that these are the games that they'll play. They're still a year away from being like a big time contender, I think.
Texas?
Yeah.
Dude, you got an elite quarterback.
They're in the conversation.
You got an NFL quarterback.
Yeah, he's still wildly inconsistent, especially.
Is he going to be back next year?
Yeah. No,
he can go this year, right? He can go to.
Yeah, I think he can. But no, he's somebody who expectation at this point is he'll be back, because NFL teams are going to tell him you need to go back.
He's going to transfer. They want Arch in there. Going to burn 2 years, Arch Manning. You think Arch is sitting for 2 years? You think Arch Manning?
I don't know. I mean, Malik Murphy sat all this time. He could have been playing. I'm not critical. Look, Quinn Ewers has been better than I thought he would be this year, but man, it's still wildly inconsistent at times.
Yeah, it can be. There's no doubt about that. All right, and then OU gets the victory over UCF.
Yeah, how did
Carter was at that game? Carter goes to every game.
I know.
Carter literally goes to every sporting event. Like, this guy travels the country. I don't know where he gets his money from. He travels the country going to these sporting events. This is what happens when you're not divorced.
That's OU money right there. That's
That
OU
is.
oil money.
That's
what they do.
Rangers win Game 6. They force a Game 7. Man, Game 5 still stings. Where does that rank in your all-time painful losses? I feel like we could talk about this better today because they won yesterday.
Yeah, we can work through it a little more rationally.
There's not that same angst, that same anger. Plus, we got your best and worst of the weekend. I discovered a girl named Karma. I discovered a girl named Karma over the weekend. In your face to this lady who stole something from me. I got you back. I got you back bigly.
I can't wait to hear this.
That is coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get your carpet.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
And we're back here on Sean and RJ. It's time for the QC Kinetics Expressway. Again, sponsored by QC Kinetics Non-Surgical Regeneration Treatment.
Here's the 2-2. And it's bounced to the right side. Simeon has it. Pivots, goes to second for one. Seager to first. Big stretch by Lowe. Double play! What a play by Nathaniel Lowe, stretching toward right center and somehow holding the bag. They complete the 4-6-3 twin killing that ends the seventh with Texas still on top.
Man, Hicksy with the call in the game you heard right here. What a play. What a great moment in this game. There's a couple of really cool moments in this game last night. That Brantley double play to end the seventh inning. Rangers still up 3-2. They would add on another one in the eighth, and they would add on, 4 in the ninth?
Yep.
5 in the ninth?
No, 5, because
five
it was
in the ninth.
4-2 heading into the ninth.
Yeah, what a day. Because you get Seager hit by pitch and then the grand slam from Adolis Garcia. So yesterday was a great day. Friday, that may have been one of the worst losses the team history. Number one is firmly entrenched. Nothing will ever beat it. You cannot have a worse loss than Game 6 of the World Series in 2011. You cannot have that.
That is the worst loss in the history of Dallas professional sports in terms of like heartbreak. And it's funny, we were kicking this around a little bit over the weekend because I had tweeted, I said, this is the most gut-wrenching loss for the Rangers since the 2011 World Series, since Game 6. And I had a lot of people hit me back and say the Blue Jays game where Bautista hit the three-run homer or whatever it was.
Elvis had like 78 errors in that game, right?
That was a bad game for a lot of reasons. Yeah. But that was something where I felt differently about that one because obviously that's ALDS. That was a game where you were on the road. You felt that building. Like you felt that starting to build a little bit like Bautista might do something. And so that was just more felt like, yep, there it is.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I expected to happen.
And that Toronto team had two guys that were playing at the top of their game in the prime of their career.
Yeah.
Bautista and Donaldson.
Yep. And I mean, Encarnacion was really good.
And he was really good. But those two guys were like, they were what you call game wreckers.
Yeah.
Both those guys were. And Bautista came and played. I mean, he did. Like that was tremendous. That was a tremendous spot for him to be in, and he came through. But Game 5 for this series is probably going to go down as one of the worst losses. We have a few other options that we might be able to get through. Let's go through it though. So let's just go right through this. It's 2-1.
And let us know on the truckwreck.com fan text your own thoughts here, 877-881-1053.
It's 2-1, bottom 6. There's Seager and Carter are on base. And Adolis Garcia is up, looking to make it a 4-2 game.
All right, most here at Globe Life Field are standing right now. First and third, one out. Rangers trailing 2-1. Adolis Garcia swings and hits one high and deep into left field. McCormick is back at the wall. It is gone! Gone! Adolis Garcia, who slams his bat down midway between home and first, now starts to take his trot. A 3-run Jimmy Jack here for Adolis Garcia to put Texas in front, 4-2.
All right. Boy, Hicksy with the call. You got obviously arms or hair on the arms standing up.
Loudest I've ever heard.
Oh, that's right. You were there.
Rangers game.
You were there.
And this was, I had a hoodie on, as I'm known to do.
God.
And I had my keys in my hoodie. And I started I had just gotten up to.
Please tell me you didn't do the.
No.
Hey, we're with the bus.
No. I had just gotten up to go get something to eat. And while I was standing there, Adolis is at bat. So I went and just stepped forward and I was watching it from basically the very back behind the final row of seats in right field. And so I was just kind of standing there watching, and I saw the home run, and everybody was losing their minds. So we're all jumping and high five, and everybody's losing their minds. And somebody,
you had just gotten something. You were touching people's hands before you were about to eat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I had just eaten. I just got the food. We got Golden Chick. It was delicious. But I got tapped on the shoulder after a second. I was like, the guy wants a high five, and he's like, no, here are your keys. which had fallen out of my my little pouch here, and when that fell out, I was like, okay, crap. That was thank God for this guy who saw it, because otherwise I would not have been able to leave the ballpark. But yeah, it was great emotion. I also understand why Adolis got hit on purpose, and I know there's some disagreement about it. To me, it is no different than the Bautista thing, and the Bautista thing made me unhappy. And so I get why they're unhappy. I love it because it's my team that he's up there pimping the home run, but I also understand why they would get upset with it and why they'd say, all right, time to take our shot here.
Okay, well, let's do it. Let's hear how it happened. Eric Nadell has the call of this one of Adolis Garcia getting hit by the pitch and the ensuing benches clearing.
Adolis in each of the last 4 games has a hit and an RBI. Now 11 RBIs for the postseason, and the pitch hit him. Adolis starts jawing at Maldonado, and here come the benches as Adolis and Maldonado are separated by the home plate umpire, and there are players streaming from both sides. The bullpens are emptying right now, and as we look down there, I don't see any punches currently being thrown, but people are restraining the combatants, Adolis Garcia and Martin Maldonado.
Man, it started out a little bit of a, it's a baseball brawl. They get out there, and Adolis comes running back around, trying to get into the back door.
He was heated.
Of the pile.
He was heated. It was obviously on purpose. Like he obviously was hit on purpose, regardless of what Astros fans were trying to say about it. No, why would you do that on purpose? Well, he delayed a game for 20 minutes, essentially, too. Made Leclerc sit there for forever. And, it was...
He wasn't in the game yet. Was he in the game?
Yeah.
He was.
Well,
he was at the point, right?
Yeah, because he got hit there in the bottom of the game.
Yeah, you're right.
And so it was something you made Leclerc sit for forever. Mission accomplished. He had to sit. He had to come back in. He wasn't sharp. It was... I couldn't, but when it first happened, there was some confusion too about whether Adolis had been thrown out because they didn't announce it in the stadium.
No, and I have to say, Brian Abreu and Adolis Garcia in that moment were 2 of the dumbest individuals I've ever seen in my life. If you're Abreu, how do you throw at somebody there? You know you're going to get thrown out. If you're Adolis, why are you starting to fight? You run the risk of getting thrown out. Adolis Garcia getting thrown out of that game potentially impacted how Bocchi managed the 9th inning.
Sure. I mean, he's a big arm in right field. Everything. Yeah.
I mean, you have first and second, top of the order up. Now, I know a lot of people were saying, why didn't you bunt him over there? And the simple answer is because if you bunt them over, they just walk Seager. And now all of a sudden you have Carter up with 1 out, who hasn't done anything all this whole series. And then because you don't have Adolis after him, there's no protection for him. Then the protection would be is that you don't want to walk him, right? So he's going to get something to hit. But then you're going to have, instead of having 3, 4, 5, you have 3 and then 13. Yeah, and then 5.
I didn't have a problem with the decision not to bunt.
I didn't either.
Especially because, Simeon hit a rocket. It was just,
it was fine.
It was right at somebody.
Yeah, I did not have a problem with them not bunting because I knew what was going to happen. If you bunt him over, you're going to walk Seager. And in that moment, you would have taken the bat out of the 2 best hitters on your team just to get a rookie up who's played 30 games. That's tough. I know he's been, the savior here, but that's tough to deal with.
2-8-1. No surprise here. It's a 2-8-1 chop.
Adolis, is that Houston?
Adolis caused Leclerc to sit because Adolis acted like a child. So ultimately, they're saying that it's on him, but it's also Dusty refusing to leave the game.
It's Dusty. It's a Brady. Like a Brady, you can't throw him. I don't. I know Verducci and Rosenthal are saying that it wasn't intentional. Look, I don't know how it wasn't. I think it clearly was. It doesn't make sense. It didn't make sense for him to hit him because you knew it was going to happen. You hit the guy that hits a home run off you, not off you, but off your team. You hit him the next time you're up. In today's baseball, you're getting run, and you're going to get a 2-game suspension. And that's going to get knocked down to 1 game maybe today, but he ain't going to pitch today. Abreu's out in the biggest game of the season for the Houston Astros. And then from Adolis' standpoint, he ran the risk of getting suspended by starting to fight. So that was just dumb on both players' parts. But where does it rank for you all time?
So for me, in terms of the Rangers, it's second behind the 2011 Game 6. Because it was just the air got sucked out of the building. You felt like, if you win that game, you're completely in the driver's seat to win this series. And so especially that it was Altuve, and he comes up and he knocks that out. And ESPN had a really good article actually yesterday. October icon, Houston legend, and baseball's biggest villain.
October icon.
The complicated legacy of Jose Altuve. But you got to say he is an October legend at this point.
He is. I know he is.
And I mean, he's, it's funny. They talked to a couple different teammates. Dubon had said he does good when he gets booed. He doesn't care. I think it's funny. He seems to enjoy it. Bassick has said this. Bassick has said, stop booing Altuve. Or he's like, you can trash talk Altuve all you want. It doesn't matter.
Maybe
it seems
maybe
to
the
level
Astros
him up.
fan should boo him.
And you have Ryan Stanek. You know what he said about Altuve? I hate it because he's a great human being.
I expect somebody who spells Ryan, R-Y-N-E, to think that Jose Altuve is a great human being.
He and Pastor Larry just spitting the same lines.
Man,
he's
Pastor
one of the
Larry.
greatest people ever.
I hope Pastor Larry was loving yesterday, sitting there in Granbury where he lives.
But this is right up in terms of just gut wrenching Dallas sports losses. It's probably, I don't know, the Dez catch against Green Bay. For the Mavericks,
Any San Fran game.
Game 5 of the 06 finals when they just let Dwayne Wade go to the line 30 times against the Mavericks. That one was pretty gut wrenching. That was also the Josh Howard timeout game, I think, at the end.
No, that was 93. It was Chris Webber.
Yeah,
Carolina.
well, I mean, it was definitely repeated, but that one was pretty brutal. But this is way up there. This is worse to me than the Bautista game. This is ALCS instead of ALDS. You kind of felt the other one coming. This one was in the 9th inning as opposed to like the 7th, I think, when Bautista's was. And so it felt much different.
This was I was thinking like game 1 of the ALCS in 2010 against New York. They had a 5-zip lead going into the 7th inning and a 5-1 lead going into the 8th, and they lose 6-5. I mean, at the time, obviously they win the next day and Kobe Lewis pitched a gem in game 2. But at the time I was like, man, that's a bad loss. That's from just a baseball perspective. You can't blow a 5-zip lead in the 7th. You can't.
That was pretty brutal just because you got up early on Sabathia. Josh Hamilton hit that 3-run homer.
That 3-run home run got out in about a half second.
Hit it into the wedgie, didn't he? Or it was pretty close.
Yeah, it was right there.
But I mean, that was one where it's like you got up 3-0 and everybody was like, oh my gosh, this is it. And when they lost that game, I do remember there was a sense around DFW of like, you will just never win a playoff game against the Yankees.
No, you just won't be that
It's never
team.
going to happen. And so obviously things are not, but yeah, after that was a pretty depressing day for Texas, Rangers fans.
From a pure baseball standpoint, I felt that was a pretty bad one. Obviously the Cowboys got a bunch. They had the 44-6 game to Philly. That just.
But that's almost that's less painful to me because it's just like, yeah, you got drubbed. Like you just sucked that day.
I've always said the Baltimore game like two weeks earlier was the worst one.
2-1-4, 2014 and 2016 Cowboys playoff losses, both those to Green Bay.
That
was
those
one that was
stung.
suggested there. 2-1-4, the outcome tonight will determine how bad of a loss Friday was. That's.
Yeah, I mean, look, the series should be over. It should be over.
It will be over tonight after Max Scherzer throws a.
It's going to be over either way.
Well, it's going to be over in Texas' favor.
Breaking news: the series will end tonight.
Breaking news on 105.3.
Unless
fan is presented by BetQL.
Unless it goes to like 18 innings and it ends tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we will.
So then it won't be over tonight.
Sunday night.
It'll be after midnight
or whatever it is.
So that's
254. Bocchi should have kept Chapman in to finish the 8th. You agree with that?
On Friday?
Yeah.
Go back to the scenario. I thought yes. I didn't understand taking him out.
I mean, they got out of the inning, but the idea is that you made Leclerc come out there, pitch, have to sit. It was something that if you would have just kept Chapman in, because the situation was, I think he got the first 2 outs of the inning, and then he gave up a base hit. I think it was.
Yeah, I would not have taken him out in that moment. For a couple of things. I mean, one, you're going to have multiple outs from the clerk to bring him, and you have to sit.
Alvarez struck out, Abreu flied out to right, and then Tucker doubled to left field.
Yeah, so that shows no faith in the play in Chapman right there. None, absolutely none. That he had already gotten a couple outs, and then bam, you just take him out with one hit.
Now I get it because he got 3-0 on Alvarez, and then he got 3 straight strikes to strike him out. He got 3-1 on Abreu before he was able to get him to fly out. And then Tucker was 2-0 pitch when he doubled. So I do get that they felt like he was probably a little erratic, but I mean, he battled back in those two. He showed mental toughness. He battled back in the other two at bats. So just, let him pitch to, at the time, what was McCormick. I don't think they had announced Brantley as the pinch hitter yet, but I think that's a minimal impact on the game overall.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with not bunting in the ninth just because you're going to take the bat out of Seager's hands, but I would have kept Chapman in. To relievers, to get him hot and then sit him back down again in the dugout and then have him get hot again, that you could be asking for trouble there. You could be asking for trouble. Game 7 tonight, 6:30 pregame. I think my voice cracked a bit. Sorry about that one. 6:30 pregame right here on 105.3 The Fan. Shall we do little best and worst of the weekend? What do you think about that one?
We shall.
All right, let's do it. Best and worst of the weekend here on 105.3 The Fan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend. Boom, boom, boom.
Do you have one, Bobby?
I do. So I went to the game on Friday night. I had swore to you guys I was going to get thrown out of the game. And
did you get thrown out of the game?
I did not get thrown out of the game.
Okay, well, take us through the game.
So it was something where I think you were right. That ultimately, because the wife was there, she was actively keeping me in check. I know, and that's what happened. So I got to the stadium. I was thrilled. We got to Lowe's first, which is next door to the stadium there.
What'd you buy? Hardwood stuff?
No, LOEWS, the Lowe's Hotel. Got in there, started pounding the double vodka sodas.
Of course.
Right out of the break.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't you?
Wife wanted to get they have these really good like barbecue wings at the little restaurant there inside the hotel. So she wanted to go there, get some of those. She got a beer. I went to just hitting the double vodka sodas. We walk in the stadium. I was like, let's go see the G-Bag set up. I was like, first, let me stop, get a beer. I don't even like IPAs, but there was an IPA there, and I was like, this is the highest alcohol content. We're getting this.
You're doing double vodka sodas, and then you're going to IPAs.
Yep.
And then back to double vodka sodas at the end. All right.
Yep.
Continue.
And then finished out the night with
bottle of wine.
Michelob. I think we were pounding Michelob the rest of the night. But I got there. I was litty, as the children say.
As I would
when
say,
I checked in with
absolutely.
G-Bag, I gave Jared Sandler a warm embrace. Said what's up to a few of my media friends that were standing up there doing live shots and things like that. And that is when I ran into two great Tolos, Tyler Deary and Colt Heron. And they said, hey, they asked me why I love Dak so much, stuff like that, just harassed me over that. But two great guys who work in Greenville, Texas. They've been friends for, since childhood. And they had said, hey, if they ever make the ALCS, we're going.
All right.
And he said when they made the ALCS in 2010 and 2011, they were broke. And so they're like, we're not going. But they made sure they were going to go this time.
Okay.
So they were at the game, and they were asking me where I was sitting. I was like, I'm in 131. I'm like, row 26. I bought tickets during the break today. And row 26, I guess, like second to last row or the very last row. I didn't even know. I don't know. Whatever was available. So I bought it, and they're like, oh, we're front row.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry to flex on you. I was like, that's fine. So I took a picture with them, said hey to them. It was good. They were nice guys. I went off. We kept talking to some people. They come back around a few minutes later, and they're like, hey, you should come up front and sit with us. He's like, you and your wife should come sit with us. I was like, I don't have tickets. I got these. They're like, we bought 2 tickets. There were 2 more on StubHub. We bought them. You need to come sit down there with us. And so I was like, I can't have y'all do it. They're like, already bought. Come down here. Like, you need to come sit with us. And they're like, we're buying your drinks tonight. I was like, all right. So I went down there. And so shout out to Tyler and Colt for upgrading my seats, showing me a good time. We were in Kyle Tucker's ear all night. It was wonderful. Just, screaming Kyle nonstop.
Oh, yeah.
We were doing the Cartman, the Eric Cartman. We went, I hate you, Kyle. We were doing a lot of that. It was good though. Like I said, I think we
talk about Kyle's mom.
We did, yeah. We sang Kyle's mom's from South Park, so we did all that. It was a good time, and just like I said, shout out to Tyler and Colt. They were great. We did have after the Altuve home run, we had a fight in our section.
Oh no!
It was 3 rows behind us. It was actually the Rangers fan who was mixing up was actually a Tolo, but they were.
Hang on, was the person they were fighting? Were they wearing those stupid Space City jerseys?
They were actually.
Is there nothing worse than that? Space City jersey, man.
This was the Rangers fan was probably, if I was to guess, he was probably about 5'10", 165 pounds. The Astros fan he was jawing with was probably 6'3", 290 pounds. And we were
like 290, like beefy or like
no, like just
jacked.
built. Just
Okay,
built.
yeah.
And so
See, I assume Houston fans are very thin.
I had 2 different people tweet videos at me that they were like, why is Bobby getting into fights in this section? I was like, I was trying to keep the peace. I was trying to do my best. I was trying to calm it down. But after that Altuve home run, it got a little tense in the section there. We were all trying to just diffuse, like, let's chill out, because then security came around and they're like, who do we need to throw out? And everybody's like, we're cool. Don't throw anybody out, please. And so it was a great time hanging with those guys, though. And they are, I know they're so committed to this. They're hopping on a PJ, and they're going to Houston tonight.
That's a private jet.
That is. They're hopping on a private jet. They're going to the game today. They've got tickets, and so they're gonna be hanging out, and they're gonna be out there just in Kyle Tucker and Altuve's ears all night.
Ears.
Yeah, ears. Let me finish my sentence.
Are you gonna go?
I'm not. They did ask. They were like, "Do you want to go?" And I was like, "I can't. I got too many at-home responsibilities today, and I am going to be out there. I'm going to hang.
Look at that. Putting your wife first for once.
That's what I do. Look. I went to the state fair last week.
Oh,
this is personal
man,
growth.
What a man.
I will be. I think I will be hanging out if any Tolos are looking for a place to watch the game. I think I'll be at Jake's in McKinney tonight, hanging out with Tolo Steve, and so we're going to be getting drinks. Wife will be there with me and watching the game, taking it in. But yeah, I was just like, I can't make the Houston trip happen as much as I'd love to. But great dudes, Tyler and Colt, you guys are rock stars, and just how into it they were all night. And like I said, they work in Greenville, but they live even further away. They live in Wolf, Texas, which I'm pretty good about knowing cities around here. I have no idea where Wolf is, so they made a hell of a drive to go out there, or they had a driver. They had a DD. They had a designated driver, and so it was just a great experience. Other than losing that game, that's what was brutal with it. But I saw so many Tolos. Had great conversations with a number of people who were out there, just the G-bag set up, and then throughout the game. Every time I was walking up and down those steps, which made 27 rows down to the front.
Oh, it's first world,
dude,
man.
My calves are not. What I learned is that the muscles that get used going up and down stairs, I don't use enough because they were.
You should take elevators.
They were burning for 2 solid days. This is the first day where I've kind of felt good, but I did lose my voice. I had to. My wife told me, she's like, stop shouting obscenities. There's like a little kid behind us. I'm like, oh, so sorry. But the dad there with his daughter, and he's like, it's all right. She's good. She's around this right now. She can hear it. What jersey do you think this dad was wearing? It's a Rangers jersey.
Jerry Hairston Jr.
Be number 49, John Rocker.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I have never seen a John Rocker Rangers jersey. When he was pitching here, I never saw that jersey. This guy was out there, and as soon as I saw the John Rocker jersey, I was like, I don't have to worry about yelling a few obscenities around here. That's a Rocker jersey.
Wow. Yeah, you can't be upset with that one.
So that was the weekend.
Yeah.
And otherwise I was
Good
just
deal.
Nice to spend the bye week actually sleeping in a little bit, taking the weekend to rest up. Normally I'm up like doing Cowboys games either on the road or at the stadium when they're doing home games. So nice to take the bye week. Chop, what was going on with your weekend?
Real quick, people were saying it's probably Wolf City is the place
Wolf
you're
City,
thinking
maybe.
of.
I had never heard of it.
Shout out Hunt County.
That's what it is.
They're saying, at least. I don't know. Okay. So we had baseball weekend out at Rockerbie Ranch out in Grayford.
Did you see Dez?
We did not see Dez.
Oh.
Dez is football, not baseball.
I thought it was baseball.
His son plays on my kid's football team.
Well.
So we went out there we had a game Friday night. So it's about an hour and a half drive. Boy, you get to go through the country, man. You go through Wise County and Springtown and Poolville and all the towns. So we head out there Friday, drive back home Friday night. And then our friends, the Campbells, they got a lake house out there. They're like, because we couldn't bring the dog to the park. They said no dogs. So,
but you were hanging with people who had soup money. The Campbells.
That's right. Big soup money. Big soup people. So we had to come back home Friday night to be with the dog. Saturday, we're like, you know what? We're going to bring the dog and stay at their lake house. So we stayed at the lake house on Saturday. And we had a baseball game on Saturday. And then Sunday, we had all-day games. And we stuck the dog into the park on Sunday. We didn't care. We didn't care about the rules.
Ooh.
And I met a girl. And Donna was her name. No, it was Karma. Karma was her name.
That was actually her name?
Her name was Karma. Her name was Karma.
You remember when we talked a couple weeks ago about names that judge people when they name them?
So going from we have our first game's at 7:30 in the morning. We win that one. Now we have break till 4 or 3, something like that, 3 or 4. So we go into they have like a lounge area. They have a bar on this ranch. They've got a restaurant. It's great. It's awesome. It's a great spot for weddings and bachelor parties, all that crap, whatever. Baseball. So we're watching some of the football games, getting some work done. She's got work to do. I had work to do. We go back to the car before our game, and we get the wagon and wheel all our crap in. These 2 chairs. We you bring your chairs in. You bring in your cooler or whatever. Well, I put the chairs on top of each other. I start wheeling this wagon, and it's there's rocks. It's rocks it's not pavement. It's rocks. I guess one of the chairs fell out. We're walking maybe 30 yards, maybe 50 tops from the car to the field. The field's right there. We get to the field. We go to unpack the wagon. There's only 1 chair in there. Not even 90 seconds have passed. So I'm like, oh, crap, must have fallen out. I go back into the parking lot. It's gone. There's no chair. I look at the trunk. I'm like, maybe I didn't put it in there. Nope. It's gone. There's no chair. Some jackass found the chair on the ground in 90 seconds. Didn't bother to ask anybody if they dropped their chair. Just picked it up and took it.
Man.
Brand new chair.
What city was this?
Well, it's people from all over. People from Houston in this tournament. I bet you it was them.
100%.
I bet you it was the people from Houston. That's if you ask me.
Yeah.
All right. No self-respecting North Texanite or whatever
is going to do that. Yeah, 100%. This is a North Texas community, and we're not just going to take people's chairs. Definitely Houston behavior.
All right, so definitely Houston behavior. What happens is I start scouring the lot, and I find a lady who is sitting in the exact chair. It's a brand new chair. We had just got it. It's the new model. It's the new model chair.
Wow.
And she is sitting in the same chair. And she's avoiding eye contact with me left and right. So I said to Sarah, look, you're going to have to go over there and talk to her. I can't. If I say something to her, I'm the big bad male bully trying to bully some lady out of getting me my chair back. So I can't do it. So you're going to have to go do it. And
you can't just say, that's my chair.
I have no proof. Where's my proof? I have no proof it's my chair.
Boy, how the turntables.
Yes,
you are Brad Sham.
Turntables. Yes, absolutely. I am Brad Sham. I should have had Brad's chair. So I figured out what I'm going to do now is I'm going to buy a new chair, and I'm going to write the most offensive thing on the back of the chair I could find. That way nobody will steal it. Okay? I'm just going to draw some offensive things, whatever. I don't care.
But then you have to sit in that chair.
I don't care. But here is where I met Karma.
She was in the chair?
Karma was in the chair. And I had signed up for a raffle that weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And guess who won the raffle?
Karma.
This guy.
Oh.
I won the raffle. I won a Wilson A2000 glove. That's like a $300 glove.
What?
Yeah. It's a great glove. I want a glove. It's a blue glove. I'll show you a photo of it. It's pretty batty, man.
No way.
It's pretty awesome. The A2000.
My gosh. $300?
Yeah. And so a buddy of mine picked it up. Look at that glove. That's a cool looking glove.
That is good.
Yeah.
Oh, and it says Rocker on it.
It says Rocker B Series on it. Yeah, it's a cool glove. It's Ranger color glove, man. That's a cool glove. So yeah, you may have gotten your $49 chair, lady, but I won the glove. And I met my friend named Karma.
You never collected your chair?
Never collected it. No idea where the chair is. What am I going to do? I have no proof.
You needed to go right up to her right after it happened and be like, that is my chair. You need to give it to her.
I didn't know that. I have no proof. There was no way. I didn't see her take it.
If you said it though, what happens? She either goes, no, it's not, but reality is she probably goes, crap, he knows I have his chair. I have to
Even still, what am I going to do? Wrestle it away from her?
No, she'll give it back.
No, she won't.
Yes, she would.
Oh, I don't think.
Man, you were supposed to be social assassin now.
Yeah.
Like that was your whole thing, is that you said, like, I'm the social assassin. I collect chicken money and I fired Christmas light people.
I have not collected chicken money. I have not collected chicken money.
This is incredibly disappointing. You have completely lost your social assassin tag. You've lost your nickname. You don't get to own that anymore.
Listen, I'm not going to go. I can't. I had no proof. I had no proof.
So Sarah was with you?
Yeah.
Did you? I feel like Sarah would absolutely just go like, hey, you need to give that back, lady.
She would not. I told her to go up. She wouldn't do it.
Really?
She said it. She goes, I don't think it's the right chair. I don't think it's that chair. So maybe she's right. Maybe it wasn't that chair at all. I thought it was. I thought it looked like it. She would not have done that anyway. She wouldn't have gone up to her to say anything. People said to me, you should go up to and say, man, where did you get your chair from? where'd you get your chair from? And then have her answer, whoa, where'd I get it from? I had no proof. And it may have been the wrong chair. I don't know. It looked very much like it. It looked like it, but they all look alike. They're gray chairs with rockers.
Mark.
What? Oh, stop. It's a great chair. It's a great chair.
Yeah, this is look, you lose out on a chair, but you gain a glove. And you know what Tolos can gain?
What's that?
They can gain Cowboys tickets courtesy of Miller Lite. Isn't that right, Ross?
Oh, sure is.
Yes. Well-oiled machine.
But yes, we do indeed have a giveaway. Caller number 10 right now wins a pair of tickets to see your Dallas Cowboys take on the Los Angeles Rams. That's at AT&T Stadium on Sunday, October 29th, courtesy of Miller Lite. The number to call is 877-881-1053. Again, caller number 10 right now wins a pair of tickets to see your Dallas Cowboys take on the Los Angeles Rams at AT&T Stadium on Sunday, October 29th, courtesy of Miller Lite. Again, that number to call is 877-881-1053. Better hurry, because the phone lines are already full.
Boy, Chop, they are just giving you hell.
Yeah, they give you all the hell they want, man. What am I going to do?
817. What I learned from Choppy is you get the green light to steal from him.
No, she didn't steal. I dropped it out of my wagon. I have no proof.
972 could have just said, did you happen to find that chair in the lot? I just lost one exactly like that. 208, I'll give you a chair for your glove, Chop.
No.
Fair trade.
No, see, I'll take the glove. It's $49. It's a $49 chair.
Why didn't you just walk up to her and go, well, excuse me. Well, I think you have my chair.
Yes,
we are in Texas after all.
Yes, we are.
People would get that.
Freaking
like I said, we're all very disappointed. We thought you were a social assassin. Now it turns out you're what? What's that company that's like just let people steal our stuff? What's the store?
Target.
Yeah, you're Target.
I'm Target.
Yeah, Target shop.
I have a Target on my back big time. Young Jared Sandler joins us next, previewing a huge Game 7 for your Texas Rangers tonight. Next up, 105 through the Fan. Let's get you over to Q.
The free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. It is Game 7 day. Bobby Belt in for Sean. Sean is back tomorrow. Bobby will be back in his normal chair on the other side. I like it better. I like looking at you from my right, not my left.
It does throw off my chi.
It does.
Sitting here in this spot. But we got Game 7,
yes,
baby.
Yes, we do, boys and girls. It is Game 7 tonight. 7:03 first pitch, 6:30 pregame with this man, Jared Sandler. Morning, Jared.
What's up, guys? I made the big mistake. I decided, you know what, I'm going to go outside for a walk, but there is nothing in this godforsaken city that's worth walking to or walking around. And I feel like I can be anywhere right now, and I'd be in a better spot than walking outside in Houston.
Man, there's a love-hate. Either people love Houston or hate it. I don't think there's a middle ground there at all, right?
What's the love?
The
humidity, the traffic.
There's zip code pride, Jared.
Yeah.
That's a thing. Generally, it's that nobody. Like, I feel like if you love Houston, it's because you're from there. I don't think anybody loves Houston like who visits.
Yeah, James Harden likes Houston.
I mean, yeah, strip clubs and alcohol.
Yep,
so yeah, that does track.
All right, take us inside the stadium last night. Like just the emotion, the energy, how quiet it got after the Grand Slam. Take us inside there.
Yeah, there was a lot of. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so fans ride these emotional waves, right? And what's like the most common question after you have a big win or a big loss? How is that going to affect them? Because I think there's this assumption that when you get a big win, you're just going to be rolling, or when you suffer a dramatic, devastating loss, you're done. And so there was definitely a feeling in the ballpark like, hey, we're just going to go through the motions, but I mean, the Astros are going to clinch tonight, right? Like it's just a matter like what's the final score going to be? I mean, there's this delicacy with like within the media. You know, you got to plan for a clinch. Like you don't just all show up on the field and everyone knows where to go. But usually there's like a tact in how you have those conversations, especially in a public space. Astros people were just throwing out all sorts of stuff out in the open, like as if this is like a done deal. And I think the fan base had a similar feel. There was definitely an energy in the building. And when the Astros scored in the first inning, I think the thought was, okay, yep, here we go. But Mitch Garver's home run kind of changed things. And all of a sudden you felt a little bit of a nervous energy. Like, yeah, we're going to do this, right? Like this is going to happen. And then when Jonah Heim homered, all of a sudden, you could hear the teeth clattering and, you know, that angst. And, you know, they certainly had some fun with Adolis, and Adolis allowed them to have some fun with 4 strikeouts in his 4 plate appearances. But, you know, once he hit a grand slam, that stadium started to empty out. And, you know, I don't know. Everyone always likes to ask who's got the pressure in this situation. I don't know. But what I do know is that we got a Game 7, and before the series started, I don't think Astros people really expected this. As a matter of fact, last thing I'll say on this, I'm kind of tired of Astros media people saying things like, oh, it's so cute you guys made this a series, or, hey, I'm glad you guys were at least competitive, or, yeah, if something crazy happens, maybe you guys can win the series. Both these teams won 90 games.
Yeah.
Like, the arrogance as if, like, this was a done deal kind of baffles me.
Jared, to that point, you talking about Adolis there and the energy he was getting from the crowd and everything else. What did you just think overall about, you know, Adolis's, you know, pimping the home run, the way the Astros responded, intentional or not, how it slowed down the game on Friday night, and then just how he responded last night? You mentioned the 4 strikeouts. Do you think he was pressing a little bit in the first few at-bats?
Yeah, so a lot of questions there. Last night, yes. I think Adolis is going to be Adolis, and that means he is going to try and, you know, hit a 7-run home run sometimes. And I think when the whole crowd is booing, I think he really wants to hit a 7-run home run. And he reverted back to 2021 and 2022 Adolis, who just kind of was a free swinger, and that got him out of his game. But And I don't know that he really did anything differently in that ninth inning other than Ryan Stanek just decided to throw him a cookie.
Yep.
So I think it is important that Adolis tonight has some level of discipline. Now, with all that said, he's got home runs now in 3 straight games. He's got a hit in an RBI in 5 straight games. Whatever he's doing is working, but it definitely looked like he was just trying to hit the ball 700 feet last night. But it was a little bit of poetic justice for him to deliver the dagger. I had no issue with his celebration on Friday.
It's the way it is now. You can't. We're way past that now.
Yeah, he did. Well, I mean, unless you were a spare player in the 90s who has nothing better to do because the game's moved on past you.
Right.
He didn't taunt the Astros. He celebrated with himself and his teammates. If you don't like that, then don't watch the NFL because, my goodness, if you have a problem with that, then you probably have a problem with every time a receiver makes a catch, he's singing for a first down. He gets up and does a little first down dance, which I don't have a problem with either. This game should be fun. Let's have some fun. If you're 75 years old and listening, I don't mean this disrespectfully to you. You are still important as a baseball fan, but the 15-year-old is also super important. The 20-year-old is super important because these are the fans of the future, and we need to engage them. And they like fun. They like excitement. And you know what? If you're 75 years old, I hope you like fun and excitement too. And these guys playing with emotion and passion, it's a good thing. Do I think Brian Abreu hit him on purpose? I don't think anyone can unequivocally say they know for sure. I lean that yes, he did. I don't think it was his own doing. I think that's all coming from Martin Maldonado. And I will tell you that there are people on the Astros side of the fence, and I'm not talking about some dork in ticket sales. I'm talking about baseball people who also believe that it was done intentionally and believe that Martin Maldonado was behind it. So,
is that why Adolis went after him?
Yeah, yes, I think so. Yeah. So I don't know for sure if it was intentional, but I do think it was awfully fishy, awfully suspect the timing of it all. If it wasn't intentional, then it's just unfortunate timing for Brian Abreu.
And last night, Maldonado gets plunked. Do you think that was on purpose?
No, there's no way that you hit a guy intentionally who's one of the worst hitters all time in Major League history. Of all players with at least 3,000 at-bats and 1,000 games played or something, he's like bottom 5 in batting average. So, no, I don't think that was done intentionally. And if you also look at the replay, he dropped his elbow and sort of leaned into a little bit. So, no, I don't think there was any intent there. But it is kind of funny that Nathan Eovaldi hits a guy and he hits Martin Maldonado.
Yeah. So Abreu has his hearing today. Is that how it works?
Yeah, I guess, initially Buster only reported it was going to be tomorrow, and then I saw he amended it. And, I mean, I don't know how these things work. I would be surprised if the suspension was totally, nullified. So, as long as it's only reduced just one game, then Brian Abreu is not available tonight, and that ends up being a costly loss for the Astros, especially if it's a close game.
Would they be, if he is suspended, would they be able to add a roster,
that's
a player?
Good question. I don't know. I don't think so, RJ. I think if I could be incorrect. I think if they were to do that, then I think he would be ineligible for the next series. I think it's similar to like if you were to remove a guy for an injury, that they would be out the next year. I could be wrong, but I do not believe they're able to add.
Jared Sandler joins us here, 105 through the Fan. What is this Chapman's role right now? Like, what is the length of his leash? Because it seems it's very, if anybody gets on base, they just pull him.
Yeah, so I think I got to get my game check. In Game 5, I think a part of it was just because of who it was that was due up, and that was Chas McCormick. There are a lot of factors that don't play favorably there for Aroldis. First of all, Chas McCormick absolutely crushes lefties. Second of all, he had that back-breaking 3-run home run against Aroldis back at Minute Maid Park earlier in the year. So there is a recent history of success. But maybe more importantly, Chas McCormick hits velocity about as well as anyone else in Major League Baseball. He's the only player, I think, in the big leagues this year to homer off of multiple pitches over 100. I think he's got the home run off the hardest pitch in Major League history when he homered off of Ben Joyce earlier this year. So velocity doesn't faze him, and he struggles against righties, and particularly righties who have the type of repertoire that Jose Leclerc does. So I think that's kind of why. Now, do the Rangers prefer Aroldis with nobody on base? I think they do. I know they can't just operate well, if there's a guy on base and you face 3 batters, see you later. But I think that specific to Game 5, it had more to do with the guy up than the fact that he had allowed a base runner.
And you expect Carter 3-hole today again? Garver? I think they're going to do that.
Yeah, good question. Yeah, I mean, I expect Carter in the lineup, obviously, against the righty. Mitch is a really good fastball hitter, and Christian Javier's best pitch is his fastball. He loves to elevate it. It's, frankly, it's not the world's greatest matchup for the Rangers because it's their weakness versus his strength. So the Rangers are going to have to make adjustments. But yeah, that aside, I guess I think it's one of those two, right? And I say that, and then it's probably going to be Josh Young or someone. I don't know, but I think it's one of those two, Garver or Carter. I don't know that there's going to be a reversion back to Nathaniel Lowe or anything like that. But my guess is, my guess is Evan Carter. But it's not like he's been necessarily swinging the bat incredibly well lately. So you can make a case for Mitch Garver. I think it probably goes to, whatever their data says and who's going to be the better elevated fastball hitter. Evan Carter hasn't necessarily been drilling elevated fastballs, but he has shown an ability to lay off that pitch just a little bit better.
Jared, what is your reasonable expectation for what Scherzer can give you tonight? And who do you think is first out of the pen when he gets taken out? Is it Dunning?
Yeah, I think reasonable expectation is, the guy's going to try and, figure out whatever he can do to get out. I don't know. I don't even know if he knows. He was pretty candid before his last start. Like, I don't know what to expect. I think that from a management standpoint, I think it's reasonable to expect that he's going to have a pretty short leash and that they're going to be preemptive, more than, reactive. If Scherzer goes 3 innings and gives up 1 run, but he's kind of laboring, and now Yordan Alvarez is due up for a second time in the 4th, I wouldn't expect to see him back there. Now, if he's carving guys up, it's a different story. But I think, they obviously want to avoid that one big swing that totally changes the game. And as far as who's next in, it just depends situationally. Is it the 3rd inning? Is it the 5th inning? Is it the 7th inning? Is it a trio that includes Alvarez and Tucker due up, in which case maybe it's Jordan Montgomery. Maybe it's Andrew Heaney. Is it, you got 3 righties due up. All right, maybe it's Dane Dunning. I don't know. I think you could also see Josh Spores in like the 4th inning if there's a bases loaded 1-out situation. I don't think that this one is going to be nearly as scripted the way, a typical piggyback or an expected shorter outing from a starter could be. I do think that Dane Dunning's available, or he's obviously available, and I think he'll be used. But, everyone other than Nathan Eovaldi is going to be available tonight, including Jordan Montgomery. And so I think that totally opens up the playbook for Bruce Bocchi. And the thing is, it's not that this is the only, I don't want to say must-win game. This is not the only game with, the chips going all in, but you don't have to worry about a game for several days if you win. And if you lose, obviously, you don't have to worry about a game for several months. So, they have the ability. I don't want to use the word cavalier, but Bruce Bocchi's got the ability to be hyper-aggressive without worrying about any level of compromise for subsequent games.
Man, that's what I love about Game 7s and Game 5s. There's all hands on deck. Literally everybody, like you said, except for Eovaldi, which we've seen guys pitch Game 6 and 7. We've seen starters. Randy Johnson did that, but probably not going to happen with Eovaldi, especially this close removed to being out. So, all right, well, 6:30 tonight, right?
6:30 tonight, and I just want to say this because no matter what happens tonight, I hope that I certainly there's a level of appreciation for this team constantly bouncing back. This is not going to be easy tonight. The Astros are a really good team. I think there would have been a deflating feeling if the Rangers, if all the emotion and energy had been sucked out of them from that devastating loss in Game 5 and they showed up flat yesterday. But there's something about this team and their resilience that it's a lot of fun to watch. And I don't know what's going to happen tonight, but man, this team's given us a ride. I hope it doesn't end tonight, but it's been a heck of a lot of fun to follow this team, and I hope Rangers fans have enjoyed it as well.
Well said. Talk to you tonight, man.
See you guys.
Jared Sandler, 6:30 pregame right here on 105.3 The Fan, Robert Belt.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the bigger games in the history of this Rangers franchise. And
it is.
I'm just totally unsure of what to expect from your starting pitcher in this game.
Hundo P, as the kids say. Hundo P. Yeah. OU survives. Let's take a little break. We've been Rangers basically nonstop. OU survives. Texas thrives. Is this Nick Saban's best coaching job ever? A little Monday college kegger.
Ooh.
Coming up next year on 105 to The Fan.
Take your
Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
College football! All right, part one of the college football kegger. Do part two tomorrow. But let's, Bobby had this idea of looking at this past weekend and then figuring out where the Heisman candidates are, the top 4 in the country are. They're going to unveil the first college football playoff rankings here. So we'll see where all that is. Oklahoma, they get a victory over UCF. Carter was there, 31-29. Bobby's Longhorns, 31-24 over Houston in a game that was marred by controversy. Marred. Of course, the Star Wars guy figured that one out.
Actually, that was a Carter Freeman.
Carter knew that? Makes sense. Marred by controversy, as they say in England. With a spot, what happened? What were you guys doing?
Yeah, look, I mean, we're not gonna focus on what could have been or what should have been. We're gonna focus on the dub, RJ Choppy. That's what we're gonna do, and what we're gonna focus on is the fact that they didn't get a great spot, but we're not worried about it. We're gonna take a dub wherever we can. This is a game they should have lost, to be honest. Houston should have beat them. UCF should have beaten Oklahoma, to be honest. What we have in common today is that we both should have lost, and we won, and we're not going to apologize for it. Neither Carter nor I. That's what we're going to do.
Okay. You shouldn't apologize for winning.
No. Yeah, look, wins
not
are hard.
A road game, but no game for Texas in the state of Texas is actually a road game.
Wins are hard enough in this league.
Yeah.
RJ Choppy,
Right,
you're never going to apologize for. I'm going to be coach generic here. But look, this is the biggest thing that I can say coming out of this game from either game is I think that this obviously, and we'll see if Carter disagrees, this obviously I think is a worse look for Oklahoma than it is for Texas, just because Texas is already kind of at a point where everybody's expecting them to stumble again, and Oklahoma is trying to show that, hey, we're a legit, undefeated, one of these undefeated teams that belongs next to Ohio State and Florida State and everybody else. And they do right now. I mean, they've been impressive, but this was not a great game for them. This is one that, like we said, they honestly should have lost this game.
Man, that's tough. That's troubling for Oklahoma because, it was tied at 17 at the break, and to beat UCF, who, boy, I'll tell you, I'm in the elevator with Carter, this morning, and he said UCF's the best 3-4 team in the world. And that's something an OU fan would say after that game. Yep. Best 3-4 team we've ever seen. Ain't nobody better. Yeah. UCF, best 3-4 team in the world.
Big homecoming for, not literally homecoming because it was in Norman, but
they lost 4 straight.
Big reunion for Dylan Gabriel and his former UCF team.
Yeah, it is a big reunion. Big time 0-4 in the mighty Big 12 for UCF, and Oklahoma taking moral victories at 31-29. So, if you were to do your Final Four today, Robert,
yes,
where would you put Oklahoma?
6. They're outside the top 4.
Ooh.
This is I deserve all the my power rankings for the NFL, my top 10 teams last week from college football. They deserve to get crushed, to be mocked, to be told I'm an idiot. I'm deserving of all these things because I had doubted Ohio State for so long, and Ohio State came out against what was, in my mind, the best defense in the country in Penn State, and they put on, they were in control of that football game, and Marvin Harrison Jr. put on an absolute clinic doing what he did in this football game. And so to me, I've got to have Ohio State in the top 4. And so I had kept them out long enough. I had them at 7 last week. They're in the top 4 for me. They are 4th. I still got Florida State ahead of them. But to me, it would be right now, number 1, Michigan, number 2, Georgia, number 3, Florida State, number 4, Ohio State. That's where I have the teams right now.
You have, so Michigan, Georgia, Florida State.
Ohio State.
Okay. All right, that's interesting.
So I've got Washington and Oklahoma just on the outside.
All right, so here's my issue.
Do you differ?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Here's my issue with Michigan.
Other than I just said I thought Penn State was. It's Michigan. Michigan's the best. Michigan, so they fell down 7-0 to Indiana. Since that time over the last 2 weeks, they've gone on a 101-0 run. They're allowing 5.9 points per game this season.
Yeah, but I don't care. Like they've played East Carolina, UNLV, Bowling Green, Rutgers, Nebraska, Minnesota, Indiana, Michigan State.
I understand.
That's awful.
But you're playing who you play.
I get it.
They're beating these teams down.
They're awful.
JJ McCarthy is probably the leader in the clubhouse for the Heisman right now. I would say.
No. Penix.
So
Vegas has it overwhelmingly Penix.
DraftKings just switched off of Penix after a 2-interception performance in a game they struggled.
There is zero chance that he went from minus, the only one minus, and everybody else is 10-1. I'm stunned. I'd be stunned by that.
Let me pull it up.
I would be stunned by that.
You talk about your teams while I look for this.
I would be stunned by that. I don't have a great feel on number one. I'll just deflect to Georgia just because they've been there all year. And I think the committee is going to see it that way as well. I think Washington's number 2. I've got Washington number 2.
Washington's a really good football team. They struggled against a really bad football team, though. The Arizona State is not good. And that was a game that you're going into the fourth quarter, you're losing 7-3 to a bad Arizona State team. That just, like, you're talking about a team that was so defeated at the start of the season when they got the bowl, when they were, the school went ahead and said, we're going to declare ourselves ineligible for a bowl game this year. That was something where a lot of the players were furious because it happened so late in the game where they took this punishment or did this self-imposed punishment that all these seniors who now had no time to transfer felt like they had been bailed on. It was handled really, really poorly by Arizona State, I feel like, and they've played poorly since then. It's just been an awful run for the Sun Devils, and for them to just basically be in control of that football game for 3 quarters and for Penix to play like he did, throwing 2 picks. I mean, that was a disappointing performance. I like Washington a lot. I think Washington's right there on the periphery. But I do think that you've got a clear 4 teams that are ahead of Washington and OU right now.
I don't have OU in there. I've got, Georgia 1, Washington 2, Ohio State 3, and then Michigan 4. And then I'll draw the. Now I think obviously Ohio State, Florida State's going to be in there eventually because they're going to win out, and Ohio State, Michigan are going to knock each other off, and maybe Penn State beats Michigan, and Michigan beats Ohio State, and all 3 of them have knocked each other out, and it makes it a little bit easier of a path.
By the way, I just looked it up. Across the board, J.J. McCarthy is now the Heisman leader.
So it went from not even close.
Yeah.
In 1 week, see that's lunacy.
Well, he's the betting favorite now.
Take your take your bet. Make your bet on Penix. Make your bet. Take your easy bet on Penix. JJ McCarthy they've played absolutely nobody.
JJ McCarthy though, has turned into overnight. Shout out to Mooney DeMare. Has turned in overnight to a legitimate, one of the best. You could probably say right now he's the best quarterback in the Big Ten. He's just overnight become. It's Jalen Hurts where you just go from can't really do it to all of a sudden it's oh yeah, no, he's really good at this. That is what JJ McCarthy's done. And so you've already got that. You already know Michigan runs the ball really well. Michigan's defense has been absolutely incredible. I don't think they've allowed points in the second half of a game in a month. They've just been absolutely dominant. And so I can't see when you're talking about potentially the best team in the country with the quarterback who has taken a step up and is a big contributor to it, it makes sense why he'd be in that conversation, especially with Penix coming off of a really bad game against Arizona State.
That would be stunning that if he took over already after one.
I mean,
Penix was minus X, whatever, and nobody else was even in the top over less than plus 1,000. That is stunning to me. Okay, knock yourself out. Jaden Daniels got no chance. No chance. How is he even up there? And Jordan Travis is completely fallen off.
Yeah. So for me, my Heisman rankings right now would be 1 McCarthy. I actually think you could make an argument right now. I know everybody else has Penix too, but I would say Jordan Travis is right up there because he's been really, really good for them and really impactful for Florida State. To me, Penix Travis, McCarty, they're all really close. And then the guy that's the dark horse that's really starting to creep up is Marvin Harrison Jr. And I know that those have always been, you take a receiver that's always a long shot up, but man, he's tremendous. Like if you look at the numbers he's put up over the last, month or so, he's been incredible. Like I said yesterday, Penn State, one of the top defenses in the country, he puts up 160 yards receiving on them, was absolutely incredible. I know Dane Brugler over at The Athletic said to him, hands down, easily, Marvin Harrison Jr. is the best player in college football.
Marvin, he's tremendous. I saw the meme, the Jurassic Park meme, where Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison are running away from the Raptor, and the Raptors, the Chicago Bears. That was pretty clever. Okay, there's a little bit of abbreviated college kegger. Do another one tomorrow. Get back into the Rangers coming up at 9 o'clock as they have a big game 7.
Bigly.
What do we have next in Below the Belt?
The NFL is looking to ban another form of football. At what point does the game fail to be football? That's next in Below the Belt.
All right, let's get you over to Q.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. No fun league? More like no fighting league. Am I right? Well, you wouldn't know if I'm right because I haven't read the story yet. But more
I don't
on
know
that.
what you're talking about, yeah.
More on that in just a second. It'll make sense as we get into the segment. You'll realize it is the no fighting league. First, maybe NFL should stand for no football league because they're trying to get rid of.
They are
more football plays. We're eventually heading to
the brotherly shove.
No, look, we're eventually heading to flag football here. All right, this is what we're going. I mean, and look, the NFL has embraced the idea of flag football at the Olympics. Like, I mean, it's kind of hilarious to think about, somebody from some small foreign village having to cover like Tyreek Hill in the Olympics. That's a lot of fun. But I do think that the announcement that flag football will be added to the Olympics and the NFL is like, yeah, we're going to encourage our players to take part in that. That could be fun. That could be dream team like a little bit. So I am excited about that. But the NFL is looking to ban another tackling technique that they say creates 25 times the injury risk. And this tackling technique would be called the hip drop. Now, if I just say hip drop tackle, what do you...
Hip drop tackle?
Yeah, does that...
That's where I drop my hip and tackle you.
So it's where like you grab the waist and then you like drop your hip to like pull, like, use your weight to drag the ball carrier down. So you wrap up, drop your hip, take the guy down. This is the exact play, the exact tackle. It's one of the examples that the league used. This is the same one that Tony Pollard got hurt on, where he ended up having that leg fracture, was on the hip drop tackle. And so the NFL is wanting to eliminate this. They say that they're looking to clarify what it is, what it entails, and then they want to ban it, essentially.
Okay.
And I feel like the last big one of these that we got was what? Was it the horse collar?
Well, the horse collar one, obviously.
Like a tackling technique.
That was the Roy Williams one. No. I bet you, was the Brady one before that?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was after. Yeah, because the horse
that got Detroit yesterday.
That's right. The horse collar was 03, I think. 03, 04. Because it was
the TO year.
Yeah, and then Brady got hurt in 07, I think it was. 08, yeah. And so that was the most recent one. But this hip drop tackle, they say the league says it's unforgiving behavior and one that we need to try to define and get out of the game. Somebody else, Rich McKay, who is on the NFL competition committee, said the tackle is a cousin to the horse collar tackle. And they say the defender's encircling, tackling the runner, and then swinging their weight and falling on the other side of the leg, which is their ankle or their knee. You can see what they do because it can be a smaller man against a bigger man, and they're trying to get the person down. That's the object of the game. But when they do it, the runner becomes defenseless. So I bring this up just to say that, I understand we want to eliminate injuries from the game. I'm not sitting here cheering on and saying like, oh, we need injuries. But at some point, don't we need to just let football be football? Like, how sustainable is it if there are all these different things that you're going to eventually have to say, well, you can't do this, you can't tackle this way, you can't tackle this way. It's become an issue. It's like the targeting rule. People have become so in their head about targeting, and I understand you want to take those sorts of injuries out of the game, but guys have gotten so in their head about targeting that they'll pull up or they don't make the play, and then you just end up giving up a giant gain because you're worried about that. So, Choppy, are you in favor of eliminating this type of play? Are you in favor of cleaning this sort of thing up? Or do you think we're naturally going to fall into, why was that the hip drop penalty? That didn't look like the technique that they've outlined. We're naturally going to run into some of these controversies where, well, that screwed us. That wasn't even the tackle that they told us it was, and he just did that, and he got flagged for that, and I don't think that fit the letter of the law for a hip drop, and you're going to run into a lot of angry football teams, I feel like, in close games.
Generally, if it's for the safety of the players, then I'm for it.
Sure.
My issue is,
football is a naturally violent sport. It's going to cause injury.
It is going to cause injury. I guess my initial reaction would be, how technical are they going to get with this rule?
They're still trying to figure that out. They're still trying to define what it is. Stephen Jones had actually talked to Yahoo Sports about it, talking to Jory Epstein. And he said they grab them around the hips, sling their body around, and land on the back of their legs. I wouldn't say it's intentional all the time, but unfortunately, it's a deal kind of like horse collar that when it happens, people get hurt. It's a very injurious play.
Yeah,
is what he said.
They've done a good job with the horse collar tackle. I guess I would say this. Can you review it? Are they going to review it?
I would guess not. They don't generally let you review penalties.
See, because in college, I like what they do in college. They do a review of the targeting.
Yeah.
So you get called for targeting, they review it. If they say it was targeting, you're kicked out of the game. If it's not targeting, it used to be that they would still have a penalty, but they wouldn't throw you out. Now I think they've even done it where they pick the flag up. So I'd be down with that. If they review it and it's not the hip drop tackle, then fine. But I wouldn't want them to do that just in general. Like again, let football be football. Protect your players. If it's a penalty, it's a penalty. But I think that's something that you should review it.
Lot of different opinions here on the truckwreck.com fan text 469. I thought that was the perfect form tackle, so they're banning form tackling.
Because that was the DAC tackle, right?
Yep. Yeah. 214, I'm a D1 NCAA official.
Whoa! I've
seen quite a few injuries when this technique is done. 940 says dumb, almost impossible to bring a bigger guy like Derrick Henry down without it. 214, we're headed for flag football. This is garbage. 214, this technique does need to be banned. It's the BS style the Seahawks came up with, and it's a huge leg issue. So a lot of different opinions there on that. Now, from the no football league to the no fighting league, as I teased earlier.
Okay.
The NFL is apparently threatening teams with potential loss of draft picks for all of the pregame fights that we've had occurring recently. You remember last week, it was the 49ers and the Browns getting into it. There's a very famous fight ahead of the 93 NFC Championship game where Kevin Smith and Jerry Rice got into it just outside like the introduction tunnels, and they got into a big fight, and it caused an issue. And so the league has reminded teams, said sportsmanship and respect are at the core of NFL football, and fighting is irreconcilable with these values. Fighting is never acceptable as it risks unnecessary injury to players, coaches, officials, and other game day personnel. These actions send an inappropriate and unacceptable message to players, coaches, and fans at all other levels of the game. The memo states that the game day policies are, quote, clear when it comes to fighting, and that they were reviewed with the owners at this week's quarterly meetings in New York. And so they are being threatened now where if this is an issue that continues on, you may lose draft picks. And I think this is completely stupid. Because to me, I understand you don't want to necessarily say, hey guys, get into it, mix it up, fight with each other. But it's testosterone. It's y'all are warriors. Get out there. That's the way these guys are coached up. And when it gets a little intense pregame, I think you've got to give them a little latitude to work that out at times. Not necessarily encourage it, and you can punish them in different ways. But taking away draft picks?
Why are they fighting? If they're fighting because somebody walked on your logo, lame.
Sure, but not lame enough to just get your draft picks taken away.
No, I'm saying it's lame to fight if someone walks on your steps.
Right, and I'm saying as lame as that is that you're getting into that fight, it's not lame enough that you deserve to get a draft pick taken away. You deserve to get fined, or maybe you deserve a suspension.
Right.
But team penalties and look, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Let them hate each other. Hate between these teams breeds rivalry between fans.
I'm a big fan of that. I'm a big fan of hatred,
which makes all the games more intense. It creates better. Look, when they were up there talking about, man, this 49ers and Cowboys rivalry, and it's so intense. What was one of the things we had happen last year before kickoff? Remember Trent Williams and everybody was walking in between Brett Maher's lineup. Yeah. That would have constituted a pregame fight because there was some pushing and shoving. That's not allowed. I just think that what you're doing is you're ruining a lot of the intensity, or you're basically trying to discourage intensity. It's very confusing because you're coaching these guys up to be super intense and it's a battlefield out there and you need to do this and that, but at the same time it's going hey, don't let that toxic masculinity get so far out of control that you guys push and shove a little bit before the football game, don't you know?
Big fan of toxic masculinity. I would think we need more of it.
I know you are. Quickly recapping the NFL Sunday yesterday, we had several games. Lamar Jackson and the Ravens absolutely put a beat down on the Detroit Lions, make us both look rather silly, RJ Choppy, as we had been big fans of the Detroit Lions. You had been on that bandwagon early. You had been ahead of it all the way back to last December. You were on the Detroit Lions bandwagon.
So what did we see? That if you were to go to the last 17 weeks, they were like 13-4.
Yeah, they were really, really.
14-3
and Goff was like 30 touchdowns to 5 picks or something. They had played great. Lamar Jackson, and again, I will give credit where credit is due. Lamar Jackson was absolutely fantastic yesterday. Just surgical, tore up the Lions. 21-27, 357 yards, 3 touchdowns. Quickly in the NFC East, the Giants and the Commanders play one of the ugliest games of the Sunday schedule. Washington goes 1 of 15 on third down. They drop the game 14-7 to the Giants. That's just an ugly score. 14-7.
Yeah, get that football out of here.
Ugh.
I don't want that kind of football. But it doesn't start. The scores of the games better start at least in the 20s.
Yeah. Oh,
at least.
At the very least. And that
preferably
should be,
the 30s.
That should be the losing score.
Yeah.
You should start with the 20 when you're the losing score.
High 20s.
And then last night on Sunday Night Football, you get the Eagles 31-17 over the Dolphins. Eagles, most impressive team of Sunday?
Baltimore.
Yeah, I figure, like, given where Philly's been, they haven't really had a big impressive victory yet. You
Most
get the
impressive NFC team.
high fly. Yeah, so Baltimore and Philadelphia really stand out as the big ones from Sunday. Huge victories there. Buffalo just absolutely spiraling the last couple weeks. Awful 29-25 loss to the Patriots. That one's going to make me look like a fool. Mac Jones finds Mike Gesicki in a quick 2-minute drive down the field. And then tonight, the San Francisco 49ers against the Minnesota Vikings. Chop, you want to try and guess what the spread is there? It's in Minnesota.
7.5.
7.5. You got it. 7.5. Very good. And that does it for Below the Belt.
I looked.
You cheater.
Well, I mean, I looked over the weekend.
Damn it.
It was 7 yesterday. All right. There's a little bit of a Below the Belt on 105 through the Fan. Man, we are all right. Look, I'm just excited to talk about Game 7. Let's preview it. Coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, the Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up in that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. Platinum Ford in Terrell. Go see Adam Vincey. He is the GM at Platinum Ford. He is going to hook you with a brand new vehicle. Located between I-20 and Highway 80. Worth the short drive to Terrell to save a lot more on that vehicle. And Adam's got an F-150 Lariat 4-wheel drive. You're going to save $10,000 off MSRP. You get you a Ford Expedition XLT 4x2. Save $6,000 off MSRP, 1.9% APR for 60 months. That Ford Edge SEL all-wheel drive. $8,000 off MSRP, 0% APR for 60 months on that bad boy. Adam Vincey's got tons of vehicles on the lot, ready to be picked up and delivered today. The Ford Explorer XLT rear-wheel drive, $5,000 off MSRP. You could save 2.9% APR for 60 months, and you can save an additional $1,000 when you finance through Ford Credit. Huge selection of Super Duties. It's Adam Vincey over at Platinum Ford in Terrell. PlatinumFord.com to customize it or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
DFW's #1 Cowboys.
Odyssey app.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Short lead for Garver, who does not run well. Abreu holding him on. Valdez comes home, and there's a high drive hit to right field. Angling back toward the corner is Tucker. He is at the wall. He leaps. It's history. He didn't get it. It's a two-run homer as Tucker went up there, reaching into the fans, and did not come down with the ball. Jonah goes the opposite way, and the Rangers lead 3-1.
Eric Nadell with the call in a game you heard right here. Rangers a 9-2 Game 6 victory. They force a Game 7. Last I checked, Game 7s are deciding, right? There's no more.
They are.
They don't go to 8-9 anymore, right?
Yeah,
okay, very good. Game 7. This is it. Woo! This is the first Game 7 in baseball history, I'm told. I don't think it's ever happened before.
It is.
I've never heard of one.
No, other than the one the Rangers played in the World Series.
No. You know, I don't. That one didn't happen. They lost in 6 games. Like you said earlier, that series was over after Game 6.
It really did feel like it.
Yeah. So
even though they got up in that game, it really did feel like it.
I think we can call this one the first Game 7, the first true Game 7 in Ranger playoff history.
I'm nervous because I know we're about to make predictions. We're about to make picks, and I've genuinely not made up my mind. As soon as it comes out of my mouth what my prediction is, that'll be the first time I really make up my mind, because I don't know what to expect from tonight. It does feel like a total coin flip, and the momentum's on their side right now. There was a lot of momentum from that game yesterday.
My buddy Eric that I grew up with.
Chiafalo?
No. Eric, he still lives in the New York area, and he's like, does anybody in Texas have faith in Max Scherzer? And I said, yeah, no, maybe. I don't really know how to answer that one. And he says, everyone in New York wants him to suck, but they're torn because they also hate the Astros.
Oh, yeah, you've got to cheer for Scherzer over the Astros, right?
Yeah, you have to. You can't, I know Met fans hate Max Scherzer because he didn't pitch well for them against San Diego last year. Yeah. And apparently, first of all, the Mets that is the most objectionable crowd in sports I've never seen. I think they have more back hair per capita than any other fan base. And they don't like it, but they also everybody hates the Astros. Like, the whole world hates the Astros. There's not a single human being out there who likes the Houston Astros outside of Houston.
Yeah, and the Houston transplants, the people who have moved from it, but nobody's just like, you know who I want to be my team? The Astros, which is funny because you know what? The Astros were a likable bunch once upon a time. Like, I loved Jeff Bagwell growing up, Craig Biggio, Derek Bell. Like, those were good players. I enjoyed watching those guys play baseball, and they just became. I don't know that anybody has become the most despised team in sports faster, in terms of just the ascent they made from relative obscurity in terms of national interest to just absolutely despised.
Yeah, they are. They went from complete irrelevance to complete hatred.
Boy, we've got some positivity on the truckwreck.com fan text already, Chop, with these predictions. 817 says Mad Max is going to throw 8 shutout innings. Simeon leadoff home run. Rangers win. It's a big one right there. 214 says Rangers. This is a positive group today heading into this game.
Yeah, I think there has to be a lot of positivity after yesterday, because there was a lot of negativity going into yesterday. And there had to be. There had to be negativity going into yesterday, and there has to be positivity going into today.
And I think you should feel, look, the biggest thing that you are uncomfortable about right now is just the complete unknown of what you're going to get from Scherzer. Like, that is the biggest question about this game, is what you get from Max Scherzer, how long he goes, how alive are the bats? You know, how are the bats alive? Are they swinging the ball, or are they swinging the bat well? And you know, what kind of version of the bullpen you get? Is Aroldis Chapman on the table tonight? Do you just say, nope, you're out, you're sitting this one? As Jared Sandler told us at 8:00, you know, they'd prefer not to have him in there with runners on. But I mean, do you reach a situation where it's like, you really need Aroldis Chapman to come into this game?
You're going to need him at some point, I think. I would assume you're going to need him at some point. But are they going to use him? What's their faith in him? I have no faith in Chapman.
It's who do you feel like you've got a better grasp on what they're going to give you? Scherzer or Chapman?
Chapman.
And it's not good.
It's not good.
He is.
I have no faith in Max Scherzer. I have no expectations. I should say I have no faith. I have no expectations on what he's going to give you. I don't know if he's going to be good. I don't know if he's going to be poor. I have no idea. I have absolutely No expectations for Max tonight.
What are your expectations for Robbie Grossman? You hope he's in the 3-hole tonight?
I hope he's in the third. Hope he's third off the bench. I do not want to see Robbie Grossman hitting third tonight. If he hits third tonight, I'm going to just turn the game off. I don't want to watch. I don't want to watch that game because they would not be putting a lineup out there that is designed to win if Robbie Grossman is hitting third tonight. Now, it doesn't have to be Evan Carter. Do you put Carter 3-hole? Do you put Garver 3-hole?
I really like what Garver's done since he got back in the lineup.
I did too. And, at Sandler, he was talking about how, Garver is a good fastball hitter, and you would be having him up against Christian Javier, who his main pitch is that fastball. It's that riding fastball. People are saying they would start Jordan Montgomery. I don't know that you would. I mean, he pitched 2 days ago.
Is this and
2 days
Sandler did mention that Montgomery could get in there tonight.
Oh, he is 100% available. This is an easy day for him to throw. He can absolutely give you, it depends on how much they want to stretch him, but 30 pitches.
Is this it feels like this is this just a veteran baseball team specific to Carter like you were just talking about? Is this a veteran baseball team knowing how to pitch the rookie? With Carter, because Carter, you just look at the first couple series, he gets 3 walks in 2 games against Tampa Bay. He gets 3 walks in 3 games against Baltimore. He's obviously, if you go back and look through the end of the season, he was consistently, getting a walk minimum every other game, it felt like. I mean, he's got a really advanced approach at the plate. This series so far, 23 plate appearances, just 2 walks in 6 games. He struck out 8 times. Do you think that's more bright lights getting to the young player, or do you think this is a veteran baseball team that just knows how to attack hitters like this?
Yeah, I mean, that might be it. I mean, also, the league is making adjustments to him. Maybe they've seen something in him. Nobody is more the Astros do a really good job with their pitching anyway. They always have. I think a lot of it is, they know how to pitch. They know how to pitch, players in general. And that Baltimore and Tampa. No, not to say that Tampa was a slouch. And look, Philadelphia's got decent starters.
Sure.
They could throw, so it might be tough sled. It wasn't going to be super easy for him this whole career anyway.
Oh yeah,
that was too easy.
You've already gotten so much out of him than you could have reasonably expected. Even in this series, that has not gone great for him at the plate. That big catch in was that game 1 or 2? The one where Altuve had the misstep on second.
That was game.
Whichever game it was.
What was it? It was game 1.
So you've already gotten so much out of him just from that, defensively. And in that game, he made a couple big defensive plays. Just the range that he has and the instincts he seems to have, the read he gets on the ball. You've already gotten a big contribution from him defensively in this series. And you got a big contribution from him at the plate against Baltimore, against Tampa Bay. So, look, if he's bad for the rest of the playoff run even, that'll be disappointing. But I think you can say, as a whole, you got more out of him than you could have reasonably expected.
No, you did. I mean, he's still working counts. He's still getting a lot of full counts. So there's not. I mean, he hasn't been bad. He just hasn't gotten hits.
What is your pick for tonight, RJ Choppy?
I think Scherzer stinks tonight, but the Rangers somehow find a way to win this thing.
Give me a score.
It's gonna be 7-6.
Wow, 7-6. Tennis score. Shout out Sean Sharif with the tennis score. 7-6. That's just the max you can go to.
Oh yeah, the love, the things with the advantage and the deuce,
whatever
and all
that is.
Crap.
So, like I said, I was not sure, and we want to get your picks on the truckrack.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. I'm gonna go Texas, and I don't feel great about it. Not that I don't feel great about their chances. It's such a toss up this game, and so I'm gonna go with my heart because my head is just completely confused here. And so I'm going to say Texas wins this game 5-4. And not only that, RJ Choppy, I'm going to say it's 4-3 in the 9th inning. And Adolis Garcia hits a 2-run, 2-out home run to win.
Off Presley. That'd be interesting because we had talked about this. The Astros don't generally lose games where they have a lead after 6 in the playoffs.
Yeah. How many times have they played the Texas Rangers?
And in game 7 of the playoffs, I'm looking at my notes. Hang on. Never. But the interesting thing is, they're not going to have Abreu tonight. Buster only said he's going to have his hearing today. It'd be interesting if Major League Baseball said they're going to delay it till tomorrow. That'd be interesting. But he's going to have his hearing that he'll be gone. He won't be able to play. Montero has not been great. Stanek is, do you trust him?
No.
Do you trust Stanek? So now they're going to maybe, Verlander will be available.
Yeah, Verlander could pitch tonight. Montgomery could pitch tonight. Man, how much sweeter would that even be? You get a home run off of Verlander to end it. He's in there because Presley's just not going to.
Game 3 for them.
Game 3 was Javier.
Javier.
Yeah, which here we go. We got a lot of picks coming in on the truckwreck.com fan text. Rangers 5-4 says the 903. 713 says Astros win 3-0. Christian Javier no hitter. Okay, thank you 713 in your Houston area code. 469 says Rangers win 5-4. Late home run gives us the win. 214 Rangers lose 5-3. I don't think they can hit Javier. 817 says Rangers 3-2. Seems like everybody's got a low scoring game tonight.
The Javier aspect of it scares me because he is so good in the playoffs.
Ooh.
His numbers in the postseason are stupid.
682 says Scherzer goes 5 2/3. Texas wins 6-1. 469 Max deals a gem, and Rangers win 3-1. 817-73 Rangers with Corey Seager back coming alive. All right, I got 3 keys to the game tonight for you, RJ Choppy. Okay, number 1, score first, because like you just said, when they are ahead late in playoff games, the Astros generally don't lose those games.
They generally win that game.
Big key to the game: get off to a big start. Give Max Scherzer a lead. Let him settle into, a bit of a place of comfort. So that's number 1. Number 2, keep on mashing the ball, Adolis Garcia. 10 RBIs in this LCS. He's got the 3 straight games with the home run. He is as locked into beating the Astros, I think, as anybody else on this baseball team right now. He wants this one. I think that he's going to step up big. This is going to be he's already been an all-star. He hit almost 40 home runs this year. He's already a big name. But I think this is going to be a big national coming out moment for Adolis Garcia. And then the number 1 thing, the most important thing in this baseball game tonight, RJ Choppy, Max Scherzer's slider. If Scherzer's slider, if he is able to work it, he's able to put it where he wants to, he's got command of it, the Rangers are winning this baseball game. If Scherzer does not have command of that slider and it's just looking like a knuckleball that's not knuckling or something, it's just a meatball sitting right out there for the Astros hitters, it's going to be a long night. But I'm going to have faith that Scherzer guts it out, finds some command with that slider, and the Rangers win this one.
This is a scary part. This is the scariest part of this. I'm going to give you Christian Javier's last 4 starts in the playoffs.
Hit me.
5 1/3, 1 hit, no runs. 6 innings, no hits, no runs.
Pretty good.
5 innings, 1 hit, no runs. 5 2/3, 3 hits, 2 runs.
So what you're saying is,
what I'm saying is
the Rangers hit him more than any other teams hit him combined in the 3 previous starts. So the Rangers have his numbers.
They have his number, man. They have his number. He is scary. He is.
I will say that he was really good the other night. He was not in complete command the way he's been in those other appearances.
I know.
He had just 3 strikeouts. He walked a guy. He gave up those hits. He gave up a home run. That was the first home run he had given up.
This is Young hit the one, right?
Yeah, that was the first home run he had given up in his last 4 playoff appearances. So, I mean, the Rangers, they didn't. He was not completely dominant against them in that game 3.
And that's just, I think that's also scary is that he didn't have his best stuff, and he was still pretty good. Like 5 2/3, 3 hits, 2 runs, not terrible. But that's the scary part for me that I'm seeing. It's just Christian Javier is such a monster. Like I really think he is basically he's encroaching on. He's being Mad Bum. He's like this era's Mad Bum right now from a playoff perspective.
Here's the thing: the Rangers had as many extra base hits against Christian Javier as the last 3 opponents had hits combined against him.
I know.
And so I mean they
did something in that game. Again, it was 5 2/3, 3 hits, 2 runs. In the previous 16 1/3, 2 hits, 0 runs that he allowed in a playoff game.
Get me a Simeon base hit.
Get him out of there. Get him out of there by 5. If you can get him out of there by 5, and then obviously because Brady ain't going to be there. It's a thinner pen. It's still a good one. It's thinner.
Bold prediction tonight: Max Scherzer throws more innings than Christian Javier. Boom. Take that job.
All right. Okay. There's Bobby Belt with some bold, piping hot predictions. Okay, it is Let's get like a little Cowboys next. A little Nick Eatman, and we will keep taking the fan Trucker.com text line more on what they think the Rangers are going to do tonight. Nick Eatman, Cowboys Insider, joins the show coming up next on 105 The Fan as we get you over to
Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Chop. He's Bobby Belt. Sean is back tomorrow. I think Ryan is going to be back tomorrow as well. We've had Carter in here for a couple of days. Roscoe, when is Peyton back?
He's back tomorrow.
Oh, look at that.
How convenient
very
for
nice.
all these slackers.
We have to deal with Game 5 and 6, and they get to come back for Game 7? Okay. I see how it is.
Boy.
Nick Eatman joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Nicholas, how was the bye week? Bye week weekend?
That was good. Watching a little football, baseball, garage.
Garage? What do you mean garage? You watched your garage?
Well, did some stuff in the garage, did little things around the house.
Are you a handyman?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Just, picking up stuff and, trying to get ready for a garage sale we'll never have, stuff like that.
Are you surprised that Brian Ferentz at Iowa lasted longer into the season as an offensive coordinator than yours at Arkansas?
I don't know what's going on in Iowa, unless Field of Dreams is playing. So I really don't know what happens there, but, and it was yesterday, by the way. I'm surprised. I'm definitely surprised that Arkansas already got rid of their offensive coordinator. I mean, I'm surprised if you would have told me during the season, the first of the season. I'm not surprised yesterday when I saw that because something's got to happen, and I'm sure his buyout's not as big as the other guys.
Well, Brian Ferentz has got Dad to keep him there, but he's also it's the craziest contract where he has to score 25 points a game on average in order to get a contract extension for next year, guaranteed. It's one of the wildest contracts I've ever seen in my life.
Which he's not. I mean, he's nowhere close to that.
No,
by the way,
I think he has to now score like 32 a game the rest of the way, which they have no chance of doing.
See, I hate stuff like that because then that causes problems when you're playing on some team and Bowling Green or whatever, and you're throwing the ball and at the end of the game just try to get more points. And I wouldn't put contracts into that kind of stuff.
Totally agree. All right, what's the Cowboys' schedule look like this week? Are they back today?
I think today's kind of a different day as far as the media schedule goes. I mean, I know that McCarty's doing a conference call, so that makes me think the players may not be back today.
We do have a player conference call at 1:30 as well.
Player conference call 1:30. That's right. So I don't know what's going on that side of the building. I do know that they're probably going to be back. Maybe some kind of weights, things like that, and then tomorrow off again. So probably now that I'm just talking myself through this, I would imagine they definitely are going to come back. They're not going to give them like 6 days off in a row. And then they want to just get back to their normal schedule, which would be tomorrow off, and then Wednesday get ready for preparing for the Rams.
How big was that victory against the Chargers just for like a mentality standpoint? This would have been a very loud bye week, it feels like, for this football team if they hadn't beat Kellen Moore and the Chargers last week. So, how big was it just for their ability to focus and lock in and be able to do what they need to do during the bye week, make whatever tweaks they need to make?
Yeah, I think it was huge because of what you just said. I mean, they were able to actually have a bye week, enjoy it, and not feel like what's happening here. I mean, the world is ending. They can't beat Kellen Moore. They can't beat the Chargers. They've lost 2 in a row. Now they don't bounce back anymore. All these kind of questions that, and also too, when you think about what had happened earlier in the weekend, last weekend, where some of the teams you thought were maybe you're going to run away with this, 49ers, Eagles, they lose. And then it just kind of comes back to reality a little bit like, hey, take care of this game, win this game, and now we'll see where they stand. And they were able to do that. I mean, it's still a long ways to go. I don't think anyone's feeling great about this team, but I still think 4-2, might be a game off of where some people thought this team would be. Maybe it's exactly where they thought they would be. So, 4-2, you're still sitting in a good situation.
Chargers game, I think, showcased it was the best game to me that Dak has played this year. And it looked different to me offensively in terms of what they were trying to do with the passing game, which is something that Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones talked about leading up to that week, is like, hey, there are going to be adjustments here. We recognize after the 49ers game that there's got to be some adjustments. Do you think that what we saw against the Chargers with the passing game is something that they're going to embrace more of here in the second half of the season, that they're going to maybe loosen the reins a little bit on Dak Prescott? Or do you think it was, hey, that was, what we needed to do to beat the Chargers, but we've still got a plan, we've still got an idea of what we want this offense to be, and we're committed to seeing it through?
Yeah, I think, I think that it is going to be the way. One thing we've seen out of McCarthy is that he does adjust a lot. I mean, he doesn't just kind of say, this is how I'm doing things. We've seen that in some of the, just whether it's taking the ball to start the game or something like that. Like he kind of plays it with a feel. I think in this particular game, the Chargers were not good in their secondary. I mean, their secondary is very, very bad, but their pass rush is probably better than most, above average. Yeah. So their defensive line, it was tough to run, but they could kind of throw the ball more on the outside, and they did that. There's going to be games coming up here where it's just not going to be the same. They're going to have to adjust, and so I think that's what's good about this offense, that it does adjust. But I think that there was an effort to get the ball to Cooks. I mean, that seemed like they were going to make sure and get the ball to Cooks. They also made an effort to get the ball to Gallup. I mean, like whether it be an effort or just that was the read, but it happened a lot, and they may have to adjust that to say, all right, we're going to focus more on Cooks and CD. We can't go 10 passes to Gallup.
Nick, do you think they got coming up, Rams, Eagles, Giants, Carolina, Washington before the end of their season is a really tough 4-game stretch. 5 games: Seattle, Philly, Buffalo, Miami, Detroit. Do you think they need to go 4-1 in this next 5 games before that stretch to really have a good chance at the division?
Yeah, I'm looking at the schedule. I think 3-1 is what I look at here before Thanksgiving. I always think when you get to Thanksgiving, it kind of goes to another level now. So I think everything kind of is either pre-Thanksgiving and then after. That's just the way I look at it. So I look at 4 games here after the bye. Rams, Philly, Giants, Carolina. You definitely got to go 3-1 in that group. And then the reason why I cut it off there is because not only Thanksgiving, but it's the start of a 3-game homestand, and 3 in a row. And you should be able to win all those games, Washington, Seattle, and Philly, I think. If you're going to lose to Philly in Philly, which I'm not saying that they will, but I'm saying if you do that, I mean, I think Philly's a team that you have to be able to split with. You did last year. If you don't split with Philly, I don't think you win the division. So, I think that this team has been a team typically that beats teams they're supposed to. They did not in Arizona. We know that happened. So we'll see if things kind of change. But then in this next 4 games, I mean, they're very winnable, and I think this is a chance for the Cowboys to really start, getting some distance with other teams.
All right, give us your little Rangers pick for tonight, your prediction.
Man, so proud of them. Honestly, I mean, just the mental fortitude to come back from that. I never thought that was going to happen. And for Leclerc, I can't believe that Leclerc gave him the ball. He went back and did that. That was amazing. Let's go for it. I mean, why not? I mean, this seems like a stat that Bobby would throw out. So I don't know if you've already done it, but I mean, has there ever been 6 games in a row where the same 2 names have played each other 6 days in a row? Texas versus Houston, 6 days in a row. I don't know if y'all noticed that, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, then Saturday they play football. Sunday, Monday. Texas versus Houston's been sitting on my ESPN app for 6 days
Saturday.
in a row.
That's right, with the college
Saturday
football game.
Kind of weird when you think about it, but Texas was able to win. Houston won those first 3, then Texas on Saturday, Texas on Sunday, Texas on Monday night. That's my pick.
Yes, that's it. Wow. That's it, Nick. We're gonna get a big performance from Max Scherzer. I'm pumped.
That? Kirk Cousins, who's going to be on the other game that maybe we'll be flipping back and forth. I don't know.
Yeah. All right, Nick. Thank you so much, man.
See you guys. All
right, Nick Even. We'll talk to him again on Wednesday. Every day at 9:20. Nick or Patrick Walker. What's going on in the college football world, Bobby?
Man, we had a couple really bad controversies yesterday or over the weekend. First one, you want Clemson and their flippancy towards death, or would you like the World War II faux pas of Michigan State?
Oh, let's stay away from that. We'll save that one for Sean.
You want Dabo?
Sean hates Dabo too. He hates Dabo as well. But yeah, let's go with Dabo.
Okay, Dabo. So Dabo and the Clemson Tigers are they're reeling. They're still spiraling. It's not been a great year for them. They had a double overtime loss to Miami on Saturday night. And after the game, one of the beat reporters was asking Dabo about, I believe it was the kicker was who they were asking about. But they were basically having a discussion about one of the players and how they were handling their performance in the loss. And the reporter said, some coaches have employed sports psychiatrists. Have you ever done that? And here was Dabo's quote. Oh, we've got him. We got him. He's probably on suicide watch right now. Yep, we got him. Dabo, you are so tone deaf. It is so bad. What have you ever seen? We talk about we've already made reference this morning to the Astros becoming the most hated overnight and all these different sort of things. Have you ever seen a coach just have an era pass him by faster than it feels like college football has passed by Dabo in the last couple of years with NIL? That dude was not prepared for the NIL era and the way that, honestly, not that this is NIL related specifically, but it is related specifically to the optics of how you handle these players and talk about them. It is wild to me that Dabo just keeps tripping into these things.
Yeah, now listen, I love the idea that he is he wants to do things his way. There's that he wants to be a family. And you know what? We don't want people who are going to transfer in. We want you're either going to come to Clemson or you're not. And if you're not going if you're not going to come there at the beginning, then we don't want you there.
It's a family. It may be a Tui-like family, but it's a family.
Yeah, I respect that. But if you want to win, that ain't the way. Not anymore. Not anymore. That is not the way anymore. So, yeah, it's a big time problem.
That's just how stupid do you have to be though to say something like that in any era, but especially this era. Here's another fun note here, RJ Choppy. 22 games into his coaching career at USC, Lincoln Riley officially has the same record as Clay Helton.
Oh, what a shame.
17-5, both of them.
Shame.
Utah, of course, beating Caleb Williams and USC. That has become Caleb Williams' version of Peyton Manning in Florida is Utah. He can't beat that football team.
It's 3 in a row, right?
Yep, 3 in a row. And Caleb Williams has pretty much gone from the Heisman front runner over the last 2 weeks to being out of probably the top 5, maybe even closer to top 10.
What did I say? On Friday? That the Utah game, so he lost the Heisman against Notre Dame, and he was going to lose the number 1 pick against Utah.
Boy, he was not great against Utah. He's played in the 2 games that he lost to Utah, he didn't play awful. This past week, he was not great. 24-34, 256 yards, no touchdowns.
No, yeah, I don't know if he was going to do that, but that was not a good weekend.
So there you go. We'll save Michigan State for Sean. I'm sure he'll have a lot to say about that.
Yeah, I bet you he will. And I got another Dabo thing for him, too, that we could talk. Because I know he hates Dabo. I got some more Dabo.
Dabo or Derek Carr? Who do you think he likes more?
He likes Derek Carr more. He hates Dabo. I got some Josh Heupel stuff, some audio.
Oh,
did you see that audio?
I did not, but I love Josh Heupel content.
He was upset about the officiating in that game, and he had something to say about it. We will do that tomorrow. But there you go, a little extra college kegger. Okay, coming up next, we've got them. They are in studio. Mikey Bassick is here. The KMC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Head to AT&T Stadium to
Back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Oh, it is crosstalk time with the KMC masterpiece. Where's Kevin Hagel today?
This is just the McMasterpiece today.
Party too hard, I guess, again. Ever since. It's what you have to deal with.
Mike, he went to a wedding last night and
got a little too out of control.
If there's one thing we know,
Sunday night wedding.
There's one thing we know about Kevin, and Reggie knows this very well.
He doesn't drink.
That dude loves a weekday wedding. Like he will, if you have a wedding in the weekday, he won't miss it. You want Kevin to be at your wedding, make sure it's on a weekday. He will be there, 1,000%. That's just what he does. So.
On a weekday?
Yeah, and Sunday's a weekday.
So he missed the Ranger game last night.
Yeah.
He loves powdered donuts, too. You know what I'm saying?
Loves the powdered donuts.
Really?
Oh, yeah. He had a donut wall.
For something else? Or
we'll let you decide. Yep.
All right, I want to know what y'all's reaction was when this happened last night.
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Adolis swings and hits a high drive to deep left field. That ball is way back, and that ball is history. Adolis Garcia clears him off with a grand slam after 4 consecutive strikeouts. Not quite the celebration he had 2 days ago, but another slow jog around the bases as Adolis has broken this ball game wide open. It's 9-2.
I said very calmly and like in my most stern voice, F yes.
Yeah.
And I said the full word. And my wife, she had been there for game 5 on Friday. She was sitting right next to me the whole time. She saw how deflated I was, and she was like, "Why aren't you more excited?" And I was like, "Because we got game 7." And so that's where I stood. Was I was excited, but I knew that there's still another game.
I couldn't believe they threw him anything close to a strike. They could have thrown the ball out of Minute Maid Park, and I think he would have swung at the pitch. There was zero discipline in his at-bats yesterday. And he was swinging for the fences. Even when Abreu gave him a great pitch to hit, he swung so quickly. As soon as the ball was released from his hand, he swung because he was swinging to try to hit the ball out of Minute Maid Park no matter where the pitch was. And so luckily, Stanek threw a strike. A fastball in the zone. He had swung at a curveball 2 feet outside and in the dirt. He had swung at a slider 2 feet outside to strike out. He swung at a fastball shoulder high to strike out. He missed a hanging curve or hanging slider from Abreu. And then in that at bat, Stanek threw one of his first pitches was shoulder high, and he swung at it and missed. Like you didn't have to get the ball anywhere close to the strike zone. He was going to swing 3 times. There was no way he could watch 4 out of 7 pitches. He couldn't do it. His body, his brain was not going to allow him to not swing the bat. And they threw him a strike.
But you also knew that Minnesota game, Mike, we were there. I guess you had taken off a little early. That's the only reason I was like, the dude's been bad all day long. Something's going to fall in his lap. Because the Minnesota game, Reggie was there, Kevin and I were there, and I told Reggie immediately, I said, he's about to hit a walk-off home run.
Well,
and he had 4 strikeouts that day. He was bad. And so I was like, this is too set up. This is the way that he's going to do it. And then, as Mike said, they gave him a pitch, and he delivered. That was awesome.
It's the first time in the history of the baseball postseason that a player has struck out in his first 4 at-bats and then hit a grand slam in the 5th.
Can you name all the ones who have done it in the regular season?
There's only one other, several players have done it in the regular season where they've had 4 strikeouts in a game and hit a grand slam. Nobody's hit a grand slam after the 4 strikeouts other than, who did we say it was? I can't remember. It was somebody in 2015 for the Pirates.
John Singleton.
No.
It wasn't him.
Reggie Jackson has done it twice.
He struck out 4 times and then homered?
And hit a grand slam in regular season and hit a grand slam. Corey Snyder did it once because he's named Corey and it's spelled correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Mark Teixeira. Derek Norris.
Derek Norris was the one who struck out in his first 4 appearances and then hit the walk-off grand slam.
Jan Happ.
You mean Ian?
Okay, yeah. And most recently,
Jan.
Austin Hedges.
Oh, yeah?
Struck out 4 times in a game and then hit a grand slam.
That's right. Oh, man. What a list.
Have you always believed in Austin Hedges, Mike?
Well, he was going to play in the 10th inning if there was a 10th inning in Game 5.
Oh, yeah, they pinch ran for
We
Dota.
pinch ran for Garver and Heim, so they were both out of the game. So, because when that happened, my son looked at me and he goes, "Is Austin Hedges coming in the game?" I was like, "If we have to go extra innings, Austin Hedges is our catcher and batting in this game."
He's a damn fine catcher. Damn fine catcher.
And I know that we have to somewhat ignore Game 5, but that is a 3-hour show. Game 5 is a 3-hour show.
Absolutely.
We'll do Game 5 at 11:20. We will discuss Game 5 at extent at 11:20.
I did not. Did you have a problem with them not bunting in the 9th with Simeon? I didn't.
I didn't either.
Because they're going to walk Seager if you do. You take the bat out of both their hands.
And obviously 11:20, we might have a little bit of a different audience. People maybe are like, dang, I can't listen at 11:20. I'll go over this. First of all, he hadn't bunted in 5 years. I didn't know that being at the game. But then after the game was over, Sandler came on and he said he has not had a sacrifice bunt in 5 years. So we're asking him to do something he hasn't done. Now, we're assuming he gets down the bunt. What if he bunts like Jose Altuve did earlier in the game? Does anybody remember that?
The pop-up? Right?
No, he just bunted it 1 foot in front of home plate, and Heim picked it up and easily threw him out. And I was like, thank God he decided to bunt. Now, the other thing, too, is if you're arguing for the bunt, wouldn't you say that Houston got lucky on the home run and should have bunted Altuve on the home run that he hit because it was – first and second, right? In that situation. Now, there might have been one out. I think there was nobody out.
It was nobody out.
Nobody out.
Same situation.
Same situation. So wouldn't you say Houston got lucky on that home run because Altuve should have been bunting to set up Bregman and Yordan Alvarez to possibly tie or win the game?
And you know, Garcia not being there, I wonder if that impacted, because if you bunt Simeon, they walk Seager, and now instead of 3, 4, 5, you've got 3. And then essentially 13, your 13th guy on your offensive roster, and then 5.
There's that. Then there's also, I was talking to Ryan Drees about this.
I was too. He was big fan of the bunt. He
wanted him to bunt. Bocchi also knows this, and he would never say this in the media. He can't say this. He had already used Spores, Chapman, and Leclerc. He used the 3 guys that he believes can get you a 0 on the board. Whether they do or not is another question, but he only has 3 guys that he truly believes in that they're going to have the opportunity in a close game to put a 0 on the board. You tie the game. I don't know if they're throwing Leclerc out there for his 3rd inning out there. I know you didn't get 3 outs in his first inning, but you're going to throw him out there for a 3rd time. Maybe you do, and I think they would have in that situation if it's tied. From that point on, let's just say Leclerc gets you a 0. He does extend the game. Now it's your pen of guys versus their pen of guys. I don't think Bocchi also believed that he can now throw out Will Smith and Stratton and Martin Perez and John Gray, and he's going to get 2 to 3 to 4 zeros to just keep extending that game to where it needs to be. I think he saw it also as, I used everything I got to win this game. I have to try to score 2 here.
Yeah,
I get it. And the other, we know the result. The result was a line drive right at the shortstop. Now, that being said, one of those small things, I thought Josh Smith did a tremendous job. When he hit that ball and it was caught, I was like, that's a double play. 90% of guys are going to take the false step to third base because of the excitement, the adrenaline. They want to score. And he did not. He immediately took a step back and turned to see the ball. And as soon as he did that, the right thing happened and he got back. I know some people are also like, Josh Smith should have tagged on that fly ball from Seager to get to third base with 2 outs.
You don't tag with 1 out.
Right. If he drops that ball, if something happens, can he score on a standstill situation from second? 50-50.
Yeah.
And he did not want to, as the tying run with 1 out, he did not want to be tagging there. Something happened, that ball fall in, because it wasn't off the bat 100% a catch.
Right.
So he's like, I'm going to make sure that if this ball falls, I'm scoring easy. I also give my guy from first an opportunity to score, because if I'm tagging, what is the guy at first supposed to do? He's supposed to tag with him.
Yep.
So you got to understand what's happening at first base. If the guy at second tags with 1 out to try to get to third, the guy at first has to try to tag too, because he becomes a vital part of the tag situation to try to get the tying run at third and the go-ahead run at second. So I didn't think Josh Smith did anything wrong by going halfway there. He did a great job also. I wish he would have been a bad base runner, but he wasn't. He did the right thing. When the ball was hit by, I want to say, Jonah Heim, when that ball was hit, a rocket, right to the right of Altuve.
Yep.
Dive. He had to freeze there. Because if he doesn't,
Yeah.
if he stupidly runs like Mateo was stupidly running in the Baltimore series and it worked out for him multiple times, I'm like, he is making mistakes on the bases that he's just getting lucky on. If Josh Smith would have taken off sprinting on that ball hit, then he gets to third easy, and that brings infield in. All kinds of different scenarios play out for Simeon and Seager.
Yeah.
But he smartly
smarted away.
had to freeze until that ball got past Altuve to go to second.
This was the exit velocity on all the balls that were hit against Presley leading into the Simeon at bat too. Leody Taveras 97.7, Garver 98.2, Heim 99.7. Like, he was giving up hard hit balls. And then Simeon hits at 94.6. I thought, sitting there in right field, I thought that Seager's ball was out. When he hit it, I thought that was going out. I thought we were about to get a walk-off.
Okay.
And that one, it was a expected batting average of 780. Like, that was, when you hit the ball that hard and that exit velocity,
So-
you expect it to be a hit.
Getting to sit that close, and I'll be honest, I don't get to sit that close much, being that close to the action.
Yeah, you weren't in 132 when I was looking
No,
for you.
I was in section 15, row 1.
Wow.
Right on the field pretty much for the game. First row is amazing. And I haven't sat there a lot. So what I'm saying is only my theory, watching the game there and watching the balls hit off of the bat, knowing I've seen a million balls hit off the bat on the mound and then also in the dugout. I do think they're using the juiced baseball in this series. The ball that they allowed, if people don't know this, they make
They have
three
two
different.
balls. They have
They kind
two
of
or three.
three balls,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
They
yeah.
have a deadened ball if they feel like they need it. They have
regular.
the regular ball that they usually use the most. And then they have a little bit of a juiced ball where if they feel like more offense is needed or wanted, we can affect it a hair by the baseball.
Which one's going to be used tonight?
I think they're using the juiced baseball in the whole series. I don't think they're changing the ball per game. I do think in this series, for some reason, the commissioner of baseball decided I want to go with the most souped up baseball that we have, that we used. Nothing against Aaron Judge. He doesn't get to choose this. But in Aaron Judge's run, it was somewhat proven because you can cut balls up and stuff that they were using the juiced balls to try to help out the Aaron Judge chase. Sitting that close and seeing contact off of the bat, I do think, and you can tell the outfielders, how many times in this series has the outfielder been camped when the ball's hit and then in the last 2 seconds have to take 3 to 4 steps back to float back to catch the fly ball? Why is that? If they've been playing with a certain ball all year, they've seen a million balls off the bat all year. And now all of a sudden, as that ball's getting closer to them, they're having to take 2 or 3 steps back because that ball went further than I thought.
That's drag. All right. Okie doke. The McMasterpiece.
4
KMC.
effing hours, Corey.
4 hours.
That's not a slide step, Mike. That is Abreu lifted his whole knee up and through. That is not a slide step. That's a damn lie.
Wow.
And we're 100% sure that's the picture.
We'll be right there for you. Whenever that news breaks today, guess who's going to have it first?
The McMasterpiece.
The McMasterpiece.
It's next on the
The
film.
really short guy.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
And the first pitch here is lifted high into the air, deep right field. Going back on this is Tucker. He's at the wall. He leaps, and it is gone. A first pitch home run for Mitch Garver, hit into right field. And just like that, the Rangers tie this game at 1.
I think my favorite part of that, Mike, was that whenever he got to the dugout, he didn't give him the no finger like he did to Maldonado on Friday. But I saw Astros fans doing that to him. They were booing him all night. My wife sat down and she was like, "Oh, they're booing him?" I said, "It's been happening all night. This dude, he's not having a great night either, but it's about to happen." I said, he's the guy. I was explaining. He did it in Minnesota. And she was like, "Oh, I don't think it could happen." Bam, then it did. So that was exciting, Mike. Holy crap, we're here. We have a Game 7 on the way tonight, and this is why they play the games, right? Like you'd love to be out in 6. You'd love to be done and everything, but man, this is what it's all about. This is what being a fan is about. You're nervous, you're anticipating, you're looking forward to it. You're exhausted by the time it's all over, and it's so much fun. And all day long, you won't get better analysis than when you have Mike Bassick on radio to talk about baseball.
Hey, where's Governor Abbott? This should be a Texas holiday. There's no reason. Now, I will say this. The traffic was pretty light this morning.
Yes.
Coming to work.
Yes, it was.
How is the state of Texas working right now? This is the Super Bowl. This is the World Series of Texas. You have made it to a Game 7 of Houston versus Texas.
I tried not to, but
Reggie did. Reggie was trying, but I even told Reggie, I was like, don't do it, man. It was we will get into more of tonight's game throughout the entire show, but let's go ahead and reassess what happened last night, because Nathan Eovaldi, Mike, was postseason Nathan Eovaldi yet again, showing up on the big stage and saying, "Guys, trust me. Well, I'll get us to the place we need to get to here."
The first inning was scary. He wasn't playoff Nate to start the game. And you never know how do or die games are going to go, how guys are going to feel and do. And he throws 25 pitches in that first inning. But what was huge in that first inning was he was able to, where it looked like it might be a bigger situation, he's able to get a soft line out of Jose Abreu, and then he's able to strike out Kyle Tucker. And we can only hope and pray that Kyle Tucker stays in this slump.
It's weird.
If you don't really follow baseball that much, you're a casual fan, Kyle Tucker is a perennial all-star.
Yep.
He is great on most teams in Major League Baseball. For the Rangers, he would be batting third in the Rangers lineup for 162 games, and you wouldn't move him. That's how good of a hitter he is. Maybe you do a few things against lefties, but he is a great player, but he's not great in this series. And so luckily, Eovaldi's able to get out of the situation with only one run. From there, that first inning, he throws 25 pitches. I was worried because, look, I came on yesterday with Kevin and Chris Arnold, and I've said this throughout this series. We know this. If the starting pitcher does not go 6 innings, which then sets you up for your 3 relievers, Spores, Chapman, and Leclerc, all 3 of them, 2 of the 3, whatever it is, you're going to lose. You do not have depth in your bullpen. You cannot handle more than 9 outs pretty much from your bullpen. They cannot win a game if you ask them to get more than 9 outs. They're just not depth-wise capable of doing it. So after 25 pitches, I'm doing Bally's last night. I'm like, he's got to start being efficient these next 2 innings or we're done.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
if he only goes 4 or 5 innings and he does, let's just say he holds them to 1, but he throws 90 pitches through 5 innings, I don't know how you win that game, because now you're going to have to ask people to do a job that they haven't seemed capable of doing lately. And so he was able to throw in his next 5 1/3 innings, he throws 63 pitches. If that didn't happen, you don't win that game. I don't care about the home run, the grand slam, all of that stuff. If Nate Eovaldi doesn't get you into the 7th inning, you're not going to win that game. So from that first inning, he becomes super efficient, battles out of a few situations, holds them to 1 run in the 6th. And it's interesting, Smoltz is like, that's it for him. And I'm like looking at it going, I think he has
I was
one more
curious.
inning left in him, and I would have somebody ready. Spores was ready. I'm like, if a guy gets on base, I understand. Take him out. And I thought Bruce Bocchi did a tremendous job last night of managing the bullpen, because I heard Chappie. I heard Choppy. Chappie is Aroldis Chapman. I heard them kind of saying, "Oh, well, they're avoiding Chapman. Why are they avoiding Chapman?" Let's go over this. I know that there's more to this game, but I want to go into this since we're talking Eovaldi. Why was Aroldis Chapman not put in the game? Because a lot of people are like, well, he doesn't trust him and he's not good and this and that.
I just guessed that he was saving him for one more night. He didn't want to pitch him back-to-back nights and wanted him to go tomorrow if they went to a game 7.
But he was warming up, so that wasn't the case.
Yeah,
but I hear what you're saying. First of all, he was tremendous in Game 5. He throws 100 miles an hour on Yordan Alvarez's hands. Well, that set up the strikeout. If people don't understand pitching, the first pitch got the strikeout against Yordan Alvarez. So the game before, he faced Yordan Alvarez, struck him out. He faced Abreu, got weak contact and got it out. He faced Kyle Tucker, and he hit a blooper over Simeon's head, and he took him out of the game. Why? Because he did not want Chas McCormick coming off the bench to hit against Chapman. That is the matchup that they do not want Aroldis Chapman having in this series. That's the only reason. He was great in Game 5. He wasn't bad in Game 5. People are like, I get what you think about Aroldis Chapman if you're scared of the walks, if you're scared of certain situations. Why did he not bring in Aroldis Chapman with Kyle Tucker at bat and 1 out in the 8th inning? Well, because Dubon was coming up right after that. He was going to have to face him. Dubon's probably not coming up with 2 outs if he gets out Kyle Tucker. Chas McCormick is coming up to bat. All right, let's just say that he doesn't pinch hit for Dubon because Kyle Tucker somehow finds his way on base. Jeremy Pena didn't even get an at bat in that inning. It was Singleton who Leclerc struck out. Chas McCormick is coming up to the plate in the 8th inning. It's the one person Bocchi trusts Aroldis Chapman. Aroldis Chapman has been good in this series. You have to understand what is on the bench. It's not just he's going to face Tucker, Dubon, and possibly Pena if he doesn't get those 2 guys out. There's more strategy to this than there is in just like, well, those were the guys he's going to face. You have to try to think way ahead. This is chess, not checkers. This game is chess. It is not checkers. And then you have to look at it. If it would have got to later in the game at bat, Michael Brantley, are we saving Chapman for Brantley? No, because here's your decision. Do I want Leclerc to face Brantley, or do I want Chapman to face McCormick? Because if you do bring him in later and they didn't use McCormick, then McCormick is pinch hitting for Brantley if they do bring Aroldis Chapman. There's way more to this than he just doesn't trust Chapman anymore in a do-or-die game. He trusts Chapman perfectly. He brought him in Game 5 against Yordan Alvarez. That would suggest trust from Aroldis Chapman.
He just has a specific place that he really wants to use him.
Yes, and he has to make sure that in a game-winning or game-tying situation that Chas McCormick is not facing Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah, and so that's the plan there. And so we'll see him tonight probably. Like, most likely, do you think we'll see him tonight no matter what?
Well, you don't. I mean, you just don't know how the game's going to go.
If it's a close game,
most likely
in the late innings.
There's 3 guys that he trusts. He trusts Spores, he trusts Chapman, and he trusts Leclerc. In different situations, he trusts those guys to get 3 outs without giving up a run. Does it happen all the time? Obviously, you can go to Game 5. It doesn't happen all of the time.
One of your big concerns early was that was all you had. One guy said a one-man bullpen, right. But Josh Spores has become a very trustworthy dude in that bullpen.
Yeah,
even though he starts out erratic.
His first 2 pitches, I was like, oh no, because he was Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde in the regular season, where it's like, dude, this could be our future closer.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're like, why can't he get a person out? And Spores even was like, yeah, it sucked for 3 weeks where I couldn't get a person out in the major leagues. But right now, Spores is throwing the ball great. And I guess you just have to live with possibly the first few pitches are going to be nowhere close to where you want to throw them, and then he's going to find his rhythm.
I do. One of the things that's always like a struggle is like when we were watching the Stars last year and they played Minnesota. Immediately we were like, we got a villain. Dude just took out one of our best players. We got a villain. I've just aimed all of my hatred at Altuve this entire series. Like, I have so much respect for Alvarez. He's a big calm is what I look at him as. He's so chill at the plate. He's very calm. And Altuve is just that dude that he's just irritating. He's the Derek Jeter, the Mike Trout for me, in that he's really, really talented, and it just irritates me so much that he always seems to be at the plate, and I'm sitting there having to hold my breath the entire time, Mike.
For Altuve?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, also, I think that it was found out that it was real that Leclerc did tip that changeup. They didn't trash can it. They didn't use video in real time. From what I understand, and then confirmed it, is the Houston Astros, and all teams do this. The Rangers do this too. This is just the video of today's sport. That's why University of Michigan is getting a little bit, like, hey, should you guys lose some football situations because of this? But they're videoing when the pitcher's on the mound. There's video of that guy, and they're looking at everything. They're looking at his leg movements. They're looking at his glove movements. They're looking at his elbows. They're looking at his shoulders. Like, is there a tell in any way? This is what we're paying you guys. Is there any tell that you can definitely see that we can definitely tell our hitters about? Supposedly, Leclerc was doing something with his tongue/mouth that when he was gripping his changeup, subconsciously, because you do have to press that ball a little bit for his changeup. I don't know. Some guys like getting it on the tips of their fingers. Some guys like, putting the ball more in their palm to take speed off on their grip. He was tipping his changeup, and it was after the game was over. Luckily, I guess, Houston Astros opened their mouth up too much to a few people.
Oh, really?
That then the Rangers could go back and say, okay, is this just fake? Is this a rumor? Kind of like, I don't know, when Altuve hit the home run off Aroldis Chapman, and they're like, he wouldn't rip his jersey off because he had a buzzer inside.
Yeah.
And who knows if it's true or not, but he definitely didn't want to rip off his jersey in that situation.
He was like, I got a tattoo I didn't want my wife to see.
So the Rangers were like, let's try to confirm this. We need to now go over a whole bunch of Leclerc video and see all his changeups versus all his other pitches and see what he does. And supposedly the Rangers are like, all right, it's true. And that's fixable.
Yeah. Just don't bite your lip or whatever.
Whatever it is, right?
Dude, do it later in the game. Set them up. Let them know I'm throwing a changeup, and then blow one past them because they're thinking one way. And that's chess, baby.
That's what guys do at times. I mean, this is what Maldonado did when it was an intentional hit of Adolis Garcia. He set up outside. It's just, hey, they wanted him. They wanted to get him for multiple reasons, but another reason is they would have rather faced 5 and 6 and 7 than face when Garcia gets hot. They're worried. They've seen Adolis hot is a scary hitter.
Yes, it is.
And they're like, we don't want to face him. We would rather face Garver and Young and the guys behind in the lineup. But I know that was an intentional hit because last night Tom Verducci gave the Houston Astro lie, and you usually have to keep lying to keep your one lie from getting out. They said, he slid step. You showed me this.
I saw a video.
I went and watched the video. Abreu took 45 seconds to throw that pitch. He lifted his leg as high as you could lift it, took all the time in the world. It was like, he never slide steps, and he had to slide step because Evan Carter was on base. He didn't slide step. He didn't quicken his motion. Nothing. So Now I know, because I'm like, I think he did do it intentionally. Other former players didn't think he did it intentionally because of the situation. Well, then Verducci comes on and he gives the Houston Astros lie. It is a pro Houston Astro broadcast, by the way. I mean,
it feels very
after
much
6 games, it's a pro Houston Astros broadcast.
I gotta assume, Mike, that like the Fox team knows the Astros pretty well at this point. They've seen them in the ALCS for years now. They know all their stories. They know everything about them.
He slid step. There was a fast guy on base. All of these things. Lies.
Yeah.
Because he lived. This is where when you have to cover up a lie, sometimes you lie about things you're not even sure about to try to cover. He slid step. There's no way.
Yeah.
He lifted his leg. It was probably a 2 flat to home plate, which you want to be 1-3-5. He didn't care about Evan Carter. He was trying to drill Adolis Garcia at 150 miles an hour. He was able to do it at like 98 or 99. But that was a 100% I'm going after the guy. And if you weren't sure about it, like Ryan Drees was like, I'm not sure about this. I don't think he did it intentionally. No way in Game 5 deciding game, this and that. Well, why are they lying to Tom Verducci about slide stepping and he never slide steps when he didn't slide step?
Because it's in their DNA. That's what the Astros do. They lie and they cheat. That's what they've always done. That being said, somebody texted in, whenever Altuve made that error, I knew we were going to win.
Wow.
I was probably happiest when he made his error because I was like, yeah, because he's just that guy for me. Like, I, again, have a lot of respect for the game because he hits the ball like crazy, dude. You don't expect that out of him. But I was really excited about that. Somebody did ask.
Isn't it amazing, these small little things? You go back. Like, if Abreu doesn't get thrown out, do the Rangers win that game? It's first and second, nobody out, and Presley comes in and shuts it down. But
yeah.
Seager and Simeon made an unbelievable play to save the game at one point. But he also made an error on a very easy transfer situation. Seager didn't catch a double play ball that keeps Montgomery in the game. Montgomery's going into the 7th inning if they turn that double play.
Yeah.
These small little things, that Altuve error, right? Like,
yep.
All of these things now, this is like watching a Super Bowl.
Yes.
We're watching a Super Bowl. A runner gets on first base with nobody out. It's like, oh my God, they're in the red zone.
Did you see that dude catch the Garver's home run too, by the way?
Yeah,
what a
LSU.
stud. What a stud. Yeah, he wasn't wearing any Astros gear, no Rangers gear, just LSU gear going, bomb, I got it. All right, we got a lot of stuff to get to today. A lot of Ranger stuff, a lot of Cowboys stuff. I do want to...
Not a lot of Cowboy stuff. They didn't play.
Yeah, we got a lot of Ranger stuff to get to today. I'm trying to figure out if I want to run with this segment or not because this team, we discussed earlier in the season, this team, the Rangers, are really built to win it right now. Which DFW team needs to win it right now if the Rangers are it? You got to tell us next on The Fan.
Miss any show segments? Tisk.
The upcoming segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project from the evaluation and traffic control planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. They're service-driven and safety-inspired. The Texas Authority of Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
A 1-ball count on Adolis. There goes Carter. The pitch is swung on and missed. The throw to second base, not nearly in time. A stolen base for Carter as he dives in head first. And Altuve doesn't even bother with the tag.
Man, Evan Carter can fly, dude. I just wish that somebody had told us earlier about this kid. It's not like anybody knew what he was capable of. Oh, crap. If you were listening to 105.3 The Fan, you would have known about Evan Carter 2 years ago.
You know, it's funny as I remember getting in the car on opening day. We did our show from the ballpark on opening day, and I'm flipping channels. We go to break. I do flip channels, when we go to break. I'm sure a lot of listeners flip channels when we go to break and just see what else is on.
Just always come back here.
And there's a person who brought up his name, and everybody at the station, the other station, was like, who are you talking about? Who is this person?
Yes.
Like, they didn't even know.
That's true.
And they're like, no, he's like a top 50 prospect in baseball, all of this stuff. One guy knew over there, and everybody else is like, I have no clue who you're talking about. I'm not following the Rangers. I'm not following definitely their prospects.
Yeah.
Now they might be.
Yeah, they're trying. I will say this too, Mike. There was a point where I think it was like right after we got in the roster for this season, and we were like, okay, this team might be able to have some fun this year. And you said, I think Evan Carter is going to be up by the end of July. And we were like, or you were like, there's a chance.
He had such a great April, too.
Yeah, you were like, he has a chance. And so I started getting really excited about the potential of him being up. And now that he got here, how lucky did we get that Adolis got injured and that he was able to be here, but also able to be on the roster because he was there for an injury concern.
Yeah.
And we got
it's
very lucky.
Pure luck, right? Does he get called up? We'll never know. I do remember this. I don't feel like this is inside information that I wasn't supposed to share because we're at the end of the year. We're talking to Chris Young in spring training, and me and him played together on the Rangers in 2004 and a lot in Oklahoma City. And I go, hey, I've liked this Evan Carter for a while, and he's having a good spring training. And I'll just give you what he told me right now. I don't think I'm giving away anything that Chris would be upset about. He said, Mike, I think I can bat him ninth and play him in my outfield every day, and he'll get on base 35% of the time this year in the major leagues. That's what they thought in March about Evan Carter, that he would probably have a 350 on base percentage if they started him in the major leagues to start 2023. But you can't ever say, I know this is going to happen. And because Josh Young was going to be starting at third base as a somewhat unknown to start this year, they were like, look, he's 20 years old. We're going to give him time because we think he's a superstar in the making.
Mm-hmm.
The Rangers felt like they might have something special here where this guy's a multi-time all-star, a guy that can do some special things. And they're like, we're not going to force him to bat ninth. Not sure if we can play him against lefties and do that to start the year. We want him to develop, get as many at-bats as possible at the highest levels in the minor leagues. And then luckily, in a weird way, Adolis tried to save a home run in mid-September or early mid-September, and he hurt his knee and went on the injured list, which got Evan Carter up. And that's when I was like, so what are the rules here? Because usually you have to be on the roster by September 1st, and he wasn't even on the 40-man. And so if you come up for an injured player, you're okay because you're already in the minor league system. So thank God that those rules are in place that Evan Carter could be. I know he's not having the best series in the world, but just the check swing, getting on base, stealing second, huge situation there for him.
Yeah, I think there are a couple things. One, I mean, obviously they were still like, okay, Tavares, and he kept him back the entire time because Tavares had a really great start to this season. I was standing there when Chris Young said that too. Kevin and I were both standing there, and I was like, I kind of looked at Kevin because we were in the conversation. We were just eavesdropping in on it, and we both kind of like, whoa, did you really hear that? And so it was exciting, and knowing that there's another future with Wyatt Langford, and we'll see how that goes whenever he gets his opportunities down the road. But Mike, I think more than anything, he provides you a situational tool so many different times. He's made some great plays in the outfield. In the outfield. Could he have jumped up and gotten Altuve's home run ball? I believe yes. You argue no. Nobody will ever know. But that's a different story for a different time. Just the fact that he's in that lineup and he can provide that moment where he's just patient and calm. And it's like John Singleton. Every time John Singleton goes up to the plate, he's just going to stand there and watch.
Don't ever compare Evan Carter to John Singleton. What is wrong with you?
I can't believe that they just did that with Singleton. I can't believe they walked him.
Do you know a little bit of the backstory of John Singleton and how he got $5 million for smoking too much weed?
Vaguely, but not well enough to be able to retell it. So if you could, I'd appreciate it.
So the Astros are rebuilding. They're in rebuild mode around 2012, 2013. We remember they come over to the American League. Rangers are killing them because that's when the Rangers are trying to win the World Series. And they're rebuilding. Bo Porter's their manager. Well, they have this young prospect who they think is their best hitting prospect in the minor leagues, but he is smoking weed every second of his life. He's not playing baseball. Well, there's different rules for drugs in the minor leagues versus the major leagues. At least there was then. I don't know all the rules right now, but back then you could get suspended. You could end up missing a whole year, missing years if you were smoking weed on a regular basis and kept testing positive in the minor leagues. In the major leagues, you can smoke as much weed as you want. Back then, when I played, it didn't matter. They never tested for that substance at all.
Right.
And so they're like, we got to get him out of the minor league drug testing situation. And the only way to do this is to put him on the 40-man and to give him a major league contract so he is not in the minor leagues under minor league rules. He's under major league rules because he's on the 40-man and he has a major league contract. So they gave him like $3 to $5 million on a contract that he didn't deserve. The only reason they did it is they had to have him play in the minor leagues because he was such a pothead that they're like, this is the way to get him out of this program. I don't know if he isn't. Obviously, the rules have changed over the last decade, but I was like, when he came up in the 5th inning in Game 5, I was like, is this the same pothead dude that got the contract for not actually performing? He just got it because they had to get him out of the drug program in the minor leagues.
And
that's him.
Honestly.
And there he is, just calmly at the plate.
So who would ever known just smoking weed could get you like $5 million? But John Singleton
text
did.
in if you've smoked a lot of weed, and if it's I want to see what your results have been.
Nobody listening right now is thinking about sparking up a J. Nobody out there right now listening is flaming up a doobie.
Okay,
all right.
all
Nobody's doing that. They aren't getting the zong bong out and going after it, Reggie. All right. That just
Thank
doesn't
you, instructional
happen
video from 1968.
in DFW. That's not the way it happens.
Surprised you haven't started calling it reefer.
This team, Mike, is a team that, as we started looking at it this year, we started realizing, man, some of these guys aren't going to be here much longer than maybe Bocchi's contract, because their contracts are about that long. Like Evaldi's contract doesn't have him here for the next 7 years.
Right.
DeGrom's has him here for a little bit, but that's a different story. Heaney's contract doesn't have him here for the next 7 years. A lot of these guys you're kind of looking at going, oh man, there are some older veterans on this team. There might be some adjustments later down the road. This isn't a young team. There are young players on this team.
Right.
But it's not a young team that just has the next 10 years of possibilities.
To your point, this is a team that's kind of mixed as a team primed to win now. You have veteran guys that can lead the young guys. You have young guys that can contribute to a championship or winning team. And then you have your two best players in their prime. Seager and Semien are in their prime.
Yeah, and that was where we kind of started having that discussion of, we got to go for it at the trade deadline. We have to make big moves to go make something happen. So if you're a Rangers fan and you're just now tuning into the station and you're like, hey, I don't know, or maybe you're a new Rangers fan, this team is not one of those that, next year is going to be just fine. I think Bruce Bocchi's here for his contract. I think he got the bug. He's excited about it, but I think he went to Chris Young. When Chris Young came to him, he said, hey, I got a 3-year contract. I'm going to give everything I can to make sure we get the championship. Our owner wants one. He's tired of getting his ass kicked. We've been doing that way too much over the last few years. He wants one now. So can you be that guy? And Boch said, yeah, you know what? I can do that. But you got to make sure that I got the talent to do it, because I can't do it without talent. And so they did. They went out and they continued. They said, Max Scherzer, we're going to get Jordan Montgomery. And good God, has Jordan Montgomery been just such a blessing to this team as well. So all those things they continued to do, but that's where this window is very small. I know 3 years doesn't, you're like, hold on, 3 years sounds like a big window. Man, you don't know. This is not something that can just, well, next year, better luck. This year has to be the year. I contend that the Rangers in this moment have to win right now. Within the next few years, they have to win this because it could go back to rebuild very quickly after that or change something else.
Yeah.
But the way that this team is currently constructed, I think out of all teams in DFW, they're the ones that have to win. And it's weird because at the beginning of the season, we didn't even think they had a shot to be in this place. We thought they were building something along the lines. But now that we're looking at it a little deeper, they're the ones that have to win. I don't think the Cowboys are always in the mindset of, we're in it to win this year, but they never really do put all those chips in and say, all right, we did everything we possibly could.
And that's another conversation after the Philadelphia game last night. Like, they're probably not good enough to win this year.
The Phillies, they're the kind of team that they see those opportunities
the Eagles,
and they push
I guess we need to make sure because Phillies are great right now too, and the Eagles look like they're a major step ahead of the
Phillies.
Cowboys.
The kind of team that whenever they see that opportunity, this is our year, they push, they go for it. And the Cowboys are always like, we're good enough. You know, we got what we need. Everything we need is right here. And then I look at the Stars, and I know Hockey Mike is all excited right now.
Hey, we gave up 3 shorthanded goals in one game. That's pretty much impossible to do. But Pavo saved us in overtime.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
See, I honestly did watch, and I was like, I thought the game was over after they made it 4-2. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting who scored the 4th goal, but I did it.
Yes,
we won. And then the next thing I know, 2 minutes later, because we got them on a penalty. You're like, all right, we have an advantage. It was a disadvantage. We should have taken a guy off the ice. We should have been like, no, we don't want extra advantage. We stink with that tonight. But I will say about
the Mavs they're not ready. They're not
all
there.
over the map.
So the Rangers are the ones that have to win it for us right now. They have to.
And I'll say this. I think the Rangers can be great next year. It doesn't mean they will, but I think they can be great next year because they still have veteran guys, young guys in their prime. But this isn't a team that you look at like you look at the Baltimore Orioles. This isn't a team that you look at and go, oh, this is the Atlanta Braves of 2018 where you just started seeing Ozzie Albies, Ronald Acuna Jr., Max Fried. There are a couple other pitchers.
Exactly,
and then they added Spencer Strider, and they went out and they got Matt Olson. Now, the Rangers have done a great job, and I do think that this can be a very competitive team the next few years, and it'll matter how much they develop around this team. But I do think this is way more of a now team than people want to admit as a Ranger fan, because 2-3 years from now, Adolis Garcia is probably not on this team.
Right.
Evaldi, I don't know. Like, he's getting close. He's getting closer to that age where you're not sure how he can pitch. Max Scherzer is on the borderline of the cliff. He's close to the cliff, and he has 1 year left on his contract. Same thing. Heaney. Perez isn't going to be back next year, most likely. John Gray is a guy in his prime, but an inconsistent guy in his prime. So there's a lot here that they can build. They can get better next year. But this is more of a now team than people want to admit. The future's bright, but it's not Baltimore Orioles bright. It's not like Atlanta Braves bright, but it's bright.
Yeah,
it's
man.
nice.
Yeah, and it is very nice to be in this moment, to be in this situation. This is a great opportunity. Like, I remember when Rick Carlisle was the coach of that Mavericks team that went to the championship, and every single time like they got faced with adversity, he would always say, it's a great opportunity that we look forward to, a great challenge that we look forward to. And that was their mindset. They always had this mindset of, hey, man, you hear Bocchi whenever they're talking about him last night. Smoltz is like, what is this club? And he's like, they don't say much. They just do work. Baseball's difficult. They know they can, they'll have their chances. It's weird how this club is, man, but it's been an absolute blast of a ride. I don't want it to stop. Okay. And also, for everybody texting in right now, I am disappointed. I am disappointed in you.
Okay,
you haven't offered to share more. All right, right now it's time for Baseball Nuggets.
All right, let's look at tonight's game and where the advantages are for the Rangers. Mentally is number one. Next.
Retired construction worker.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to getting you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. There's over 300 new Silverados on the ground, all with unprecedented one-time offers. You can claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
And the pitch is swung on, and a high chop out to Altuve. Nice pickup, and he drops it. And everybody's safe.
We are slowly getting ready for the big game tonight. It is Game 7, and it'll be right here on 105 through the Fan.
What?
Yeah, that's right. And you'll have an exceptional post game afterwards as well. Pre-game leading up to it. It's going to be a big night here.
You can't tell me what the post game's going to feel like.
By the way,
there's only one way it'll be exceptional for you.
If they win, it'll be exceptional.
If
Trust
you
me.
think, are we doing good baseball? I've had Ellis Valentine, former All-Star, former Ranger, former Montreal Expo. He's listening right now, and he's giving his insight. He's like, man, I'm loving Josh Young, right? There's these small things.
Oh, yeah,
like
Josh Young's 10-pitch at bat last night was amazing.
The leadoff walk to start off the ninth inning, right, to battle and to get the walk. Because then the next one, you just heard the highlight of the Altuve botch because Leote's hustling his butt down the line and puts a little bit more pressure on Altuve. This is what we tell kids all the time. Do not double catch the ball. If you like, what's a double catch? Did you see Altuve try to flip the ball out of his glove? You got to go in. What's interesting is he secured it with two hands and then tried to flip it to his hand. That's a huge no-no.
Grab it out of your glove.
You got to go in, especially with a middle infielder's glove. It's a lot easier because it's a smaller glove.
Mike, let me set it up the right way. It's now time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Brought to you by the Diamond Factory. Baseball Nuggets, thank you, Diamond Factory. All right, we're going to talk about this still for another 3 hours, this Rangers Game 7 situation and how we got here over Friday and Saturday. The Astros, they come through. It was devastating. I was there Friday. Altuve, that son of a gun, to me, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I guess there's arguments the other way, but that dude is one of the most clutch guys I've ever seen in my lifetime when it comes to situations like that. Congratulations to him. Screw you, but congratulations to him. Then you go to Houston. Houston looks like they get off to a good start yesterday. Base hit, then a base on ball by Brantley. Then Bregman. That was a huge out, by the way, to get Bregman to fly out. Bregman, there were a lot of times that Bregman came up in a bigger situation. If you look at the third inning, he comes up with a runner on second and one out, and we strike him out. He comes up with 2 outs, runner on first base in the 5th inning. He pops out to the catcher. So I thought the Rangers did a good job on Bregman, but where I'm getting to is in that first inning after Yordan Alvarez gets the hit, and it's first and second with 1 out, and it's 1-0. Oh no. The Astros are going to overcome this whole Houston jinx where for some reason they can't hit here well this year.
Can I tell you something that I learned just real quick?
Yeah, go.
Dubon was on with the pregame show on Fox with and I can't remember if it was A-Rod or Jeter that asked him, but he said, hey, you guys have been kind of struggling at home, but y'all are doing great everywhere else. And Dubon said that the batter's eye in Houston is giving them problems. He said the batter's eye here is great, and it's real wide and big, and for some reason, but we'll fix it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he admitted that they've had problems with something at their home field. I don't know what it is.
And that's all inside their dome, right? That's inside their head because the other team's having to hit there too. The Rangers didn't have a problem scoring 9 runs there. The Rangers haven't had, obviously, they did win the first game 2-0, but other teams have come into Houston, whether it's the Oakland Athletics, whether it was the Kansas City Royals in September, whether it's right now the Texas Rangers, whether it was the Minnesota Twins for a game there in the divisional round. It's inside their head because after that first inning, they really struggle. Dubon does get a big sac fly. I got to give him credit, man. That was a fastball. I thought that ball was up enough to get the swing and miss, but I give Dubon a lot of credit there in the 6th inning for getting to that ball, flattening out his swing, and getting the sacrifice fly to knock in Yordan Alvarez. Those are their 2 runs of the game. They can't score at home on a consistent basis. Does it automatically mean the Astros are not going to score tonight? No, but it's inside their head. And Corey just gave you an example of they're admitting that they can't hit there, that they're already in a weird way at their stadium psyched out about their situation. we don't hit well here. And they got asked questions about it after they won Game 5. They got questions about it after they lost Game 6. This is where the Rangers have the biggest advantage, is mentally right now. The Rangers believe that they're going to win tonight. Does it mean they will? No. But it always helps to have the right mindset going into the game. Do the Astros believe they're going to lose? No, they don't believe they're going to lose. But they do, in a way, believe that they struggle to score runs there. And so that is one of the things. All it takes, and, Max Scherzer, I have no clue how he's going to do. I literally have no clue. This is an unknown. I get that I don't have an idea of what Christian Javier is going to do, but we've seen him in playoff situations. We've seen him in this situation. He's not coming off of an injury. So you have a better idea on how Christian Javier is going to attack the Rangers with his 93, 94 mile an hour fastball that looks like 106 to hitters. And we know what he's going to do, how he's going to attack, how he's going to execute his game plan. I have no clue what Max Scherzer's game plan is because he doesn't know what he's going to have and not have tonight.
Yeah.
He didn't really have fastball away to righties. He didn't really have good breaking stuff consistently to hitters in his first game. Does he know he's going to command both sides of the plate tonight? Does he know he can elevate his fastball and then drop a changeup right below the zone to get his swing and miss changeup going? He doesn't know that because he hasn't pitched enough to know what is working for him right now and what are things that he needs to avoid. He's trying to figure that out on the fly.
In the bullpen, when you're warming up, Mike, do you know if you have it or not, or do you not know it until you step on the mound?
You have an idea, but
Okay.
I always felt like this. It's a general. This is only speaking in generalities. Is when sometimes you're struggling in your bullpen, but you're physically okay. Nothing's hurting you. The ball's coming out of your hand firm. You're like, man, the ball is, I feel good releasing the ball. I feel good finishing the ball, but the ball's not going where I want to. A lot of times you then focus so much. You're like, I got to concentrate my ass off because it didn't go well in my warm-ups. I'm trying to, by the way, when you're warming up, it's not like you're Luka Doncic. Like Luka would be horrible at baseball. You actually have to try while you're warming up. And so you're giving a very good effort in the bullpen to get ready.
Okay.
And so you're not facing a hitter, but in your mind, as you get close to the end of your bullpen, you are facing a hitter or two working on this is versus a righty, this is versus a lefty. Sometimes you get specific in the lineup you're facing on who you're facing.
Make it a game.
And you don't throw well. Then you go into the game going, dude, I gotta bear down here. The ball's not going where I want, but it doesn't mean it hasn't gone right yet. I haven't thrown a pitch in this game. And sometimes your brain turns on so well that you're able to throw the ball where you want. Like, wow, what a horrible bullpen session to have a great game. The opposite can happen.
Yeah, it can go worse.
The catcher can close his eyes, and you're just spotting every pitch. You throw 40 warm-up pitches, and you have spotted 38 of 40, and you are like, dude, I am on, game over. That's a good mindset to have. But sometimes you turn your brain off a little bit going, I just had one of the best bullpens in my life. It's just going to carry over into the game.
Okay.
And then you turn off your focus button a little bit. And then you're like, oh, crap. I kind of, in a way, let up because that was such a good session down there. I got into the game and just assumed it would carry over instead of like, I still got to bear down. So for this game, I feel like mentally the Rangers have the advantage. Obviously, home field has meant nothing in this series. I will say tonight, I talked about the X factor going into Friday and then / Sunday. We obviously didn't have a show on Saturday. I got to come on yesterday with KG, and I said, look, the X factor for this series is your two starting hitters. It's 1 and 2. They're the ones that are getting paid over $30 million a year. And yes, you want other guys to come through, and other guys have come through. But when you look at this 6-game series and you look at what Altuve and Yordan have done versus your two guys, these are the big money guys. Their big money guys have performed at a much higher level in this series than your guys have. So 1, we have the mental advantage. 2, they have the starting pitcher advantage. I don't care about the name. I do not care about the name Max Scherzer. I care about what I've seen from these guys in 2023 and leading up to the playoffs.
Will that be mental for the Rangers hitters, though? Because they got to figure out how to hit this guy, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and it's interesting that they have a machine to try to get them more prepared for this, but I just wonder how much is that positive and how much that psychs them out that they're having to bring in special tools to have a chance to hit Christian Javier. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and because I did hear about that. I think they, even in those at-bats, they didn't do very well against the machine. And I also wondered, well, now you're overcorrecting for this one guy, and then you have to adjust and go back to everything else with all these other pitchers. So it is a little weird in a game where you're going to probably see more than just one pitcher tonight.
And Christian Javier is a very hittable guy. It's not like he was the Cy Young candidate the last 2 years. That was Framber Valdez for last year and parts of this season. And I give credit, Framber threw the ball pretty well last night. He had a rebound game. We're kind of hoping the same thing from Max Scherzer, right? Max had a struggle in his first game. We're hoping there's a rebound game here, but advantage Houston Astros when it comes to the money players. Altuve and Yordan Alvarez are doing more in this series consistently than Simeon and Seager. Seager, to me, though, is getting a little unlucky. One, he has to calm down his approach. We had Joe Davis on, and he did mention, because he's seen him in all his playoff games before this with the Dodgers, he can frustrate you with how aggressive he is, because in the playoffs at times you're like, dude, he's struggling. You don't have to swing at his first strike. Just because he threw a strike doesn't mean you have to swing at it. But it's really tough for a guy to be a certain way for 6+ years and to say, don't be that way because it's the playoffs now. Be a little bit more patient. I'd love for Evan Carter to get a hair more aggressive, but that's just not who Evan Carter is right now. He can possibly change. He's just 21 years old. But I look at their big guys versus our big guys, advantage them. They have the advantage on the mound. I am scared of our bullpen. I'm just being honest here. I felt like the Rangers before Game 5 needed to win Games 5 and 6. It's an Eovaldi, Montgomery at Eovaldi type of team. And right now, I don't know what to think of Max Scherzer. Max Scherzer and somebody else. I don't know who that other else is. Is it Dane Dunning? Is it Andrew Heaney? Is it John Gray? I don't think it's going to be John Gray, and I don't think it's going to be Martin Perez. I think it'll be more Heaney and Dunning. Can those three guys, Scherzer, Heaney, and Dunning, can they get you 18 outs? And then Bruce Bocchi did great.
Do you have
last
trust
night.
in Boch? I guess that's the big deal, right?
And we'll talk about this at 11:20, but I really think I was talking to Sandler this morning, and he brought this up, so I'm going to give him credit, but I also agree with him on this, is that Dusty Baker screwed up yesterday when he threw Stanek and didn't want to use Presley because there was a day off, is that it allowed Jose Leclerc to come out of the game. If Jose Leclerc, who threw 16 pitches last night, had to throw another 15 to 25 pitches and get to 30 plus to maybe he wouldn't have got to 40 pitches, but 30 plus pitches, how is Leclerc going to be after throwing all of these playoff games, throwing 30 plus pitches last night? So that grand slam home run, hit by pitch and then grand slam home run, was able to have Leclerc, I won't say I'll say as fresh as possible, because he's not fresh, but as fresh as possible for tonight's winner take all of the state of Texas, winner take all of the American League Game 7 in Houston, where they are crapping in their pants that they have to play in their own stadium tonight.
Somebody in that bullpen has to take control of it and say, I got you, Leclerc, don't worry about it. All right, you know what? We'll get back into more Rangers talk shortly. Got Mickey Spagnola coming up with me next here on The Fan.
For your phone. fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Got so much action going on today with the Rangers in Game 7 against the Houston Astros. We'll have that game right here on this station. And we also have Matt Hicks joining us at 1 o'clock today as we roll into that. It's going to be so much fun. And we got Mike Bassick, man. There's no better content creator when it comes to baseball discussions than having Mike Bassick on your show. So text in all your questions throughout the day. We'll be taking calls coming up at 12:20 today. Right now, it's time to discuss with our Dallas Cowboys insider as we get off the bye week and into action. Mickey Spagnola. Mickey, how you doing today, sir?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're this
baseball centric here.
It is wild right now, Mickey. It's chaos emotionally is where I am.
Well, it should be.
I can only imagine what you were going through. I know we were kind of joking back when the White Sox were in it, but I can only imagine what you're going through back then.
Oh, and you know, I had the ability to go to Game 4, and they swept Houston, right? And so I'm sitting there going, can I see them win this thing? And yeah, and they did. I was at the edge of my seat that whole game because in Houston. Heck, I was on my edge of my seat last night. I didn't get much sleep going into Sunday. I was traveling back, and I said, oh, I'm going to fall asleep on this game. And I made sure I sat at the edge of my seat so I didn't, right? And I don't know about you guys, but I like talking to the TV when I'm watching the game by myself.
Yes.
And when Adolis came up in the ninth, and after he had already struck out 4 times, I was sitting there going, just knock the S out of this next pitch, and I'll be darned if he didn't hit that grand slam.
He was not swinging to get a base hit at any point during the game.
No, he wasn't.
Every pitch, whether it was a strike or 5 feet outside or up, he was like, I am swinging to see if Minute Maid Park can hold anything that I hit.
And I was thinking, they're not going to even throw him a strike.
I couldn't believe it.
Right? And they threw him a strike. And, boy, he kind of shortened his swing, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't like the almighty swing that, yeah, I'm going to hit it all the way to the golf or anything, and that was pretty exciting. That was pretty cool.
You know, somebody did text in the other day, Mickey, and they were like, man, I love hearing Mickey talk about the Rangers like this. It makes us feel like he's one of us. And I was like, yeah, no, Mickey is. He definitely is. So Mickey Spagnola, brought to you by Ford, your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We will get a few Cowboys questions in as we roll along here, and I guess one of the things that I'm kind of curious on your front is, has the tight end position been a bit of a surprise to you, or is it still developing and growing?
No, I think it's still developing and growing. I mean, you've got now with Hendershot on IR, you've got a second-year tight end, and you know McEwen was on the practice squad. Now he's got to help out, and Schoonmaker, missed the whole offseason. And, the majority of training camp, by the way, as a rookie. So it's pretty young. But I don't think that's what's holding back this offense. If that's what you're getting at.
No, not necessarily.
I think what they've done so far, I think it's shown promise. Like to see Hendershot in there.
Yeah.
But I think Schoonmaker has done a nice job, blocking so far. He's had a couple opportunities, and I know he dropped a pass or two. But I think it's a growth position for this team, and I think it's promising. You just can't drop the ball.
Yeah.
And so they get that settled. But I thought the encouraging thing was it's a much better blocking unit than it had been. Now I know you're not sitting there going, "Oh, great, I got tight ends that can block," but you got to do both, and I think they've done a better job of that than they had at any time last year.
Yeah, I thought for the longest time in my mind when McCarty was taking over as the play caller, my mind was, man, what tight end did he have that had modern day tight end numbers? Like the lots of receptions,
right,
lots of yards. And I was like, I don't remember any and maybe that was an Aaron Rodgers thing. I don't know what it was, but I just didn't remember that. And so I did expect a little bit of a downtick, but I also was like, man, Dalton Schultz, I didn't see much of a difference between the group that they have and Dalton Schultz. But sometimes I'm like, are we missing him just a little bit? But that's
he's been, somewhat productive in Houston.
Yeah.
He's got, I think
it's
has
okay
more
to say
touchdown. Houston,
Mickey. It's
yeah,
okay.
I know. I didn't want to say the Astros, so I said I'll make a slip up here, right? The Texans, right? Yeah. I think he's done all right, but again, he didn't want to be here, so there was not much they can do about it. He was still butthurt from not getting a long-term deal and having to play on the franchise tag. So, but remember, if you think back to McCarthy's Green Bay days, he used maybe the fullback as much as a tight end.
Yep, that's true.
And Lepke actually, they lined him up on the line of scrimmage almost like a tight end in this previous game. So that'd be interesting to see how that guy develops with some of the different things you can do with him.
Yeah.
And I think that's still something that is developing and could be used more because I think the kid's pretty versatile.
The other thing, somebody texted this in and they wanted to ask you, do you think the Cowboys are in on any trades at this point? Are they looking to trade for something?
Well, just listening, to Stephen Jones, it doesn't sound like there's anything in the works, but you never know till you get close to the deadline and somebody might call and say, hey, what will you give me for this? But I just don't know. I mean, what would you trade for?
Yeah, I'm kind of in a weird place where I'm trying to figure out what they need, and I just don't know exactly what it is. Like losing Diggs, I'm not necessarily going after a cornerback, but would it be nice to add another? I don't know.
But who would he replace? Jordan Lewis?
Right, or be depth, but they have depth.
Yeah, and what would you give up for depth?
Yeah, a seventh.
Right.
Yeah, not much.
So nothing that's going to be earth shattering.
And then offensive line is kind of that place where I'm like, I just don't know. Anybody that has a good offensive lineman right now, probably holding tight to those.
Well, I would imagine, and if you're looking for one, you're looking for depth, right?
Yes.
You're looking for a veteran backup. And heck, most of the teams don't have a starting five, let alone excess at 7 or 8 that they'd say, oh, we can, peddle this for a third or a fourth. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did the same thing. I kind of went over, the positions. You just got to hold tight at linebacker until Van Der Esch gets back. But it's 3 more games.
Yeah, and then so maybe the question on that though is not necessarily just these 3 games, but what if something happens down the road and you don't have an opportunity to make a trade later?
Well,
for backup if he gets hurt again.
Then that's got to be the reason why you spun the dice on Rashaan Evans, right? And see if you can get anything out of him. He's had a pretty good history, but again, no one wanted him after a pretty good season last year in Atlanta. So that one's got to be explored yet, and we'll see where he's at. They had him in ramp up phase, so I would imagine at least another week of that because everybody's like, well, the bye week, and it's the bye week, and they basically had 5 days off. So I don't know how much benefit that would be for him, but that's kind of to me, you look at that as your kind of quote unquote trade, right? You brought in a veteran linebacker, let's see what he can do. And if he's a backup, is he willing to play special teams? He's 4 years, 5 years in the league.
Yeah, most of them aren't.
Yeah, they're not big on that. And a lot of the moves you saw this past game against the Chargers when they elevated guys or, put guys on the 53 were for special teams because, you lose C.J. Goodwin. So now you need a guy to do that. You basically lose Damone Clark, because he was getting like 17, 18 special team snaps, and now he's taking more of Van Der Esch's snaps, so you're kind of lighten his load. And then Marquise Bell, they need, probably take some of those snaps, special team snaps away from him since he was playing more at linebacker, and they didn't have Wanye Thomas last week. A lot of those moves were, kind of special teams oriented, and we'll see where that one goes.
Well, Mickey, we are looking forward to. I know McCarty talks later this afternoon. We'll look forward to talking with you again tomorrow, good sir.
We'll crank it up and know what's going to happen about 10 o'clock tonight.
All right, that sounds good. There he goes, Mickey Spagnola, joining us here.
I'm going to show you during the break.
Mike.
Well, because I'm setting everything up on my iPhone, right? I got my new iPhone now. I don't have all my passcodes. I just set up the alarm system from DFW Security that I have. I just made sure to get all my passcodes set on the thing because my son was like, hey, you can see me on the video camera when Adolis Garcia hit the home run last night.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, because he was so excited. He ran around the house for a second, and then you see him open up the front door and close it, and he's running down the stairs screaming.
That's
and
awesome.
running.
Wait, did he go out of the front door, or he just wanted to open the door?
No, he went out the front door
Okay.
because he wanted to scream and started running around the yard screaming and just running that Adolis had just won Game 6.
I was still very like, I felt the game was over, but I was still very much in my like,
we were having the debate. I'm like, I don't know, like maybe just still keep in Leclerc. I don't know. I just don't.
Just get this game over
but,
with.
Bocchi trusted Heaney, and Heaney. That's the one thing is like we didn't have anything. This bullpen can make you sweat even when you think it's over.
Yeah.
And luckily Heaney threw 4 pitches and the game was over.
All right, so I read this story this morning, Mike, and I wanted to get to this. I know we have a lot of other cool things to get to, but this kind of ticks me off.
Okay.
And I don't know if you've seen it yet.
I probably haven't.
Ken Rosenthal put his story out about how the Astros are pretty upset about the whole Abreu thing.
Right.
And like they're protesting it and they're going after it and everything. But here's a line I wanted.
Don't lie to Tom Verducci about slide stepping then.
Some with the Astros suspect the league is also showing favoritism toward the Rangers because their general manager, Chris Young, worked for the league from May of 2018 to December 2020. Young, a former major league pitcher, rose to senior vice president, replacing Joe Torre as the official who had decided suspensions and fines for on-field matters such as intentionally hitting batters. So that was kind of in some of his stuff that he discussed there. Mike, I need you to dispel that in some way because that makes no sense. Like
even if you're a Houston Astros fan, has the strike zone been unfair? I'd say it's been there's been calls that as Ranger fans we've been upset about. I'm sure there's been calls as Astro fans you've been upset about. There was one where Bregman thought he walked. He took off his shin guard. They're like, nope, that's not a ball. That's a strike. That was probably a ball. To be honest, that ball was too high. The next pitch was ball 4, right? So it ended up like there's certain situations. You tell me, was the umpire intentionally calling Evan Carter out? Because he called him out when he was safe by a half a step. It was actually like safe by a while, but they had to go back. The Rangers had to use a review to make sure Evan Carter was safe, where they get an extra run on the board there in the, I believe, 8th inning. So you have to prove to me where the Rangers are getting benefit of the doubt. Where are the Rangers getting benefit of the doubt?
Do you think that this whole situation with the suspension and the appeal is a place that they're saying,
I guess they're saying that, but look, dude.
This is what happens.
You hit a big home run. I have no problem with hitting him. I have no problem with Adolis Garcia celebrating. This is where I get a little bit weirded out. If you have no problem with celebrations, which I've come around on that, I also have no problem. The pitcher can do whatever he wants to. I saw people on Twitter, that's assault when you hit a guy. Well, then there's 150 million assaults per day on Sunday in the NFL. Like, guess what? That's assault too every time you tackle somebody. But that doesn't mean that it's assault on the baseball field. You can throw at a guy. That's fine. Guess what? Aroldis Chapman threw at Yordan Alvarez in the 8th inning. He didn't want to hit him, but he threw the ball close enough that if it does hit him, so what? He's on first base. It set up strike 3 when he threw the fastball away because then Yordan was not so excited to go out there. And Aroldis was like, you know what? You want to go out there and you want to hook my slider for a home run? Here's first pitch. I am throwing it at your hands. If I break your hands, I break your hands. It's called baseball. But all of a sudden, Jordan's not so excited to go get that outside pitch anymore and drive it the other way or hook it for a home run. So I don't get that. To me, that's some crybaby BS.
Yeah.
Like, you got to prove to me where the Rangers are getting the major advantage.
The umpire calling, by the way, has been really good. Aside from game one, and then there was another one where there was a .85 favoritism to the home team, and that was the Astros. Both Astros games at home have been favored by umpires in their favor.
Yeah, the ball strike situation,
and the Rangers, they've been very good. I will give you that. Their umpires have been very good.
That's some crybaby BS, dude. If we would have hit Yordan Alvarez or Altuve after that home run, like after one of those big situations, and we would have hit him at 98 miles an hour, you would have gone, hey, that's a little bit fishy. The other thing, too, is, let's face it, they didn't want to face they didn't want to face Adolis Garcia in that situation. He got a home run. They wanted to get him back. It was a good time. Double play still in order, and now we're facing the bottom of the lineup. And you know what? It worked out. Now, Presley came in and got the outs. It wasn't Abreu, but then the Rangers went 1-2-3 with what the Astros felt like were lesser hitters. Everything set up for them to hit Garcia with, look, there could have been punishment. The Rangers could have taken advantage of it. But so what? We walk guys all the time. I want to hit a guy. We want to hit a guy. I don't think Abreu wanted to hit him, but he's going to do what Maldonado said. And Maldonado called for it, so he went after him. He lifted his leg as high as he possibly could. There was no slide stepping. This is not going to help them. They can't lie to Tom Verducci and then lie and use the same lie today to MLB, because they're going to say, well, here's the video. You're not slide stepping. In fact, we can time you. Let's time you on the pitch before to Evan Carter, and now let's time you on this pitch. Gosh, your time variance to home plate did not change much. Well, let's go back. Even if it changed by like 0.2 seconds, which is quickening up your pace, let's go back and let's look at you with runners on base, and let's see how much you really did speed up and why this ball got away from you. And you're going to find out Abreu did nothing to speed himself up because Evan Carter was on first, and it was the first pitch. He didn't waste any pitches. He didn't throw like slider away and then try to come in. He pegged him, and it got close to head high. So to me, that's some crybaby BS. And I would say, from watching these games on Fox and Fox Sports 1, there's no doubt in my mind. And I love John Smoltz. I can't tell you how much I love John Smoltz. This is a pro Astros broadcast. So you're watching it more from an Astros perspective. If you're just watching the game nationally and have no interest, the broadcast is from an Astros standpoint broadcast, which is fine. It is what it is. Ranger fans, maybe it changes. Maybe if we make the playoffs 3 years in a row and in the ALCS all of these years, maybe it becomes more of a broadcast that is towards the Rangers. But that really upsets me that you would say that, but you don't have any evidence besides, well, Chris Young was in the front office of MLB for 1 year, and they are pro Rangers. Where are they pro Rangers?
Yeah, I love it, Mike. I love the passion, man. All right, coming up next, let's go back to Game 5, revisit that, because that sets the stage for tonight's amazing Game 7 next on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news.
Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
The right-hander ready to work to Pena, who is 0 for 2. First offering is hit back up the middle. Simeon dives, comes up with it, throws to first. He got him! Great play by Marcus Simeon, taking a base hit away from Jeremy Pena and keeping another run or two off the board.
Got to play clean baseball on the field too, baby. That's how you win. By the way, the home team has lost every game in this series. The only other time that's happened in the first 6 games of a best-of-7 series in Major League Baseball history was the 2019 World Series. The Nationals won that one, beating the Astros, by the way. Their Game 7 starter, by the way, Max Scherzer for the Nationals, beating the Astros. So we'll see. He was a Cy Young Award winner that year, so that's a different story. Maybe he can reboot it one more time tonight. We will see. Whew. Mike, right. Let's dive into Game 5.
Can you imagine if the Rangers would have lost yesterday, which luckily they didn't? We have Game 7 here on 105.3 The Fan. That we'd be talking about this Game 5 probably more than Game 6.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You know, because
that was the turning point.
That was where a lot of things happened in that game. You're like, God, we had so many chances, the Rangers, to win that game. And the Adolis Garcia home run was huge. That Marcus Simeon play saved the game, too, because that was, I believe, in the same inning where Seager, look, it's called a base hit. It did take a high hop. Maybe he could have had a little better footwork on that to put himself in a better position to catch a short hop rather than the in-between hop. But that was huge because Montgomery's still in the game, and he's either in the high 70s or has just reached 80 pitches. He does his job. Montgomery does his job. He gets the double play ball. And the Rangers don't turn it. If the Rangers turn that double play, it's an easy double play if it's caught, then Montgomery's still in the game in the 7th inning. So having to kind of work your pen a little bit differently because Spores has to come in there in the 6th inning and also pitch the 7th. And Chapman has to pitch the 8th, and then Leclerc has to come in the 8th and the 9th. That situation, I'm not blaming Corey Seager. I'm telling you it took a little bit of a high hop, but a makeable play as a pitcher, he couldn't handle it. Montgomery, you're telling yourself, we're all humans, you're telling yourself, let it go. I just got to do my job. But he was so mad that he had a 4-pitch walk to Kyle Tucker right after that, and then you had to take him out of the game. So in that situation, if Corey Seager knocks the ball down, even if he just knocks the ball down, he's like, dude, this is a tough one in between. I'm going to put my body in front of it. You know, Jose Abreu, who can't run worth a crap, is running. So even if you can't turn 2, you're going to be able to pick the ball up off the ground and either flip it to second or throw it to first base and get an out there. So anyways, there was a lot there, but I do want to talk about real quick in Game 5 also. I'm getting a little bit of pushback. I'm not sure.
You were there. You got to sit up close and personal and see it all. I saw you on TV, actually, during that game, banging on whatever was in front of you, and I was like, that's Mike leading the charge.
I'm not sure. I was cheering a lot. I am not sure.
That was a loud crowd, by the way.
The Abreu situation, he'll probably get a suspension down to 1 game today. I will tell you this. I don't think Abreu should get suspended. I'm going to be honest here. He intentionally hit him. But this is the way the game works today. I don't mind hitting players. That's part of the game. It opens up the outside corner. Sometimes you throw in and you don't mean to hit them and you hit them. And you're like, so what? It opens up the outside part of the plate for me later in the game, maybe later in that at bat if it doesn't hit him. So there's reasons to throw inside. There's reasons to hit people. Hitting people on purpose has a purpose.
Well, and more than anything, Mike, I thought that Adolis overreacted big time.
100%.
I thought he just needed to take his base, move on, but he wanted to make it about bigger things, and the team didn't need it in that moment.
What's so funny is playing basketball at Duncanville, I was the only guy that played baseball too. And I have a text chain going on with a dozen basketball players from the 90s at Duncanville who are 100% into every single pitch. I had no clue. I grew up with these guys. I don't remember them being baseball fans. And they are into every single pitch, and they're breaking it down. And I'm like, man, you guys are really into baseball, not knowing that you guys, they didn't play baseball. I always wonder this as we want to get the youth involved in baseball. Those guys were the youth of the 90s. And now here it is in 2023, and they are locked into every single pitch of this series. I'm wondering if baseball is just meant more for older people in a way, that you appreciate the game more the older you get because you're not as active.
I don't know.
And you look at it and you say, man, there's a lot of mental going on in this game. Yes, there's a lot of physical to it. And obviously the hand-eye coordination is tremendous by those guys out there. But I just wonder in that situation. But to your Adolis Garcia, he shouldn't have handled it that way. He can get mad for a second, and he can even say what he has to say to Maldonado and then go to first base, and we keep playing the game.
He could have had another chance later in the game to put his stamp back on it, and Jankowski's up instead.
I love what you're saying because that moment led to Dusty Baker making a really smart decision. By the way, I don't know why Dusty Baker...
Arguing for 45 minutes?
I don't know why Dusty Baker isn't up for suspension. So from the Houston Astros standpoint, that it's all the Major League Baseball wants the Rangers to win. Well, if they truly did, you'd suspend Dusty Baker for a game or two.
Probably so.
Because what he did, we're trying to speed up the game. What he did, he refused to leave the dugout. He caused another 3-minute delay. Hey, getting thrown out, I get it. Scream, yell, all these things. But once that happened and he started regaining his senses, he said, you know what? He told, I only know Gary Pettis over there, but he told Gary Pettis and his other guys, I'm not leaving the dugout and I'm going to make their closer sit there on the bench another 5 minutes. And he's refusing to leave after he's been thrown out. It's 15 minutes later because Presley has all the time he needs to get loose because of the throw-out situation.
It was smart on his part.
So then he's like, I'm going to waste another 5 minutes here. I'm going to give Presley more time just in case he needs it so he doesn't feel rushed. And I am going, well, hell, if we're really fixing things, Dusty Baker should be up for a suspension too for what he did. And it's just Abreu who's up for a suspension. So there's both sides of this story that Dusty Baker was really smart and he did what he did. Now going to Adolis getting thrown out after the Altuve home run. All the credit in the world. It sucks as a Ranger fan, but that game had everything you'd ever want. If you pay what you had to pay to go to that game, and remember, tickets did drop, but if you went to that game, you saw arguably the best game of 2023 in all of baseball. You had everything. You had Verlander, Hall of Famer pitching. You had a big momentum swings in the game. You had a couple of costly mistakes in the field. You had overcoming those costly mistakes. You had nice defensive plays. You had a big home run to take the lead for the home team. You had drama. You had a bench clearing situation. You had a big home run by the other team. And then you had first and second and nobody out in the ninth inning with your best two hitters up at the plate for the Texas Rangers, Semien and Seager. And this is where we have 3 to 5 minutes to discuss the bunt versus no bunt.
Okay.
I was not in favor of bunting in the moment. Okay. I did not know anything about Semien's career of bunting or not bunting, but I know this was a huge debate Friday night, a huge debate Saturday with all Texas Ranger fans and baseball fans to bunt or not to bunt.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't think, I thought about it for a second, but more than anything, I thought, no, these guys need, they're paid to hit. Yeah. Like, this is what they do.
Yes.
And they're really good hitters.
Yes.
I know they've been in their slumps, but man, at any point they can put bat on ball.
And Semien, I didn't know this, but I was listening to the post-game show here on 105.3 The Fan, and Sandler has all the information I could ever. I don't have the information he has. How quickly he has crazy information. I don't know how he gets it so quick, but Semien had not sacrificed bunted in 5 years.
5 years.
So you're asking a guy who doesn't do this, and let's be honest, I don't watch all batting practice. I don't even know if Semien practices bunting. To be honest, I don't even know if he practices it.
You think he even like walks up and does the casual, just lay one down just to
maybe just because the bullpen pitcher, the batting practice pitcher needs a few pitches to warm up, like his arm, and he's like, hey, just bunt a few just to make sure I got the ball where you want it and where I'm trying to throw it. But besides that, he doesn't even practice bunting. So you're asking somebody to do something he doesn't do. And if he would have bunted, let's just go to a negative scenario, Corey. What would the conversation be if he would have tried to bunt the first pitch and popped it up to the catcher?
Why are you asking Semien to bunt? That dude has been hitting all season long. He has 100 RSBI on the season. Like, why would you ask him to do? That's what it would be.
Right?
Yeah.
We don't look at it of what if he doesn't execute the bunt?
Yeah.
What if the first two pitches, he misses one of the bunts? And because he misses one of the bunts, Josh Smith gets too big of a secondary lead thinking he's bunting it, and he bunts through it. And then Maldonado, he wasn't catching at that point because they pinch hit for him. If Diaz throws the ball behind Josh Smith, and they pick him off a second base because Simeon, who's not a bunter, misses the bunt. He bunts through the ball. Because when you see a guy bunting at a very buntable pitch, you almost get a bigger secondary lead going, because if he gets this down, I got to get my ass to third base. I got to get my ass to second base. So that could have happened. He could have bunted the first 2 pitches foul, and now you're at an 0-2 situation where he hasn't swung yet. Now he's going to have to swing, because if he bunts the first 2 foul, you're like, dude, the likelihood of him getting down this bunt, because if you bunt the ball foul, if you don't know this, you have 2 strikes and you bunt the ball foul. It's not a foul ball. It's a strikeout. You're out. So it does not count as a foul ball. You can't just keep bunting foul with 2 strikes. Right. So there's that. I was okay with him bunting. The other thing too is Jankowski's now your 4-hole hitter. If he does get the bunt down, great. Second and third, 1 out. Seager now walks to first base, so the bases are loaded. They're going to play double play depth up the middle, and they're going to play corners in. That's how you're going to play your defense in that situation, because it's the tying run at third base. It's not the winning run, so the whole infield doesn't come in. You still play for a possible double play up the middle. All right. They walk Seager. Now Evan Carter is up to bat. Hey, I love Evan Carter. That is a lot of pressure on a 21-year-old. Here it is. Let's, do or die.
It's tough, yeah.
He did strike out in the situation. Are the pitches exactly the same? Do we get the same result? Who knows?
He hates them calling that inside pitch on him, too.
Yeah,
he gets furious.
He does not
about
like it. And then if Evan Carter strikes out, 2 outs, and now Adolis Garcia, not controlling his emotions, has Jankowski up in that situation.
Yep.
I'm not saying he's not going to come through, but Adolis did change the mindset and the thinking. The other thing, too, because we have to go to break here, is I do think Bruce Bocchi, with first and second, nobody out, wasn't even considering bunting, and part of it also was, remember, they're thinking way ahead. Because if you think he doesn't want to use Chapman tonight because he didn't use him last night, you're not following the game. You're not following what he did to Yordan Alvarez and Jose Abreu and the dunk fart hit that Kyle Tucker got in Game 5. Aroldis Chapman's throwing the ball well. Is he doesn't want to get into a tie game in extra innings. He's going to go to, you think, let me ask you this, Ranger fans, Will Smith putting up a 0 in the 10th? Martin Perez putting up a 0 in the 10th? Chris Stratton putting up a 0 in the 10th? These are your options. John Gray putting up a 0 in the 10th? Dane Dunning, maybe. Andrew Heaney was probably available because he threw 20 pitches the game before. So, I mean, he might be available, too, to pitch for you in Game 5. Let me ask you, Ranger fans, if you play for the tie and you do tie the game, which is awesome, you do extend it to the 10th inning. I just named you all the guys available to pitch. Do you believe against the Houston Astros bullpen versus your bullpen, you're going to be able to keep putting up zeros to extend the game? Bocchi will never say this. He's probably also feeling like, if I don't play for a win here, if we tie, great, but if we can win, I want to win. If we go to the 10th inning, I'm probably giving up a run or 2 or 3 in the 10th inning. And there's not a runner on second base. We just play real baseball the rest of the way, but probably giving up a run with what I have in my bullpen. What's left? So do we really want to play for a tie when you've used Spores, Chapman, and Leclerc?
Probably not. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's dive into some gridiron gravy. Are the Commanders finally fed up? Next on The Fan.
WWE Monday Night Raw returns to Dallas's American Airlines Center for the final time this year. Tonight at 6:30, you'll see the Monday Night Raw return of Logan Paul. Sami Zayn goes one-on-one with Drew McIntyre, plus World Heavyweight Champion Seth Freakin'.
And Lowe's knows home improvement. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest truck with the biggest savings, and there's over 300 new Silverados on the ground and unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
He has count leverage at 3-1. Abreu back to the set. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and there's a drive toward the left field corner. That is hooking and that is in there for extra bases. Off the wall it goes. Carter scores. Strolling into second is Garver with a double. And the Rangers extend their lead to 4-2.
Man, it's all we're going to be focused on as we lead up to it tonight. We do got to get some gridiron gravy out of the way, though. We'll get back into because Mike. Either way, tomorrow is going to be a pretty heavy baseball show again.
We talk a lot about speed in the NFL, but just think about real quick, just that highlight. Evan Carter check swing, base hit because of speed. Evan Carter's speed gets to second base, so he scores easily on that. Speed of Leody Taveras, instead of there being one out runner on second in the ninth inning, there's nobody out first and second because speed made Altuve screw up a play.
Yeah, no, the more you can create pressure on the bases in baseball, just like you can in football. All right, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. From the 817, amazed, I can still hear you guys from Waco on terrestrial radio.
My wife said that the other day, too, driving back from Austin, because I changed the station over because the Ranger game was on.
Oh, yeah, you were riding in the passenger seat. She was driving.
I was watching, and she's like, you can hear your station all the way in Waco? I'm like, yeah, in fact, a little bit past Waco.
I think Kevin and I, when we went down there for the Super Bowl, that was our first Super Bowl venture, we drove down there. And we were close to Houston whenever the signal. There's a big hill, and it was once we got over the big hill, that's when we lost our signal completely.
What time of day were you driving? Because I feel like at night you can carry it pretty far as well.
It was night.
Yeah, you get a little bit further range at night. You can hear it well.
So you're saying you could hear the Get Right even more at nighttime around DFW and further beyond.
That's a good assessment, Corey.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
So listen to more of the Get Right is what I would
Not
suggest.
tonight, though. Rangers baseball on the home of the Rangers.
You might hear a lot of different people during the post-game show
one
tonight.
person.
Maybe me.
Oh, okay.
I might be calling in and being part of the post-game show tonight. So be prepared. I'm so nervous, Mike. All right.
I might, if the Rangers win, because if they lose, I don't want to do this. If they win, I might just drive up here. It's about a 12-minute drive with no traffic. So if the Rangers win, I might drive up here and and just be on a real mic for the postgame show.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. If you're on, I'll be here with you. Not necessarily in studio, but if I'm able to do it from home, I will do it from home.
What a jerk.
What do you mean, jerk? That's awesome.
Mike is driving up here. Why can't you drive up here?
Look, I usually go to sleep right after the game.
He
all right?
lives in Poshy Plano,
Except
Get your driver to drive you up here.
So
have the Escalade pick you up when the game's over. Call your driver that has your Escalade parked in his garage.
I love that the fanciest car that you could think of in that moment was a Escalade.
So Lucy is at camp this for a couple days, so
that sounds fun.
I don't necessarily have to be up as early. So maybe that is a possibility. And then from the 682, Reggie does all the shifts like a dog. That's right.
I also do love Reggie from the Get Right is awesome. The Reggie from the KNC Masterpiece, but the Reggie from the Get Right.
My question to start this off was, are the Commanders finally giving up? Are they finally fed up? And Jonathan Allen, after the game, was not very happy yesterday as they lost to the New York Giants 14-7. And he said, they whooped our ass, plain and simple. Got to be better. I think it's just a lack of focus on our part, lack of attention to detail, not starting fast, yada, yada, yada. Just kind of threw all the things out there. And then he was like, they had said, hey, is it starting to get frustrating? He said, F yes, it does. I'm effing tired of this S. I'm effing tired of this BS. It's been 7 effing years, and it's the same S, and I'm tired of this S. And that's what the dude, he's looking at this going, every year, we kind of fall apart. And I don't know if it's going to be the coach or if it's management or if it's talent or whatever, but there is no fixing this right now. I'm just kind of interested in seeing if the Commanders are finally so fed up that they just quit on Ron Rivera. I don't know if it'll happen or not. That being
They
said,
should quit on Sam Howell.
okay, I wanted to throw this out at you. Sam Howell has been sacked 40 times through 7 games. How many sacks per game is that? Is that almost 6?
Wait, say that one more time.
40 times through 7 games. So that's over 5. It's 5.9.
Yeah,
Let's go 5.9.
We're getting close to 6. Where's our human calculator? Why is he not here?
Yeah, exactly. He's at a weekday wedding, just like Kevin. Yeah, heading into Sunday's game, the Giants defense had recorded 5 sacks all season. They went up against Sam Howell, and they sacked him 6 times. Right now, he is on pace to destroy the single season sack record, which is 76, set by David Carr in 2002 when he was on the expansion team. He's already at 40. Do you think that he will get to 76?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Like, yes, if they keep playing him, but they have Jacoby Brissett, and I thought that they signed Jacoby Brissett, you know, knowing that he's a capable quarterback. Like, he's one of those kind of starter hybrid, backup hybrids, where it's like he really is a backup, but he's good enough if you need him in a pinch. I don't, like, I guess they're trying to see if they fully believe in what they have in Sam Howell. But he has a propensity of holding onto the ball and taking sacks. And I wonder if at some point they feel like, especially with Ron Rivera, and I think his job is starting to be on the line, if he looks up and goes, all right, let's get this other dude in here and see if we can win some games because, you know, the guillotine might be coming.
He is projected to be sacked 97 times, which would demolish the 76. And he's also projected to lose 648 yards, which would be the most since Randall Cunningham in 1986, who lost 489 yards.
Can you imagine Bieniemy, what he's going through after having, I know he wasn't calling the plays in Kansas City, but a major part, the offensive coordinator in Kansas City for all of Patrick Mahomes' starts until this season, and then he goes from Patrick Mahomes to Sam Howell.
Bieniemy got to be hating that right now. Yeah.
Like, hey, Patrick Mahomes would get the ball out here. Patrick Mahomes, this is how you create extra time. Not that Bieniemy taught Patrick Mahomes how to do that, but he just saw how a broken play can become the biggest play. With Sam Howell, a broken play is a dead play.
By the way, somebody did text in and they said, Corey's driver here. Corey has me reserved for Nick and Sam's later. And yes, it is an Escalade. We will be doing Nick and Sam's for Jared's dinner this year for the Sandlot Charities. So, yes.
Oh, we got Swinging for a Cause coming up in not too long, don't we?
Yes, Swinging for a Cause is going to be coming up.
You see my joke I put after Game 5?
The KNC Masterpiece will be at dinner at Nick and Sam's. Which
people don't know I'm sarcastic, which seems to be an issue with people.
No way.
I put, are you sure you don't want to change it to bunting for a cause? Because that was after Game 5 and all the Ranger fans were upset about the Rangers not bunting Marcus Semien, so I thought he should change it to bunting for a cause.
The over the weekend also.
It's a joke.
The Buffalo,
so when you clip it, put that there too.
The Buffalo Bills did lose against the New England Patriots, who we discussed the Patriots and like their potential of getting a top pick.
They're winning
and
it all
like
now.
I said, I don't think their coach that's not in his DNA to say we're going to tank a season. Just like Jerry won't tank a season. He doesn't want to tank a season. But and maybe it's just 2 wins for right now, but they did beat their common opponent. And Sean McDermott said, I wish I really could tell you. We talk about it all the time. We talk about getting more detailed, getting into a rhythm early, playing complementary football. But we haven't been able to get into a rhythm in the first quarter, and let's just start there. So just overall, he's befuddled right now about what their starts are like.
Can I ask you a quintessential sports radio question?
Yes.
Did the Patriots win that game, or did the Bills lose that game, in your opinion? Like,
both. I mean, they had to like Hunter Henry had a good catch down the stretch. They got a really good throw in the end zone to win that. And I know there were some things that just Buffalo does some Buffalo things, man. So I think it's a combination of both of those things along the way from what I was watching. But I think the biggest overall thing I'm taking from it right now is the Bills don't look like a championship team.
Okay. You got to ultimately what I was asking.
Yeah, they look like a team that's still trying to figure out, which is weird because they still have so many guys that have been on those teams that have been so close. It just feels like they should be better at this point, but maybe they're at a point where they can't get over that mental hurdle that they got to get over. So we'll see. That is it for Gridiron Gravy. It is time to get back into some baseball action as we do here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, it's been your home of the Rangers all season long. Baseball Mike never left. He was always here for you, delivering his baseball nuggets. But coming up next, what's been the biggest moment of this series so far? What do you think it'll be tonight? Next on The Fan.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners who turned it on, leave it on. We're here for you all day on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
Adolis Garcia clears him off with a grand slam after 4 consecutive strikeouts. Not quite the celebration he had 2 days ago, but another slow jog around the bases as Adolis has broken this ball game wide open. It's 9-2.
Man, what a moment that was last night, and I'm sure every Tolo out there has a moment that is broken through for them during this playoffs. Mike, I mean, just think about this for a minute. We're about to head into Game 7 tonight, all right? And you're going to want to listen all the way up to and throughout the entire game tonight, especially if you want some really good broadcasting and you don't want to just hear them talk about how great the Astros are the whole time.
What you can always do is sync up the audio on 105 through the Fan of the great Eric Nadel, the great Matt Hicks, and the really great Jared Sandler.
Yes.
And then also, just sync that up with the video of the broadcast.
Yeah, that's a great way to do it. I think that's awesome, especially if you don't want to hear Smoltz put on his Astros jersey during the game. So that's a way that you can do it tonight, and I think you'll love it. My mom was texting me. She's texting me a lot right now, and she's just like, I got to clean the house because I'm so nervous. She's trying to get all the nervous energy out, and I have a lot of nervous energy as well because Game sevens are what they are, dude.
We were texting each other.
Yes.
It's like, we can't take this anymore. Our hearts can't take this anymore. This is so amazing, but at the same time, it's so freaking stressful. And I don't know, in basketball and hockey, right? We just went through this in hockey, and a year ago, or a little over a year ago, we did go through this a little bit against Golden State, and I guess / the Phoenix Suns, but the Golden State series never became that competitive. Those games are moving so fast that something can happen in a hurry that maybe you're not expecting. It just feels like there's such buildup in baseball. And maybe nothing happens, and you're like, oh, built up for nothing. And maybe that's how soccer fans feel about soccer. I'm not a huge soccer fan, but maybe that's how soccer fans feel. There's so many little things that lead up to that big moment.
Yeah.
But in baseball, you're just like when Yordan Alvarez comes to the plate, or you're like when Kyle Tucker comes up to the plate in a big situation, you're like, this SOB is going to come through. Like, he's been horrible. And this is like those moments where a guy who's done nothing, does something big, but there's just so many stressful pitches and stressful moments that it takes a lot out of you emotionally watching these games. It's great, but there's a lot of emotions in these games.
I was very happy to see, Mike, that you were in the same situation with your heart last night as I was, because I was freaking out all night. I was having a great time. I enjoy it a lot. It's my team on the line, though, and this goes back to a childhood thing of watching this team. Mike, growing up here, we were Rangers fans. You still have your Rangers hat with the little T on it. I grew up on teams where I was wearing Steve Buechel's number. I am emotionally invested in this team. Somebody told me that because I was like, I don't know if I can take it. There's a Tolo out there that tweeted to me, and he was like, I don't know if I can take it either. And somebody said, grow up. And I was like, dude, come on, man. I'm 1,000,000,000% invested in this thing. Do you know how painful? I told my wife last night, I don't think that I had a more emotionally big letdown than 2011. Okay? Like, that's what it was.
Yeah. 06 was that for me for Mavericks.
I get that. But that destroyed like everything for me. And that's why I've lived it. I know people think I just joke around about it, but I talk about it a lot. Anyway, that's a different point. Different discussion. We're excited about what's going on tonight, and everybody around DFW is as well. 877-881-1053. What's been the biggest moment in this series so far for you? And, Mike, the reason I'm saying that, too, is because, gosh, so much has happened.
Yeah.
I mean, Montgomery starts off with an amazing game, and they blank the Astros to start the series. And you're like, how did this just happen? And then you come back home, and it's just not quite the same. And so all these things have happened. I still think that the Adolis Garcia moment, we may look back at it and say, man, that actually turned out in favor for the Rangers. But I still say that was the biggest single moment of this series.
Game 5
so far.
homer?
No, not the homer. But it was his moment of getting hit, overreacting, the big thing where bench is clear, emotions are everywhere. I don't know where you guys were in the stadium, like how y'all were feeling that and going through it.
I was screaming and yelling.
But I felt that was a turning point in this series where I feel like the Astros actually got a mental edge from it because they were just like, oh, we just baited you and we brought you in. And Dusty Baker had all that time to do that. That could be though. That could be a bigger moment in that, hey, you got the grand slam last night, and maybe you get another thing from one of these guys because of that. So that's still my biggest moment, is that single thing that happened there.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's the moment right now that lives in this series. I think there's other moments that are close, but that's the moment, the getting hit by the pitch and all of that, because right now you would say the moment, if you're an Astros fan, would be the Altuve 3-run homer. I mean, that's the moment of this series that for you, that is just the living moment. I went to like the grocery store after the game. I got home from the game and I couldn't turn on the Phillies. I turned it on and I was like, I can't watch this. I just can't watch baseball right now. It kind of feels like if the Cowboys lose a big game, it's like I get another playoff game is on or another big game is on. I don't want to watch football anymore because my Cowboys disappointed me so much. That's how I felt, about the Rangers. I don't want to say they disappointed me, but just like I was so disappointed that they lost that game that I was like, I just can't watch any more baseball right now. So
same.
I'm going to be honest.
I wanted to watch I watched a movie called The Greatest Beer Run Ever just to take my mind off of it.
When the Phillies won Game 5, I thought they won the National League Championship. And then we'll see you back in Philadelphia. It's like, what the hell's going on? I thought Philadelphia won the game that I refused to really engage in. I didn't even want to look at the scores. But I do think there's other huge moments in this series. Obviously, Adolis Garcia hitting the home run off of Verlander. The
Evan Carter catch in left field.
Yeah, the Evan Carter catch. I was not there for the Baltimore game, the game where they scored 6 runs in a hurry.
Yeah.
So I don't know what it sounded like just based off of, I can tell off the television, people's Instagram feed, stuff like that. That seemed like an insane asylum. It was insane when Garcia's ball was hit so high. It took forever. And then he's just standing there. I have the direct line of seeing the ball and seeing Adolis go nowhere. And I'm like, I don't know if this is a home run. You might want to get to first base.
Or maybe even try to get to second.
Right. Well, he did have a runner on first.
Yeah,
so I think that's why he was like, the reason
time.
he stood there is he thought it was gone, but it wasn't gone by much. But that was when that ball got out of the park. It was 42,000, and there's plenty of Astro fans, so not all 42,000, just going crazy and insane. And so there was the moment, the Marcus Semien moment, the Semien catching the ball. Now, it doesn't lead to a win, so we kind of forget about it. But him diving up the middle on the backhand when the bases were loaded and Spores was in the game, like that was such a huge moment in that game. It didn't lead to a win, so you go, okay, well, it was Altuve's moment in Game 5. But right now, I'm going to ask you this question based off of that, and you can add other moments, is if you had to give an MVP for this series right now before we see Game 7, because Game 7 can dictate a lot, who would you give the American League Championship MVP to right now? Let's just say for the Rangers.
Oh, man. I got 3 people.
Okay.
2 of them are our starting pitchers because I feel like they've done such an exceptional job.
That's right.
And Jordan Montgomery might be the one that I give that nod to, just because, again, 0 on the board whenever you're handing it over to your bullpen in Game 1 is awesome.
Yeah.
But this is kind of based on last night. I might be going just a little too much from last night. Mitch Garver was amazing last night.
Unsung hero?
Yes.
Because he didn't sing?
Unsung, yes.
Non-singing hero?
Yes, he was a non-singing hero.
The home run in the second inning, I believe it was first pitch.
Yes.
That
changed. I was in the kitchen and Adrian goes, "You just missed something big," and I was like, "What?" And I walked around the corner and he's rounding the bases.
That was such a huge momentum swing early in the game because the Astros needed to get off to a hot start. They can't score in that building. They do score in that building, and Framber looked good in the first inning. After the 4-pitch walk, he settled down, got the next 3 guys out. So for that pitch to be a home run, just a huge moment. And then he has an 8-pitch at bat. And let's face it, he didn't even know what the count was. He took off his shin guard because he thought he drew ball 4 on ball 3. And he was able to have an 8-pitch at bat. He hits a little dribbler, but it counts. Put the ball in play, see what happens. He gets a base hit, and then Jonah Heim hits the home run. So he's part of the 3 runs to have a 3-1 lead. He's a major part of that. He has an RBI and 2 runs scored early in the game. And then the double in the 8th inning. I get it. I get what Adolis Garcia has done. I think that Adolis might be the MVP of this series so far. But to me, the MVP yesterday of that game, taking out the pitching, was Mitch Garver.
Yeah, and the reason I say that is because that was a game that you could have lost. And Mitch Garver showed up and was the consistent factor in a game that puts you in the situation where you could go win it tonight. I will say this, Mike. I know they lost Game 5, but they were on a verge of winning that. They won last night's ultimately decidedly late in that game, but here we are. I don't want to say it, looking like the better team. All right, so they look like the better team, Mike. They do. They should have won Game 5, and this should be over. But I can't get too caught up in that.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Do you think that you asked me this earlier? Do you think that they would move Mitch Garver around, or
let's get into this,
or leave him?
This is going to be interesting because, as far as I know, the lineup's not out, right?
Not yet. I've been searching, but it usually comes out around 2 or 3.
The guys aren't even really to the park yet.
Yeah.
So they're not probably going to put the lineup out at noon. The guys start getting to the park. If you're the visiting team, you're going to start getting to the park around 2:00 today. Possibly 3, but I'm going to assume around 2:00 do you move Carter out of the 3-hole? And nothing against Evan Carter. Obviously, he did not start the game. He came into the game quickly, though, because after the 4th inning and the Rangers scored 2 runs, they said, screw it, we're putting our best defensive outfielder, or we're putting our best defensive left fielder out there. I'm not going to say he's better than Leody Taveras, but they're like, we're going to put defense out there. We're winning 3-1. Framber doesn't have a lot left because his pitch count got somewhat high after 4 innings. So he did have to hit 1 at bat against Framber Valdez, and he did strike out. But they were just like, no, we're putting him in. He has the checked swing base hit. I'm just wondering, because Carter's not an established 3-hole hitter.
Right.
Do you go back to Garver at 3? Do you move Carter to 5? Could you move Carter? And nothing against Carter. I'm for Carter. Maybe do you move him back to 9? Do you go with Leody was batting 9th last night. He batted 5th the other day.
Yeah.
There's so many different things after 1 and 2, and I think Adolis is going to bat 4th. The only spots that are really locked in are 1, 2, and 4.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying when it comes to Evan Carter. I think one of the reasons that they like having him 3rd, or that Bocchi likes having him 3rd, A, he was getting on base a lot. But B, when you have Simeon and Seager popping up first pitches right out of the gate, you can't let that pitcher get out of the inning.
He's definitely a different hitter than those 2 guys.
And Robbie Grossman does a really good job at that too. Like, he realizes, look, I got to go up here and work this count just a little bit. And whether or not it turns out great, Evan Carter works a count. He does a great job. I mean, his minor league nickname was Full Count, and that thing has carried over. Like, he is in all this playoff run. Full count after he'll get down 1-2, and he'll still work a full count. I don't know how he does it. It's wild. His patience to lay off of pitches that are outside junk pitches they're trying to get him to chase. He just doesn't do it. That's the only reason. But Mitch Garver has shown his ability to be very patient too. I know he swung off that first pitch, and then he said in the interview, he was like, I pick and choose my spots to swing at the first pitch. Usually I don't. He can do it. I have no problem with, in this big moment, letting Evan Carter rest a little bit in the bottom part of the lineup and have a moment where he can use his speed and some of these other guys can drive him in. I have no problem with that.
I mean, and maybe having him bat 5th, I'm just throwing this out here, is maybe he's more in a steal opportunity. And what I mean by that is sometimes you're like, you know what, I'm going to just keep him at first base because Adolis might hit a home run. I'm not just going to try to move him to second because is Adolis tonight? What's the percentage chance that Adolis Garcia takes a swing that he's just trying to hit a single?
1%.
Yeah, and I think you might be high on that percent. Like, he is swinging
his
to
job
try to
is
hit
to
the
go
ball
up there and hit home run.
over the train tracks at Minute Maid Park. Like, that's his goal tonight. I don't like that goal. It worked out for one pitch.
If you have one guy in your lineup, though, that does that, I know Josh Young was more patient last night, but if you have one guy, that's going to be that guy as your cleanup batter.
So it's going to be interesting around, let's say, from 2 to 4 o'clock, either on our show at the end or most likely early on the G-Bag Nation. You'll get the lineup for the Rangers. Is how predictable is this lineup, or unpredictable is this lineup against Christian Javier, who, look, he throws 60% fastballs. It says 93 to 95. The hitters react to it like it's 103. So you really have to look at guys that are hitting well off of fastballs to get as many at-bats as possible, right? So that's to your point.
Yeah.
Nate Lowe's not good at hitting fastballs. Nate Lowe will probably stay in the 7 spot. And it's like, I could talk about it forever.
We
I
can't
could talk
fix
about
all
it
the
up to the
things.
game, right? And Max Scherzer, have no clue what he's going to do. People keep asking me, what do you think of Max? Do you think Max should be the starter?
120. We'll ask about Max Scherzer.
I do think Max Scherzer should be the starter of this game. Don't ask me what I think he's going to do. I have no clue, and neither does he.
By the way, from the 940, Spores is their MVP. There are a lot of
that's not a bad one.
That's a great one right there. All right, coming up next. You know what? Why don't y'all ask Mike? This is time for you to call in, ask Mike any question you want for tonight's game. 877-881-1053. Call in right now, and let's get ready. Let's get you ready on your lunch break as we head into the Expressway. 35 uninterrupted minutes of sports for you. Next on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by QCkinetics.com, non-surgical regeneration treatment care.
Singleton steps away now, settles back in from the left side, feet wide apart, straight up stance. Pinwheels the bat twice and loads up. Lefert the set, the payoff pitch. He struck him out swinging on a 92-mile-an-hour high cutter. Singleton strikes out, and the Astros leave the bases loaded in the eighth.
All right, let's get this thing rocking. 877-881-1053 on the Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill hotline. Let's take some phone calls here as we get prepared for tonight's Game 7. It all comes down to this, so put it out into the world. What is going to happen in tonight's game? By the way, Jared Sandler will join us here at 12:40, and then Matt Hicks will join us at 1 o'clock. That is from the broadcast tonight as well, right here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Rangers.
One, I don't want to take any credit for this real quick, but I did pick Baltimore. I did pick that series a sweep for Texas. I thought I was maybe getting a little bit too cocky, but it worked out. I did pick Rangers in 7 before this series started. So here we are, Game 7. How confident do I feel? I don't feel that confident. Honest. I'm being honest.
Okay.
But I did pick Rangers in 7. So here we are, Game 7 for the Rangers. Astros, let's get inside our dome about can't score there.
All right, let's go to Al in Dallas. Al, you're on DFW Sports Station, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. What you got, Al?
Hey, thank you guys for taking my call. I really appreciate it. I just have one quick question I want to ask all of you guys. Game 5, how do you pitch to Altuve right there? The guy, I don't know what the numbers is, the pitcher versus Altuve, but he didn't have his good stuff. He walked the guy he shouldn't have walked. There's 2 guys on base, and Altuve is known for hitting clutch hits and punishing people like that. In that situation, why doesn't Bocchi walk the bases loaded and then bring the infield in and pitch that next guy and let them put the ball in motion? Even if he, pops a high, brings it out to the outfield, that's a sacrifice one. You up 2. We'll still be up 1. I just don't understand that.
All right.
Thank you for taking my call.
There you go. Thanks, Al.
So, one, you're right. That was a bad walk of John Singleton. That made Altuve the winning run. I know Altuve's clutch and all these things. You're not going to put the winning run on base with nobody out. Now, you can, but you're going to now have Bregman and Yordan Alvarez coming up.
Yeah.
Let's play this out. And first of all, you're never going to play the infield in with bases loaded and you're up by 2. You're going to play for a double play. Why are you cutting the runoff that's not even the tying run? So when he said you play the infield in with the bases loaded, no, you do not. You play for double play depth in that situation with bases loaded and nobody out. But you have to go, okay, if I do that, if I walk Altuve, don't I have to walk Yordan Alvarez? Let's just say I get Bregman out. All right, 1 out. And it might have been, I think it's different. I think they had Dubon, Bregman, and then Yordan in that game, if I'm remembering game 5 right. All right, so I walk them, playing this scenario out, and now the bases are loaded with nobody out, and Dubon is now up, and then Bregman's on deck, and Yordan Alvarez. If I get 2 outs and I'm staying with this theory, I now have to walk Yordan Alvarez and just give them a free run, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't want him hitting in that situation either. Isn't he even more of a threat than Altuve?
Yeah.
I would say yes, he's more of a threat than Altuve. Altuve's a tremendous threat too, but Yordan's having a better series. Yordan's come through clutch more for the Houston Astros maybe in recent history than Altuve has. So I actually have to walk 2 guys.
Yeah.
Intentionally walk 2 guys in that situation. So Al, not a bad thought, but if you play it out that way, if you have that same mentality with Altuve, you have to have the same mentality with Yordan Alvarez. And so you start going like, how many free base runners am I giving in this inning? To your point, the biggest sin was walking John Singleton. That was the sin of the inning. And that's what caused the inning to get out of hand.
All right, we're going back to Dallas again, and he is back. It is Rodeo Ron. Rodeo Ron, what do you got for us, man?
Woo-wee! Game 7, baby! This is what we've been wanting all year long. It's a chance to go to the World Series, and this is it. My only question is, how drunk are we going to get tonight when we're going to the World Series come Friday? And if you're not soloing all day long, rooting these Rangers on, Second Jim Bean, where the F you at, baby?
That's what I'm talking about, Rodeo Raw. He's always excited.
Nothing to respond there
Yeah,
to.
just
All right,
absolutely,
Rodeo.
just love talking with him.
Keep that power. Keep that optimism.
All right, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the phones all lined up here, Mike. It's like
Yeah.
our Buffalo Wild Wings tour, man.
All
It's
right, here
all
we go.
over DFW. Let's go to Mesquite. We got Leela in Mesquite. How you doing? What is going on tonight?
Hey, I'm good. And Mike, congratulations on that prediction. Rangers in 7, game 7.
I hope I'm
Pretty
right.
good. So I want to know, what do you think about tonight? Will there be an intentional hit on a batter by an Astros pitcher? And if so, will there be an ejection?
Okay. If the game gets out of hand, I could see that happening. But the game has to be so far out of hand. Look, there's going to be a bench clearing situation in 2024 against these teams. There will be payback. Maldonado was not hit intentionally. In fact, I thought that was a little bit of, I thought it should have just been a ball. He intentionally dropped his elbow guard into it. I don't think there will be, because I do think this will be a competitive game. But make no mistake about it, if the game does get out of hand, you could see that. I mean, I'm hoping it gets out of hand this way. The Rangers are up 7-1 in the 8th inning, and Adolis Garcia has hit another home run in this game. Why wouldn't they hit Adolis Garcia again? They would. I'm pretty sure they will. The game has somewhat been decided. If it's 7-1 on the other side and we don't like Maldonado and he's up, now he's a nobody hitter, but if the game has been ultimately decided, it could happen. But most likely in a competitive game, you will not see any beanball situation.
All right, let's go to Fort Worth. Alex in Fort Worth, you're on DFW Sports Station, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. What you got, Alex?
What's up, big masterpiece?
What up?
Okay, so here's my question. Where is Marcus and Seager? They have almost been non-existent in the batting lineup. Defensively, they're pretty good. I'm saying, and, those are the two best hitters coming into the postseason. Where have they been? Even in the previous series, they were kind of struggling. But why are they struggling now? That's my question. Where are those guys at?
Well, Seager obviously had tons of walks against Baltimore, so you can't say he was struggling. Here's the hope. Last night, Seager was 2 for 3 with 2 walks. He had an 800 on base percentage yesterday. Semien did from the leadoff spot. Seager was a little bit unlucky, but yes, he has to become a little bit more disciplined and he has to come through, because really, we were going to talk about this today. If the Rangers were to lose game 6, look, part of the key to the Astros winning, if they would have won this series by now, would have been Yordan Alvarez and Altuve are their 2 biggest stars that they rely on the most in their lineup, and they came through. They were studs. They won the series. Our studs are Semien and Seager. We have other guys that can hit, but our studs that we rely on are Semien and Seager. And going into game 6, it was disappointing. Now, Seager got the hit by pitch, which was huge. I mean, there's nothing he really did. In fact, I hope he's okay. He's going to play tonight, but that's going to be sore where he got hit at 97 miles an hour. But he hit the ball approximately 108 miles an hour in the 7th inning right to Abreu. I can't guide the ball. If people think as a pitcher you can guide the ground ball right to the shortstop, I'm trying to make a pitch where the ball goes right to the shortstop. What if the ball goes 8 feet left of the shortstop at 83 miles an hour and dribbles in for a hit? Well, you're telling me that I can make the ball go directly to the shortstop, or the hitter can make the ball directly as a line drive go into the gap and not directly to the center fielder or directly to the right fielder. So in a way, Seager, his last 2 at-bats that weren't the hit by pitch, he hit the ball pretty hard to shortstop. It wasn't that hard. Or to second base. And then he drilled the ball as hard as you can almost hit a ball to the first baseman. But to your point, I believe that was Marcus, Semien and Seager have to come up big in this game tonight. If they're not hitting, I don't think you're going to say, I blame this game on all the other hitters. Like, Semien and Seager have to have a major impact offensively tonight.
All right, let's go to Kaufman. Travis in Kaufman, you're on DFW Sports Station, home of the Rangers. What you got, Travis?
So, am I crazy in Game 5 when Josh Smith comes to pinch run in the 9th? Am I crazy in thinking that he could have made it, he could have stretched it out, got to third, and then the following fly out, tagged up and scored?
So, no. That was a line drive to Altuve. I love this call. If he gets that reckless and he catches the line drive, it hit his glove. You have to freeze. So here's what you say to guys running on the ground, freezing on line drives. the air will tell you where to be as a runner on first. So as runner on first and nobody out. So as what you're telling him as a first base coach, you're saying, hey, running on the ground, break up the double play, freezing on line drives. So let's just take those two situations. He froze on the line drive. He did exactly what he had to do. He couldn't run recklessly there. How ticked off would you have been? I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the caller's name. What if he would have Travis? What if he would have ran there and Altuve, it sticks in his glove? Double play, game over. Then we have nobody on and there's 2 outs. But you would say, dang it, man, you got to know you're freezing on line drives there. That's the things you're taught is we're running on the ground, breaking up 2, and we're freezing on line drives. You have to freeze there. He cannot assume that Altuve is going to miss that ball. That's all he could have done.
I thought he could have run on the fly ball when he was at second base.
He could have. That's a decision
that
I don't think was a make or break decision. But he's getting to third base with 2 outs.
Yeah.
Yes, a wild pitch comes into play. It can happen, especially with catchers on their knee. But if he tags there and they drop the ball, let's play this out. Let's play the scenario. This is where you have to use your brain here in baseball, and I love that you have to use your brain in this sport so much. He tags. The ball falls in between the outfielders in the gap that Seager hits. He can't score. They get the ball in. They hold him up. The runner on first has to have no aggressiveness because he sees that Josh Smith is tagging up. So he's like, well, F it. He's tagging up. What's my job? What am I supposed to do as the trail runner? I have to go do what he does. I have to go tag too. So now that ball falls in for Seager. Bases are loaded, 1 out. Are you okay with that? If you're okay with that as a fan, if you're okay with, which we're not okay. As baseball players, we're told we're not okay with that. With 1 out and you're on second base, unless you're 100% sure they're catching that fly ball, I want you scoring if the ball falls in.
Okay.
If I'm halfway, I can score on that. If I'm standing on second base and that ball falls in, the likelihood of me scoring is not high. So to me, Josh Smith did what the game dictated. He had to freeze on 2 line drives, and he also had to be halfway because it gives the runner at first, not Jankowski, who is running there.
Grossman. Grossman was behind him,
yeah. He has to give him the possible opportunity of scoring from first base. And if not, at least he gets to third base. Now he's on third base with 1 out, and we've tied the game. Get your thinking. I totally understand it, but I'm explaining the whole scenario on if you do this and it doesn't work out the way you think.
All right, let's go to Jimmy in Gavin Dawson's neck of the woods, Sunnyvale. Jimmy, you're on DFW Sports Station, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. What you got, Jimmy?
Hey, guys. Just love that you guys always talk so much Rangers. Really appreciate it. I just had a question. So tonight, if they get into a situation, can they use Montgomery lefty, say, against Alvarez or Tucker, whoever, whatever the case may be? And then the other thing is, in the 8th inning, if we have a lead, and let's say they use Chapman, and with 1 out, maybe he's struggling, with the workload Leclerc has had, does Bocchi bring him in and ask him for a long save opportunity? I'll hang up and listen.
Great questions. Yeah, Montgomery will not be used as a lefty on lefty guy. If he's used, and Montgomery will be used tonight, if the opportunity, he's going to be used to start an inning. Now, if he starts against Yordan Alvarez, great.
Why?
Because he's not used to coming in with runners on base. That is not something you want. You try to avoid that when you get into these situations. There's special pitchers and special situations that you will. But Jordan Montgomery will be in the bullpen. He will be ready, but he's going to start an inning.
He's a clean.
People don't understand this. I don't know how to explain it because if you didn't pitch, it's very tough to explain. And people get mad. Like, why do they even need warm-up pitches? They don't get warm-up shots after timeouts. Like, hey, the Mavericks call a timeout. Hey, after this timeout, we're going to give you guys all 5 shots to just kind of take in your favorite spots to make sure you're ready to shoot the ball if you get it. Because people get mad at that aren't baseball people about why do they get warm-up pitches between innings and stuff like that. Montgomery, when the phone rings and they say, we need you ready for Yordan because 2 guys have gotten on base, the 8 and 9 hole hitter have gotten on base, Yordan's batting third. You're trying to give him time, but what if Altuve swings first pitch and he grounds out and then Bregman swings second pitch? There's 3 pitches in and he gets a base hit and the bases are loaded. Montgomery's not used to having to throw 12 warm-up pitches in the pen and say, you're in. But I hate saying this. Will Smith does know how to handle that situation. I don't want Will Smith in that situation.
I don't trust him right now.
But Will Smith knows how to get ready in 3 minutes.
Yes.
Jordan Montgomery does not do that for a living. He warms up. He gets 45 minutes to get ready. 45 minutes to 3 minutes. Do you guys understand the difference?
That is a big
and how to get
difference.
ready. So Montgomery can be used. When it comes to Leclerc will be used as a closer tonight, but you bring up a great point. Will he bring him in the 8th inning and pitch him in the 9th? That would be a lot to ask. But because you're limited in your bullpen, as in you're limited in the people you trust, he might have to do that. Throwing only 16 pitches tonight, that grand slam home run gave Leclerc a chance to be as fresh as possible tonight.
Yes, it did.
Spore's doing his job in getting the double play ball. By the way, we haven't given any credit to Nate Lowe. Nate Lowe is considered not a good defensive first baseman. Now, he's improved enough that he is one of the finalists for the Gold Glove.
What a dig.
What a play on that double play, because Seager did not give him a good throw.
Yeah.
And he saved that. And so those small things in these games that we don't even look back on and we haven't even discussed, and we're 2.5 hours in, that's huge. Leclerc, they do want to use for 1 inning tonight. As long as the game's close, even if you're losing in the 8th inning, you're down 4-2. Leclerc's going to pitch the 8th inning because you're going to want to keep it at 4-2, if that makes sense. I'm not saying 100% it matters lineup, but you pitch this game differently than you pitch a lot of other games, even playoff games.
We're going to go to one more caller before we get to Jared, all right?
Yeah, Sandler.
Let's go to Marvin in Grandview. Marvin, you're on DFW Sports Station, home of the Rangers. What you got, Marvin?
Hey, 2 quick questions. If I'm a Ranger fan, as that ball heads towards the right field, does it have to clear or would it be interference if I snag that ball? Because after it goes over the wall, if he goes and tries to snag it and catch it, which he did, would that be interference? And 2, is Scherzer as good as Nolan Ryan was at his age? That scares me a little bit. We got an older guy on the mound tonight.
Well, we have no clue what Scherzer's going to give us. Yeah. Nolan Ryan was way better at that age than Max Scherzer has been so far. Max Scherzer struggled in New York. That's why they didn't have the season they thought they were going to have. He was part of the reason. But I have no clue what Max Scherzer is going to do tonight. He will be on a very short leash. I think if he gets in the same situation in the 2nd, 3rd inning, let's just say it's the 3rd inning and Candy Fat Ass Maldonado is up.
Oh,
Sorry, I shouldn't say it.
Mike, chill.
Dump that. I guess I can't stand that human. But if he comes up and they're 2nd and 3rd or bases loaded, are you going to trust Max Scherzer to make the pitch to get him out? I don't think they will this time.
Okay.
I think that they're going to go to Dane Dunning.
You don't think it's situational, like if he's on his game?
Well, no, it's not. He's not on his game. Listen to me. It's the 3rd inning, and the bases are loaded, or they're 2nd and 3rd, and he's already given up a run. The Astros are winning 1-0. It's the 3rd inning, and now multiple runners have gotten on base again, and Candy Maldonado is up, who can't hit worth Candy Maldonado.
Okay.
But he did get a big hit.
Yes.
Against him in Game 3. I don't think they're going to keep him in.
Gotcha.
I think that they're going to say, you know what? We're not trusting this. We'll trust you. When you're healthy, we'll trust you, Max. You're not healthy. We're pitching you in a rehab situation in Game 7 of the ALCS. We want you to do great. But as soon as we see a hiccup, we can't have you work through it. We don't know if at this stage in your rehab, you can work through it. And the other question was, that's all umpire's discretion. You can't interfere in Houston in right field. You can't interfere. You cannot interfere at our ballpark. The fence is a good 5 feet away from where the stands start. It's impossible to interfere if you have any seat at a Ranger game for a home run. It's impossible to interfere.
But what if you're a Ranger fan traveling down to Houston? Because I think a few of our callers were.
You can, but it's all up to the umpire. Let's say the Kyle Tucker one where he did rob Jankowski. It was an Astros fan. It grabbed his glove.
Yeah, for a second.
If that ball falls out and it falls in for a home run, it's up to the umpire. There's really no review of it. I guess you can review it for more of your opinion. It becomes an opinion of pass interference. It's an opinion. It's not a 100% here's the rule.
So we need to make sure they are fed very well by Rangers.
I tried so hard not to say anything like that, but unfortunately, my fandom came out and I called Maldonado a bad name.
We got it. We dumped it. It's good.
He is so bad. He doesn't even run to first. When he hits a ground ball, he's like, I am so out of shape as a human being playing this sport. I can't even run to first base.
Well, you know what? Let's turn our attention. It is time for Mike Likes It, and our good friend Jared Sandler is on the Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill hotline. Jared, it's good to talk to you, man.
I thought you were about to transition and say, well, let's turn to another guy who's out of shape and can't run to first base. Hey, my understanding for any Rangers fans who are going to sit in right field, and Mike's right. I mean, it's very subjective, but if the ball breaks the plane of the wall, even if Kyle Tucker has a chance to catch it, as long as you're not reaching over, you can make a play. But it has to have broken the plane of the wall, right? That makes sense?
Right. So, unlike, I forget the kid's name, when he stole the home run from Jeffrey Mayer. Tony Tarasco was the right fielder for Baltimore, and that ball was just going to go right to Tony Tarasco's glove. But they ended up calling it a home run because it's New York and Derek Jeter.
Yeah, and I think, and I also could be wrong on this, I do believe in the playoffs a boundary call like that can be reviewed. Now, to some degree, it still could be a subjective discretion thing, but I do believe they are able to go to the monitors in the postseason for that.
So, Jared, I'm just going to give people how you've been so far this morning. I'm sorry if I'm not supposed to share this, but you told me you couldn't even sleep last night because you're so fired up and then ready for this game.
Yeah, no, Mike called me. It was like 9 o'clock or I don't know. And were you What are you like? Are you napping? First of all, if it was 9 o'clock, I probably wouldn't be napping. I'd be sleeping. But no, I'm giddy. I understand that there could be, and I'm curious how you guys are approaching this as fans. But I understand there could be an unhappy ending here. And I think that because of the opponent, it will be a little tougher to take a step back and realize how fun this run has been, but it has been. I'm super excited. You got two rivals. This is the best active rivalry in Major League Baseball. Doesn't have the history of other rivalries, but this is the best rivalry in its current state, and it's going to a Game 7. I mean, this is awesome. This is so much fun, and the Rangers are one win away from going to the World Series, and obviously one game away from their season ending, but I'm just trying to enjoy the crap out of this. This is so much fun. I'm really excited for tonight. And I hope Rangers fans are as well.
Christian Javier is a hittable pitcher. We are not facing the greatest pitcher in the world, but he can give teams problems. He can give the Rangers problems. When Christian Javier gets hit, what is he not executing, and what is the other team doing to give Christian Javier issues?
Yeah, so a couple of things. I do want to make sure I get this in. Can I tell you guys, Corey, and people listening, Mike, what game were you at? You're at 5?
4 and 5, yeah.
Okay, but the sweet seats were 5, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I couldn't see Mike in Game 4 because I think you're out in the outfield, but I could see Mike. I found him eventually in Game 5, and it was really cool to watch Mike bass. I mean, I sat in the booth hundreds of times with Mike during games, but we got to be muted. It was really cool to look down and see Mike, and you must have been with your dad, right?
Yes.
And then Jake and Cal, or just
Jake and my mom, yeah.
Okay. And it was really cool to look down and see Mike, just like every other Rangers fan, going crazy. I really enjoyed that.
I saw it on TV, Jared. I caught him.
Oh, really? He was on TV?
Yeah, it was a quick. You could see about half his body, but I instantly recognized him, and I was like, "That dude's making noise right now."
It's pretty cool, and I hope Mike and Corey, you guys get a chance to do this here in a few days. But to answer your question, Mike, you're right. He's not hittable, though. I'd be remiss not to mention that. He is first in Major League history right now in lowest batting average allowed among starters in postseason history, with at least 20 innings as a starter. So he can be, but you're right. This year he has been hittable. He has not been unhittable. And it's weird because I don't think any of his pitches, other than his fastball, are really that impressive. His slider can be okay, but really he is poster child number one for the whole rising fastball movement, and he gets that pitch. He can locate it right at the very fringe of the top of the zone, and it's an incredibly tough pitch to hit, but you can't really lay off of it with 2 strikes because if the ump's calling the zone the way it should be, he throws it for a strike. Now, he gets himself in trouble sometimes because he can be very erratic, especially with his non-fastball stuff. He is a guy who will issue a lot of walks. He did not demonstrate that in Game 3, but he can get got in those situations. And also because he is so fastball heavy, I mean, he's going to throw the heater about 60% of the time. If he's not commanding it at the top of the zone and he misses middle, you got to be ready to take advantage because that pitch just, as most fastballs aren't, it's not going to be nearly as effective if it's not on the upper fringe of that zone. If it's even top third but not touching the perimeter, that's a reason why he will give up some home runs. So the Rangers just have to be ready to take advantage of the mistakes.
I know they've got the machine so they could practice at that. Is there any other adjustments that they really are keyed in on that they have to make?
Yeah, the phrase that they've used is they've just got to get on top of that. And it's not that they want to get on top of it to chop it in the ground. We're not going Jeff Fry style here. Shout out to Jeff Fry. But the idea is because that pitch is something of an optical illusion and it looks like it is going to end up a little bit lower than it does, if you kind of coach yourself mentally to get on top of it, then you'll square it up.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's kind of the thing that they're saying. I think to some degree they got to lay off of that pitch if he's throwing it in an 0-0 count. And I hate to say anything but a 2-strike count, but, what would stink is, you get some of these, and we saw this in Game 3, these early count pop-ups or weak fly balls because, these guys are swinging 0-0 at his pitch when he's executing it. And, I think because of the volatility with the command and control, to some degree, you're better off just saying, hey, throw that pitch to me multiple times. Let's see if, you can command it. The other thing is, the Astros, if Brian Abreu's suspension is upheld and misses this game, their bullpen, it's still deeper than maybe the Rangers bullpen, but that's still a group that you can get to if they're going to be down Brian Abreu. So you get Christian Javier throwing pitches, you get to the bullpen and take your chances.
How are you feeling about Leclerc and this bullpen tonight in this game? Is it just everybody just dump them all out there?
Well, I'll tell you this. So I feel we need to write Dusty Baker a thank you card if Jose Leclerc has a big inning tonight, because by sending Ryan Stanek out for the 9th and allowing the Rangers, not that it was a given that it was going to happen, but it did happen that the Rangers grew the lead. They didn't have to use Jose Leclerc beyond the 16 pitches they got from him in the 8th, and that's huge. And they didn't need to use Aroldis Chapman. I actually feel pretty good about it in this game. I think the Rangers in one game with these guys all available, they can compete. But I'm also factoring in 2 things. One, I'm factoring in that you got Jordan Montgomery for an inning, maybe more than 3 outs, just barely if you need them. And I'm also factoring in this. I think people have slept on this guy. How about John Gray giving this team a big inning tonight? He actually matches up well with the Astros lineup because of how righty-heavy they are. I like John Gray tonight for an inning, maybe 2, if things go haywire with Max Early. But, he's someone who I think could pitch in a leverage spot if you got 3 righties due up, and I take my chances with that.
Real quick, this is just a basic stat. Jordan Montgomery, 441 games pitched in the major leagues, 140 starts. So I think he could pitch tonight too, Jared, but he is not used to at all the phone going off and then saying you have next inning.
For sure.
So he does not really have the veteran kind of, I know how to get myself ready in 5 to 7 minutes.
That's incredibly fair. And remember, in 2019, one of the biggest decisions that's still talked about here at Houston is A.J. Hinch not going to Garrett Cole and instead going to Will Harris. And one of the big debates was, well, you got a guy who's used to that and a guy who's not. The thing with Montgomery, and I don't know if this, Mike, you tell me, does this help or not? I think he would come in for a very specific pocket in that lineup. I think he would come in to face a stretch of hitters that would include Yordan Alvarez and Kyle Tucker. So does that, if he can anticipate not necessarily the inning, but he knows that, all right, if 7, 8, 9 are due up, that's not going to be me. But hey, Tucker or Alvarez and Tucker are coming around. I got to be ready. I wonder if that contributes at all to his ability to get ready. But you're right. I mean, it is a whole different beast.
The other thing, too, is what I would like to do, because I was kind of more of a starting pitcher than reliever. I had to figure it out because I wasn't good enough to stay in rotations, is I liked playing catch with the outfielders early on in the game. If I felt like I had a pocket, like you're talking about, you can see it. Let's say Max Scherzer, you can see possibly in the 5th inning is going to be my inning. In the 3rd and 4th inning, I would tell the person who usually plays catch with, let's just say, the right fielder, I'm like, I got him, because that's going to get me in 8 long toss throws. Because you know what I'm saying? Because I'm used to throwing long toss, and I'm not going to get to my whole routine in, but I can throw about 8 or 10 long toss throws in between innings. And even if I need it, nobody cares. I can get my bullpen catcher out there in between innings, even though the Houston Astros are taking the field. I can play long toss out there. It's weird looking, but I can go out there on the field and play a little bit of long toss in between innings if I feel like that's going to help me get ready. And I know that we're almost out of time. Do you think, I haven't seen a lineup out, I don't think it'll come out till 2 to 4 o'clock. Do you think there'll be any major adjustments in the lineup for the Rangers?
So people have asked about Josh Young hitting third because of his success against Javier. The one thing I've said, and I'm not saying they won't do this, I do like the idea of Josh Young not in the 3 spot, because now you got 3 hyper-aggressive hitters in the top third of the lineup, and I like spreading those guys out. I think, you could see Mitch Garver hitting third. You could see Evan Carter hitting third. I really am not, just because no one's really, taking that spot and run with it. It's tough to know, but that's the only thing. I mean, that's the domino effect right there, is who's going to hit third, and then what sort of an impact does it have. But I don't think, it's going to be Simeon Seager 1 and 2. It's going to be Adolis sitting in the cleanup spot. And I think it's just a matter of who's sitting third to sort of determine the rest of it. But what would you guys want there? I mean, if you're Bruce Bocchi, who are you putting in the 3 spot?
I think, look, I'm going to be wrong, and this is why I'm not Bocchi. I would go Jackson. I'd go Garver.
Okay.
And I would move Carter down to 5.
Okay. And Corey, you said Reggie Jackson?
Yeah, Mr. October.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to putting Carter back at 9 tonight, Jared, either. I know it sounds weird, but I'm not opposed to putting him at 9.
I'm not either. And the other thing too is, remember, there's a chance Javier goes 4 innings, and so now you're setting your lineup not just for Javier, but you're setting it for the rest of the game too. So we got to consider that as well.
If the Rangers win, are you going to cry?
I mean, I got to be right on it. I don't think I'm going to cry. I'll be pretty upset. I'm not going to want to.
No.
Talk to many people.
Not upset. If the Rangers win, are you going? Are you a happy? I might be a happy crier tonight.
You know what? I think I'm going to be so fired up just staring down people in Astros gear that I'm not going to be crying. But I think eventually, if they get 5 more wins, I will absolutely. Tonight though, I'm so charged up, man. This is awesome. I'm fired up.
Jared, thanks for talking with us. I look forward to potentially talking with you tonight, man.
Oh, okay. I like it. Let's do it.
There he
Party
goes.
On.
Jared Sandler. He'll be on the pre- and post-game show, and throughout the night, you'll probably hear his voice as the Rangers get action against the Astros. Up next, he'll be on the play-by-play call tonight. It'll be Matt Hicks. He'll join us here on The Fan.
Jerry is a Fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
And here's the payoff pitch. Garver lines one toward left, and that is knocked down by Pena, but he has no play. As Pena diving toward the third base line, well out in the outfield, was able to get a piece of it, but from there it was unlikely he could have thrown out Mitch Garver, who is now 2 for 2 today and runs it first with 2 outs in the fourth in a tie ball game, and Jonah Heim coming up.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
I wonder what Jonah's going to do.
Hit 2 bombs.
Well, he hit a home run on that.
Yeah, he's going to do 2 of them tonight. That's my plan for it.
Don't swing for homers.
He's going to swing for a base hit, and it's just going to leave the park both times. It is now time to discuss this game tonight with our friend Matt Hicks, the man who I've always called a gem of a broadcaster. You'll hear him tonight on the play-by-play call. Matt, how's this feeling for you, man?
I tell you what, just another baseball game, right? The Monday night game, just game whatever this is, just like game 43 of the season. We're doing our thing here. And, this is obviously very special.
Hicksy, we talk about the players dreaming of this moment when you're a kid and you're going to hit in the championship series or in the World Series and everything's on the line and it's game 7 and it's a 3-2 count. I'm just wondering, as you were, let's just say, a young adult, I don't know, in high school, in college, when you had the dream of, I want to call baseball games. When did that happen for you? And then also, how many times have you in your brain called a game 7 of a championship series?
Well, the last question I'll answer first, never. It's one of those things, I guess, that as a broadcaster, I don't really think about. When I go to the ballpark every day, what I think about primarily is how do I let the game come to me and how do I relay the feeling of what's happening to the listener, thinking about the listener that's not there at the ballpark. Every game unfolds differently, and you don't know how it's going to unfold. I mean, you have an idea about what should happen based upon the starting pitchers and what their tendencies are and hitters and how they've been going of late. And so you have kind of a little bit of a feel, and then when you're hanging around the team, you get sort of that vibe, whether it's a good vibe or a bad vibe. But for me, it's not something that I've ever really thought about. And then, like as a kid growing up, I grew up in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. I was a huge University of Maryland sports fan. I ended up going to the University of Maryland. That was at the time of Lefty Driesell. Basketball is huge in the District of Columbia and in its suburbs all the way up to Baltimore. I went to high school, and I'd never made my high school basketball team because we had, I think my senior year, 8 guys from our high school team played college ball, including Thurl Bailey, who played for the 1983 NC State Wolfpack, the team that beat Phi Slamma Jamma in the NCAA championships. And so basketball was huge. I was a huge basketball fan growing up, and I was also a pretty big football fan. And then in the early 70s, when the NHL came to Washington and the Capitals started playing, I really got into hockey. Baseball was kind of really lagging for me, and I didn't really get into baseball until in my professional career. The first professional sports door that opened for me was baseball. And so, I didn't get into baseball until I was, 28 years old. And, and then things started to roll, but I was in the minor leagues for a long time. But I have had the opportunity to win 2 rings in the minor leagues. I won one in Frederick, Maryland, broadcasting for the Keys, high A affiliate of the Orioles, and then I won one in Corpus Christi, our second season there in 2006 when Hunter Pence led the charge for that club.
He's a pretty good baseball player.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been all right. So you're telling me that you didn't have "You Want Me on That Wall, You Need Me on That Wall" like in the bank somewhere? It just came out?
All right, I'll be completely honest with you. I've had that in the back of my mind for like years.
Okay.
and was just like, you know what? It's got to be the right moment. It can't just be,
like I said, the 43rd game of the regular season and a guy robs a home run. It doesn't have necessarily a lot of meaning. But
Right.
the other day, when Leote scaled the wall, that seemed to be the moment that I could yank that out. So those moments are few and far between. So yes, but it's not like I've got a list of, here's a bunch of things I'd love to say, but that moment just kind of met what I thought I could deliver there, and hopefully people enjoyed it.
You delivered it fantastically, Matt. You did great.
Thank you.
Hey, Matt, I'm a former pitcher, and I can't tell you what Max Scherzer is going to do tonight, so I'm going to pass it along to you, and you tell me maybe some of the keys you're looking for in the first inning or the first few hitters to make you feel like Max Scherzer has command of his game and his pitches.
Yeah, so in his most recent start, the one thing that was, I think, lagging terrifically was the command on his slider and the effectiveness of that pitch. There's a group called the Quality of Pitch. I don't know if you ever look at any of their stuff, but his slider was woefully below average, not just for him, but for any pitcher in the big leagues. And clearly, that's a pitch I think that he probably needs to be effective. I thought his fastball command was pretty good. So early on, if he is throwing that pitch, number one, and then commanding it, then I think that could give us a little bit of a sign that he'll have a successful evening. If he's refraining from throwing that pitch, to me, that tells me that, I'm sure he worked on it in his bullpen between starts, and maybe doesn't, feel good about it, or maybe he does. Maybe he had a terrific bullpen, felt really good about it, and he'll yank it out in the first inning here today. But that's what I'll be looking for, to see if he brings out that slider and if it's effective.
I love what you're saying. Just to add on to that, he used his changeup a little bit more this year. I remember when I was watching him on the Mets before he got traded, because I'm like, this is a trade candidate, and he was on a national game. I'm like, let me watch Scherzer and see why he's not pitching the same way he is. And I thought he used his changeup more at times, not trusting his slider to be as effective, because his numbers have been different on his slider this year. So I'm wondering too, just from me, is if he's not feeling his slider, is he going to try to use kind of more of an elevated fastball to set up his changeup if he feels like that is maybe a better secondary pitch for him tonight? I don't know. I'm just, trying to guess.
Play the high-low game, in terms of, changing hitters where they look and whatnot. It's altogether possible. But I know that in his starts, and he pitched well after getting traded over to Texas. And in those starts in which he pitched well, he had an effective slider.
100%.
Yeah, that's the thing for me.
Okay, so we're looking at Seager and Semien. Obviously, their numbers have not been as good in this series, especially when you compare them to Altuve and Yordan. Those are the two money players for them, the two money players for us. What have you seen from Semien that he could maybe take a little bit of a different approach after having a great game yesterday, and then from Seager, and maybe how to unlock him and to have a major impact tonight?
Yeah, I think both guys are close. One of the storylines with Corey Seager all season long was he never hit a drought. I mean, really, think about it.
Right.
And when he hit a slow spot over a 4 or 5 game stretch, there are guys in the big leagues that would love that, to be able to do what he did during his slow periods. And so this is somewhat odd here. But I think that what we have seen is that, for me, Corey is close. And when you take a look at what he did against Christian Javier in Game 3 of this series, he was very close. He drove some balls a long way. None of them left the yard. But he just missed, I think, hitting a couple of home runs against Javier. So I think that, Corey is an incredible student of hitting, and he'll make whatever adjustments he feels are necessary to combat Javier. Marcus seems to be seeing the ball a little bit better here in the last few games. I don't know if he's got his swing where he would like it to be, but at least he's seeing a lot more pitches, and the more pitches that he sees, then the better off the guys are, behind him as well. So, it's you can't really predict anything. I do know this is that the Rangers really need to make some adjustments at the plate when it comes to Javier, because Javier is much different than a lot of other pitchers, and especially other starting pitchers for Houston. You know, he's an extreme fly ball pitcher, but his fastball is different. And what's different about his fastball is when you compare it, say, to a Justin Verlander or a Jose Urquidy, talking about the right-handers now, the angle at which the pitch approaches the batter, the plane of that pitch is different than a lot of other pitchers. His is a bit of a lower release point, and he rides it in high. So in other words, that angle that the ball travels is different than what most hitters see, and hitters have a hard time adjusting to that. One of the reasons why he's an extreme fly ball pitcher is that guys in their normal swing are hitting under the ball and popping it up, as opposed to trying to not necessarily get on top of it, but just alter their swing path a little to have their bat in the zone a little bit longer so they have a better chance against Javier. And at the same time that I say that, you know, Javier, you know, plays up in the zone, you've got to be able to take those pitches that are above the zone and get into favorable counts. And so it's completely different when you're facing a guy like this. And I don't know, as though, you know, Mike, you talked about, you know, you're a former big league pitcher and you have no idea what Scherzer's going to do. I've never stood in the box, and so I don't know if altering your swing path is something that you can just do, you know, from one day to the next.
I'm with you. Can you imagine? Just think of it from a perspective of, you play golf, right?
I occasionally, I don't play well, but I do.
Okay, I mean, it's tough. Like, it's at least what a common person might do nowadays that's listening to the show. Can you, if somebody said, hey, there's the ball on the ground, I know it's very different, it's not moving, I want you to swing 3 balls above or below that to hit it. Like, to try to convince yourself, do not trust your eyes, don't trust your hand-eye coordination here somewhat. Trust me, don't try to hit the ball, and you're going to hit the ball better.
Yeah, very, very difficult, I would imagine. But, you know, I think a key is going to be, and you know, and Javier's got a very good slider as well. But again, like any good pitcher, that pitch oftentimes is not a strike. It's enticing because it looks like it might be a strike. And so, you know, being patient and getting into hitters' counts, I think, is going to be real key tonight.
And to your point, look, psychologically, the Astros aren't going to go up there and be in the batter's box and go, oh, I just can't hit my own stadium and all this. But it has to be right now, psychologically, they are going through getting asked that question. Hey, after Game 5, you guys are going back to your place. You think you can score like you scored here? And then they don't. And then after the game last night, the media is asking all the Astros, hey, once again, you guys come here and you can't score a run. So it'll be interesting those first few innings. One, we're watching Max Scherzer's stuff, but if Max does have a couple of good, you know, first and second inning or zeros on the board, I do think psychologically they are going to be fighting themselves on why can't we score here.
Yeah, and the doubt starts to creep in, right? And you want that doubt to creep in. And, you know, the other thing, you know, and, you know, Jose Altuve was asked about it the other day in Arlington, and I know that a lot of these Astros have been asked about it, but the comparisons with the 2019 World Series that they lost to the Nationals, where all 7 games went to the road team. And, of course, in that World Series, Game 7 for Washington was started by Max Scherzer. So, you know, it's like a healthy dose of deja vu, and I'm sure it's a question or a series of questions that the Astros are going to want to deflect and not even address. But, you know, it's got to be in the back of their minds.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Matt Hicks, thank you very much. I know you got to go catch a bus. We will look forward to hearing you this evening on the call, man.
Fellas, appreciate it.
There he goes, Matt Hicks. He's going to be on the call tonight with Eric Nadell and Jared Sandler as they get this thing rolling. And he does. He has to go catch a bus like right now to go head over to the stadium.
You know, and the other thing, I know there's thousands of Ranger fans listening to us right now, and I'm not giving away this information. I do know where the plane lands and everything like that, but wouldn't it be awesome, like if the Rangers win or lose, that the Rangers see how much we love this team and support this team?
I'll tell you this, Mike. Okay. In 11, whenever they came back, I was there, and there was a crowd at the airport. It was awesome. Okay. It wasn't, you know, you kind of had to find some back roads to get to this place, but they loved it. They got off that plane. I remember Matt Harrison. I remember all those guys. Their eyes lit up when they saw all these fans just standing there. So yes, I agree with you that would be very, very cool if something like that happened tonight. Now,
Game effing 7, man.
they got to get through it. They got to win the game first. A note that might make you feel better as we go to our next segment, which is, I think we should talk about Bruce Bocchi next.
Okay.
Bruce Bocchi's never lost a Game 7, and Dusty Baker has never won one. Let's get after it next on The Fan.
Nighttime on The Fan means Rangers baseball.
105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Miller Lite. It's also brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Short lead for Garber, who does not run well. Abreu holding him on. Valdez comes home, and there's a high drive hit to right field. Angling back toward the corner is Tucker. He is at the wall. He leaps. It's history. He didn't get it. It's a two-run homer as Tucker went up there, reaching into the fans, and did not come down with the ball. Jonah goes the opposite way, and the Rangers lead 3-1.
That was awesome. I'm hoping to see more of that tonight, obviously. Looking forward to it all. You can catch everything right here on 105.3 The Fan. We just had Matt Hicks on, had Jared Sandler. Eric Nadel will be on the call as well. First pitch is at 7:03.
On Fox and Fox Sports 1.
Oh, wow. They went both
what it
channels.
says a slash. When you look at it, it says Fox and FS1. So if you don't have FS1 and you've just been furious with that, I think it was silly last night that game wasn't on Fox. I don't get it. I get what they're doing. What they want is they want their audience to watch that game, go to bed because it's a Sunday night, and when they turn their TV on, skipping Shannon, but skipping whoever is on there with
Michael
them.
Irvin.
Yeah, Michael Irvin on a Monday, right? That they were going to immediately see that, right? They're willing to F up their broadcast of a Major League Baseball playoff game to make sure they're watching the morning show that they have on. Can you imagine if this year you're like, hey, instead of the NFC Championship game being on Fox, it's actually on Fox Sports 1 because we want you guys to turn off the TV when you go to bed and for the morning it to be on our morning shows. It's amazing how they sacrifice at times a playoff baseball game so that they can have a show that is rarely watched to be watched in the morning by accident and hope that you don't change the channel.
We've talked with Bocchi all year, and one thing that I've gathered from Bruce Bocchi is he has an edge about him. He's competitive. He is competitive as hell. And he has told us, he's told us before, guys, don't take my calm presence in the dugout as me not being mad or whatever. But he did say that whenever he got really, really mad this season at Will Smith and Jonah Heim for whoever he was mad at, that he was, you could see it visibly. He was like, look, people were texting me because I'm not usually like that.
They went against the scouting report. If people don't remember it, the scouting report says one thing, Jonah decided another, Will agreed with it, and it's like, what the hell are you doing? That you knew that was the wrong pitch to throw.
Yeah, and so and they paid the price for it, and they've grown since then. How much, Mike, of his presence has this club taken on?
So much, and that's the one thing is, look, I'll say this: there's some people that are very good friends with John Daniels. And so I wish John Daniels was here. So they're still like upset about that because it's the only thing they kind of care about.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And so John Daniels' fingerprints are on this team. I'll agree with anybody who says that.
Yes.
But John Daniels was not going to be able to get Bruce Bocchi and 100% was not going to be able to get Mike Maddox here. But what Bruce Bocchi was able to do is he was able to take this team. There's teams that are as talented as the Texas Rangers that aren't in this position right now. They're not in the AL or NLCS. So, yes, you have to give Bruce Bocchi a lot of credit. And Bruce Bocchi does not have the best team. He's dealing with a bullpen that has 3 guys. There are 8 guys down there, but there are 3 guys that he believes can actually help him win, and only 3 guys. And usually teams right now, Philadelphia, Houston, even Arizona, they have 5 guys that they trust. Do they always get the job done? No. But you're at a deficit. He doesn't have a 3-hole hitter. He literally doesn't have a 3-hole hitter in his line. We don't know who's batting third tonight.
Yeah, it's not, and that's where you usually have your most consistent hitter.
And so if you look at this, yes, Bocchi, to be able to have these guys play at their best, to go through down situations. Sometimes those down situations turn guys into tyrants. And they say, you guys, and they will then call it you and me. And it's like, oh, we're not us anymore because we're losing. Okay, I see how it is. It's us who's losing, it's we who's winning, and what I mean is like it's
you're on.
You've separated yourself from us because we're losing now, right? Bocchi never separated himself from the team, whether it was winning or losing. It was always we. It was never you and me.
And that keeps everybody in that clubhouse saying we.
It's so easy to say these things, right? Because all the other managers know this, whether it was Chris Woodward, whether it was Jeff Bannister, whether, right? You just look at it and go, but he has some sort of deal that we can't understand from the outside. We struggle to understand, even though you aspire to be a good coach or a good manager or whatever. He has the ability to read the room, to read the team, to read individuals, and get the most out of the situation. Hopefully the most out of this situation is winning tonight.
Yeah.
But he has been able to randomly hit buttons that we're not sure are going to work, and they work, and he just knows his team. And sometimes they don't correlate with what you should do. But he's like, this is what I know we need to do in this situation to have the opportunity to win this game, and he figures it out.
It's funny, too, because you say randomly hit buttons, and it seems like
he's not randomly
afterwards,
hitting buttons.
it just seems like it was so calculated. Like you can watch the pattern, you're like, oh, of course he was going to do something like that. That's what Bocchi does. And then there were so many times this season where even he came on our show, and they were in a very bad slump. And he was like, I've never seen anything like this. I don't know how to explain it. I'm befuddled. Like he was like, I'm in the same place with you guys. But, I mean, we can't just pack up the tent and go. We still have to figure out how to get through this thing. There was a lot of baseball left. I think the experience that he has over time, is one thing. He's said that to us before. I have a lot of experience with this. So his gut feels pretty good. But he also understands the analytics and how to apply them and when they matter and why they matter and why he's making a choice. And then he explains to these guys, like with Evan Carter the other night, look, I'm going to get Robbie Grossman in early because this is the situation, but you're going to be there. Be ready to be there. And these guys know what their roles are. They know what their responsibilities are. And that organization comes from the manager, and it's his job to make sure everybody understands their job.
And sometimes it doesn't work out.
No.
Simeon didn't bunt. He hit a line drive. Seager hit a fly ball out, and Evan Carter struck out. Game over. You lose game 5. But he has an explanation for it.
Yep.
He didn't just go, I'm not bunting because analytics said don't bunt. No, he's looking at the situation, what he has left in his pen, who's up. Simeon hasn't bunted in forever. He probably doesn't even practice bunting. You can blame him for that in the season if you want, but there's a whole bunch of hey, I know if I bunt and even if it's successful, Seager isn't batting, and I desperately want Seager to swing the bat. I know that now that Adolis Garcia has been thrown out of this game, I have Jankowski possibly batting with 2 outs and the game on the line. I don't want that situation. I'm trying to win the game because I don't want to go to my bullpen with Will Smith coming in for the 10th inning or Chris Stratton coming in for the 10th inning. There's so many things that he can quickly decipher and say, I know all of these things. We don't think about it until it's over and done and we say, bad situation, bad job. Well, why did he do all these things? Or I think it was, I can't remember the caller. Hey, man, great. Hey, should we have just walked Altuve and just had the bases loaded with nobody out? Well, if you're not prepared for that situation as a manager, and I'm going to be honest, there's sometimes managers that don't seem to be prepared for that situation in the moment. But there's always if I do this, A, B, C, D, E, and F, and G are all now determined by that decision. Because if you're walking Altuve, then you're walking Yordan Alvarez, right? And if you're a manager, say, no, I wouldn't walk Yordan Alvarez because no. You got to be consistent with what you're doing here. If you're not going to pitch to Altuve, why would you ever pitch to Yordan Alvarez in that situation? So he is a genius at this, and really he's a genius not only at the mental part of it, understanding his players, but he is also really smart at figuring out the batting order, who needs to hit in this situation, why I took this guy out, why I'm bunting here and I'm not bunting there, why I'm trying to steal a base, why I'm not trying to steal a base.
Yeah, he's a good communicator. That's a huge factor in that. I don't think you don't know where you stand with him. You've made the point a lot of times about this bullpen and where they were and how he was not working with you anymore. You're going back down to the minor leagues. We'll see you if you get another opportunity. Yeah. I don't know if he said it that curtly, but he wants guys that are competitive.
But he lets them know what they need. To give you an example, is Spores going to throw in the 4th inning today? He might. Do you know that Spores is going to be prepared for that situation well before the game? Whether it's Bocchi saying something, Bocchi probably won't be the person saying that. It'll be Mike Maddox through Bruce Bocchi. that, hey, Mike, we've gone through our situation. I'm talking about Maddox here. There could be a situation where I have to get Spores up in the 4th inning or the 5th inning. Can you let him know? So when he's playing catch today at 4:30 and he's going through his throwing program to make sure everything feels great and he's ready to go, I need him prepared for that situation. And so now they're going to go through that situation. Hey, Sporsy, I know that you've been pitching the 6th, 7th inning, but we might need you tonight in the 3rd or 4th. So just have yourself possibly ready. If we see a couple guys on base, we might not go to Dunning. We might not go to Gray. We might not go to Heaney. We might go to you to get you out of this situation. He's just going to have that communication. So if you're shocked about what's about to happen, you're like, dude, Spores and Chapman are warming up in the 4th inning. What are we going to do later in the game? They've gone through the scenarios. They've also informed the players that this could happen.
I'm seeing in the Twitch right now, a new baseball fan, Live Oak 6, said, I'm a new baseball fan here. Just kind of curious, and I'm impressed with Evaldi. Can someone explain why we have to use Scherzer when he stunk before? Not fresh. Is it because pitchers need rest? And Mike, what was really nice to see was it looked like Opie World said exactly what you would say to that person. Yeah. And so you have educated the Twolos enough to where now they can all just take part in this themselves.
It goes, look, the arm's not supposed to go that way. It's
like over the top.
Our arm's not created to go that way. You're going to have soreness, and your great soreness is in your bicep and your lat. You're going to have some soreness. There's a lot on you. It's almost impossible to throw back-to-back days. Now, Evaldi's not going to do this. They're not going to do this to him. But could he throw an inning today? Man, if it gets to the 17th inning, yeah. You know what? They might just go, we're not going with Hedges here, even though Hedgie is awesome against the Astros in relief.
Well, because they probably already pinch ran for Heim and Garver, and Hedges is probably catching at that point.
But you usually, after you throw your pitches, the next day is just like a light throwing day or a little bit of a long toss day to stretch out. And then the next day you're throwing a bullpen, and you're throwing that with some intensity. So that's where Montgomery can pitch tonight. Yesterday would have been his bullpen day. 99% sure he didn't throw a bullpen yesterday, so he could be ready for today.
Can you take me into the Astros dugout real quick, though? Because we did talk about Bocchi, and on the other side is a manager. They've, faced each other 215 times or something crazy like that. Dusty Baker is a different manager, but he never really had the great success until he was with the Astros, but he's
made it to a World Series, obviously with San Francisco.
Yeah, been beloved around
Chicago. Was
baseball.
Was the game Bartman?
Yeah,
he's the manager of Chicago during that Bartman situation against the Florida Marlins. So he's been in a lot of big playoff games before getting to Houston, but Houston was where he won it last year. Look, they have all the confidence in the world. Those guys have been through a lot. The one thing that I just wonder is this mental thing of not being able to score in Houston throughout the season, throughout these playoffs, not doing it again last night after really looking like a well fine-tuned offensive machine again in games 3, 4, and 5 in Texas. Dubon, which you gave to us today, admitting that they like hitting in Texas and other places better than their place. That's a mental thing that they might not be able to get over. And that's where if Max Scherzer, man, if he can have a few innings where he puts a 0 on the board in the first and a 0 on the board in the second, and they're not really getting off good swings, that could be really big for the psychology, not only of Max Scherzer and the Texas Rangers, but the Astros going, why can't we do it here? And that will be Dusty Baker's job if during the game they're struggling to score, that both of those guys keep their emotions pretty much in check. Dusty Baker's a little bit more emotional than Bruce Bocchi, but they're able to give a little bit of an ass kicking and they know when it's needed. Those guys are amazing and they know when it's needed. And I know a lot of people, I never played for Dusty. I know a lot of people that coached with Dusty or played for Dusty. They love him. They just think he is genuine. He's authentic. He's real. He understands the game. They might tell me at times he might not be the best. He might get overmatched when it comes to making a bullpen decision or making a different decision here and there. But you love him as a person and you want to play as hard as you can for him.
I've seen texts, Mike, that have come in and said this game can't get here fast enough. And then for this one from the 817, listen to you guys has had me so pumped up for tonight's game. I'm so nervous. Can't even focus at work right now. Let's go Rangers.
I don't know how I'm going. Like, it was so you want it to be stressful because you're in the game. If it's not stressful, you're not in the game.
Yeah.
That you're just frustrated or mad. And even if you're up 5-1 after 4 innings, That's not a stressless situation.
Right? Yeah,
Like,
you're
that's
right.
still major stress because, all it can take is a few batters to change the momentum of the game. So I'm excited about it. I'm also nervous about it. I think the Rangers can win this game. I picked them in 7. Max Scherzer, I have no clue. I have no clue if he's going to be on or not, but the Rangers are going to need him on if he can get 9 good outs. 9 outs with only giving up 1 run or 0. The Rangers have a solid chance, but it has to be that.
All right. That's been everything we can give you. Now it's time for us to chit-chat with the fellows from the G-Bag Nation who I know are as pumped as we are. Next on The Fan.
All right. Before we
Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, Grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. They've got over 300 new Silverados on the ground and unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
He has walked twice, struck out, and grounded into a double play. Lefty to lefty, a swing and a ground ball back to the mound. Heaney's got it. He will flip to low, and the ball game's over. The Rangers have won it 9-2, and we will be seeing you tomorrow for a Game 7.
That is Mike Bassick screaming woo right there, or whoa, exactly.
The one I'll always remember in my life, it's television, but it's when Kirby Puckett was awesome in Game 6 against the Atlanta Braves in 91.
Yep.
Was that Jack Buck? We'll see you again tomorrow night. I think it's Jack Buck. Like that one I'll always remember as a kid, like, this is the greatest ever, like baseball.
Baseball is fantastic. It'll be rocking right here on 105.3 The Fan tonight, and just keep your ears open for the postgame show. That's all I'm saying. See what's going on there. Right now, it is time to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Awesome, Corey. Let's have a chit-chat.
Let's do that. Brought to you by D&M Leasing. Are y'all nervous? I'm at a point now I'm physically nervous. Like I'm fidgety. I'm my kid. My kid sits there. I'm going to dump that real quick. My kid does too.
Has a gastro
I
reaction.
probably shouldn't be on radio
Your
right
kid's
now.
a lot older than mine.
I'm so
but
nervous.
My kid does that too.
He sits there and shakes his leg. He shakes his leg, all the time.
Yeah. The old sit and shake.
Yeah, that is what I.
It's all good, Corey. I soiled myself during the Leclerc at bat as well.
You did?
Yeah,
Okay.
Last night during that inning, that was tough.
All right.
He's still wearing those clothes out of superstitious.
Not changed.
That's Game 7 vibes.
If John Singleton would have walked again.
Oh my gosh.
And it almost happened. I was like, please, you
Oh
can't walk.
my
again.
God. It did almost happen.
So is this like one of those games where instead of feeling that super insane, nervous, stressed out feeling for like innings 7, 8, and 9, it's going to be for innings 1 through 9?
Every pitch.
Yeah, from the moment
I felt like
leave
I was
here.
like that recently already. I don't feel like I was just stressed 7, 8, 9. And when Candy Maldonado, who can't hit at all, but man, can he eat. Like he hits a ground ball to short and he's like, I can't run to first base. That's way too far for this fatty to run. And I'm like, how fat are you that you can't just run to first base? And he's that fat.
You would have been so proud of me as I was just calling him a fat POS the entire game on Friday when I was sitting next to the Wooly Bully just partying.
When he got hit in the 5th inning, I believe, like now I'm like totally stressed. I'm like, I would never care about a runner getting on first base in the 5th inning of 162 games. But now a leadoff runner gets on base, especially one that can't hit, and I'm just like, oh, we're doomed. Like, what? And now every pitch, I'm just like, we're going to pay for this, aren't we? We're going to pay for this horrible situation we've put ourselves in.
Playoff baseball is amazing. I really like those glasses, by the way, Mike.
Thanks, man. They're my new Oakleys.
You look like Chris Sabo a little bit.
Okay, good. I thought it looked a little bit like Humpty Hump.
Okay, that too. Yeah, I like that.
I felt like I was about to stop what I was going to do because I'm about to ruin stuff.
Yes. The image and the style that we're used to, actually. I'm not nervous at all because for whatever reason, Houston has been bad at home post-championship. And it's like, it's a long trend. I think this is the 4th postseason of trend where even when they do win, they're not scoring a lot at home. It's been the pitching that has, won them games. So I think this is real. I think it's in their heads, and I do not expect Houston's bats to be alive tonight. I expect the Rangers to capitalize, and this trend, every bit of it, to continue.
I don't know. Y'all probably weren't able to see it, but I was watching the pregame show on Friday with Big Poppy and all those
Jeter,
guys
who has no personality.
Yeah, and it wasn't great. But
Jeter's the star of the show to me.
Is he?
Because he's
so
not
dry?
trying so hard.
You actually got a good point.
He doesn't
there.
seem like he tries at all.
But
but he has. I think he has great insights.
They had Dubon, the center fielder, on with them, and this was very early in the discussion, and he was talking about how much of a fan he was of Jeter. And what's the great thing you guys know as interviewers is once you get somebody comfortable, they'll tell you anything, right? Mm. And I guess he got comfortable because I think it was A-Rod leaned in and was like, hey, so you guys, y'all have been hitting well in Texas, but not necessarily there. What's going on? And he was like, yeah, the batter's eye gives us problems. And so he openly admitted that their home stadium gives them problems and that they don't see the ball as well coming out of the pitcher's hand for whatever reason there, but at everybody else's stadium, they like it. So I was adding that question. Mike was talking about the psychology and the mentality of it. Do you think that they just probably believe they can't score there, and they're it's in their head?
Yeah, I do. I think that's part of it. I think that's probably why they started cheating. Because of a weird feeling that they had at home. And I think that once you get caught cheating, now on top of that, you add the shame of it. You got a championship that you didn't deserve. And every time you go into that stadium, there's nothing you can say to yourself or outsiders that's going to change what you know. There's a guilt and there is a shame in there that makes it, I think, difficult to be at your best, and that explains why they've only scored over 5 runs at home in a CS or World Series once since 2019. I think it is very real. I think sports is 98% mental when you get to this level because all these dudes are super talented, except Mike, who couldn't throw it very fast.
True.
But
88.
Keep trick effing them is what they told me. And I said, I don't like when you say that. That doesn't make me have confidence that you're just telling me to trick eff them.
Trick eff them.
But they're even
awesome. I like that.
You can even be great at trick bleeping. Look at Jamie Moyer. Greg Maddux.
He struck me out.
Those guys have that propensity to do it.
Yeah, I'm feeling great to answer your question, Majors.
Okay, all right.
And that makes me nervous because whenever I felt great is as the momentum is turned, right? And when I feel bad and the most negative is when they win. But,
get negative. All right, we need you to get negative.
Is that what you're telling him?
Yes.
The most important thing about this whole 2 minutes or whatever I've been talking for is that it is a psychological prison whenever the Astros go back into their own stadium, and tonight we benefit from that. Tonight, we feast on their corpses,
Okay,
Majors.
let's eat some people is what Dawson is saying. I want to make that very clear. He said it. I will go along with it.
Cannibalism.
Brought us every night. It seems that somebody else has a different say in this game. Like somebody else pops up. Do you have a prediction for who is going to be your MVP tonight?
Wow, it's really a great question because
it's in your show.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I mean,
Is it?
No, I've actually at 2:40. I got to talk a little football here. I like what you were talking about when I was listening to you guys driving in with Mitch Garver and what he was able to do. And I think that to me, wherever you put him in the lineup, it's not too big for him. And I kind of feel like though that this will be one of those games where, again, he's on a little bit of a roll. Maybe he's seeing the ball better than anybody at that stadium. But the fact that it just doesn't appear to be too big for him, I think another one, I'm going to give you a name. I think Bradford's going to get in the game today for the Rangers and have to pitch. And I feel like, though, that he is going to give you an inning or two where you're like going, that was key moment of the baseball game. I think he's done it all year for you. I love the opportunity for him to get in there and make something happen.
Anybody else? You got a prediction for?
I'm going to go with Corey Seager.
Seager.
I feel like Seager, Game 7, hasn't had a good series. This is where he steps up.
Is this the biggest game in the state of Texas history in sports?
Oh, when you factor in,
Yes. It absolutely is.
There were some high school football games they might think of.
Yeah, but this is, and I'm with you there.
It's only a little bit bigger than that.
I don't know. 7 to go to the World Series. I don't think anything's bigger than that.
What about? Have there been any Maverick?
Texas football.
Mike, you're a historian of Spurs.
There's
I'm a
a Game
football
6
guy.
in the Western Conference Finals. So in 2003, San Antonio 1-6,
right,
over the Dallas Mavericks. They've matched up more in the playoffs, but never Western Conference Finals one time. And Houston and San Antonio, I don't know their history very well, but Houston and Dallas has never played to go to the NBA Finals.
Wow. All right.
This is the biggest game in Texas sports history.
Yeah, I think we just laid that out. That's fantastic stuff, Mike. Thank you very much.
Mike, who is your X Factor guy?
For me, in a weird way, it's going to be Seager. He's your best player. Think about Altuve and Jordan have been their best two players, and they've showed up the most for them in this series. If you look at the numbers for Simeon and Seager, even though there's been some unlucky moments for them, as much as I want to name like a random Josh Young, and he's an all-star, but dude, our two best players, if they have opportunities, they have to come through tonight.
Guys, what do y'all have coming up on the show, Graham?
Pure gold as always. Corey, thanks so much for asking. Looking forward to talking a lot of baseball with the Tolos today, getting their reactions. And we have Dave Raymond coming up at 3 o'clock.
Nice.
We have Derek Holland at 5.
Nice.
And Sands at 6.
Dude, y'all are killing it. I can't wait to listen. I will tell you this, though.
Ooh, I think they have some. Hey, by the way, I think they have some bet payoffs. I remember Fridays, and I don't know if they picked too well on Friday.
Did you just remind them and he didn't know?
No, we've already talked about it. We've got some
right.
remotes this week, too, that we might be wearing some crazy costumes on some remotes this week.
Halloween time.
We are heading for a double bet payoff.
Yeah.
Nice. This is what I
potential
love.
Potential
triple.
potential triple. Yes.
Y'all are the
Go Vikings.
fools with no rules, and that's what I've always loved about this show. Guys, I do have to give away some tickets. I got to give away some party passes.
Right
Mike, would you like to scream this out for me real quick? Do it.
Let's give something away.
A lot of passion. That's what you sounded like on Friday night. Caller 10 right now wins a pair of party passes, standing room only tickets to see your Dallas Cowboys versus Los Angeles at AT&T Stadium on Sunday, courtesy of Miller Lite. We do that. Hey, guys, we'll be back tomorrow. Until then, you've been Masterpiece.
You can hear Kevin, Corey, and our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan on a Game 7 Monday for you. Hope you're having a great day. Pregame is coming up at 6:30. We're going to count you down over the next 4.5 hours to one of the most anticipated games in Texas sports history. That's what we're looking at. Jennifer Blanchard service at ease. Here's Brian Broaddus to my right, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Super Bowl champion, Emmy Award winner, and the #1 influencer on Cowboys social media. He's at Brian Broaddus on Twitter X. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here. 75 and Fitzhugh keeping the Gators down. He's got you covered for the next 4.5 hours. Flawless radio producing, engineering, and hosting. G-Bag today coming up at 2:30. LA Live at 5:40. Of course, you got your Nosebleed brothers, Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo. And along with Carter Freeman, coordinating that video, and we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I tell you what, guys, when this whole thing started, you tell me you'll have Game 7 against the Astros. I just love it. You know, I love that you won last night, and in a big way for me, that takes the sting off of losing all three at home. Or even, yeah, you took all three at our place, we took all three at yours. You know, national media was talking about how this thing was over and how Adolis Garcia getting in Maldonado's face was the turning point of the series. You said to hell with that. And you went down there and whooped that ass last night, and it just reinforces the narrative. For whatever reason, the Astros can't hit at home, and the Rangers are seeing the hell out of that baseball. So I am fired the crap up for what I believe we're going to witness tonight. That's what I'm thinking going in. How about you guys?
I'm so happy that you are that confident. I'm so happy that you are that confident. I don't know if I'm more excited or a little bit nervous about the idea of Max Scherzer getting out there. I was so excited for him the other day, and we got to be there and watch him work, and it got a bit unfortunate there pretty quickly. And now I'm like, I don't know. Am I fired up for Scherzer's day, or is this going to peter out very quickly, and then all of a sudden we're dipping into that bullpen even quicker than you'd like? But last night was so freaking epic. Yeah. Absolutely epic. Getting Marcus Semien back going, I think, is huge. And then, I think everything works off of him a little bit. You're getting the bottom of the lineup stuff is great. Hopefully you get more out of Seager. Garver doing what he did. Josh Young, welcome back into the series. Great to see you again. But when Marcus Semien is able to do what he does, everybody else, consistency-wise, like the lineup, you're getting enough out of them. When your leadoff guy plays like that, I think everything it's sort of contagious.
You're right about that, man. It just starts putting pressure on the opposition, and things for the rest of the lineup get progressively easier after that, after you get a guy on. What do you expect? The truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053. Leave your name and city you're texting from. It's one of the most exciting sports days we've ever had, guys. How you doing, Brian?
I'm doing great, thank you. I just want to say thanks to Eric and Matt and Jarrett last night for taking me along on that journey. I'm one of these superstitious guys. We were at the games. I watched the game one night over at Dutch's house. That was a lot of fun, but it was a loss. I said, I got to do something different. I just old schooled it last night. I sat in a big chair, turned on the game on 105.3 The Fan, and Eric and Matt and Jared, I'd say, did a hell of a job of just describing the action. So tonight, I'm going to do the very same thing. I'm one of those, again, superstitious guys. If something's kind of working for me, I'm going to go for it, and hopefully that it'll play out for me. I was really, really, really happy that Marcus Semien found a little bit of some traction.
Yeah.
Last night, maybe
drew a couple walks.
Maybe this is the turning point for him to kind of get back on track and start seeing him hit the ball hard again and get on base.
Evaldi didn't have it last night, and they couldn't get to him. Mm-hmm. How good does Scherzer have to be to keep them under 3 runs tonight? He doesn't have to be vintage.
It might be.
Don't walk. What I'm figuring out through this series is anytime that you give the Astros a free opportunity, they are going to find a way to move the runner and then potentially score.
Yeah.
The walks are killer. You keep the extra, don't give them the extra at bats. in this one.
And it was surprising to see Evaldi have 3 walks last night.
Yeah.
But, I mean, credit to Sporzy, Leclerc. I mean, my gosh, we were living pitch by pitch. That at-bat was Singleton. I'm thinking, you're pulling out a World Series MVP in Pena. You are not about to put this dude Singleton in, who's hitting 162 on the season. Yeah. And back-to-back games, he's going to get to Jose Leclerc. No. But he found a way to get it done, man. And El Bombi, it's just so poetic that El Bombi's the one to put that out of reach. He's 0 for 4, comes back, grand slam, bye-bye. We'll see you for Game 7.
Storybook.
I was very nervous up until that point.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
We'd seen Garcia have some bad. I mean, Hicksy was even talking to me. He's like, "Gosh, why would you throw him a strike? He's swinging at everything."
Yeah, he's swinging at everything.
And then the next thing you know, he just launches that thing, and you're like going, "Oh, thank God that thing got." But I just feel like, though, to me, that's the thing you're going to get with Garcia. It's really kind of a feast or famine situation with him at the plate.
You got to have
now we're feasting.
If you're going to have to live with the strikeouts and the expanding of the zone and the chasing of pitches and all that, but you might get that just magical moment that completely turns the game around.
And you've seen the same thing with Seager. Seager's been super aggressive here in the postseason. He needs to come up big tonight. I think we'll talk a lot about Scherzer. How does this offense do against Christian Javier?
Yeah.
Christian Javier had a no-hitter going into the 5th. They couldn't hit his fastball. They've got to be very patient, the plate discipline, get his pitch count up. Because if you get to Houston's bullpen, they found a way to hit against them.
Yeah, that wasn't a day of quality at bats. That I think they make huge adjustments. It's not like you're facing an A Cy Young candidate or anything like that. I have a lot of faith that the bats will make a huge adjustment in tonight's game, and it's not going to be a deal where you're looking up like, when are we going to get our first hit here? Chuck, I think we do have to talk about your voice, though.
Yeah, it's bleeped.
What happened?
Yeah.
Friday happened.
Yeah, I just cheered my balls off out there.
Game 5 happened.
I think I'm fighting. I yelled my voice out, and then I've also got a little sick. I got a virus like Dusty Baker and the entire Astros team, But what is a virus? I don't even know.
Yeah, what's sick?
So I'm fighting through it. But yeah, I mean, I was trying to make as much noise as possible in 133, and I'm still dealing with the ramifications.
It's so amazing that they won Game 6 because you at least get to punch back and have it be like a tit for tat type of thing. It really felt like after Game 5, the down of that, it was like Houston had put their foot down and said, "No, son, this is still our bleep."
Mm-hmm.
But winning last night sort of erases that, puts you on even footing, and I can feel better about losing these series if you lose tonight's game. But I also feel very confident the Rangers can go out there and get a victory. Saturday morning, getting out into the Tour de DFW, and all day long, it was just, seeing the looks on people's faces. And, Flagtober is all about good vibes and talking about, people and thanking them for listening to our deal. But I don't remember a day that was that sad over a loss. Obviously, you go to the World Series against the Cardinals. Brian brought up the Romo fumble against Seattle. That was just so devastating. Every bit as devastating as anything I'd ever experienced in my sports life is how I felt Friday. Didn't sleep very much, was waking up constantly just because of the excitement of it, and then the letdown charged my body with so much electricity. It couldn't sleep, But okay, so to win Game 6, it almost erases that. It really does, at least from my perspective as a fan approaching this series. They didn't take the series from you, We're still trying. As a matter of fact, you got the upper hand right now. Nobody can win in the other's ballpark. This is as good as it gets right now. It's just, it's unbelievable how the series and the season was about to end in the most devastating and catastrophic way. And now last night, just erase that, breathe nothing but new life and I think positivity into this deal. And it really clarified what we're looking at, which is, on top of what the Astros themselves have said about this, they suck at home. Yeah. And in a year where streaks have taken over and dominated for massive stretches of time, why shouldn't it continue tonight? We've seen so many streaks define how and massive swaths of time have happened for the Texas Rangers. There's no doubt in my mind it continues tonight. You can look at what's happened from the Astros since they got caught cheating. They cannot do it at home. I believe that's why they started cheating, and I believe it's now interjected an element of embarrassment and shame that gives them bad energy. and they just can't do it at home. You know, they're just a bunch of humans out there, and they got caught cheating and weren't held accountable.
No, they weren't.
I mean, it would be one thing if you had been forced to pay some massive debt to society or to the sport, and it's like, we did the crime, we did our time, okay? They never did their time.
There was no time.
No, you cannot really, I think, move on from it. So I'm not surprised at all that their own stadium has become the toughest part for them. And they're just making up stuff. Oh, it's the sightlines. Astros aren't having that problem. You know, you have cursed your own stadium by cheating in it and then not being punished for it. You shouldn't be playing baseball right now. And there is a massive, horrible energy. They probably got to get Kyrie down there and bird some sage. They probably already tried it. You know, they probably already brought in all sorts of shaman and stuff like that and try to figure out anything to get it done. But
the shaman couldn't overcome the shamed men.
No. That is right. Okay. Salute to everybody that joined us for that tour. Thanks to you guys as well for jumping in there. It was
awesome.
It was an incredible time.
A lot of fun.
And if you have pictures that you can throw up on Twitter or Facebook, I'd love to, share it and like it and follow you right back. Niners and Vikings tonight. How you feeling about this game, Brian?
Well, I'll tell you what, though. It sounds like Christian McCaffrey is going to play with the oblique problem, though, but no Deebo Samuel. What Minnesota team's going to show up? We talked about Kirk Cousins on prime time. It's usually kind of a disaster situation.
No Jefferson.
Yeah.
I don't think Trent Williams is playing for San Francisco either, though.
This will be I think a tough game for both sides. San Francisco's kind of a strange team because of what the Cleveland Browns were able to do to them last week. The way they played for them, they gave you a little bit of an idea of, hey, take away their crossers and you can maybe control the way they throw the football.
Do you think other teams can use that even if they don't have great personnel?
Absolutely, you can. I think it's one of those things where, the pass rush is different from Cleveland, of course, but to play too high safety or to play shell coverage, two safeties, and just drive a guy down and affect the way that their crossers run routes, make the quarterback have to hold the ball. Their offensive line, we talked about this. Dallas just didn't take advantage of their offensive line. Buford and McKivitz on the right side weren't good. They showed it last week they weren't very good. Dallas just didn't take advantage of that. Let's see if Minnesota can tonight.
Cowboys will get back to work. They're noon on Sunday at AT&T. Look at that.
How about that? Rams, it's weird. A West Coast team playing at noon. It's always funny to me to see.
It's the only noon game of the year for us.
Thank you, schedule makers.
I think they got one against the Commanders.
Oh, the Commanders is at noon?
The Commanders and Carolina is another one. At Carolina is a noon game.
Really?
You boys will be home before Sunday Night Football.
Actually, yeah. It's 6 o'clock is when it all is over with. But, yeah, we have a little early call in the morning at 9 a.m. So check us out. We'll be out there in the Miller Lite Plaza, me and Chief. We always like to watch the random jerseys that kind of roll by us in that morning time.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
And Broadus likes to drink beers out there.
Yeah.
On the show.
Yeah.
Man, it's a glorious time to be drinking beer if you can get it done. Okay. Really, a number of narratives flipping in the NFL over the weekend. I have a bet payoff. I believe Brian has a bet payoff as well. What'd you mess up on?
I took the Buffalo Bills.
Ooh.
And
nobody
crashes the wagons into each other like the Buffalo Bills,
well,
right,
they'll
boys?
Circle them next week.
No,
okay?
they're not going to circle them at all. They got problems. They really do. They got problems at quarterback. That quarterback, I don't know if he's healthy, but here we are. He turns the ball over. Okay? If you're those fans out there that say we never talk about other teams turning over the ball, here you go. Buffalo Bills turn the ball over at an alarming rate at quarterback.
Nearly lost to the Giants.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, man. They've had some weird games, and I think their defense has taken a huge toll with the injury factor.
You can run the ball on them now.
Well, the quarterback's a walking turnover.
That's
It's a big time issue.
There you go.
And at times a running turnover.
How about this stat? After going 2 for 10 with an interception Sunday on throws traveling 15 or more yards downfield, 2 for 10 with a pick. His completion percentage for the season on such throws has dropped to 46%. He has 7 interceptions on such throws, which already matches his second most in any season. Jeez. They're continuing to try to push the ball downfield and finding out Josh Allen does not have the talent or discipline to avoid massive mistakes.
Maybe injury there, but that's something we have to think about. I'll say another thing. Jalen Hurts, he's got 7 interceptions this year. They're winning games, though. 6-1, so take it for what it is. There's teams that turn over the ball. The quarterbacks that that's something that has not hurt the Eagles so far.
No, because they get all fourth and shorts. They were 4 for 4 on tush pushes again yesterday.
They were at that.
That gives them a huge advantage. What do you think about Miami? They can't beat the best teams. Are they still pretenders? Miami?
Well, I mean, all they've done is beat up on bad teams. You know, they've run away from them. But then versus Buffalo on the road, in Philadelphia on the road, 2 tough places to play. But you get blown out by the Bills a couple of weeks ago. You lose by 2 scores last night. The refs didn't help them at all. I mean, my dear God, it was 10+ penalties on the Eagles or on the Dolphins, 0 for the Eagles.
God, how many holding calls? I mean, it looked like they had they were steer wrestling some of those Philadelphia blockers. They're like hands around the guy's neck.
They were down a couple linemen, weren't they?
Jeez.
They were down 2 to start and then 3 for majority of the game.
Yeah.
So the Dolphins were banged up, but the Eagles secondary is banged up. So I think when you meet a physical team like the Eagles sort of are, I don't know that the Dolphins are a team that you can feel good about when it comes to big games versus really good teams on the road. How the heck could you trust them?
It's hard to say. I don't think anybody trusts Baltimore in big games or playoff games, but they demolished the Lions 38-6.
Man, my Lions got crushed in that one.
Yeah, it was bad.
Threw the ball 53 times. That's not Lions football right there, man. That's way too many passes.
I have a bet payoff coming. Washington threatened, but could not get into the end zone again. 14-7, they lose to the Giants, and Sam Howell might be benched for Brissett. Howell now has been sacked 40 times.
Yeah.
The record pace.
He's tied with David Carr, right?
Well, he's about to surpass him. He's on pace to surpass David Carr by 23 sacks, I believe.
Oh, my goodness.
It's brutal.
David Carr was sacked like 70-something times, and Howell's on pace for almost 100, like 97.
Okay. I saw a stat that said through 7 weeks he's tied with David Carr. So
okay.
David could not slow it down that year.
Well, David,
he did slow it down
a touch. Yes, he did.
He slowed it down
Howell's
a little bit.
Worse, and he's throwing hospital balls out there, man. See Terry McLaurin, some of these throws.
Oh, he's getting his players killed. Yeah,
my guy's falling apart, man. That's my guy.
That was a truly disgusting game, but I was locked in because I knew Dawson had a payoff lined up on it. I'm like, dude, this is. I told you it was going to be stressful.
Yeah. No, it's great. I'm happy to do a bet payoff. It's been a while. So I'll jump in there on Friday. We would love some good suggestions at 877-881-1053. If you got good bet payoffs ideas, we'd love to see them on the truckwreck.com fan text. Flagtober next stops Shakerton's Thursday off Collins in Arlington, Southern Leisure in Arlington on Wednesday. So we want to see it, and we have a bunch of flags to hand out to you if you join us, okay? College football hangover coming up next, Chief. What do you got for us?
Oh, we got all sorts of goodness. Let's relive the best and worst of the college football weekend next right here in the nation.
I thought I was going to have to go through a hip replacement or some painful, unsuccessful surgery or be crippled the rest of my life.
Electrical engineer Dan Vogler had awful arthritic pain in his hips. Pain that not only affected him physically, but also emotionally. And it spilled over even to his relationships.
I was almost mean. If you're in pain and other people don't sympathize with it, you're lashing out at the wrong people.
But then Dan found QC Kinetics. With the latest advances in regenerative medicine, non-surgical treatments with lasting relief.
I felt immediate relief. I mean, within half a day, much of the inflammation and pain was down.
And today, Dan says he's totally pain-free, living the life he wants.
At the end of the 4th treatment, I felt pretty much healed and enthused and was raving about QC Kinetics. I can recommend them highly to anyone.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics.
Project is complete. They're service-driven and safety-inspired. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, 682 went to Cousins Barbecue Saturday. Didn't see y'all. We were keeping that schedule tight. We were like on it with very little traffic. So we were there in the time that the flyer said we would be. Bet payoff ID out of the 817. Eat a Popeyes biscuit every 30 minutes on the show without anything to drink the entire show.
Ooh, that's juicy.
That's
No, it's not. It's the driest thing that's ever been known to man.
Can it be the jalapeno biscuit?
No.
That's
This can't be
Whataburger.
pleasurable.
That's what I'm saying. I want the
Yeah.
Whataburger one.
I do think
what
the
I
Popeyes
want.
biscuits are delicious.
That's for victory. That's for
very
victory
dry.
celebration.
Yeah.
You get the Whataburger jalapeno cheddar biscuit. This is a payoff. This is supposed to make
So
you
a Popeyes just biscuit every 30 minutes. So, okay.
Yeah.
for the entire show.
Couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Do the math. Do the math. What's that? I mean, it was a full show.
That's gonna be 10 biscuits.
10 biscuits on.
Yeah.
Jeez, that sounds like a challenge.
And then 214 wants to know why is Gavin saying the Astros weren't punished for their cheating scandal? They got their manager and GM fired and lost a couple of picks. The players weren't. The punishment for that, according to sport history, is kicked out of the sport forever, and they weren't. So, at least a season-long suspension, a half-season suspension. But they were all given immunity because the commissioner just wanted the story to go away. Here's Chief with your college football hangover.
Do you guys have a problem with this headline? Knowing what Marvin Harrison Jr. did on Saturday in a Buckeye uniform and Ohio State beating Penn State, do you have an issue with the headline from the USA Today that reads, number 3 Ohio State rides D to win over number 7 Penn State?
No.
It should have said they rode Marvin Harrison Jr. to victory. Their defense was awesome. But Marvin Harrison Jr., who we know to be a super beast, and he's going to be a top 5 pick in the upcoming NFL draft, he accounted for 45% of his team's offense on Saturday.
And what was a very poor offensive performance for both teams.
Correct. But he was not poor.
He was very good.
He was fantastic. They totaled 365 yards of offense, did the Buckeyes. Harrison caught 11 passes for 162 yards and a touchdown. So
crazy.
Ohio State's offense averaged under 5 yards per play. But Marvin Harrison Jr., when he touched the ball, they averaged almost 15 yards per play. Did they ride the D or did they ride Marvin Harrison Jr.? I think they rode Marvin Harrison Jr.
I would pick Marvin Harrison Jr. It's a much better storyline. I'd say both.
But the headline.
Yeah.
The headline's the key here.
I just think USA Today got it wrong.
Buckeyes ride defense and Marvin Harrison Jr.
I mean, they didn't technically get it wrong because they did ride their D.
They ride Marvin Harrison Jr. and their defense.
Yes.
I think he's the headline.
That would be fair.
I think
Perhaps
that'd be fair.
too wordy.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
But
if I had to choose one, I'm going Harrison.
Buckeyes ride Harrison Jr. and D.
Yeah, 100%. If you told me right now, if I told you right now that you could have Ohio State's D or you could have Marvin Harrison Jr. in unison, we'd all say Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yep.
Thank you, Dawson, for saying that with me and brought us. And Walchuk is trying to save his voice.
At least one of us is trying.
I appreciate that.
Dawson was really trying.
It's a mail-it-in Monday for these guys.
I'm watching Searcher pitch here. I'm sorry.
It's a game 7, very small, just a throwaway day. Throwaway day for these
They're super
bleepholes.
nervous.
I'm just not talking baseball. What the hell?
They're nervous. I know they're nervous right now.
I really am.
Everything's gonna be okay.
Cat got your tongue?
I'm tight.
We did have fun on Game 5. Walchuk's losing his voice because he's a little bit under the weather. He's probably boozing with the boys, maybe a touch too much this weekend. And Game 5 Friday. Well, there was definitely booze in Game 5 Friday.
After that, I couldn't booze.
What happened? Oh, we'll get to some of the festivities that happened at Game 5 on Best of the Weekend.
Real quick question: how much did you drink to drive us home the other day?
I was okay, obviously, for the drive home, but when I got home, I definitely drank my misery.
Oh, okay.
You drank more
after
Game 5?
I continued the vodka party. Yeah.
There you go. The sadness.
Yeah.
It was the sad drinking at that point. That's a tough pivot to go from party drinking to then within an hour going from party drinking to sad drinking. That's a tough thing to pull off. It's a roller coaster of emotions, man.
Mm-hmm.
Proud of you for getting through that.
Did it help?
Yeah.
Nice.
He's paying the price for it now.
But it did.
Look at his face.
Yeah.
It's heartbroken. Looks like we're still not going to see Arch Manning, even though Quinn Ewers is going to be out for a little while.
I give Wolchuk credit for this because you said way back in June that he's not going to play it down for the University of Texas this year.
Yeah. They want to redshirt him.
Yeah. You had some source that told you that
Yes.
they're not going to play him.
Yes, they would like
When
to
are you
do
going to
that.
give me credit for pointing out first that he stinks?
Arch Manning?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I
We
need
gotta
him
let that one
I need-
marinate
I
a
need
little
him-
bit.
I need him to
Stinks
play.
yet,
I
so
need him to play.
Once he plays, and then if he stinks,
are
then
you-
we'll give you the credit.
Stinking hasn't been confirmed.
Is Scout Dawson or Scout Gavin, excuse me, like watching high school football tape?
No, I would never do that. I just read a couple of stories and
Oh, okay.
read between the lines.
And you saw his lowlights on a couple of those spring games.
Yeah, I was like,
the spring game was
this
bad.
guy's last name has him being like a top recruit. He can't play. That's what I see. I mean, Quinn Ewers is down.
Yeah, he is.
Championship is still
it
possible.
Within reach. Yeah, it's within striking distance.
And
If
you're
if Murphy stinks, okay, and maybe he does.
Oh, are we crawfishing?
No, I'm not crawfishing, but he can play 3 games and keep the redshirt availability.
That is true.
So
That is
as
true.
long as they're able to somehow maneuver this, you might see him, but they want to try and make sure he still keeps the red shirt.
Okay.
I love that. That's an underrated, cool thing that college football's been doing over these last, I don't even know how
that's
many
pretty
years.
cool.
But like, hey, you can still play a little bit. It's if you play one snap, we're not going to burn your
Play a
entire
little
season
bit.
here.
Play
Arch.
a little bit or pay you $5 million. Which one you a bigger fan of?
Yeah, I think the $5 million is a little bit cooler.
As a player?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, just
as
in general.
anybody, I think from any perspective,
As a human being.
the players that's getting a bunch of money for being awesome at what they do is pretty cool. And if I'm a player, I definitely think that.
Should Caleb Williams not play another down for USC?
Okay, that's a beautiful. You were reading my mind over there, Broadus, because that's what is being talked about right
Acho
now.
said, now he-
Acho said it, and everybody's kind of talking about it. Like, should Caleb Williams just punt on the rest of the season, not risk injury, because they're not going to be in the college football playoff? If they make a random bowl game, he won't be participating in that more than likely, because a lot of these guys don't, unless there's actual championship stakes on the line, college football playoff style. But that won't be USC because their defense is just an absolute disgusting. For as much as Ohio State's riding their D, I mean, USC just wants to completely disown theirs.
Deep, yeah.
You know, I think if you're in another position with a short shelf life in the NFL, like running back or linebacker, I think you should sit out at this point. But for Caleb right now, how much do you love college football? You know, and if you love it, keep playing. You know, how much do you love your guys? How much do you hate your coach? Then leave. You know, I think anything is reasonable at this point.
If you're a team that's interested in drafting him, it doesn't change your mind on him at all.
No.
If he decides to just sort of throw in the towel for the rest of the season, everybody's shaking their head. Okay, beautiful.
Yeah, I get it. It's
Little
time
bit.
now for the G bag of the day. Maybe we'll pick up this conversation a little bit later. Sounds like Woolchuck has something to say. Here's Lucius.
Yeah. Here it is on a Monday. Game 7 vibes all the way.
Come on.
All right, let's see what we got here. Our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day is it is a combo of curveballs, if you will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tolo Churd called into What You Drinking and What You Thinking 2 Fridays ago and had a curveball for us. Check this out.
So I got a friend that's married to a girl and been married to her for close to 10 years. Got kids, starting to feel like she's not the right one, but is a little worried about pulling the plug. Family's involved, everything involved. What do I tell this guy?
Oof. That's a tough one. I mean, I'm kind of a stick it out for the kids kind of guy. But maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't know.
I would say this.
How would you feel that she's not the right one?
Yeah.
There'd have to be something she's doing.
Yeah. Now she's cheating on you or something.
Or just being hella disrespectful.
Yeah.
Never cleans up, super lazy or something like that.
Well, here's the thing. You
Reckless
guys
with money.
know these people.
Oh.
You guys know these people.
Oh, I don't know that should we put them on blast?
No. The wife is Dak Prescott, and my friend is a Cowboys organization.
Hilarious!
Well done, Churd.
So epic, man. That was the execution on that from Churd. I wonder if he was performing that in the mirror for an extended time, or if that was sort of improv, but he nailed it.
Talented, yeah.
That is a combo situation right here. That was a wannabe comedian. I say that respectfully to Churd. We have a real comedian here, Dustin Nickerson, with a curveball too as well.
Houston, you may not want to hear this, but every time I drive by that stadium downtown, I'm like, what a bunch of cheaters. You liars, you scam artists, you cheaters. Yeah. Oh, I'm not talking about the Astros. I'm talking about Joel Osteen's church. Yeah. Someone should have hit a trash can for that curveball, huh?
Well done, Dustin.
Joel Osteen looks like Clay Cooley, right?
Clay
Everybody
Cooley,
agrees with me?
yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm
They're
Googling,
kind of
but-
related. I think they might be related, bro.
Yeah.
Trying to be secretive and everything. Maybe they're washing money through the cars. I don't know what's going on. I
think it's possible.
Bro.
Yeah,
They look
there's
just
spitting
alike,
image.
bro. They look just alike. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, shout out to the Rangers, man. Game 7 vibes. Go down there and kick in the door.
Whoop that ass. How you
Kick in
feeling,
the door,
Lucius?
man. Feeling fantastic, bro.
Nice. But how you feeling about the Rangers?
I knew it was going to go 7. Y'all don't remember me saying Y'all don't remember me saying that. Sure did.
You think they're going to win now they're here?
I never said that, though. I never said that. That I do not know. 7, I was seeing it going 7, but that I do not know. Adolis Garcia, though. Check him out.
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Adolis swings and hits a high drive to deep left field. That ball is way back, and that ball is history. Adolis Garcia clears him off with a grand slam after 4 consecutive strikeouts. Not quite the celebration he had 2 days ago, but another slow jog around the bases as Adolis has broken this ball game wide open.
Yeah, go down there and kick in the door, wave in the 4-4. Tell everybody, get out! Put your faces on the ground right now!
All you heard was, Bobby, don't hurt me no more. Dude, that was so amazing. I was so worried he was going to strike out 5 times, and then they were going to come back and win the game. And it was going to be like everything turned when Bobby went in Maldonado's face.
Geez.
That's what everybody was saying on the tour on Saturday.
Yes.
Was Bobby messed up by firing up the Astros, and then he struck out 4 times in a row. But when he hit that grand slam last night, you could finally relax. Because, you know, I mean, even the Astros fans relaxed. They went home. You see when Bombi's rounding third, the aisles in Houston, they're all just packed with people leaving. They're heading home, baby.
So beautiful.
Yep.
Let's go to NFL Network's Tom Pelissero. He has some revealing information about Baltimore's kicker, Justin Tucker. Very revealing information right here.
They need Jameer Gibbs to go out and make some plays against a non-conference opponent, but a really good team. One that there's still some of those ghosts of Justin Tucker banging a 60-yard field goal.
Oh, wow.
Well,
I guess we know what his favorite category is.
Fellow Bills guy.
Talking about some inside information right there.
He's akin with Wolchuk in that way. That's fantastic, Pelissero.
Right there.
And that's a new play on that. These guys usually get beat up on the bulging discs and stuff, but he took it a different route. I like this.
Yesterday was a church day. Hope you got your blessing. There is a battle rapper out of New Jersey called New Jersey Twerk, right?
Okay.
There's a pastor right here who's preaching about protecting the kids, and he starts dropping some New Jersey Twerk battle rap lines in his sermon.
Jersey Twerk, battle rapper. Listen to what he said. He said, when I got a problem, I'ma slide right through. Of course I walk by faith, but I drive by too. Some people need to know that if they keep putting their mouth on you, of course I'll walk by faith, but I'll drive by too.
That's right.
Either y'all can't fight or y'all fronting. Because let somebody put their mouth or touch your kids. Of course, I walk by faith, but I drive by too.
That's right. Damn. It's a little warning right there. Protect the kids, man. Protect the kids.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we got right here. Either go to Greg Popovich talking about Steve Kerr or Tennessee Volunteers tailgate. Either one, I'm going to play it tomorrow.
I'll go with Popovich myself.
Popovich.
Yeah, let's go with Pop.
All right.
Right on.
Yeah, here's Popovich. Steve Kerr said Popovich feels rejuvenated after landing Wemby. Poppy said what?
Steve said he saw that you have kind of been rejuvenated after this summer, obviously, the big draft.
Well, let me just, what was I being rejuvenated from? Was I in a mental institution, or was I depressed and curled up in my bedroom or something?
Steve said it, and he knows you better than I do.
Steve's an asshole.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
Sure too.
Steve's an a-hole. That's great. He learned it from the best if he is.
Pop, man.
T something on the Twitch. I'm gonna ban you, bro. I'm about to ban you, cuz. What is this? T Guru 067, whatever. I'm about to ban you, bro. You out of here, bro. You out of here, cuz. All right, that's it.
Is it Popovich? Are you rejuvenated? Steve Kerr said you were. I would be too. You know, it gets depressing coaching non-playoff teams, non-winning teams. You get a star player.
Steve Nail.
Guess what? Everything is better now. We're in a better mood when the Cowboys win, when the Rangers win. We're going to be winning a lot. Yes, I'm rejuvenated. Of course I am. So would Steve Kerr, if you could stop having the best players in the history of the world all at the same time together, you get 4 or 5 of them. Pastor quoting the Jersey twerk, NFL Network's Tom Pelissero on Justin Tucker, the Garcia home run. Or is it the comedic curveballs? I'm going to vote for Adolis myself. Chief, how about you?
I'm going to go with Pelissero.
How about you, Lucius?
The comedian combo situation.
We're tied at 1, Wolchuk.
I'm going to go with the combo as well.
It's 2-1, Brian.
Let's go with Tom.
We're tied at 2 apiece. Apparently nobody appreciates that Adolis Garcia home run as much as I do. Bombi's killing it. It's a 2-way tie. Jump onto @GBagNation's Twitter account, @GBagNation, and vote. And please follow us all when you get there. You can see all of our Twitter handles right there in the bio. But I'm going to create an Insta poll, and you'll be voting. And then it's time for Krusty's Corner. And where are you taking us today, buddy?
Yeah, there's 4 areas the Cowboys need to improve on. Can they do it after the bye? We'll talk about that next.
Okay, I'm going to tell you about Window Nation, and then I'm going to get up this Insta poll for you. Window Nation, the star of window replacement, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. They want to fill your house this season with savings. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Put nothing down, make no payments, pay no interest for 2 years. And if you fill your home with new energy-efficient windows, you get an authentic Cowboys jersey while supplies last, and you'll be entered to win a chance to win a pair of tickets to a Cowboys game. So this is great. You know, the deal, I mean, buy 2, get 2, pay nothing for 2 years with the interest rates, how high they are right now. You know, getting 0 interest, free money for 2 years is unheard of, and Window Nation's going to throw in Cowboys goodies on top of that. You'll be saving up to 30% on your energy bills. These mortgage rates are so high, it's a very difficult time to move. So invest in your home with 0 interest rates, and when the market returns, you know, boom, you'll get top dollar for that casa. Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, it's Window Nation. Get the jersey, get the tickets, save a bunch of money, and it's going to be amazing, especially if you have an older home. New energy-efficient windows will save you a bunch of money on those energy bills. Buy 2, get 2 free, pay nothing for 2 years. 866-90-NATION. Go to windownation.com. Salute.
Let's go, Dallas! Let's go! Every moment, every touchdown, every yard is a reason to celebrate. If anyone knows that, Ciroc does. From the tailgate to the touchdown, Ciroc Ultra Premium Vodka makes game day a smooth one. And with flavors that never fumble, man, game day is an instant win. This is Ciroc, made from fine French grapes, made for football. Get Ciroc and Ciroc Vodka Spritz during the next Cowboys game. Please drink responsibly. Ciroc Vodka, 40% alcohol by volume. Imported from France by Diageo, New York, New York.
For an early game day brunch to a primetime party, there's only one place you and your friends need to be. Well, actually, 5 places. And they're all Shakertons. Serving the DFW area for the last 7 years. In the Colony, Allen, Prosper, Midtown, and now Arlington, walking distance from the stadiums. Daily food and drink specials. DJs every Monday, Friday, and Saturday nights. Full kitchen, bar, billiards table, and plenty of giant TVs to catch all the sports action, including UFC with no cover charge. Find your Shakertons at Shakertons.com.
Your customers count on you. Do you have an internet provider you can count on? Switch to Verizon 5G Business Internet. It's rated the highest quality 5G internet in America. So don't settle for anything less. Switch now to Verizon 5G Business Internet from the network America relies on. It's your business. It's your Verizon. Learn more at verizon.com/business/switch. Based on outperforming T-Mobile FWA for consistent quality and Open Signal USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2023, National Experience Results.
RJ Chop here for my good friends over at A1 Air, official partner of the Dallas Cowboys. A1 Air, leveling up to save you money. This month only, you get a high-efficiency 17-SEER heated and AC system for 15-SEER price. That's a 20% savings, and your payments are as low as $79 a month, or you get 0% interest for a whopping 60 months. Trust the folks I trust. A1 Air. Give a call, 1-800-NEW-HEAT. 1-800-NEW-HEAT or A1Air.com.
Some restrictions apply.
2 North Texas institutions are joining forces. Whataburger is proud to partner with 105.3 The Fan and G-Bag Nation for Flagtober 2023. Bigger and better than ever. Be on the lookout for locations to pick up your one-of-a-kind G-Bag flag throughout October. Flagtober and Whataburger, just like you like it.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Hello, this is Chip with Diamond Jade Properties. You're invited to our land liquidation this Saturday, where you can get 7.85 acres for only $79.9. That's right, 7.85 acres for only $79.9. Your ranch, your rules. These properties have no HOA and feature paved roads, internet, power, hardwoods, pasture land, and private lake access. This one-day land sale this Saturday is by appointment only. Call now to book your priority appointment. Call 214-307-9248. 214-307-9248. 214-307-9248. Call today. 214-307-9248. Don't miss your opportunity. 214-307-9248. Call today.
We know you're excited because Cowboys football is back. With the free Odyssey app, you can jump back and listen to the moments that matter, even if you missed it live. Catch Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus on G-Bag Nation, or listen to Jerry Jones' interview with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And I hope that our fans would understand that I do know how to keep it stirred up.
Stay close to the team wherever you are this season. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Jerry is a Tolo.
Let me say this to the turn it on, leave it zone. And let me say this to the one that just turn it on when old Jerry's up.
Turn it on, leave it on, leave it on. Your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Found new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The Chiefs make a trade for Byard, the safety from Tennessee.
Eagles.
What did I say?
Chiefs.
Okay, thank you. The Eagles make that. I got multiple things in my head, including this G-Bag Nation poll question I still have not put up. But the Mavs have a deal with Josh Green. So congratulations to Josh Green. This is 3 years and $41 million. He was awesome Friday against Detroit in their preseason finale, had 15 points in the first quarter, had 22 for the game, and he's trying to make himself into a sniper. I don't know how much of it y'all got to watch. I flipped over after the Mavs thing, the Rangers thing, but Josh Green's a baller, and he has been rewarded for it. I think he's going to take his game up a notch, and I think the Mavs are trying to strike early on this, Chief.
Yes, agreed.
If he has the kind of year I think he's going to, he would be heading for maybe $10 million more per year. But it's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king himself, Brian Broaddus.
Yeah, I just reached out because I heard about the trade, so I reached out to Gang of Seven. Again, my Gang of Seven guys are guys and gals that watch all the tape around the league, and I'm just going to maybe we'll get a little bit of a different report.
And they work in front offices.
Yeah,
and
they
may or may not be general managers in the NFL and stuff.
Yeah, they might. Yeah,
vice
presidents, owners, if you have to, whatever you have to do to get the Gang of Seven.
I already told Wolchuk, when that day comes for you and your will is involved, I already claimed your Rolodex.
No, you didn't.
So
okay, I just put the poll up if you want to vote on G-Bag of the day.
It's a fight to the death
at G-Bag Nation.
Yes.
Pelissero or comedic curveballs.
And then I'll get your Rolodex
too. Fight to death. All right, here we go.
Dang it, that was good.
This is just a little football talk for you today in Krusty's Corner. I know we got a lot of baseball going on, and rightfully so. Game 7s are huge. Any type of Game 7's huge.
I heard Dave Raymond is actually tailgating on the Boomer Jacks hotline right now because he's so hyped up to join us here in 13 minutes.
Oh.
So he keeps running weight. He's ready.
All right, well, here it is. This comes from the Cowboy Wire. Ben Grimaldi is a writer over there, and he put out 4 areas that Cowboys desperately need to improve in after the bye.
Okay.
And I'm going to run these by you and see if Ben's on the right track, or is Ben, maybe we can help Ben out and give him our own. Number one thing he says is offensive play calling. This is all stuff, again, after the bye. He says Prescott's interceptions are down, but the offense is less than explosive, and there are very little throws to intermediate or deep parts of the field. The trade for Cooks comes into question each week. The Cowboys refuse to take deep shots with a home run threat. The Cowboys have the talent on offense, but the scheme is too predictable and conservative. Couple that with McCarthy's struggle as a play caller, it's easy to see why the offense isn't nearly as good this season. Is that something you could fix in one open week, one bye week? Is that something that you go back if you're the Dallas Cowboys and you're self-scout? Is that something that you say, okay, yeah, clearly we're not getting the ball downfield, or are we going to see much the same from these guys when it comes to the offensive play calling?
I would certainly expect to see much of the same. I think there are things, and you would know better than any of us, Broadus. I think you can decide to be more aggressive or less aggressive, but I don't think there's changing of philosophies going on over the course of this bye week. I think these guys believe in what they believe in. Mike McCarthy, at the head of that spear, and they're going to stick to their guns. I don't see Mike McCarthy doing some sort of 180 on how he looks at football. He looks at it from a relatively conservative approach.
Yeah, I think that I agree mostly with that. I do think there's things you can look and probably say like, okay, can we steal this? Can we take this from another team? Maybe we want to implement that. Self-scouting in terms of this doesn't work, this does work, let's implement more of that, take this out of the playbook, out of the game plan. But I am not optimistic we get a ton of differences.
Yeah, no, I'm not optimistic. I think it's doable. I think what they showed us in training camp and what they know, they just don't believe in it. They feel like the changes they need to make are superficial and aren't going to have a big impact on the game. So they're not going to do it. But I think, beyond that, there is an improvement the team could have, and that is just the offensive line having better continuity.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think with those guys playing together, the offense will be more efficient as time goes on.
I'd like to believe that the offensive line playing together will be a difference maker for this team.
It's nothing the coaching staff is going to do, though.
And we'll see, like with the next several weeks, you got the Giants again mixed in there. You've got the Rams with, you're playing some defensive line. The Commanders are in there as well as some teams that have got some kind of the bigger physical defensive fronts that you always worry about. So we'll see if and the Eagles, by the way, are too in that grouping that you're about to play. So I'd like to believe the offensive line would make his play calling a little bit different if he could probably get a little bit more balance with that. All right, red zone woes. One of the reasons the Cowboys are struggling is because they're calling too many running plays in the red zone, especially on early downs. More imagination is needed near the goal line, and using elite playmakers like wide receiver CeeDee Lamb would also help. Lamb has just 6 red zone targets this season, which isn't nearly enough with so many unsuccessful attempts. Is the red zone woes once again pinned on the offensive line's inability, or is Mike McCarthy have a hand in this? They're saying Ben's talking about he thinks it's because they're running too many running plays down there.
Yeah, and that goes back onto the offensive line a little bit, but yeah, I feel like they're sort of just running into a wall as they get into the red zone. They're not really getting much from it, and they're doing it on the early downs, which is annoying. I like the idea of them going heavier personnel in there and throwing out of it. I think that could go a long way. Dak using his legs could go a long way.
Right.
But certainly when your offensive line just gets to playing like they're capable of playing, a lot of this is made easier for you. But I do think they're doing some things from a play calling standpoint that they should probably be doing a little bit differently.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing that's really fixed it in Dak's career is when they've been able to really run it, and that's I think because the offensive coaches haven't used enough creativity throughout a number of different staffs. There's things they could do, but I don't think they are. And even then, Dak's ability to execute in such a short field will be a problem So you fix this with your running game if you want the ball in the end zone.
Yeah, they've got to have more success running the football inside that area, and I think some of it is schematics. I think they've gone away from some of the stuff that worked with those combo blocks. I think I'd love to see more of the pin and pull type of deal that we've talked about. It's weird with them trying to pull and hammer inside the middle. There's just such a congestion in a lot of bodies. But when you go back and watch, some of their play calls I didn't think were terrible, and I know there's an eye roll because Steven says it all the time, execution, but it is just offensive linemen getting beat on their assignments.
Run defense is the next thing that Ben talks about. He says Dallas's defense is built on speed and wants to come downhill to cause chaos. Teams that can get a lead and run the ball have a better chance to beat the Cowboys. Playing bully ball against Dan Quinn's defense is a recipe to slow down the elite pass rush and keep the turnovers to a minimum. If the Cowboys wanted to take the next step to be truly elite, they need to get better at stopping the run and forcing the teams to beat them through the air. Agree on that?
I mean, your run defense from a success rate standpoint, it's weird. Like their success rate is one of the worst in the league. Run defense is like 28th, but their expected points added per play run defense is top 5. So it's weird there. I think a lot of their issues are stemming from in the passing game when you don't get pressure.
Right.
You are one of the worst, you're like bottom third of the league from a success rate standpoint when you don't pressure the quarterback. You are highly dependent now with the way the secondary is playing to, if you don't get pressure, you're probably getting burned. And I think that is a big problem. But if you're going to be 28th in success rate, that's a huge problem as well. So there's a handful of issues with the defense right now.
I would lean to what he's saying because I still think overall we would consider the strength of the defense being the pass rush. And if you're forcing them to pass, then that is playing into your strength as a defense.
Yeah, you have to force them to pass. I think you have to acknowledge the history of how bad it looks when the Cowboys can't stop the run. And I know what the numbers are going to say. We're not getting as many yards. We're not scoring as much when we're running. But it sets off a domino effect. If the Cowboys can't stop the run, they also get lit up in the secondary. Happens every time. Maybe there's a way to coach around it, but none of their guys have been able to figure it out.
Get CeeDee Lamb. This is the final one. Get CeeDee Lamb more involved. Lamb is an all-pro wide receiver who must be involved in the offense. The Prescott-Lamb connection is one of the best in the league.
Yes.
Connecting 81% of the time. The issue is Lamb only has 42 targets through 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Just one game with more than 7 targets. Those 42 passes going his way is tied for 28th in the league.
This one comes back to Dak as well. Of course, all these OCs have wanted to get the ball to Dez and Amari Cooper and now CeeDee Lamb a lot. And we keep blaming it on the coaches, but, the defenses are adjusting. They don't want you passing it to their best players. And in order to get it there, you have to have elite touch, elite accuracy, elite anticipation, and Dak is just sufficient in those categories.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate that.
You're quite welcome. Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Comedic Curveballs got the win, by the way, Lucius, there on the vote off at G-Bag Nation for your G-Bag of the Day. Comedic Curveballs now a 2-time G-Bag of the Day champion. Flagtober's next stops. Shakerton's Thursday off Collins and Southern Leisure in Arlington on Wednesday. So it'll be back-to-back Barlington once again coming up this week for your next chance to pick up a G-Bag Nation flag. Dave Raymond, voice of the Rangers, joins you next here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to talk about Twin Peaks, though, because it is your ultimate sports launch with a menu to match. And, starting Wednesday, we're going to have baseball, basketball, hockey, and football all going on at the same time. Pair any of the Twin Peaks made-from-scratch menu items with a frosty 29-degree draft beer served by a beautiful Twin Peaks girl. You're in for a legendary sports watching experience. There has rarely been a better time to get into Twin Peaks and watch the local teams than what you have right now. And I'd love to see you there. My home Twin Peaks is off of 635 in Mesquite, but we now have 11, and some of the best Twin Peaks you will find anywhere reside right here in North Texas. Now, NFL season heating up. Join in. Ignite your next party with fireball shots for the whole team. The best part is they're $3.99 all day long during the football season, the football games. You do have the ALCS tonight, Game 7. Unbelievable. Everything is on the line as the home team goes for success and punching their ticket to the World Series. Hey, Leather and Lace Costume Party starts on the 27th, runs through Halloween. Just wanted to put that on your radar because it is a special time to be at Twin Peaks, and I'll see you there soon for Eats, Drinks, Scenic Views.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening all day to 105.3 The Fan and through our Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So I've got a
from Rangers and Astros ALCS pregame for game number 7. All the marbles are on the line tonight. Brian, I know everybody is excited about it in various stages of concern and nervousness and confidence and crotch firstness. That's how I would describe myself. Very crotch first today.
You said 7-0, right? I thought I saw your tweet about that. 7-0 Rangers.
I feel it. You know, the Astros have made a habit since getting caught cheated of getting shut out at home. I think the trend continues tonight. The Rangers, you know how terrifying it was when the Astros were at the Globe and they appeared to just see the ball with perfect Superman vision every time it came off a pitcher's hand and they needed it. That's how we see the ball in their yard. It's crazy. And I don't know if I've ever seen anything like it, but it very much is real, Brian.
All right.
And that's why I'm so excited. And after so many games of this playing out, I mean, it's not just this series, but it's been this way for Houston a number of times. I just don't know why more fans aren't with me, in my strident positivity. Let's see if we can find one out here on the phone lines. Dave Raymond, TV voice of your Texas Rangers, joining us now here on 105 through the Fan. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm great. I mean, this is one of the special days of the year, right? And the kind of day, Christmas is a special day, but it's coming every year on December 25th. You don't know that you're going to get this. So this is like the great surprise. These are those really crazy afternoons and evenings that we all root for, and here we are. I was feeling really calm today, Gavin, until I heard you say 3.5 hours from first pitch or whatever, and that kind of got the butterflies flowing.
That's nice, man. It is. It's just a great time to be a sports fan right now. What did you give an official prediction going into the series?
No, I didn't. And I'm trying to think what I would have even thought at the time.
What do you expect right now?
Well, right now I feel pretty good about where things are. Obviously, we have the one trend that is top of mind for everybody, which is the Rangers have road field advantage right now, and that's a real thing, it seems. And on top of it, it's one thing if there's a trend. Teams are, hey, wow, this is kind of weird. The road team just keeps winning. Well, that's cool. But in this case, to me, it's different because to the point you were just making a moment ago, Houston at this point has really built themselves a rather elaborate mental cage around themselves in this ballpark. And I don't know why, and I don't really care. I know, I'm hearing things about the batter's eye being busy with that foliage, that kind of vine backdrop. It's a very busy center field. And maybe that's part of it. It really doesn't matter why they feel the way they feel. The fact of the matter is they feel it, and they know it, and there's no denying it. How about this? 28 home sellouts this year, including the postseason. They're 7-21 in those games. So It's like the brighter the light, the worse they get. So anyway, I actually feel pretty good about it.
Dave, I mean, that's an amazing nugget there, and I'm confident the Rangers keep this going in Houston, obviously. But the one thing that's got me nervous and that I'm having pause is the Christian Javier matchup. I mean, Javier might be one of the best postseason pitchers that is not getting talked about enough, and he really did great against the Rangers previously. I mean, when you've seen these matchups before, what have Ranger hitters been able to do that's caused Javier problems, if at all?
Nothing. I mean, that's the thing, and I'm with you, Zach. That's the part that gives me pause is, look, Christian Javier, man, he's really good. And there's nothing about his stuff. You don't, watch him warm up or throw in a game and say, wow, that guy, how does anybody hit him? You look at him and say, well, he's got a very mid fastball, except it spins like crazy and guys just can't get on top of it. And he does have, they call him El Ratil and whatnot. He's got this very, very calm demeanor, and he doesn't seem to mind the pressure moments at all. And in fact, quite the opposite of how the Astros have handled sellouts in their home ballpark. Christian Javier, as the moment gets bigger, he seems to be a guy who gets better. So that does concern me. That would be the one thing. It is in a game 7, as we like to say, all hands on deck. So, okay, you've got all your relievers, all your other starters who might be on shorter rest or whatever, who you might throw out there. And I know managers are really tempted to do that. And especially today, when we talk so much about 1 time through the order, 2 times through the order, how many times do we want guys to see a pitcher? And I'm just really praying that Dusty Baker and the Astros front office is like, oh, yeah, we'll trick them. We'll only give them 1 look at Christian Javier. That would be the greatest gift the Rangers could get. As good as that bullpen is in Houston, I think the one guy they want to minimize seeing is Christian Javier. So we'll see how it plays out. We'll see what they have in mind that way. And the other hope I have is that the Rangers, having just seen him 5 days ago, at least have some familiarity or confidence that they can make an adjustment on him and maybe fare just a little bit better than they did last time out, because he was flat out dominant.
Talking Rangers with Dave Raymond here in the G-Bag Nation. Do you have more excitement about the idea of Scherzer starting tonight, or more nerves?
Well, let's put it this way. I have more excitement today than I did in Game 3 on Wednesday. I don't think it was a unique feeling that I had. I think a lot of people probably felt the same way, like, 5 weeks. How's the guy going to do? Just running right out there like it had been 5 days ago. I was a little concerned about that. But he actually, all things considered, he acquitted himself fine. I mean, it wasn't great, obviously, and it did not work out. But I guess he did a little bit more or a little bit better than I would have expected by going 4 innings, is throwing as many pitches as he did. And I don't know if you guys can take yourself back there and recall how he talked after the game, but he seemed to have some confidence that, there were a couple of things that I didn't do right. Not a big deal. I think I figured a few things out. And he seemed really confident and excited about the idea of getting back out there again. Now, that's his DNA, right? That's who he is. He feels like he can beat anybody every single day. And I love that about him. But I got the sense that he feels like there's something that was maybe slightly askew and an adjustment he can make. There was some talk that perhaps he was even tipping a little bit in that game. And if he makes that adjustment, then how does that change things? So I feel pretty good. I certainly love the idea of a guy going out there in a winner-take-all game, and in doing so will tie the record for the most ever winner-take-all postseason games. He and now Roger Clemens and Garrett Cole will have all done it 5 times. So it's certainly a guy who's familiar with the territory. And, again, we all know he doesn't lack any confidence. So I feel pretty good about it.
It's been 2 veteran Hall of Fame caliber managers in this series, but you had some awesome nuggets on X, formerly known as Twitter, about the history of Bocchi in Game 7s versus Dusty Baker. How much of an advantage do you think that is for the Rangers?
I think there's an advantage there. And even if you want to take the Game 7 parts out of it, and just to summarize quickly, Bruce Bocchi in Game 7s in his career, perfect. He's never lost. Dusty Baker in his career as a manager, Game 7s, never won one. So that would give you a little bit of confidence. But I think there's more to that. I think Bocchi, you look at his overall postseason series records. This is his 21st postseason series as a manager. He's won 15, he's lost 5. And here he is with the last game to decide it all, on the road where the home team plays terribly. You've got an all-timer, winner-take-all pitcher headed to the mound for you. You just won Game 6, maybe a little momentum in that regard coming into the game. And you've got Bruce Bocchi managing. I mean, it lines up pretty well. If you're a Rangers fan, I think you would have to have some excitement about that possibility. I thought Dusty made an amazing move in yesterday's game in the 8th inning when Houston had the bases loaded 2 out, and he pinch hit for last year's World Series MVP.
Yeah.
With a guy who's like a 165 big league hitter who hadn't played in however many years up until recently back at the big leagues. That made no sense to me. I get it. He can give you a good or bad draw, walk, yada, yada, handedness, all that sort of stuff. But, dude, I mean, the spreadsheets at that point and the math, come on. I mean, you got to have a little more feel in my mind, unless there's something going on with Pena that we don't know, and that's possible. But that was stunning to me, and that's the type of thing where I think Bocchi differs from Dusty. I think they're both really savvy. They both really understand the analytics and the advantages that can be gained here and there. But they're also, I think what separates them from the other managers is usually that feel, that sense for the man in the moment. And I think Bocchi has a brilliant feel for that, and Dusty really put a question in my head with that move yesterday.
It's Dave Raymond here with you on The Fan, Brian.
Hey, Dave, do you feel like that maybe Marcus Semien has found his way out of the cave and is coming to the ballpark with a little bit different attitude about what's gone on for him the last several games?
Well, there's no question that when you get on 4 times like he did yesterday, you're going to feel better. Yeah. And so, that would be my hope, is that he does carry a little confidence into this one. I felt like in that first at bat of the ball game, I noticed, he'd been going after the first pitch a lot. He'd been really aggressive. Oh my! And the pop-ups, I was intrigued to hear the broadcast last night talking about how I think these guys might be setting a record for most pop-ups in a postseason series, because and it's both sides. Yeah. It's been terrible. But last night in that first at bat, man, he took a couple of pitches. I was like, ooh, okay, this is good. And he draws the walk. I thought, well, maybe this is a good sign for the ball game. And it ended up being a good sign for him. 2 walks, 2 singles in the game. And maybe the light switch just went off, and we'll see more of that tonight. It will be key, man. He's got to get on or drive in runs when he gets those opportunities. And same for Seager, right? I think you go into a series like this, and he's the big dog, and the big dog's got to hunt sometimes, and he hasn't done a lot of it in this series, so maybe tonight is the night where he reminds all of us why he was signed 2 years ago to that big deal, and provides a big moment for us.
Have you ever lost your voice cheering for a sport like Wolchuk is still recovering from?
I love that, by the way, Zach. Yeah. That's impressive.
It's bad, man.
Yeah, I think I have. It's been a long time, but I've lost it broadcasting before. When you're game after game and whatever, and you do catch a little bug, a little virus or something, it can get you. And man, it's a tough one to pull out of, especially when you got to keep going. But I would encourage Zach to keep going tonight. Push hard, push through it, make as much noise in that living room or wherever your special place is to watch the game, and you can recover later.
Do you have any broadcaster tricks like honey or whiskey? What would you recommend for young Wolchuk here to keep his spirit strong?
And Dave, Dave, you're also tougher than Zach. So that's a good point. Any advice you give him is not going to be taken well, because you are a professional broadcaster, big time broadcaster. So anything you would suggest to him will probably not work.
Man, you boys grind it out every single day. 12 months out of the year, so don't give me that, Broadus. I know better than that. You guys are all pros. Whiskey, always whiskey, by the way. That's the answer to pretty much any question you have, I think.
Yeah.
So that would be my suggestion tonight for Zach. Just pour yourself as they say, 2 fingers, 1 rock, and just relax, and then let it fly, buddy.
One of the things I've always enjoyed about maybe the baseball culture more than other sports is the acceptance of cracking a few coldies up there in the broadcast booth. Have you ever participated in that during a game, Dave, or a post game? What do you got?
So it's been a long time. Post games, yes. And in fact, when I started, they used to provide beers after the game on the media level. You just come out and there'd be a big old ice bucket, huge ice bucket.
I think Cowboys still do, right? Cowboys have a tap up there.
Yeah, we have a tap.
Yeah. Well, hold on tight, because that's one of the real delights of the job. We don't get that anymore. And back when I was in the minor leagues, early on in the minor leagues, I really did think that's just part of the thing. You're supposed to have sample the wares at the ballpark. And so I would commonly have a beer or 2 during the game. And then one day somebody said something to me, somebody working at a visiting ballpark. They're like, you really have beers during the game? I was like, well, yeah, why not? And I can't believe you do that. That's not professional. I was like, really?
Yeah.
So I asked around a little bit, and I was like, well, maybe I better not drink beers during the game. So
cigarettes only after that.
Bunch of squares.
Right. Yeah, don't worry about that, Dave. Every Hall of Fame broadcaster has been drunk doing games. Go back and listen to games in the 60s. Bob Prince and
you keep boozing,
and all these guys. Harry Carey, come on. That's what made listening to baseball so much fun. With these guys were like you. They were they're just guys enjoying a game.
Yep, and talking freely, and but listen, it is a different time, right?
Yeah.
And no one wants to get canceled. So,
boo.
Yeah, because honestly, Dave, if you had a couple beers in you last night after that Bombi homer, you'd have probably committed some FCC violations, understandably so.
Yep, I might have lost it a little bit there. There's no doubt, man. By the way, I thought he really kept it kind of under control, all things considered.
Sure did. Yeah, sure did.
I was interested and proud of him, but also, I'm not going to lie to you, mildly disappointed. I wanted to see
you wanted more pimp, huh?
Oh, my gosh, yes. That's your chance, man. I mean, go nuts and stomp on the plate. I mentioned this earlier to somebody else, but, like, you know, he'd had the golden sombrero at that point. I mean, he had been swinging out of his shoes every time. Oh, man. And here he is in this moment like he's not going to get wound up. And then they did the little pitch com nonsense to try and stir it up more. And I'm like, oh, he's dead. But beautiful swing, and then drives it out of the yard. And I thought of the great Vin Scully line when Fernando Valenzuela threw his no-hitter way back in the day when Scully said, if you've got a sombrero, throw it to the sky. And I thought, Bombi should have taken his golden sombrero and just flung it into the outfield, man, and then partied around the bases. But listen, I'll never complain about anything he does because he does have some flair. He still gave it a little bit, and, man, that guy is some kind of entertaining, isn't he?
That was amazing. And now we get Game 7 tonight, Dave. Enjoy it, and we'll catch up with you real soon.
All right, fellas. Have fun tonight.
Take care. There he goes, Dave Raymond here on 105 through the Fan. Yeah, I feel like maybe he did not pimp it because he wanted to bring it back to being about the team. He didn't want to make it all about him. I mean, I think that is the culture of baseball. You know, but maybe he just felt like, okay, you made a big deal about my theatrics. How about I'll just keep it quiet and kick your ass tonight? Whatever he decided to do was amazing. And, you know, I think Bombi goes up right there now living in infamy. Just as
he does.
Just as Nelson Cruz did in his run in 2011, I think he hit 5 or 6 home runs in that run, and right up until the very end, he was having an MVP type of postseason. So you can definitely appreciate it, especially how much it's needed with Seager struggling to the extent. Who would you guys bat third? How do you do that?
Man,
Garver, Grossman. I mean, I
was just looking at the Astros line because Bergman's moved up to 2. Alvarez is hitting 3. Abreu's hitting 4.
So they're keeping Carter.
Yeah. They're going
Carter at 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you moved him up, and now I agree with the people that were saying keep him where he's at. I
like
drop
Garver.
5, 7, 9. I mean, I'm open.
I'd probably have switched Carter and Garver, but I'm not. Hey, Bruce Bocchi undefeated in Game 7s. Maybe he's just the magic whisperer.
Yeah, we're just doing radio, and he's managing Game 7s.
Yes. Yeah, whatever they decide on is perfect. 3 hours and 10 minutes from pregame, there is a report. Jalen Hurts playing through a knee injury. Wolchuk has more in the NFL news of the day coming up next. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, we've got a very unhappy commander. We'll give you more details on that Eagles trade and who's in, who's out tonight for Vikings 49ers. That's next.
Okay, I want to chat D&M leasing with you. You know, everybody's disposable income is getting squeezed right now big time. That's the inflation.
truck or SUV, Adam's got everything from Super Duties on the ground to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. All you need to do is get over to Terrell to see him right between I-20 and Highway 80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Miller Lite.
Football and Miller Lite, America's greatest pairing. Can cracks at kickoff, tailgates going way past postgame. You never forget the way some things taste. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Congrats to Josh Green and the Mavericks. They have a contract. It's 3 years and $41 million. So well-deserved by Josh, who's been playing better each and every season. I expect him to take another jump this year. He averaged 9 points last year. Segment here, it's time for the NFL News of the Day. Brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. And here's Zach with your NFL News today.
Thank you very much. We'll see how this one goes. Can the voice hold on? We're going to hope so. We're going to pray for it as we're cheering on our Rangers 3 hours away from pregame right here. And a nugget on Adolis Garcia. We were talking about going for the golden sombrero last night. He was the first player in postseason history to hit a home run after striking out 4 times earlier in the game. Just making history is Adolis Garcia.
It was historic. And I wondered as it was happening, where he was mentally as far as focusing through it.
Sure.
Was he buying into the narrative that maybe his reaction to getting beaned hurt the Rangers? And he was just like, crap, I messed up getting in that guy's face like that, getting kicked out of the game. Yeah. Maybe it did turn the game. I wondered where Adolis was, so I was so happy for him last night to hit that bombski.
Now homered in 3 straight games. He's tied Nelson Cruz, who did that in 2011 for the second longest streak in Rangers postseason history. Only streak longer belongs to Juan Gonzalez, who homered in all 4 of the Ranger playoff games in 96. That is pretty amazing. Let's see if he can get another one tonight to lead the Rangers back to the World Series. Oh, how sweet it would be.
Juan Gon was like Jordan.
Yeah, he was. Oh, and Jordan, geez.
Has anybody ever had a series that good? It seems like he's now like 13 of 16.
Yeah, he's been dominant.
It's just really crazy. What was Corey Seager when he came here and played during the pandemic?
Yeah, Corey Seager was incredible.
That's right.
That run for the Dodgers, World Series MVP. He really, really was. Okay, big news today is, of course, the Eagles acquiring Kevin Byard, who is a former All-Pro safety of the Tennessee Titans. Eagles sending safety Terrell Edmonds, plus 2 draft picks, their 2024 5th and 6th round selections to the Titans to get Byard. Of course, they lost Chauncey Gardner-Johnson in free agency. He went to the Lions. It's been a big weakness for them. And now they add an All-Pro caliber player in Kevin Byard.
It's what they do, man. When it's time to strike and they have a need, Howie Roseman's in there with an all-pro level player.
Yeah, one of my gang of 7 got back to me. He says, "Guy's a good player, but he's clearly not that guy that he once was. If you thought about him as that guy, that all-pro guy," he goes, "That's not him anymore."
Got it. Probably why he didn't demand as much as I thought he might.
I was encouraged by that. I'm just waiting for the others to chime in, but one guy says, he goes, "Hey, he's not the guy that you think he's the all-pro guy. That's not him."
So not an all-pro, but probably still a big upgrade over what they had.
Huge,
exactly.
Yeah, I would think huge. Yeah. They've had so many injuries back there. They're playing with some dudes that you would never want touching the field, which makes what they did last night that much more impressive. Really, their front 7 is just so dominant. They took advantage of Miami last night. But I think with Byard, you're just talking about, hey, you're getting a reliable guy in your secondary, and he's a sure tackling machine. That's still true about him.
Yep, he absolutely is. He's got 2 games with over double-digit tackles this year, another game with 9, so he certainly has been a really good tackler. Now, A.J. Brown had his 5th straight 125-plus yard receiving game. That's the longest streak in NFL history, which is weird, as he's tied Calvin Johnson, who did it in 2012. I figured that there might be a receiver. I mean, with Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, Jerry Rice, but 125-plus yards.
I was wondering if I was part of that Calvin Johnson thing when I was with the DallasCowboys.com. That time he lit
a couple of bad games.
Oh my gosh, yes. I'm trying to remember who the poor corner was.
Was it Brandon Carr?
No,
Brandon Carr, Jeff Heath.
Somebody got tore up.
Safety.
Definitely got torn up.
God, who was that?
I just hate that you have hopefully this doesn't play out the same way.
It was somebody that never played. God, who was that? It was somebody.
Alan Ball.
Somebody like that.
Like Mike Jenkins.
I don't think
Mike
it was
played, but
all right.
No, he played, but I could see him getting tore up by Calvin Johnson. Either way, the idea that A.J. Brown was traded from the Titans to the Eagles, and now they trade for another guy from the Titans to the Eagles. Jeez. Are they going to get the best out of Kevin Byard? I even saw right now A.J. Brown himself, who was traded from the Titans, has more receiving yards than all of the Titans players combined.
Wow. That is terrible. That is very, very sad. Well, the Eagles, again, they go 4 for 4 with the tush push last night. So the NFL is deciding, because of the injury factor, should we get rid of this? Is it an unfair advantage? I think it's more so the injuries than anything.
Are we seeing a bunch of injuries here?
No. Well, the Giants had earlier in the year, they had 2 linemen go down doing it. And I think there's one other game that they found that there was an injury factor. So maybe it ends up being an overblown thing, but they are going to do their due diligence to see if maybe there is anything there.
Injury per play type of deal. Yeah. I mean, there's not that many tush pushes per weekend in all of the NFL. I think this is hating, though.
It is hating, dude. Yeah. As much as I hate the Eagles, everybody who's complaining about it sounds like a bunch of crybabies.
Well, let's hear Nick Sirianni's reaction to it, and then we'll find out who
we have to hear his.
Yeah, we do. Here's Sirianni.
Every first down is 1st and 9. Knowing that if you get the fourth and 1, shoot, a lot of faith in that play. Because you've seen it, right? You've seen it across the league that people can't do it like we can do it. They can't do it like we can do it. And so I'm making my plug right there, like, don't ban this play. Like, if everyone could do it, everybody would. Where's the camera? If everybody could do it, everybody would do it.
I don't want to punch him any less. In fact, I want to punch him more.
Me too.
But he is unfortunately right.
He is right.
Honestly, I think it would be a great bit for him. Maybe it's in a blowout. Maybe it's the opening drive of a possession. But you just tush push the entire game script, your first 15.
Tush push it all the way down the field.
You just tush push it all the way to the end zone.
We're going to matriculate the ball down the field.
Why wouldn't you?
Boys.
If you're getting 3 or 4 yards at a time, just a big bleep you to the rest of the league.
It seems automatic. I don't think anybody can stop it, and if you're willing to run your quarterback, I don't think it's a good long-term strategy.
Yeah.
But if you want to play the short term and say, we're going to win a Super Bowl and laugh at everybody with a running quarterback, you should be empowered to do that.
Yes.
It'll be interesting when Jason Kelce retires, which as much as, I love him as a person, I can't stand playing against him twice a year, so I hope it's this year. Does that impact it, or is it really just Jalen Hurts is the cheat code on that?
Oh, it's the power of their offensive line overall is a huge factor in it. I think they have much more powerful backs behind the quarterback than the Cowboys employed. I mean, they're
pushing his tush enough.
It's like a giant game of tug of war.
Yeah.
And Jalen Hurts is like another anchor. You get a free anchor with Jalen Hurts because of his squad ability.
But guys like Joe Shad, who covered the Dolphins for, Palm Beach Post or something, it's not a good look. And everybody was retweeting it. The tush push is not a legitimate football play. It's not how football was meant to be played.
It's exactly how football was meant to be played. It's just evolved so much since then.
Who are you to say how football's meant to be played?
He calls it lame and can cause injuries. Can you believe that? And nobody except Eagles fans will miss it once it's banned in the offseason. That's like looking at the Dolphins and saying all that motion and stuff you're doing that the league's never really seen before, not allowed. Not how football's been played.
I'm conflicted on this because from a Cowboys perspective, you want this banned big time. But from a objective fairness standpoint, they shouldn't ban it.
Yeah. And the 469, typical Cowboy fans, if you ain't winning, you're just haters. We're actually agreeing and siding with the Eagles for once. We don't they do this better than anybody else. And it's not the rest of the league's fault that they do it so damn well. Maybe everyone else should take a page out of their book and figure it out.
Get the best offensive line in the league, get a quarterback who's super strong, and you can go get 3 yards at a time.
I also want to say, to further my confliction on how I feel about this, there was a time when you couldn't do that, and I felt like they should have left the rule like that.
Yeah.
Like it's just weird.
Well, there was a rule against pushing your own player.
Yeah. The Bush push thing, I think, definitely came in factor that you couldn't do it then.
Yeah, there's been times in football where you couldn't do it. I don't know exactly when it changed, but you can't pull your running back through. You can't push him through. Now you can, and
can't carry a guy. It used to be.
I mean, Travis Kelce scored a touchdown yesterday because of being pushed by his team. It's one of those little what are they called? Shovel passes right there near the goal line. He clearly gets stopped, and then all of a sudden, no, he didn't because everybody just kept pushing the pile 3 more yards or whatever, and he got the touchdown.
I mean, the rest of the league just needs to figure out how to stop it or quit whining. I mean, that's kind of how I'm feeling about it, even though it is a very big-time advantage for them. I'd love them, like you said.
Imagine that, a team having an advantage and exploiting it.
All of our resources are going to stop the passing game. So the smart teams have at least a package where we can exploit that in a major way.
Absolutely. All right, so the Commanders lose again. Sam Howell looked terrible. He's on pace to be sacked more than any quarterback in the NFL. Maybe he gets benched. After the game, Jonathan Allen, outstanding player. Maybe there's a way you can go get him because he does not want to be in Washington anymore.
What's the evaluation like after a loss like that?
They whooped our ass, plain and simple. Got to be better.
Anything they did that surprised you guys early on?
No, I wouldn't say so. I think it's just a lack of focus on our part, a lack of attention to detail, not starting fast, and creating holes that are too big for us to overcome in the second half.
Does it get frustrating when that team...
Yes, it does. I'm f***ing tired of this shit. F***ing tired of this bullshit. It's been 7 f***ing years of the same shit. Tired of this shit.
Nice.
What can you do now going forward to get it turned around?
Get our minds right and get ready to play f***ing Philadelphia.
I wish he would have just said, I'm going to talk to my agent and I'm going to get traded. That's how I'm going to solve
Send
this
me to
problem.
the Cowboys, please, because we'd love to have you.
Dude, that's what a football player is supposed to talk like when you're going through frustrating times. I love that. I'm in.
Did you see, it was funny, like Ryan Clark was talking on that show this morning that he's on. He was like, man, he goes, you expect you're going to get a lot of bleep from guys, like a lot of bleeped answers. The dude was wearing a do-rag. He had chains. His shirt was open. You know, you're going to get, if a guy's like that, you're going to get a lot of bleeps coming out of a guy like that.
I get his frustration, though, man.
Yeah.
Dude, 7 years in Washington. That's like a prison sentence of sorts.
Yeah. It's the second time we've heard an outburst like that. We had that Broncos player as well who did it earlier this year.
Oh, yes. The offensive lineman who's sick, Garrett Bowles.
Garrett Bowles, yeah.
He's so sick of getting his rear end kicked in.
I get it. Eventually it starts to just weigh on you. And then finally.
It's real. You know,
is real.
That's how players feel when they're losing. When I first got here in 2010, we were doing the player show with Jay Ratliff up there Down Under Pub in Frisco, and he'd get up there and do a couple of segments with us. Then he'd start cracking coldies and holding court with Tolos, and that's exactly how he talked about how he was really feeling. You know, and I don't know why we've gone to war with letting players be genuine with their frustrations. That's great.
And this is a guy that came from Alabama.
Yeah.
So he's not born to lose.
No, he's not. He's a born winner. And then finally, Christian McCaffrey is playing tonight. Trent Williams officially out tonight for the 49ers.
And Debo's out as well?
Debo's out 2 games. Yep.
Okay,
I think Jakar Hamilton was the name of the defensive back he was going to.
Jakar Hamilton?
Jakar Hamilton was that guy that
that's
him
not
him and
ringing
Sterling
any bells.
Moore. Him and Sterling Moore.
Sterling Moore, I remember.
Sterling Moore. That day, that was
him
14 catches for 329 yards. How many touchdowns do you think he had in the game?
3.
I think he did have 3. I know Dez also had a great game.
1.
Just 1?
Just 1.
Wow, dude. He wasn't even that good.
14 receptions, 329 yards, 1 TD.
Overrated.
I'll tell you what's not overrated. It's the best the weekend coming up with the Chief, and that's next here. And then we'll talk more Rangers baseball at the top of the hour on 105.3 The Fan.
G-Bag's Brian Broaddus setting records with his Lump of the Star podcast. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep, and they're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet on new roads.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 4 o'clock, why do the Astros suck so bad in Houston? It's time, though, for the best of the weekend. Here's the Chief.
Man, I'll tell you what, Game 5 on Friday, for as much of a heartbreaker and for as gut-wrenching as that was at the end of that game, that was a lot of sports fun that we were having. Me and Walchuk sitting in section 130, well, I guess it was 132.
It was like 131, maybe.
Or maybe it was 131.
We were just a couple over from 133.
But we had ourselves a great time right up until the end there, Broadus.
Wolchuk said he was running up and down the aisles trying to get people fired up.
I have video proof of that.
I was in the auxiliary press box. I was in the very last row.
We saw you. We saw you.
My Tolo shirt on?
Bright yellow shirt.
All by yourself right at the top row.
I sat there, and by the way, they have a really good, make-yourself hamburger in that press box.
Do they?
And they have that, and they have like ice cream cookies.
I'll tell you what. You know what I appreciate? I appreciate you giving me that information right now.
Yeah, because
no, me and Walchuk ate so good. Dude, that's what I wanted to share.
When you get to the World Series, go up there and have you a homemade make-yourself burger. A deal. And
you know what? I think I might
get an M&M cookie with the ice cream in between.
That sounds fantastic.
I couldn't turn that down. They asked me, would you like one? I'm like, and I thought about no, I'm not gonna. And I'm like. I just I get it, and then basically just
they charge you?
No,
really?
No, free.
They trust you, the media member, to build your own burger.
Yeah, and I built.
They're going to change that rule after I get done with that place.
I built one like I was like the Russians were in St. Louis. Like we were getting attacked.
Okay. You stocked up. Did you give yourself a triple patty? Or did you just go double patty?
I went double. Yeah, I went double.
Yeah. I think in a situation like that, you probably go. As much as I'm a triple. Like a 3 patty minimum sort of dude. Yeah. I think in a press box scenario, you probably go with the respectful 2 patties.
All the fixings are there for you just to make it however you want to make it.
Love it, man. Me and Walchuk were grubbing so good. We were just it was baseball euphoria for quite some time.
Tito's grubbing. What were you doing?
I was Tito's.
We were doing some Tito'sing. Shout out to the Tolo bartenders at Globe Life Field.
Keith is our guy.
Shout out to the Tolos.
He seems like a good dude. I like him. Yeah, I like Keith. Yeah.
Had a couple of nice Tolo handoff with the beer situations. That was really, really cool. But Walchuk did, man. Walchuk was getting fired up. He was calling out Ranger fans when they were sitting down. Hey, when it's 2 strikes, we get loud, we go nuts, we stand up. And as the game went on and the inebriation grew larger and larger for the bully, he started running up and down the stairs. Okay, and this is steep. There's a lot of thanks to Soda.
Yeah,
this running up and down the stairs was brought to you by Soda State of the Art, because my guy Wooly Bully a couple years ago might have just said, you know what, they'll hear me from up here. No. He took it upon himself with the Ranger Rally towel, and he was going up and down. He was hyping up the fans. Hey, get on your feet, get on your feet. And it was fantastic right up until he got told, hey, you're not allowed to do that. Go back to your seat, sir. And he respectfully said, go bleep yourself. And he stayed down there like an animal.
Guys. And Usher said, man, I'm really sorry, but I got to ask you to go back to your seat. I was like, okay, fine.
It was really cool, though. I have video evidence of this.
Honestly, did you have your credential on?
I had my credential on, but I wasn't going to fight him.
I'm gonna get this clip over to the powers that be. We'll put that on the social medias on the fan account, so you can see a drunken Wooly Bully not tripping all over himself down those very steep stairs and getting the Rangers fans fired up in a moment where they really needed us. Man. Yeah, it was impressive.
There's just way
there.
Too much complaining. Like the fan that wants to sit is going and saying this person's really making me uncomfortable with their trying to get people excited. Can you tell them to sit down?
Yeah, we have an issue.
Stop complaining.
Right,
Once you complain to the ushers, they got to do something about it. And then they got to go tell Zach to be quiet. You're what's wrong. Okay, complainer?
Yes.
It's not your place to complain, to tell people to be quiet. If you don't like it, stay the bleep home.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
No, but that's the issue.
Could not agree more, man.
We got half of the fan base in that section, really all over the stadium
when
that
you
is
buy
into it, and the other ones want to take their pics and post it on Instagram and say I was there.
You absolutely cannot come to like 132, 133 surrounding areas. When you buy those tickets, it should be known.
Yep.
People are going to be crazy here. They might stand up the whole game. If you're not lit, don't come here.
Yes.
End of story.
This is not a lit-free environment.
Yeah.
Okay? So I'm with you 100% there. Thank you, Walchuk, for bringing it strong, and thank you to Globe Life Field for bringing it strong. They unveiled that big Tex torta that we discussed here last week.
You got one of those too?
Got one of those. And
did you have something to eat every inning?
We sort of just
I think it was really just one.
It
inning.
was about an inning and a half of just food consumption dedication.
Because there was a couple of times I was
the Mott sticks.
The Mott sticks. I was going to get to the Mott sticks. Thank you there, Wolchuk. I sort of buried the headline. The Mott sticks. Holy smokes, World Series! I need you to be here at Globe Life Field because I got to run that back with the Mott sticks. Okay, at Globe Life Field, they're strong,
giant.
They're very big. You get 4 of them.
They're bigger than my those.
And the cheese, like it feels like they're just fresh, hot out of whatever fryer. Like the cheese, there's tons of cheese packed in there, and it is hot and melty as you bite it. It is just, it's perfect. If you want ranch and marinara, guess what? They're going to say yes, and you're going to do it, and you're going to have a great time. Shout out to the Mott Sticks at Globe Life Field.
You were kind of in that mode where I was talking to you, and then I got to get something to eat. Like you were, and then
I had to have a pregame brat. That's my move.
But you had 4 of them.
Those brats are great.
Well, I did a couple nights previous. I did have multiple brats. I went one brat, one Big Tex torta, and the mozzarella sticks. I thought I kept it pretty casual.
He was a champion.
They were all fantastic. Now the aftermath, we all know what color. At least I know now because you got the blue and the red bun on that Big Tex torta. You know, with the brisket and the hot dog and the fried egg and everything. Shout out to Nolan Ryan.
Whoa, wait, a torta has a fried egg.
Yes,
in it?
this is. Oh, you. I don't know. You weren't paying attention.
So
the
you
other
ate
day.
that and then kept eating.
Yes.
And how for those 4?
Yes. You know what was special? I was going bite for bite with the Big Tex torta and the brat. I was sort of just, I was like, I don't know which one I want more right now.
You were in postseason form.
I appreciate that.
The Rangers were for eight innings.
Gosh, they were. And we were having so much fun, man. Me and Walter were just having the best time.
I bet.
And, but blue, what I discovered for sure, I think I learned this in elementary school, but I discovered for sure over the weekend, Walter, I bet you did as well. Blue bun, red bun, blue and red, absolutely equal green.
Yeah.
Blue plus red equals Kelly green.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I thought Jalen Hurts was in my toilet bowl at one point.
I was saved a little bit because I mainly just went with the protein. I didn't do the bun a lot, and it looked gross. I was like, this is off-putting. I don't know why we're doing the colored buns.
How disappointed was your wife though for that red food dye?
she was the most disappointed. Dawson.
That's
Yes.
right. She's very anti that.
Yes, yeah, for sure. She was not happy with the red 40 that I was ingesting. Or whatever.
I went downstairs for the first time at the Globe, and I got to tell you, that's where it is. You know, they take care of their premium customers.
Oh,
I mean,
you were
down
hanging
there,
out in the Evan Williams Club or whatever.
I don't know what. No, I was in actual seats most of the time. I went by the club thing, but like everything is just so easy down there. It's not crowded. There's like customer service every 10 feet.
I bet those fans are going crazy.
I was looking
down
on
there.
SeatGeek. The ticket price, you could get down there for like $140 a ticket. It's not that much more expensive than being upstairs.
That's doing it right.
You know, it's interesting because we've gotten some text that Game 7 tonight available on the secondary market, very affordable.
Yeah.
So I wonder if Ranger fans, if you want to drive to Houston, do it now.
You could, yeah. Hit the road, Jack. Go get them.
Yeah. And come back with a victory.
And I want somebody to make a sign that says, "This is our house." And then get on TV.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely, we need that.
Oh, shout out to that 583. I'd spent a couple grand on World Series tickets just to get those Hurtado brisket nachos. Oh,
I'll tell you what, Hurtado does a great job. That line was like incredibly long.
It's
good
long,
for them.
but worth it.
Good for them, though, man. That's good barbecue out there.
We had a full-on baby being born this weekend inside of a stadium.
What?
Lucas Oil Stadium. Colts and
Indy.
Browns. What a tough way to just be born into that
did you guys
disaster.
like those jerseys they were wearing?
No.
What was going on with that? When did we get those
They're
colors?
alternate ones. I don't know.
The Colts are wearing an all-blue uniform with black helmets, and there's still their blue emblem. It doesn't look great.
You deserve to take an L wearing those things.
But the Browns end up winning in a crazy game. But apparently, one of the players on the Browns, wide receiver David Bell, his sister or sister-in-law was there attending the game, pregnant. And shortly before the game, while in the stadium, she started going into labor. And so she ended up, thanks to the IU health team that is there on site at Lucas Oil Stadium, they were there and they full-on delivered that baby right there.
Let's
go.
Like 100 yards from the turf.
That's why the combine's always there, man. Their medical facility at that place is incredible.
No joke, dude.
No joke.
Yeah, that's keeping the medical squad on their toes there. Having a full-on baby. Apparently, it was like the due date was 4 days from yesterday, but the baby decided wanted to come a little bit early.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Congratulations.
Oh, it was an early one.
Yeah, 4 days early.
Yeah.
4 days early. Mine have
Beat it out.
Mine have all been early except for the first one.
Both of mine were like show up at the hospital, post up for like 8 hours. And then, the star of the show gets involved. The real doctor shows up. You're about 45 minutes to the finish line, and boom. I can't imagine just being somewhere and all of a sudden, I'm going into labor, and baby's there like 20 minutes later. That must have been insane.
Absolutely insane. Yeah. Absolutely insane. That game
so
was insane.
So did dad come off the field and like?
No, this is like uncle.
Oh, okay.
Like uncle plays for the Browns.
Okay.
So like family's sort of there watching, and now, in the middle of that game, he became an uncle at least.
Yeah.
So
well, shout out to mom there. She probably felt a couple of things. She was like, "No, it's not due for a couple of days. I'm just
she's
surely
a
I don't want to be
man.
a distraction. I don't want to miss the rest of this game."
They just showed they just showed Running Game Moses on TV.
Oh, Billy C.
Bill Callahan. Yeah, he was coaching.
Was it him and Garrett just couldn't get along?
No, he called Garrett a C word to his face. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you feel like the Cowboys are one what is his name? Running Game Moses away from being a team that'll win a playoff game.
I thought Shoddy might have been Running Game Moses Jr. for a little while.
Yeah.
His teams always did run the ball well. I don't know where that's been.
Well, there is news on the suspension for Astros Rangers. We need to update you on for Game 7 tonight. Then we'll talk about why they're so bad in their home stadium, and that's coming up next right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I'd love to chat Men's T Clinic with you, though. My friends at Men's T Clinic are ready for you. Now, all you need to do is give yourself Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation. 2 hours and 28 minutes away now from the pregame show with the first pitch set for 7:03 with Max Scherzer on the hill for the Texas Rangers. Let's talk about this Game 7 matchup, which is now looming 3 hours until the first pitch. General at your service at East. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh. Wolchuk and Chiafalo. You do have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Hope you had a great weekend. Last night definitely fortified you, didn't it? Made you feel strong again. Made you feel confident about these Texas Rangers. And now going into this game, I think there's a better than 50% chance the Rangers get the victory here. I'm not worried about the Houston Astros doing what they did to us at this ballpark. It's just one of those crazy things. The power of the story takes over. Next thing you know, it's in the players' heads as well. Can't win at home. And I think that's going to be part of the decisive factor, along with Max Scherzer going out there and being great. He did have signs of settling down and quality pitching in his first game back. I don't see why he can't take that up a notch, especially if you consider he might not have to be excellent in order to get the best of this Astros lineup. We'll talk about it here. But, guys, Abreu's allowed to pitch. Suspension upheld. It'll be served next season, though. What do you think?
It's whack, dude. The crime was committed in the playoffs.
Yes.
Yeah. So I just...
You already got one game where he was appealing and he got to play. He should not be available tonight. It's absolutely ridiculous, and it's the flaw of Major League Baseball. And maybe the Astros complaining and whining that because Chris Young used to work in MLB's front office, they were getting favoritism with the suspensions handed out. Look, Dusty Baker didn't get suspended. Dusty refused to leave the field. What's up with that? You give a 25-minute delay because Dusty's out there throwing a fit. That adds about 5-10 minutes towards it. So they didn't suspend your manager. They suspended the culprit for this when they deemed, yes, it was intentional. There's no reason he should be eligible to pitch tonight. Who cares about the 2 games next year?
The league doesn't want to set a precedence for that. They just don't. They want to let this be decided by the players.
Well, they are. They're now saying, go ahead and retaliate and plunk a guy on purpose. Who cares?
And that's they would rather have that happen than they would suspend somebody and completely. He is an elite pitcher for them.
Yeah, he is.
And
if you want the players to handle it, you never should have gotten in the business of adjudicating such matters.
No, and you're absolutely right. I'm just telling you what I believe is happening here. They do not want this to be one of those series where all of a sudden a player is suspended and it takes it severely handicaps another team, and it's not decided that way.
And this is why he's the worst commissioner in baseball, because he has no integrity. He doesn't stand for anything. He's like Vince McMahon running the WWE.
You might very well be right. I think that has a worse angle to it, because the counter to me is if I'm the Rangers, they do something slimy that I don't like, I don't care. I'm throwing at you. See, there's not going to be any type of ramification for it.
The thing that will happen here, though, is that the Astros will believe that they never really fully got punished, or excuse me, everybody believes the Astros never got punished for this, for their thing. So if you go out and suspend one of their players, then you can say, we evened it up here. League doesn't want to do that.
No, the league doesn't want to do anything except have the best possible players on television.
That's exactly what they want. That's exactly what they want. They don't want this thing to be decided by them. They want it to be decided by the players.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. Just be honest, and don't stand on any sort of leg where you're right from wrong, or that you have an ethical high ground. You don't do any of that. Please don't punish the players if they mess up off the field, because you guys really have no integrity at all. I don't trust them to do anything, but insist that the best players get on television. And I think Wolchuk has a great point. Like, if you're the Rangers and you're winning 8-0 tonight in the ninth inning, I'm throwing at guys' heads. You ain't going to suspend me for the World Series.
F them.
So we're going to win this and beat a couple of dudes on our way out. And then you have escalated the situation.
Yeah.
You have not diminished it at
all.
We
all remember going through Zeke's suspensions, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The NFL also handles things very differently.
Yeah. And everybody's like, why are you suspending this guy? The state of Ohio, in a criminal case, didn't even find this guy guilty.
Right.
And the league is suspending. And see, that's Roger Goodell has become a better commissioner since he got out of the policing business.
Yeah.
That's why Roger Goodell's making $50-60 million a year, because he's working on television deals and making these owners billions of dollars. Yeah. So to me, as long as he stays out of the policing deal, my football's okay.
It is annoying, though, because they established that whatever happened was wrong enough to warrant a ejection from a playoff game, enough to warrant a suspension.
Right.
We don't want to be too harsh and make the suspension in important games. We'll do it in the first 2 games of the season, which basically renders the suspension useless.
Actually, Houston benefited from it because he had to leave the game. The Rangers were tearing his ass up. He could not find the strike zone. So the Astros actually benefit from this suspension.
Well, hopefully that means the Rangers are going to be ready to, go yard on him a couple times tonight.
Yeah, hopefully, if he gets out there, but that is the story. I think it's gutless sports governing by Rob Manfred and Abreu, who is by far their ace reliever, hadn't been scored on since July, had only hit 2 batters all season long.
1,200 pitches, 1,200 fastballs.
Yeah.
You only hit 2 guys on those.
Okay, so the biggest question about Houston, though, and why we have the glory of still being alive despite getting swept at the Globe, why do the Astros struggle so much at home? Could we be lucky enough that continues tonight? I think their home ballpark is messing with them. They have not liked hitting there. I do think they tried to cheat their way out of it, and it worked. And then it was taken away. And now it's not only hard for them to see the ball, but there's also a guilt factor in there. There's got to be like the equivalent of a curse. And I don't believe like in witchcraft cursing, but I think you can curse yourself by doing things that are so shameful and then coming back to the scene of the crime. I no matter what they say publicly, no matter how hard of a line that they hold that, this, that, or the other thing, they were never punished. Last year, they played 3 games at home in the World Series. They did go 2-1, but they scored 4, 4, and 5 runs. And it was their pitching that dominated the Phillies. In 2020, they went up 3-0 on Tampa, or they go down 3-0 on Tampa. Mm-hmm. They win 3 in a row, including 2 in Houston, but 4 runs in both those games. Pitchers got them back in that series as well. They did lose in 7, by the way. After winning 3 games in a row to force a Game 7, they lost Game 7. There's history there. 2021, they lost to the Braves. They dropped 2 of 3 at home, including shutout in the Game 6 finale. They scored a total of 9 runs in Houston during those 3 games. And they won it last year, but they never scored more than 5 runs at their home yard. They're up here putting on a freaking show, with the double-digit runs, with the 9 runs. And, it could be that, what I'm saying about their history is off. I'm trying to assign it the most interesting, or to me, the most likely narrative on how could you be so bad at your home ballpark and then so great other places. That's my best shot at the narrative on the why. All I know for sure, though, is that it is happening. And a streak like this, you don't bet against. We're talking about 4 consecutive postseasons of them not being able to have breakouts offensively at their home ballpark. So that's, I think, the biggest reason to be optimistic, to be excited, to be positive about what the Rangers are going to be able to put together down there tonight. I mean, getting shut out at home from a World Series champion, that should not happen. But in the playoffs, the Rangers did it. Multiple teams have done it. Almost every team they've come up against in the last 5 years in a CS or a World Series is having a ton of success against them in their ballpark from the pitching department. At 877-881-1053 here, the truckwreck.com fan text. 2020 was a neutral site. That's my bad. You're right about that one. It's Simeon, it's Seager, it's Carter. So they're leaving Carter in the 3-hole.
Mm-hmm.
That's another one of these decisions that Bocchi is making where I'm like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure Evan Carter was great in the 9, pretty good in the 5, and since he's come down here to the 3, it's like the pause button was hitting on his superstar entry into his career. I don't know what I'd do there, but I don't think I'd leave him 3rd. Bocchi knows best. Garcia obviously still batting cleanup. Garver 5th. Garver's the guy I'd have hitting third here. How about you, Wolchuk?
Yeah, I would have flipped him as well, just because Garver was your MVP offensively last night, came up with some huge at-bats, and I think we have seen Evan Carter have success there. Now, the one thing is maybe he's thinking, okay, Evan Carter sees the ball so well, and the key tonight is going to be, I think, how do the Ranger bats handle Christian Javier, because he was so good. Now, 5 days ago, you got to see him. Right, so you have a little bit of commonality there. And Evan Carter, full count Carter, can he get the pitch count up? Can he make him work a little bit more? Maybe that has something to do with it. But I agree. I probably would have flipped them if it was me turning in the card.
Yeah, who knows? Bocchi's got it. Heim batting sixth, Lowe seventh. Lowe's been amazing. I might have him hitting third right now. And then Josh Young, who's been slumping other than the 2 home runs against Javier. And Tavares, who's having a great postseason as well, batting ninth tonight for your Texas
They mixed their lineup up a little bit. The Astros did. Altuve still leads off. Bregman's been hitting third, right?
Yeah.
And he's hitting second. Alvarez is hitting third now, and they put Abreu at 4. So that's a change.
Abreu's been really good for them.
That's changed. Michael Brantley's the one I can't kind of figure out. He's either like extremely good or extremely bad, right?
In big games like this, I feel like you're going to get good Brantley. That's going to be a guy to circle his at-bats tonight.
Tucker, McCormick, Pena, and Maldonado.
Okay, so there's a couple other storylines as far as which pitchers would be available. You have Jordan Montgomery, who's reportedly available to pitch a single inning. I would look at John Gray, who's matched up pretty well against the Astros as well. I would have had an internal conversation this week after the Scherzer start to say, shouldn't we really think about going with John Gray now that he's healthy? But he missed significant time with the injury as well, so it's not like neither one of them has been in any sort of a routine.
It sounds like to me, and listening to Jared the other night when Zach and I were driving home in the post-game show, a question was brought up about Gray, and Bocchi had told the media members that Gray's just bullpen guy now.
Yeah, bullpen only.
He's bullpen guy only now.
It's interesting how they've just decided on a couple of guys is all they're going to trust in late situations, and I guess they would rather have Heaney and Bradford than John Gray. I mean, I guess they know these things best, but I mean, you see Heaney get up there in the 9th inning last night, it's just boom, boom, boom. Why are we overthinking this with Leclerc, who really struggles to find the strike zone? You're going to put him back out there in the 9th last night after struggling in the 8th? Leclerc probably would have lost last night in the 9th inning. That was my expectation.
Yeah.
I mean, why are we deciding Brock Burke just can't pitch anymore? His numbers are good. I think then this is the thing I think that Bocchi understands about finding the right pitchers for the situations, because none of this makes sense to me.
Yeah, he's just got that sixth sense going.
Yeah.
He's really just kept it into Spores and Leclerc. Even Chapman, you saw last night, he didn't use him, and I think that's because he felt do win or go home game. He didn't really trust him.
Yeah. I mean, luckily you got through last night without Chapman, so you can use him tonight.
Yeah.
That would have been my big goal after, the way that the game developed. Can we get through this without having to go to Chapman? And I think that's great, but Chapman's an adventure as well. Like, does anybody have faith with Chapman or Leclerc up there that we're not about to watch the dude throw 7 straight balls?
Oh,
that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I'm surprised when it's a strike. And he's decided those are the guys. Heaney gets up there, and Mike will tell you about the pressure of the situation. And I get it. But I would rather have a pitch to contact guy up there than a guy who's probably going to walk the tying run. I'm just sick of it.
Well, and it was huge that Ryan Stanek, allowed the walk to walk in a run, and then he gives up the homer, because then you were able to keep Leclerc's pitch count at just 16. If he's going to go back out there for the 9th, who knows? It could have gone up to 30 pitches, and then is he in doubt tonight for his availability?
Yeah.
The idea of having John Gray in your bullpen tonight, though, is actually something that really warms my heart.
I like it.
Yeah.
I think John Gray has some good matchups in this.
Man, I don't know about that. I really don't. I don't trust
against the righty-heavy lineup.
I just
he's had success versus the Astros, I feel like, throughout the year.
But he hasn't had success since he's come back from the injury.
No,
but that's
Scherzer, and they're starting him tonight.
Well, but you know what? I'll take my chances starting Max Scherzer tonight. I will. I would rather pitch. I would rather bring back Montgomery or somebody like that
for an inning.
For an inning, because they can bring back Verlander. They've talked about that. They've talked about bringing. So to me, if you tell me all hands on deck, I think I'm going with 3 other guys other than Gray.
You don't want John Gray's hands.
I just don't. I don't, and I hope I'm wrong about that if he has to pitch tonight. But I just don't feel like that he's got the command of what he needs to do.
Mike was saying that if he does pitch, he's probably going to come in at the start of an inning. And because as a starter, you need a lot more time to warm up.
Right.
And he's not used to coming in with runners on.
Yes, that's another thing that I guess messes with
that
pitchers.
Makes sense.
I did have a thought today, Woolchuck. I thought since it's 10-23-23, this should be like an International GOATs Day. You know, the greatest soccer players are usually number 10. Of course, you have Jordan and LeBron wore 23. I like 10-23-23 as GOATs Day. But what is today, and where are we going with your list next?
So it's National TV Talk Show Host Day. So I have the top 10 best talk show hosts of all time. But I can whip up a GOATs list potentially.
Well, hey, you do whatever you want, brother. It's your world. And Wooly Bully's top 10 is coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. I did want to chat Window Nation with you, though, because, you know, they are the star of window replacement. They are the proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. They want to fill your house.
maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. They're service-driven and safety-inspired. The Texas Authority of Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been hurt in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Now here he is, Zach with an H, the Wooly Moly.
Thank you very much, General. I have indeed found a top 10 sports ghost list, so we can rock with that.
Let's go.
Greatest of all time at their respective sport. Maybe we can, piggyback over tomorrow, and we'll be the talk show host. Already got a couple of texts in on that. I do appreciate you. 877-881-1053. What are your plans tonight to watch Game 7 of Rangers-Astros, and who is your all-time sports GOAT? What are we doing, boys? I'm going exactly back to where I was last night for all 9 innings, which is my recliner.
Very nice.
Me too. Yeah, I was recliner for all 9, and I will absolutely be there again.
Sofa.
Recliner and listening,
king,
listening,
if you will.
Yes, you are.
You're going recliner, Brian?
No, I'm going. Yeah, I got what they call a Hemingway chair. It's this huge leather chair that I have at my place.
Is that the crustiest of the chairs, or is the rocking chairs the crustiest of the chairs?
The Hemingway has an ottoman, so I could put my feet up, but it's got. I literally could sit. It's like when you
can go wide body on it.
Yeah, you could. You're talking about going to those cigar places and stuff. The cigar. Remember, we were talking about
cigar lounge.
Cigar lounge. Those kind of big chairs,
it's comfy,
like that. Yeah.
built for a big stud.
Yep.
So that's not a recliner.
No, it's got an ottoman in front of it.
It's more like a one-seat sofa.
It's a one-seat sofa.
What do you call it again?
Hemingway?
Hemingway
said?
It's a Hemingway chair. Named after
the
famous author.
Roger Hemingway.
I like it.
Yeah.
What's the plan tonight for Game 7?
What's the plan tonight? Well, every time the Rangers have won, I've been at the damn fair. They won last night. I was at the damn fair.
Crap, it's closed now, right?
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Oh, this is.
I think you should go stand at the gates, Lucius.
Yeah,
at the
stand
fair.
down out there.
Let's drop off a corn dog to you.
Yeah.
We got to reopen this damn thing.
I'm out here for the Rangers.
I'm doing my part, dude.
I love that. All right, 877-881-1053. Who are your favorite sports GOATs? I did see this on ESPN, like some of the biggest questions for tonight's game. One is, how does Bruce Bocchi plan on his pitchers? Buster Olney, who's going to be joining our show tomorrow at 5 o'clock, said that the circle of trust for Bocchi seems to be small, and what occurred in Game 6 really sets him up well to respond if Scherzer struggles. If he needs to summon a reliever mid-inning, maybe he calls on Spores. If he needs a reliever to face Kyle Tucker, maybe that'll be Chapman. If he needs multiple innings, he could give Montgomery the ball at the start of an inning after Scherzer departs. All of this seems Bocchi is not going to hesitate to use Leclerc for 3 to 6 outs either. And keep in mind that no manager has manipulated a bullpen with more success over the past 15 years than Bruce Bocchi. He's also undefeated in Game 7s, by the way.
Dang right.
Yeah, it's what he does. This is what he lives for right here.
We're ready for this.
Somehow he's magical.
And I hope everybody, all hands on deck, man. We need all the positive vibes, all right? Let's get this Game 7 done.
Well, all hands on deck except for, like Brada said, he doesn't want John Gray's hands.
No, not John Gray, apparently.
All hands are welcome except for John's.
That's just me. I'm sorry. I hope John Gray gets
that.
I hope he gets in tonight and he proves me wrong.
No, you don't.
I'll be nervous. I'm not gonna lie. Has he pitched well since he's been back from the injury list?
He did not look great, but nobody looked great when they lost in the previous Scherzer start in Game 4.
Yeah. That's what
it's
I
all
heard
right.
about.
Tonight's going to be a different night.
I hope so.
That was his first time back off the IL, just like it'll be Max's. And tonight, Max can give him hell. And so will John Gray if he gets in. But I'm with you. I'd go with Montgomery over Gray if I had to pick the two.
Yep.
All right, let's get to our sports goats. Tom Brady just texted in. He said, Brady here, I should be number 1. Thank you in advance, Zach. I don't know if you're going to be number 1 on this list, Tom, but we'll get to that momentarily. You guys went with your all-time sports goat. Who is it?
I think it's probably Tiger. It's probably Tiger because
I do love that answer.
I'm not a giant golf dude.
It's the impact that Tiger has on the sport.
Exactly. Tiger's putting me in front of my television, and that was my father, and it's been that way for me and my brothers. It's like, man, if you're getting me to the screen, I'm not even that huge of a fan of your sport, but this one individual, it's like what Messi has kind of done a little bit with the MLS stuff, where it's like, gosh, I don't even really watch a ton of soccer, but I got to watch this guy. That's how it was for Tiger for me for so long.
That's a hell of a goat right there.
That's a big one.
He might have been the most dominant that wasn't cheating. You know, you could go like...
Well, tell that to his wife.
Yes, I guess cheating in the sport.
Right. I think Jordan is my GOAT, but I mean, Brady cheated. I can't go with Brady. And plus you worked the salary cap because you married a billionaire wife. So you're like, no, I only need half of the cost. So you're basically like on a rookie quarterback contract for 20 years with the greatest defensive coach and a 10% salary cap advantage.
What about the Buccaneer deal? Does that not like kind of go, okay, holy smokes?
He's up there. He's way up there, and the Buccaneer thing allowed him to dunk on Belichick, but I mean, they have $75 million of dead cap space still. I think that was more of a credit card Super Bowl than a GOAT Super Bowl, but he was amazing. I'm going to go with Clyde Drexler, the greatest shooting guard ever born in Texas. He's my Texas two-guard GOAT, Clyde Drexler, Brian.
My GOAT is actually a horse.
Oh, geez.
Secretariat.
There
you go. It's a great
nice
movie.
pick.
16-3-1 all time in races.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And one of the great all-time champions ever when you talk about big races, competitive races. So yes, horse, all-time GOAT.
Did that horse breed superstar horses?
Yeah, funny side.
It's a record at the time. It was a record for when it came down to, like, when you look at the syndication for it was like at the time was roughly about $6 million, which is equivalent to about $40 million right now is what that racehorse was worth as a breeder. $40 million.
My gosh.
Yeah.
Did any of those?
That's incredible.
Only 54 of Secretariat's won stakes races. Only 54 of the offspring. The best two, 1985, Risen Star, won 2/3 of the Triple Crown. And then Lady Secret, 86 Horse of the Year, won 25 times in 45 starts. So it really seems like Secretariat was doing its best work in the world of fertility right there in the mid-'80s.
214 Dirk is my GOAT forever. 972 Joey Chestnut. I love that. I'd probably go with Wayne Gretzky, personally. I think the great one. I don't think there's anybody that is even going to get close to Wayne Gretzky. I think if you took away his assists, he's still the all-time, or goals, he's still the all-time points leader because of how many damn assists he had.
That's up there.
Crazy. That's one of the wildest sports stats ever.
We should do a top 10 sports stats.
Dawson, you didn't say Messi, though, right? You didn't say Messi. Did we even talk about Messi?
Well, you could say Messi,
there's a soccer player we'll get to on this list. Where's your sports GOAT?
So I'm a child of the 90s, so that's going 100% Michael Jordan. Yeah, that marketing campaign got us all. We had Wheaties, and we were kids. We weren't supposed to be eating Wheaties. We're kids. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants that. We want sugar in the morning.
Yep.
We ate that. We had to have Jordan shoes. You're hooping with your tongue out for no reason. Even though you don't even do that. You done bit your tongue 3 times already trying to show out.
But I'm doing it now because Jordan does it.
You're doing a run-of-the-mill layup with your tongue out.
Yeah, let the goal down so you can do some finesse and float and all that other stuff and dunk.
Ruined my jump shot. I had to play dunk hoops.
If I could be like Mike. What are you talking about? What?
Dude, lowering the goal in the driveway.
Just to dunk on it.
Even for me, whenever I was still too young to lower it all the way down and do it, like I had to put a cooler in front of that so that I could leap off the cooler.
Wow!
Because you're so small, you can't even dunk it when it's all the way at the bottom. But that is one of the greatest pastimes ever, dude.
Yeah. We got a vote for Gabby Douglas from the 512. All right, here are the honorable mentions. We got Maradona.
And by a vote for Gabby Douglas from the 512, you mean what the heck, guys? No Gabby Douglas?
I'm giving you some Gabby Douglas love right now.
Maradona, greatest soccer player of all time.
Maradona, yeah. I mean, my buddy just actually came back from Italy, and he said people are still walking around in Maradona jerseys. He's beloved over there still. Jesse Owens is an honorable mention.
Ooh.
Michael Phelps.
Yes.
Absolutely an honorable mention. Kobe and Ronaldo.
Ronaldo or Ronaldo?
Ronaldo, like Cristiano.
Oh, okay, Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought Brazilian Ronaldo was better than Ronaldo.
Really?
To be honest with you, but
number 10, we've got Usain Bolt, who we didn't mention.
Is that the guy who has 2 wives?
Maybe
the one is.
At least
2 wives, kind of a thing.
The 2 wives that you know
the
about.
Brazilian one, yeah.
Is he the one?
He might have 4.
I think I've seen the video. Is he the one? And I'm sure a lot of these studs could do this, but where it's like he's X amount of yards away from the goal, and he's just intentionally hitting the top post of it, and he's just
probably him.
Back and forth. Just every time you just watch
he's
this,
playing
and
with
just
himself.
Every kick is just nailing the top goal post or whatever.
Number 9, we got Messi.
Might have been Ronaldinho.
Maybe him.
Oh, maybe it's Ronaldinho.
One of those R's.
The third Ronaldo. They had to tweak his name a little bit.
Messi comes in at 9.
There you go, Diamondbacks.
They scored.
Little day baseball brought us.
Little day baseball. Tommy Parham with that home run.
There's no way the Diamondbacks win today. Bryce Harper showed up wearing all black.
Ooh,
it's a funeral.
Could be an omen.
For the D-backs.
They're down 1-0. My guy, Aaron Nola from LSU.
Thank you for that update.
Yep.
Number 8, we've got Roger Federer.
By the way, shout out to LSU guy last night at the game who caught the home run barehanded, just sitting there.
Oh, yeah, that was badass.
That was the coolest part of the game.
Very epic.
Yeah,
very epic.
Probably not sober.
No, I would
probably
assume
not. Probably not.
As you should not be.
Probably not sober.
Hey, big shout out to that dude that was standing next to him with the wrestling belt. He just pointing his wrestling belt towards the ball like he was just deflecting it.
Number 7, all-time sports goats. We do have Tiger Woods. Comes in at 7.
7.
Oh, dude, 7.
Number 7.
You should feel bad over there for that pick.
Yeah, who'd you get over there? You have a farm animal.
I went for a horse.
Yeah.
And then the horse isn't even on in the top 20 here, Brian.
A goat horse.
So be ashamed.
You know, I'm a little bit. I think my sports is a little more deeper than your guys. Yeah.
You're so smart.
I am so smart.
What a flex, man.
I'm going to go home and brag to your mom about that take.
I am. Mom's listening right now. She's so proud of me for picking a horse.
She's texting you like, "Oh, Brian, I raised you so right." Number 6
very
is
clever. Way to go, jackass! Picking a horse.
Number 6 is LeBron James. LeBron James comes in at 6.
Number 6
over Tiger.
Where'd you get this list?
Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answers to. Number 5 is Wayne Gretzky.
Wait a minute, we hit another homer. Diamondbacks up 2-0 now.
Let me get through the damn list, Brian, and then you'll get your time.
Day baseball.
Yeah,
We're excited.
4. This is important.
Number 4, Tommy Brady.
Okay.
Number 4.
Mount Rushmore goat.
I like what they're doing.
Tiger Woods is not a Mount Rushmore goat.
Number 3, Pele.
Nah, overrated.
Really? We're overrating Pele?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're putting him at 3 all-time in the history of the
didn't
world.
Watch soccer. You can't
I
really
know.
talk on this.
And even I know that.
We got to give Pele
I
some
don't even have
respect.
to watch him to know that he's not better than Tiger Woods.
He was dominant at a time where you didn't have to be that good to be dominant.
Man, I just think if you were to ask people name a soccer player, they'll name you Pele.
For sure.
And that matters.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
counts
let's
for
play
something.
name a golfer with the
I think he
general
won-
public.
I'm not poo-pooing on Tiger here, but you shouldn't crap on
Bo
Pele either.
Weekly.
I don't mean to.
I gave you
I
a
don't mean to
golfer.
crap
Bo
on
Weekly.
him.
Go for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm cool with Tiger being a Mount Rushmore. I'm on
No,
board
I
with
know.
you on this.
I'm not upset with you. I'm upset with the
know.
list makers
I am
here.
too.
I know this isn't
Lie to
overly
him.
personal.
You told me you didn't
Don't
like
blame
this
himself.
list. Every time we do this,
I wasn't even going to do this. I'm doing it on the damn fly for you guys, okay? I care what my teammates have to say, Brian. Shut your damn mouth over
What was
there.
the other list you were going to do that
I
was
gonna
probably
do the
better
talk
than
show
this?
host, and you would have loved it.
Who's number 1 on the talk
I'm
show
not
host?
going to tell you because I'm going to do it tomorrow.
He's going to do the top 10 farm animals.
don't
for you
be
tomorrow.
lazy.
I'm leaving after this segment. My voice is gone. Number 2 is Michael Jordan.
Quitter.
Number 1, Muhammad Ali.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, not
There
going to push
it
back
is.
on that
What do
one.
we think about Ali at 1?
Wolchuk's top 10 at 420.
I think you need to get a better list.
I think that one's a bit iffy, but I do love Muhammad Ali.
I mean, I think if you're not going
mean-
to put a horse up there, then I guess Muhammad Ali would
My
be
vote
next
would have been
best.
Secretariat.
Hey, horse better than Tiger any day.
Guy was
Really?
retired.
Tiger
Yeah.
versus a horse.
Think
I
about-
like my chances.
No. I think a horse can outrun a tiger.
Well, you haven't seen it. You haven't seen a tiger.
Be an interesting race.
Go
Yeah.
full.
Yeah.
The horse.
Yeah.
I don't think the horse would be pulling up at the end, though. If you check the rearview mirror.
Wow, Broadus
We've
is so proud of
seen
himself. That a
caribou
racehorse is-
outrun the tiger. We've seen those caribou fly.
And we've seen Wolchuk's latest top 10 here at 420. It's time now for a little bit of football shyness.
over there. I had to sit through Krusty's corner today, all right?
A local legend had himself a day
That's a
yesterday.
goat segment right there if I've ever heard one.
And we congratulate this NFC East team on a huge
on with it,
milestone
man.
next in the nation. Get on over to Platinum Ford. That's what you should do
No.
right
Yay!
now. Yeah, we're not booing Platinum Ford. We love Platinum Ford. It's the greatest Ford dealership in all of the world, and you have it right here in North.
some things taste. Taste like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Jerry is a Tolo.
Let me say this to the turn it on, leave it zone. And let me say this to the one that just turn it on when old Jerry's up.
Turn it on, leave it on, leave it on. Your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep, and they're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Oh, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are now under 2 hours to the pregame. It's coming up at 6:30. First pitch at 7 o'clock. Derek Holm, the Dutch Oven's going to join us in 14 minutes here at the top of the hour. Here's Eric Chiafalo in addition, football's finest.
How about this for one half of football for the local legend himself, Myles Garrett, yesterday? 2 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 1 blocked field goal, and 6 tackles, all in 2 quarters of game action.
Dang.
It's unbelievable.
Myles Garrett yesterday was an absolute joy to watch, unless of course you're a Colts fan or whatever. But that was, that was as dominant. That was as dominant of a performance as I have ever seen from a dude. He had, he gets the sack in the end zone that results in a touchdown. Like, he personally accounted for 10 points yesterday in a game where his team wins by 1 because they don't have a quarterback. Myles Garrett, for my money, I don't know what the odds say right now, but after yesterday, there's no question he's got to be the leader in the clubhouse for old Depoy. And there's a lot of studs. We talked about it last week, Dawson. Like, the scoring is down. This is kind of the season so far of the defense, and some of these defensive coordinators are getting a lot of love right now, and deservedly so. And there's some individual players that are playing out of their mind right now. We have one here in Micah, no question. Mm-hmm. But TJ Watt yesterday gets the interception.
TJ Watt's been
in
unreal.
Pittsburgh. That was really cool to see. Roquan Smith, linebacker for the Ravens, playing out of his mind.
Max Crosby always and gets overlooked.
That's true. The Raiders just continue to Raider. As always, but Myles Garrett, I wanted to show love to the local legend who basically, to an extent, single-handedly, that's a Browns defense that's supposed to be the best in the league. They give up a ton of points yesterday to Gardner Minshew and company, but this dude was an absolute menace, and again, counted for 10 points in a game where his team won by 1.
His block was unreal.
He just jumped over
everyone.
Jumped over him, didn't touch anyone.
Crazy.
Just the ball snapped on a field goal. He jumps over at 6'5", 280 whatever pounds, jumps over the line, and then easiest block ever. Boom, saves you 3 points. Later on, to get you a sack. Oh, you recover it in the end zone. There's 10 total.
Was
points.
it really as good as the numbers I'm about to give you for another player?
Oh, is this going to be one of these? Is this an actual human?
It's
or
an actual
are you dipping
human.
into a
No,
barnyard?
you know this guy.
Is this a horse again?
This guy. No, I wish it was a horse. This guy might have been a horse. This guy played 19 snaps. He had a sack, 4 tackles, 1 pass defense, 3 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery.
Wow, 3 forced fumbles. That's a lot.
Did any of the forced fumbles, do you know off the top of your head? I don't know when this happened, but did any of them get returned for touchdowns?
No.
Okay. All right. I think it's fair for just the jury, but please continue.
That's
a hell of a box score. Is that a game or is that a half?
That's a guy playing 19 snaps in a game.
That's only 19 snaps in an NFL game.
In an NFL game.
This isn't your NFL Europe years that you're dipping back into. Okay.
This is David Irvin against the Green Bay Packers in 2016.
Yeah, all right. I thought you were talking yesterday, but yes, David Irving had a hell of a game against the Packers.
That's fantastic, dude.
That was your defensive player, the NFC Defensive Player of the Week.
And 19 snaps.
19 snaps.
That's unbelievable.
The best that never was. That has to be the most efficient individual defensive performance ever. To do all of that in only 19 snaps is insane.
1 sack, 4 tackles, 1 pass defense, 3 forced fumbles, 1 fumble recovery. Yeah, that's him.
I think Myles Garrett is so far your defensive player of the year, though. That game is just unbelievable. We ran into a kid who plays at Garland on our final Flagtober stop on Saturday night. And this guy gets out of his car to come shake our hand, and I'm thinking, this guy's in college.
Yeah.
He was like 6'4" or something like that, like well over 225 pounds, heading for 230 pounds. He's like, yeah, I'm a sophomore at Garland.
Just oozing testosterone.
Dude,
I'm like,
if you get on the field for one of those state championship weekends that they have at AT&T Stadium, it's unbelievable. You're looking at like the Duncanville North Shore games. We're thinking we're watching a D1 college football game. The kids are huge.
Yeah. If I was a kid like that, I don't want to go to the big high school. I want to go to like a 3 or a 4A so I can do everything.
Yeah.
I'm going to be wide receiver and pass rusher.
If
that sounds good to you, Coach.
Yeah. You know, at 6'4", 225 pounds, kid, you can do whatever the heck you want.
Just keep throwing it up.
As a matter of fact, can you throw the ball to yourself? Because if it's possible, I'll play with 10. The streak is over. This is a huge milestone. We got to honestly, like, I know we joke around and stuff like that, but this is a serious situation. If you guys could just give me a moment.
The streak is still on, baby.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it. This is impressive. The New York Giants offense scored a touchdown
in the first half?
In the first half of a game.
Oh, First time all year.
First time all
They did it.
Way to go. Way to go, G-Men.
Yeah. That's what you brought Dayball in for.
It took 7 weeks to get 7 points in the first half.
Dayball.
That's huge, man. The Dayballers.
So should they stick with Tyrod Taylor instead of Daniel Jones when he's healthy?
Wasn't Dayball sort of hinting at the idea of, maybe
They have a controversy going on in Chicago right now, too. They got to win.
Gadget came in, started one game, and got to win.
What's up with this kid? Because I couldn't wait to get to him. His dad, this is the Bears rookie quarterback who was undrafted. He was playing Division II football.
Played at Shepherd. I watched him.
Yeah. What you get from the draft show, man. You get that kind of coverage.
Just entirely useful information.
Yeah.
Very useful. He's starting right now.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not being facetious when I say
heard
that.
a little bit of sarcasm.
I'm not saying that information is not
There's a
useful.
lot of sarcasm from his reports.
This dude yesterday, I'm not going to sit here and say like he lit the world on fire, but he found a way to get it done.
What?
I'll tell you what. Thank God he saw Josh McDaniels and the Raiders on the other side of the field. That was the first
You're
step.
saying Brian Hoyer didn't have anything to do with
in
it?
the whatever step plan,
2 interception, maybe even 3.
Whatever the however many step plans it is for him on the pregame to decide whether or not he could go about victory. The first step was making sure that the opponent was the Raiders and the opponent had a coach named Josh McDaniels, and he was able to pass that first check. That first checkpoint very, very quickly. But yes, this is a D2 quarterback, Tyson Bagent, out of nowhere, winning a game for the Bears, a team that has been allergic to winning for as long as we can remember right now, at least the last 2 seasons or so. But apparently his dad is a certified stud. 28-time, we're talking about GOATs. We might be looking at a GOAT in his industry. 28-time world arm wrestling champion. Did you guys on the draft show know that nugget about the draftee?
No, but I just knew about his
28-time?
28-time world arm wrestling champion.
That's talent.
And I see him, and he's definitely like a good-sized dude. He looks like a guy you don't want to bleep with, but he doesn't. I don't look at him and think 28-time, world champion in the arm wrestling realm. So, I mean, it's pretty good genes.
Did he have his hat on backwards?
Attaboy.
In the photo I saw,
East down and bound, loaded up and trucking.
In the photo I saw, he was hatless. But apparently, at one point during the Senior Bowl, he did a full-on arm wrestling sort of demonstration with our guy Tom Pelissero.
Yeah,
who's talking about
how did that end up?
If you can arm wrestle, you got to be breaking that out constantly. You guys, pretty nice career there in D1 football. Who wants to arm wrestle?
yeah. That's
why people are pro quick.
That's a great party trick.
If somebody approaches you to arm wrestle in a bar, are you going to do it?
Absolutely not.
Hell no. I don't want to break my arm.
Depends how drunk I am.
I think
we know Wolchuk will fight somebody at the drop of a hat.
That is true.
If you put him on a beach,
verbally, I'm going to verbally win that argument and then get the hell out of there.
Somebody watch.
You think you're better than me because you have a stronger arm, sir? You're pathetic.
It is a flex though, dude. Arm wrestling when we were kids was really, really fun, but I would not take up a 28-time world champion.
No, thank you.
It is.
I didn't realize I wasn't strong until arm wrestling sophomore in high school or something. I was like, dang, I didn't get strong. What's going on here?
What happened to me?
Come on.
Tyson Bagent became the NCAA's all-time leader in touchdown passes at D2 Shepherd University last year, by the way.
He did.
His tape was surprisingly good.
After going undrafted, he said his backup plan was to, quote, CrossFit his way through life.
CrossFit?
He was going to be a high school. Yeah, he was going to be a high school coach.
Yeah, and be a high school teacher. That
yeah.
was the dream for him, and now he's taking down Josh McDaniels on a football Sunday. That's pretty special. And what we saw from the Ravens yesterday, just to close it down, beating up on Broadus's Lions in a huge way. Ugh. From a DVOA standpoint, that's the 14th greatest overall game a team has played since 1981. So it was a historically dominant performance. Lamar Jackson was in his bag, unlike really you've seen since the MVP year, and maybe even better than that. What Baltimore did yesterday was super, super special.
Yeah, crushed it. Thanks, Chiafalo. An edition of Football's Finest is in the books. We have an hour and a half of show to go. Pregame's coming up at 6:30 as you are not imagining things last night. The Rangers won, and Game 7 is this evening. Order's been restored for now. Dutch Oven, Derek Holland joins you next here on 105.3 The Fan.
They poke fun out of mutual love and then get into fisticuffs behind the
Odyssey app.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. The Expressway is coming up in 20 minutes, and we also have a Cowboys ticket giveaway to get done at some point this hour. You'll be wanting to be caller number 10, and our phone number is 877-881-1053. Now, that's not the cue to call. I was just giving you the phone number, okay? So be ready, and we'll be looking for caller 10 here within the hour on your home of the Cowboys. You'll be getting tickets to see this game against Los Angeles. So that sounds fun. And salute to Miller Lite and AT&T Stadium for making that happen. As the Dutch Oven, Derek Holland joins you now here on 105 through The Fan. How you doing, Derek? Oh, we're giving Derek Holland a call. Giving Dutch Oven a call here. We're going to be talking baseball with Dutch here in just a few minutes. Here he's throwing down some amazing culinary delights.
He has got a backyard full of gear that would impress any professional barbecue.
So what's it, a pellet grill, gas grill, offset
pellet.
smoker?
It's a pellet.
He's got it all.
Got it all.
Got
a
it
pizza
all.
maker.
Pizza oven. Got everything.
As Dutch joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good evening, Derek. How the hell are you?
I'm good. I'm sorry, guys. I hit the ignore button when I was carrying these towels to put them away, so my bad.
Good.
It's all good. I thought something else might be going on.
I heard about a pizza burger, though.
Yeah, how about that? You know, you decide that you want to try something out, so we gave it a whirl. Had the little Wagyu burgers with the pizza for the buns, and it was incredible.
I know one of your buddies is a pretty good chef, isn't he? Or are you getting in here and throwing this stuff down, Derek?
No, he definitely is a pretty good chef, I won't lie, but this was the work of Derek that did all that.
It was the work, for sure.
I was going to say, I do have some witnesses, and they happen to be on your show.
Yeah, you do.
So would you say you're a pretty good cook then?
No, I think there's a lot more room for improvement. I think I'm holding my own for right now, but definitely room for some improvement.
Well, I was just going to say, if you're getting all cocky, I could take you down just like I took Sharif down all those years ago.
That would be fun. But anything, I mean, Brian, that was the first time you tasted Derek's meats that he's made.
Yeah.
But the butt and the brisket that I've tried, both delicious.
Home runs.
Have you never had Derek's butt, Brian?
Never had Derek's butt before,
I definitely recommend his butt.
I'll tell you, his brat's good.
Brat was good.
Brat's good. He's got the crunchy pop to it. I like that a lot. And then the Wagyu burgers that he threw down, those you could mess those things up and overcook them. Perfectly cooked in the medium rare. Loved every minute of that. With the pizza on it, the Zalat.
Oh, yeah.
We use that which
yeah.
we absolutely love up here at the station.
Crack the code on that.
Man, I tell you, Derek, that was a good call.
Dutch, you should partner with Zalat and do the Dutch pizza burger. You know, and
well, I mean, they're just down the street, so we'll just have to continue to keep showing up, and maybe they'll figure it out, and they'll realize
that was a good meal.
One game at a time.
Great meal.
Well, that is great. Definitely bringing the food greatness that we're used to from football watch parties now here into the baseball world. I know a lot of people around the Metroplex have been enjoying that themselves. Now, for you, Dutch, was it just the one Game 7 that you participated in?
Yeah, I think so. No, we got two. Well, we had the World Series. And then we had the ALCS. Oh, no. Did we do the ALCS?
No. Yeah, Yankees was 6, and I think the Tigers was 5 or 6. The Tigers couldn't get off the mat after you whooped that ass. Now, how different is Game 7?
This is it. This is do or die. This is it's kind of the same way you had it yesterday. The Rangers were in a do or die situation. Now it's the same thing again, but this time there is no tomorrow. There is no Game 8. This is it. So all the marbles are on the line. Let's go. You got to get out there. All hands on deck. Let's take care of business.
Now, what were you thinking last night at 5-2 before the Garcia home run? How confident were you?
I mean, I felt good just because of what, you look at the numbers since we got to do the analytics crap. They show that no home team has won a game. So I felt very confident with the lead then. And then I just think, man, the icing on the cake. The coolest thing I got to see was they're showing people right after Garcia hits that bomb. I wish he would have stood there, looked at the Astros dugout, if that's really what it needs to take, since people are so butthurt about a pimping. I just want to say, man, just hit that home run. Yeah, no, don't even give that crap credit. We moved past that.
Gosh,
let's
I
focus
hope
on
so.
this. Let's
I
focus
hope
on
so.
our team. But I think the Rangers did the right thing with Garcia doing that. They showed the video of the Astro fans walking out of the stadium. They were depleted. They had the air in the building, and we took it right out, and we took care of business. Now the main thing is the game's over with, though. It doesn't matter what we did yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It's what we do today. We cannot sit and dwell on yesterday's nice home run by Garcia or the pitching that we had from Nasty Nate. No, we can't worry about that now. We got to worry about what's going on today. Scherzer's got to go out. He's got to do his job. Me personally, I just want to see at least 5. Let's try to get to 5. Let the rest of our longer guys go out there. You got Heaney, Martin Perez, Dane Dunning. Dane Dunning should be a guy that we should see for sure today. He can make a statement as well. You got Cody Bradford. I mean, we got arms out there. So that's the one thing that I think if anything starts to panic, we will get somebody in there right away.
Dutch, when you have one of these games like a Game 7 where it is all hands on deck for the pitching staff, is there a plan that you guys talk about going in, or is it just when you show up at the ballpark, is it something you just know that you got to be ready? Like usually you have your days where you're not pitching and you kind of go through your routine. Do you have to go through this day like you're going to pitch and get ready like you're going to pitch?
Yeah, always have the mindset that you can be called upon. The other thing, too, I do want to point this out from watching right now with the Diamondbacks. Kelly's pitching, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And this is his second time through, or second time he gets to come out there. It's the same thing with Scherzer. Scherzer's had basically several days to sit and watch and continue to plan his attack. Knowing how Scherzer is, he's a competitor. He's going to do the research. He's going to do the things to prepare for this game. And getting to watch this many games hands-on, I think today is going to be a very good day from him. I feel very confident with that. But yes, as a pitcher, you look at going into today, there's a chance I'm going into this game. I'm not going to treat it as if I'm not. The only person that I would say that's definitely not throwing no matter what is Monty.
Yeah.
Ooh, really?
Yeah, think about it. What you just used him 2 days ago. You're not going to use him today because if you do, you got a couple days, and then he'd be back on short rest again to go for what would possibly be Game 1 of the World Series.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Now, okay, we got the ruling from Brian Abreu. So the suspension was upheld, but they went ahead and said he's available tonight. He'll serve the suspension in 2024. What were your thoughts on that whole ordeal?
Nope. Oh, well, who cares? We got to worry about tonight.
Yeah.
It's simple. We can't sit and dwell on that. If we want to sit and pout because he hit one of our guys, and we want him to be suspended, well, it's too late. That didn't happen. We got to focus on now. We can't sit here and be like, man, I wish he would have got suspended.
Dutch Oven, Derek Holland with us here in the G-Bag Nation. How impressed have you been as a pitcher watching Javier, and what can this lineup do tonight to get after him?
Well, he is definitely very nasty. There's no doubt about that. He's shown it. But if I'm not mistaken, I think I heard it on one of the earlier shows today, the Rangers do kind of have his number a little bit. We put up the most runs against him. So I feel very confident that the Rangers can do some damage with him. It's just we have to get him out of rhythm. That's the big key with him, is get him out of his rhythm, change his tempo, mix it up a little bit. Sometimes, he might have to burn your time out a little bit quicker in the batter's box, but anything that we can mess up his rhythm is going to be huge. I'm all about being aggressive. So be aggressive with getting on once we get on bases, let's steal some bags. Let's just put the pressure on these guys. They have everything to lose. We have everything to gain. We made our season something special. Nobody picked us to be where we are. So it's more about them. They have everything to lose.
Dutch, we've been talking about on the show all day really about the Astros and their inability to score runs. And I hope I'm not jinxing their, what's going to happen tonight or anything. But their inability to score runs at their home park. Is this something that's actually true with sight lines and things like that? Or does that stuff really get in ball players' heads about their home parks?
No, I don't. Nobody's really thinking that. To be honest, we're more excited to be back home in front of our fan base, being able to hear the noise, the crowd, what they do for us, to get the extra energy that we have when we're out on the field. The last thing you really are thinking about, though, is being at home, we're not really scoring runs. It's, that can easily change at any given time. Today, either team could really put up a bunch of runs, whoever was at home, however you would look at that series. So you can't sit and dwell on that. But obviously being in Houston, what's crazy about this whole entire series And it goes actually with both series. If you look at the Diamondbacks and the Phillies, the road teams have the home teams, have won every game. And then this series with the Astros and the Rangers, the road teams have won every game.
Yeah, it's nuts. What do you think about tonight's MVP for the Rangers? Garver was so good yesterday. I'm kind of thinking tonight Corey Seager is due.
Yeah, I mean, you look at what's going on. They're making good contact. You look at him, Simeon, those two right there, the key guys that we need in this game today. Seager did a great job. He got a couple walks yesterday. He's making hard contact. You look at Seager, he's doing the same thing. For the most part, he's had some fairly hard contact. I just think that they're one click away, one pitch away from really turning things around. And I'm with you on this. I think today is the day that Seager mainly breaks out of it. I like to go bold here right away. Obviously, I like giving the Seager the first pitch home run, but today I'm going to skip that, and I'm going to just pass that down to the 2-hole and give it to Seager and watch him just send one out into right field where Tucker can't reach it.
Oh, I love that. We'll drink to that here. The Dutch Oven, Derek Holland with you on 105.3 The Fan. How'd you like catching that first pitch from Kinsler?
Man, I've told everybody this, and I still haven't made my post yet about it that I want to, but I cannot thank that crowd enough. The excitement of what they brought, the energy for us when we walked out onto the field, it almost got me a little emotional because it's the first time, like I said, in a long time that I've been able to walk out onto that field with that fan base and being in front of them. So it was huge. It meant a lot to me. Very grateful for that. And, being able to see what it's like from the catcher's perspective, man, I kind of wish I was a catcher, but being left-handed wasn't going to let that happen.
Well, speaking of playing, how's the arm healing up? Are you still looking for one more ride?
Man, it's going. Who knows? I'm gonna, I just want to have fun with it right now. We're gonna see what happens once I get off the mound. If I'm still blowing cheese out there, well then, we'll see what happens. But I think right now it's just more about let's have some fun with these guys and watch what they're doing and see how the rehab can take care of itself and play some more golf. But I do want to remind you guys, this day, what was it, 11 years ago? Somebody threw a gem.
Let's go. Yeah. 8 1/3, right?
Yep.
That's right. And today, we might see the same thing from another beauty, Mr. Max Scherzer.
Oh,
let's go, Derek. Let's go.
If it was the end of the segment, that'd be a perfect note to end on. But we have so many other questions for you, Derek, and we're excited about Game 7 with the pregame coming up in an hour and 17 minutes. Now, did you guys ever call Ian Kinsler Kinsey?
No, I think it was just Kins.
Okay, because it was a fan thing to call him Kinsey, and I always thought that was a little bit weird. I didn't think you guys would ever actually call him that. When you guys were playing...
Well, I mean, it is 2023. I guess we can say Kinsey.
Yeah. You could. You'd have to ask him, I suppose. Now, did you guys ever have a band or a song that you rallied around, how the guys are rallying around Creed right now?
No, I really don't recall having a song. I think our whole thing was, we had the claw and antlers. I think this is kind of their thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I really don't recall a song, to be honest.
What would your group have done if you would have had traded for Max Scherzer and he tried to ban country music in the weight room?
I think we would have told him, like, hey, buddy, you're the new guy here, so you're going to respect what we listen to, and we'll go from there.
Wait, have you had a personal interaction on the diamond with old Scherzy?
No.
You never have?
No, he's awesome. To be honest, I don't think the way I look at it, like even if, let's say it was me that's in the weight room and for some odd reason I had country music on to work out, I wouldn't care. I've learned from all the veteran guys that you don't need music to work out. That's just more of something to make it enjoyable or whatever, I guess. But it's more of the mental game of challenging yourself to do things without the sound in the background.
Hey, Derek, word has it at Michigan they're looking for an administrative assistant to film more games in the Big Ten. If you'd like to, take care of that, there's a guy that's probably got suspended, so there's a job opening there if you want to do anything else to help your beloved.
Are you taking shots at me because I'm unemployed right now?
I'm just saying, if you need a job,
if you need some money, Derek,
Coach Harbaugh could use you like filming Big Ten games if you want to show up at like Ross-Ade Stadium or show up in Illinois, whatever you want to do to film these games.
Just kick his ass next time you see him
help
there.
the Wolverines, whatever you want to do, that kind of thing.
But isn't that considered scouting? Your opponent. Like
I'm not going to lie to you. I never filmed, but I used to steal signs. It's absolutely.
Well,
Yeah,
everybody steals signs, unless if you do it the Astros way, where you're watching it live on TV and then calling those pitches.
Yeah,
that's a little bit different.
Yeah, when I was an advanced scout, I used to actually you keep your eyes on the sidelines and you'd write down what the signs were and stuff like that for the personnel, but we never filmed them. But there's a job opening in Michigan if you'd like to do that for filming. Video
Technology's come a long way, Broadus.
Would you like the job of hitting Maldonado or another Astro if it's a blowout late tonight? Would you want to do that?
No, there's no need for that. I think you avoid that. I get it. A lot of people are frustrated, but to be honest, there's no point. You know, making the statement of winning the game and going to the World Series is big enough.
Yeah, I agree. I think we should let Chapman do it tonight.
He's hitting his arms
There's
rested.
no point.
Let him go.
I tore my Tommy John. I got to get fast throw up there.
Dutch wouldn't hurt him. We get Chapman to hurt him. Yeah,
might as well have Bassick throw at him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bassick throw at
That
him.
won't be hard enough. We need something harder. Dutch, what do you think about John Singleton pinch hitting for Pena in those situations the last 2 games from Dusty Baker?
I think what they did, it's just more of getting a left-handed bat against the right-handed arm, just so that way you can see the ball better. He does have a lot of power, but, I mean, I can't really question the guy's move. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer, so you trust whatever he sends up there. It's the same thing with what Bocchi does. I know we get frustrated at times, but this guy's got the track record. I think I'm going to trust him before I trust myself when it comes to the managing side of things.
All right, bro. Anything else about this game that we got to know?
No, I just feel very confident with the Rangers. It's going to come down to the battle of the bullpen. That's the big thing. Is it's going to come down to that. I think you get past the starters, they do their jobs, they get 5-6 innings, and then it becomes the battle of the bullpen. That's the big thing. But am I allowed to do one quick shout out?
Oh, please do a shout out.
Okay, November 2nd. Save that date. It's going to be my 60 Feet 6 charity foundation for the kids with cancer. If we can come check that out, it's going to be at the Lava Cantina. We're going to have Stoney LaRue performing. My buddy Bryce Hensley's performing. So please come on out. Save the date, November 2nd, Lava Cantina in the Colony. It's going to be an awesome time.
All right, Dutch, I got to put you on the spot real quick here. Your message to Ranger fans. Last time we got it from Kermit. This time, can we get a Harry Carey message to the Ranger fans?
Yeah. Hi, it's time for baseball down in Houston, Texas. And God forbid I'm feeling confident. We've got Max Zilla, the Scherzer going out on top. He's going to go out there and shut those guys down. Space Cowboys, I don't care what you call yourselves. You guys are going to be beat and sent to orbit because it's time to watch the Rangers. Hey, go Rangers.
Let's go Rangers. You're the best, brother.
All right. Love you guys.
Love you.
Salute. The great and incomparable Derek Holland with you in the G-Bag Nation as we're now an hour and 11 minutes from the pregame show. It's a Game 7 Monday night. We have not had a Game 7 in 12 years with this baseball team. Yeah. Crazy. Over 12 years, actually.
Crazy.
Okay, we got to run, though. It's time to hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. LA Live's coming up in 20 minutes, and we're back with you here in the nation. I want to chat Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, you're going to want some help. And the Frankels are the folks that